The wheels of fate often turn when you least expect it. Lu Ming was just an ordinary college student, but during a routine morning jog, a mysterious force hurled him into a desolate, post-apocalyptic street. As he regained his senses, a bleak scene unfolded before him. Buildings overrun by weeds and moss, abandoned vehicles scattered haphazardly across the streets. Lu Ming removed his headphones, the cold sweat on his skin and the ache in his legs reminding him that this was no dream. Just as he attempted to take a step forward, a pale yellow barrier suddenly blocked his path, the pain from his forehead colliding with it reaffirming the harsh reality. Accompanied by a cheerful, generated voice. "Welcome, residents from Blue Star. Congratulations on becoming the 66,666 protagonists of the Jalan apocalypse." Alarm bells rang in Lu Ming's mind. Jalan apocalypse? Protagonists? These terms were even more bizarre than the wildest sci-fi stories he had ever written. As an amateur writer with a penchant for fantasy, he had often daydreamed about crossing into another world and becoming a legendary hero. But the current situation was far from a dream come true. It was a nightmare fraught with danger. Just as Lu Ming's thoughts were racing, a shout came from behind him. "What apocalypse? What stupid game? I make millions in a single deal. Who wants to be your protagonist? Let me go back now." Turning around, Lu Ming saw a middle-aged man in a denim vest and flip-flops, half pulling up his pants and cursing loudly. The absurdity of the scene made Lu Ming silently marvel. So this is how the wealthy experience a crossover, truly beyond the reach of us common folk. Glancing around, Lu Ming noticed dozens of other strangers also trapped within the light barrier. Their expressions ranged from fear to bewilderment, all equally lost. In truth, Lu Ming felt the same anxiety, but years of solitude had taught him to maintain a calm exterior. At that moment, the electronic voice spoke again, this time with a serious tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are now on planet 618 of the Jalan star system. This planet was once very similar to Blue Star, but a mysterious catastrophe has corrupted it with alien energy, turning it into a haven for monsters. You have been chosen as the warriors. Either rise and fight, annihilate these monsters to gain glory and wealth, or become their prey and fuel their evolution." Lu Ming listened intently to every word, his mind racing. If this was true, it meant they had been taken off Earth, and the hope of returning was slim. But what if this was all a meticulously crafted experiment? Regardless, the immediate priority was to gather as much information as possible. The electronic voice continued to announce 7 survival rules. From "destruction is rebirth" to "you are the god of this world." Each rule underscored the harshness and opportunities of this new world. However, just as Lu Ming thought the broadcast was ending, the voice abruptly ceased, plunging the world into an eerie silence. But the silence didn't last long. The familiar tune of "Tomorrow Will Be Better" began to play again, though this time there was no cheerful electronic voice, only cold, rigid subtitles projected. Survival tips concluded, initiating Jalan world reboot, integrating civilization progress integrated, unifying language system unified, constructing world channel constructed, building trade space built, restoring city functions restored. Jalan world reboot complete. Biofield will be lifted. Apocalypse strategy countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Swish. As the projected subtitles turned into a conspicuous white countdown, the pale yellow barrier in front of him vanished. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped back to reality. It wasn't his strong willpower that brought him back, but a nauseating stench of putrid, sour odor that hit him like a punch to the face. Instinctively, he held his breath, but the scene before him was even more shocking. The once desolate and quiet street had undergone a drastic transformation. Enormous, grayish-white maggots, each the size of a full-grown wild boar, now littered the ground. Through their semi-transparent skin, he could see vividly colored internal organs and swirling fluids. These grotesque creatures wriggled frantically, their abdomens secreting a thick, yellow-green mucus that corroded the weeds and deadwood on the ground. A gentle breeze blew, spreading the stench and making it unforgettable. Some people gagged, others were paralyzed with fear, but Lu Ming didn't stop. He immediately sprinted forward, noticing that the giant maggots, despite their movement, seemed unaware of their presence. Given the previously encountered biological force field that isolated external stimuli, Lu Ming speculated that some power might be suppressing or confining these creatures. The immediate priority was to find a safe refuge. As he ran, Lu Ming quickly scanned his surroundings. This was an old commercial alley, with storefronts on the ground floor and residential units above. His eyes were drawn to an apartment complex covered in vines that might have survival supplies and a vantage point, but there was no time to get inside. Lu Ming turned his attention to the shops on either side. He quickly assessed each one. Supermarkets, restaurants, and hardware stores were the best options, while stationery shops, photo studios, and barbershops were the worst. Phone repair shops and pharmacies were barely worth considering. However, after running several hundred meters, he was dismayed to find that all ideal choices were either tightly shut or occupied by the giant maggots. As time ticked away, Lu Ming mentally noted a few safer, but less ideal shops as last resorts. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds left, he finally spotted a phone repair shop with its shutter partially open. The glass door was closed, the chain lock hanging loose, and although 3 giant maggots were coiled at the entrance, the interior seemed safe. Without hesitation, Lu Ming dashed over. He swiftly removed the chain lock, squeezed through the glass door, and crouched halfway inside. He didn't enter immediately. Instead, he carefully surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that every corner, including the ceiling, was free of danger. Once he confirmed it was safe, he jumped up, pulled down the shutter to seal off the outside, then closed the glass door and secured it tightly with the chain lock. In those few short minutes, Lu Ming went from shock to calm analysis, and finally to decisive action. Despite the nauseating and perilous environment, he maintained a clear mind and successfully found a temporary refuge. Huff! 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 Lu Ming collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just finished a marathon. His temples throbbed violently, and his breathing was rapid. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the countdown in front of him. 30, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the timer hit 0, the message, anomalous biofield deactivated. May you all find smooth paths ahead, slowly faded away. In its place, an attribute panel appeared, but before Lu Ming could examine it, a nauseating, squelching sound came from outside. Almost immediately, a putrid stench, strong enough to penetrate 2 heavy doors, hit him, accompanied by a shrill wailing sound akin to a baby's cry. His scalp tingled, and his heartbeat quickened. Instinctively, he edged backward until his back pressed against the maintenance counter, offering a slight sense of security. Clearly, the giant maggots had broken free, and the outside was no longer safe. The only consolation was that he wouldn't be in immediate danger for now. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his nerves, Lu Ming refocused on the attribute panel. The layout was strikingly similar to a character interface in a video game. At the top was his ID photo, clear and lifelike, with an option to view a full-body image. Below there was a concise set of personal information. Name, Lu Ming. Gender male. ID number, 66666. Age, 24. Specialization level, not detected. When he clicked on Start Subject Scan, a set of universal functions appeared. Collection, World Channel, Market, Space Inventory. Though the information was sparse, each item piqued Lu Ming's curiosity. What intrigued him most was the not detected status next to specialization level. Everything felt increasingly like a game, yet disturbingly real. With a sense of experimentation, Lu Ming clicked on Not Detected. To his surprise, the sensation was as real as tapping a smartphone screen. Commencing physical data scan, a beam of blue light shot out from the panel, scanning Lu Ming from head to toe. Data scan complete. Level assessment. Novice soldier. Instantly, his specialization level changed from Not Detected to Novice soldier. This seemed to be the power hierarchy in the post-apocalyptic world of Jalan. Clicking to view details. Novice soldier. Qualifies as a beginner hunter, slightly stronger than an average person. Consuming specialized crystals can raise the level. Current progress, 0-10. Specialized crystals. Precious energy forms that appear after purifying anomalous creatures. They contain vast energy, which can enhance specialization levels or serve as consumables, replacing most energy sources. After understanding his level and the method of enhancement, Lu Ming's expression darkened. This meant that the already dire survival situation had become even more challenging. The only known way to grow stronger was to face these anomalous creatures he'd. Well, since it can't be avoided, I have to accept it and focus on gathering information. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself, then tapped the screen to open the general functions list. His eyes quickly scanned through each function until they landed on Collect. The description for the Collect function was straightforward. It allows for the rapid decomposition of biological corpses to extract essential materials. The usage was simple to just select a target and silently invoke the function, with an effective range of 1 meter. Lu Ming frowned as he noticed the limitation. It could only be used on biological corpses. Despite knowing it was unlikely to work, Lu Ming tried it on the repair counter and some phone accessories out of a faint hope. As expected, the system immediately prompted, non-collectible type, cannot use. He sighed and moved on to the next function. The World Channel function caught his attention. It was a large platform for all survivors to communicate, activated simply by silently invoking it. Lu Ming did so, and instantly, a blue chat window appeared beside the attributes panel, neatly divided into 4 sections: world, national, regional, and private chat. In the world section, messages in various languages scrolled by like a tidal wave. Although most of the content was hard to understand, Lu Ming was surprised to find that no matter which language's words he caught, he could comprehend their meaning in a localized way. This was clearly the effect of a unified language system. The interface thoughtfully indicated that clicking the message box would pause the automatic scrolling, allowing for manual browsing. Lu Ming did just that and noticed an interesting detail. Every sender was verified with their real name and photo. After glancing at the exchanges in the channel, Lu Ming quickly lost interest. Most of it was either boasting about one's country or insulting others. A meaningless war of words. Shaking his head, he switched to the national section. The national section's interface immediately felt more organized, with the unified language making the information more coherent. However, most of the chat content was venting negative emotions, resulting in a chaotic atmosphere with little useful information. Lu Ming then switched to the regional section, where the message scroll rate was noticeably slower, making it much easier to read. He began to carefully go through each message. Chen Hai was checking in on everyone's situation, and Wang Yang replied that he was hiding in a real estate office, lacking supplies but temporarily safe. Bao Zhengcheng shared his experience of finding instant noodles and bottled water in a barbershop, generously offering to share with others. This message immediately triggered a series of requests for help. However, Chen Hai calmly pointed out that everyone had basic water and food supplies in their space pouches, enough to last 3 to 5 days. He suggested that people should first use their own resources instead of rushing to ask others for help. This statement infuriated Fang Peng, who rudely retorted, "Who are you? My dad? Even my dad doesn't boss me around. So why should you?" Others chimed in, criticizing Chen Hai for being preachy. Watching these arguments, Lu Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Even in such a crisis, the complexities of human nature were still evident. He closed the chat window and decided to focus on more important matters. Chen Hai's voice rang out in the global channel, filled with anger and confusion. This is the apocalypse. It's not a natural disaster. There are no rescue teams coming to save you. His words were like a hammer, shattering the illusions of those still lost in fantasy. Voices around him echoed his sentiment, criticizing those hoping for aid. Everyone wants to survive, but instead of relying on themselves, they expect others to fill their greed with kindness. What kind of values are those? That's called exploitation. Uncle Bao's acts of kindness also came under scrutiny. Someone cautioned, "Uncle Bao, don't be so naive. In these times, who knows what kind of riffraff you're dealing with? If you give them everything, what about yourself? Don't show your wealth." These words sparked Fang Peng's displeasure, and he retorted sharply, "Who are you calling riffraff? If it weren't for the situation, do you think I wouldn't come over and teach you a lesson?" Jean Qi joined the argument, her tone dripping with skepticism and sarcasm. "Saying our values are messed up? Maybe you're just afraid Uncle Bao will share everything, leaving you with nothing. Pretending to be kind to gain favor, and then asking for things alone. I've seen plenty like you. One schemer after another. If that's the case, it's truly disgusting." Faced with these accusations, Chen Hai stood firm. "I'm different from you. I have my own principles." But his words were immediately mocked. "Principles? Can you eat those? Stop pretending to be noble. You're just too proud to ask for help and can't stand seeing others do well." As the argument intensified, Bao Zhengcheng tried to calm things down. "All right, this is my fault. Everyone, stop arguing. Chen has a point. We can't help everyone. Let's do this. 3 days instead of 5. If anyone can't hold on, speak up, and I'll help if I can." However, his goodwill was met with more suspicion. 3 days? Do you think you'll have anything left? You probably eat 3 meals a day, not caring about our survival. I bet he's just showing off, making up a good excuse to avoid angering us. Bao Zhengcheng? More like Bao full of deceit. Exactly, it's the apocalypse. Who would share their resources? You're fooling no one. Bao Zhengcheng chose silence in the face of these sharp accusations, but it only intensified the debate. See, now that his intentions are exposed, he doesn't dare to speak. People like him are even more disgusting than Dong. Lu Ming watched all of this quietly, deeply affected. He realized that the drastic change in circumstances had not only altered survival instincts, but also twisted human nature. Chen Hai and Bao Zhengqing's avatars caught his attention. Chen Hai was a square-faced man with a stern look. While he wasn't exactly handsome, he exuded a sense of righteousness. Based on his behavior, Lu Ming guessed he might have been a principal person in the old world. Bao Zhengcheng, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses with a kind demeanor. Lu Ming thought, an ordinary office worker. Where would he find the energy to show off? That kind of sharpness had long been worn down by society. This argument made Lu Ming realize that excessive kindness in apocalyptic times could be dangerous. He decided to curb his benevolence and prioritize self-preservation. Helping others would depend on the situation and the people involved. After closing the global channel, Lu Ming began to explore the third universal function, the marketplace. It was a convenient trading platform that could be accessed by mere thought. However, almost no one was selling anything yet, as everyone was still gripped by fear of the unknown. Finally, Lu Ming checked out the space pouch function. This concept reminded him of storage spaces in various sci-fi works. The system explained, space pouch, a universal function for storing items, excluding living beings. Time stands still inside the space. Identical items can be stacked infinitely. Upon death, the pouch drops and becomes ownerless. To open, simply think about it. Lu Ming mentally opened the space pouch, and a backpack interface appeared before him. It had 2 rows and 10 columns, totaling 20 slots. As Chunhai mentioned, the first 2 slots contained a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water and 2 compressed biscuits. But the third slot held a pleasant Surprizia golden gift box. Holding his breath, Lu Ming clicked on the gift box. 4 golden characters and a description appeared. Mystery gift box. Due to your number matching the survival guide batch, you are awarded a special lucky gift. Lucky grand prize? Lu Ming couldn't help but scoff. He was a bona fide unlucky guy, always getting the participation award at the supermarket and the guaranteed minimum in games. But just as he was silently mocking himself, a pop-up appeared before him, interrupting his thoughts. A mysterious gift box detected. Open it to get 3 draw chances. Open now? If you choose no, the gift box will be randomly transferred to a lucky person. Lu Ming was stunned for 3 seconds, his brain racing. Transfer? Is that even a choice? Without hesitation, he clicked Open Now. The system's notification sounded immediately. Congratulations! You have received 3 draw chances. Prizes will be randomly drawn from 4 categories: materials, skills, weapons, and special items. At least 1 high-level reward is guaranteed in 3 draws. Please choose your draw method. Single draw, 3 consecutive draws. Lu Ming took a deep breath and chose 3 consecutive draws. Lights flashed, and the system popped up 3 notifications in quick succession. Congratulations! You have obtained an S-level skill, Advanced Appraisal. Congratulations! You have obtained an A-level skill, Basic Swordsmanship. Congratulations! You have obtained an exclusive skill, Ascension. Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the results. 3 skills in a row. Besides the A-level gray skill, the other 2 were increasingly rare. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, the gift box suddenly disintegrated and reformed in the air, transforming into 3 light orb-sewn gray, 1 gold, and 1 red. It shot towards him rapidly. Lu Ming wanted to show off his human reflexes and dodge, but before he could move, the 3 orbs hit him directly. Successfully learned S-level skill, Advanced Appraisal. Successfully learned A-level skill, Basic Swordsmanship. Successfully learned exclusive skill, Ascension. Instantly, a flood of unfamiliar information surged into Lu Ming's mind. He quickly opened his attribute panel, and sure enough, the information had changed. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. ID, 66,666. Age, 24. Specialization level, junior soldier. General functions, gathering, world channel, trading house, space pouch. Skills, basic swordsmanship A-level, advanced appraisal S-level, ascension exclusive. Lu Ming eagerly checked the skill details, naturally starting with the rarest one. Ascension, no rank. Category, exclusive skill. Effect, consumes a certain amount of specialization crystals to permanently upgrade any item by 1 grade. The same target cannot be upgraded more than once. Owned by Lu Ming. Skill trait, transfers upon death. Reading the skill description, Lu Ming felt his blood boiling. Upgrading any item by 1 grade meant that anything in his hands could evolve to a higher level. His eyes fell on a 500 milliliters bottle of pure water, and a thought occurred to him. Lu Ming took out the bottle of pure water, gripping it tightly as he silently chanted, Ascend, whoosh. A system prompt immediately appeared. Ascending 500 milliliters pure water requires 1 specialization crystal. You have 3 free uses of the exclusive skill. Confirm to use 1 free use to ascend 500 milliliters pure water to 500 milliliters multifunctional sports drink. Options. Confirm to use 1 specialization crystal. Confirm to use 1 free use. Cancel. Staring at the option to use the free use, Lu Ming pondered. So, the system was considered enough to provide trial opportunities at the start. But using the free use on something worth only 1 specialization crystal would be foolish. It should be saved for something with a high cost, especially for options that enhance strength. since food is consumed and gone, but strength guarantees a continuous supply of food. Understanding this, Lu Ming prepared to cancel the ascension of the pure water. However, just before canceling, he noticed that he could view the information on the multifunctional sports drink. Driven by curiosity, he clicked to view it. 500 milliliters multifunctional sports drink. Category: Level 2 beverage. Effect: contains rich energy substances. Just 100 milliliters can relieve dehydration, fatigue, weakness, and other mild negative conditions. Shelf life: 3 years. The effects and shelf life were unexpectedly strong, far beyond any sports drink on Earth and incomparable to ordinary pure water. This indicated that level 2 beverages were likely hard to obtain, possibly only through opening supply boxes. What reassured Lu Ming even more was the considerate nature of the Ascension skill. Although level 2 items were always superior to level 1 items, being able to view detailed information before ascending was crucial. The biggest advantage was the comparison it provided. For instance, if a beverage could simultaneously solve dehydration and fatigue, then upgrading food for satiety would be a lower priority. When it comes to refining two similar types of weapons or making choices during the refinement process, having detailed information becomes even more crucial. Lu Ming understood that this was a skill worth delving into, but he decided to first thoroughly understand the other two skills before making any decisions. He shifted his attention to the second skill and chose to examine it. The screen displayed detailed information about the Advanced Identification skill, rated S level, a support-type skill that allows the user to read information about a target object. The scope of the skill is individual, and the level of detail in the information obtained is quite comprehensive. Although the method of use wasn't explicitly stated, Lu Ming already had a clear concept of how to use it in his mind. He closed his eyes and imagined the scene of activating the identification skill. Everything within his sight would be outlined in a blue glow. Once the target was locked, he only needed to mentally say the word identify, and the detailed information of the object would be read. Opening his eyes, Lu Ming stared at the glass display case in front of him and murmured, "Identify." Instantly, a stream of information flooded into his mind. An old Zingelbrand glass display case, several years old, produced by the Xinghua Display Case Manufacturing Factory, later purchased by Peng Ge, the owner of the Chuanxin Mobile Repair Shop, now on the verge of being scrapped. The level of detail was indeed impressive, even including the manufacturing factory and the buyer's name. Lu Ming nodded to himself, recognizing that the identification skill's utility was no less valuable than his exclusive skill, especially in this unknown post-apocalyptic world, akin to the Eye of Truth. He couldn't help but wonder if identifying those mutant maggots might reveal their habits, characteristics, or even attack methods. Unfortunately, he couldn't venture out now and had to suppress his curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming continued to examine the third skill, basic knife techniques. The screen displayed a simple description, a level combat skill, which allows the user to grasp the basic methods of using knives. Although the description was almost perfunctory, Lu Ming was still pleased. In this post-apocalyptic world, anything that could enhance his strength was invaluable and worth serious consideration. With this, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of all three skills. Next, he focused on devising the best strategy for utilizing his exclusive skill. He carefully reviewed the effects of refinement, savoring each word. By consuming a certain amount of specialized crystals, he could permanently upgrade the grade of any object. Any object? Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly shining with a fierce light. A bold idea flashed in his mind, and he almost blurted out, "Choose to refine the exclusive skill." As the prompt sounded, a selection interface appeared before Lu Ming. Elevating a specialized skill required consuming 1 million specialized crystals, but he had 3 privileges to use without any consumption. The interface clearly displayed 3 options. Confirm consumption of 1 million specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 1 privilege. Cancel. Frowning, Lu Ming's eyes scanned back and forth among the options. He noticed the inconsistency in the names of the consumables, which raised his curiosity. To solve the mystery, he decided to check the detailed information on the specialized crystals. A description then appeared before him. Specialized crystals, high energy matter, containing energy equivalent to 100 specialized crystal blocks. It's the top-tier energy currency in the Jalan galaxy, capable of replacing all energy consumption. Only by purifying a few mutated creatures is there a chance to obtain them, and these creatures are the overlords among the mutants. The description introduced another material, named specialized crystal blocks. Lu Ming immediately checked its information. Specialized crystal blocks, high energy matter, containing energy equivalent to 100 specialized crystals. It's a mid-tier energy currency in the Jalan galaxy, capable of replacing 90% of energy consumption. Purifying king-level mutant creatures has a chance to yield them. With this information, Lu Ming gradually pieced together the energy currency system of the Jalan apocalypse. specialized crystals, specialized crystal blocks, and specialized crystal bodies. However, the more he understood, the more shocked he felt. Just from the description of the specialized crystal bodies, he could glimpse the terrifying power of overlord-level mutant creatures, far beyond his current capabilities. Looking at the exaggerated consumption numbers on the interface, Lu Ming didn't hesitate and decisively chose confirm consumption of one privilege. Immediately, a new prompt appeared. Specialized skill successfully elevated to a higher level. Since this skill is appearing for the first time, please name it. First appearance? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he realized this might be a unique skill. After a moment of contemplation, he softly said, Ultimate Elevation. The system instantly confirmed. Specialized skill named Ultimate Elevation successfully. In an instant, the information about elevation in Lu Ming's mind was replaced with new content, and the specialized skill section on his attribute panel changed from red to a dazzling array of colors. Ultimate Elevation. Category: Specialized Skill. Effect: consumes a certain amount of specialized crystals to permanently elevate 1 or 2 grades of any entity. The same target cannot be used repeatedly. Owner: Lu Ming. Skill characteristics: grade surpasses limits, undetectable, disappears upon death. Seeing the changes in skill level and effect, Lu Ming couldn't hide his joy. Even the wailing of the worms outside seemed melodious. This skill not only had an undetermined level, but also allowed flexible elevation of 1 or 2 grades. Most importantly, the skill characteristic changed from transfers upon death to disappears upon death, meaning the skill truly belonged to him and couldn't be acquired by others. Lu Ming still had 2 privileges left. After witnessing the immense cost of the ultimate elevation, he had a clear judgment on the use of these privileges. One word: valuable. In this apocalyptic world, expensive things must have their worth. It's an instinct forged by the survival environment. With a sense of experimentation, Lu Ming began testing what could be elevated on his body. He found that elevating clothes and miscellaneous items required minimal cost, generally within the range of 1 specialized crystal. However, skills and specialized levels that enhanced his strength required a large number of crystals. Elevating in a level ordinary swordsmanship skill by 1 grade required 10 specialized crystals, and 2 grades required 50, directly upgrading it to level exceptional swordsmanship. This indirectly gave Lu Ming an understanding of the official value of skills from a level to level. However, when he tried to elevate his level advanced appraisal skill, the staggering cost shocked him. Elevating it by 2 grades required 90 million specialized crystal bodies, almost equivalent to the cost of his specialized skill. This enormous amount made Lu Ming immediately decide that the second privilege must be invested in advanced appraisal. Ding ding ding. Just as Lu Ming was about to begin the process of enhancing his advanced identification skills, a male icon with a blue exclamation mark suddenly lit up on the side of his attribute panel. Curious, he clicked on it and discovered a notification about a video file being shared in the regional chat. Lu Ming quickly opened the regional section, where he saw the chat records flooding in like a tidal wave, filled with fear and shock. He carefully scrolled through the chat history and soon identified the video file that had caused such an uproar. The uploader was a young man named Yang, whose profile picture showed a fair-skinned face that looked barely over 20. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming clicked on the video. The first scene was a view from a high window overlooking the street, with the camera focusing on 4 burly men armed with makeshift weapons. They were wrapped in multiple layers of clothing, with crude armor made from wrapped clothes on their arms and legs. Each held various butchering tools, clearly sourced from a nearby meat shop. Lu Ming surmised that these men had likely resorted to hunting the giant larvae outside due to a lack of edible meat. In the video, the 4 men quickly targeted one of the giant larvae and launched an attack. Their coordination was impeccable, and each strike was brutally effective. The larva was soon covered in wounds, with green blood splattering everywhere. Lu Ming noticed that this blood wasn't corrosive, unlike the yellow fluid he had seen before. From this, Lu Ming made a preliminary assessment of the giant larvae. Heavy, slow, fragile, and possibly limited in attack methods. He thought that with careful strategy and targeting them one by one, even a single person might be able to kill them. Feeling slightly relieved, he habitually scrolled down to check the feedback below the video. However, the comment section quickly sent a chill down his spine. Yang Tianyi, what's happening? Is that thing unkillable? Li Jinhua, for people gone in an instant, and in such a gruesome way. Qin Lian, we don't stand a chance. This thing is beyond our ability to resist. No one can survive this. Alarmed, Lu Ming immediately replayed the video. In the footage, the seemingly dying giant larva suddenly sprang to life. Its wounds healed at a visible rate, its entire body rising and turning from grayish-white to dark red. More terrifyingly, its body began to swell, with blue-white energy surging beneath its skin. The four men were instantly horrified and tried to flee back to the shop. However, their movements were sluggish compared to the larva. With a horizontal swipe, the larva instantly erased two men's upper bodies, leaving blood splattered all around. The remaining two stood frozen in shock. In that instant, the larva suddenly ejected its mouthpart, a massive organ resembling a gaping abyss. Since the recording was from the back, Ming couldn't see the full structure of the mouthpart, but its speed and lethality were terrifying. With one swift motion, it tore off half of one man's body. The last man finally snapped out of his shock and began to run. However, just as Ming had anticipated, the larva demonstrated its long-range attack capability. A jet of thick yellow liquid hit the man squarely, causing blood-red steam to rise and visible corrosive changes to spread across his body. The excruciating pain made him writhe and scream on the ground, and within seconds, he was motionless. The entire counterattack took less than 10 seconds, and the final man's screams attracted more larvae. In the blink of an eye, the area in front of the meat shop was swarming with larvae. The remains of the men were quickly devoured, leaving no trace behind. The video abruptly cut off, leaving Ming feeling dizzy from the intense visual impact. He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, trying to steady himself. Although he was used to seeing gory scenes in movies, witnessing real-life death was a different matter altogether, making his heart race and stomach churn. Instinctively, Ming covered his mouth and nose, swallowing hard to suppress the nausea. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, trying to calm down. After about 10 seconds, the discomfort began to subside. Now's not the time to be squeamish, Ming reminded himself, realizing he had missed a crucial segment where the maggots came back to life. He needed to rewatch that part. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Ming opened his eyes and, with trembling fingers, clicked on the video, dragging the progress bar back to the moment when the four people were hacking the maggot to death. In the footage, just as the leader was about to collect the corpse, countless flesh buds sprouted from the maggot's wounds, rapidly intertwining and healing. In just 5 seconds, the maggot's battered body was restored, looking completely unharmed. The previously motionless maggot suddenly became extremely active, with blue-white energy coursing through its body, its skin shifting from grayish-white to dark red. In the next moment, the maggot stood upright, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Ming didn't continue watching the ensuing counterattack. The 10-second clip had already etched itself deeply into his mind, impossible to shake off in the short term. He paused the video, his gaze fixed on the maggot on the screen, a wave of curiosity surging within him. If only I could identify it. The thought grew stronger in his mind. Suddenly, a blue outline appeared around the maggot's body, the telltale sign of his identification ability being triggered. Ming realized that he didn't need to see the real object in person. As long as he could observe it clearly, even through an image or video, he could perform the identification. Without hesitation, Ming activated his identification ability. Information flooded into his mind. Scythe mantis larva. E-class. Category: insect type variant. Description: the larval form of the E-class elite variant, Scythe mantis. Moves slowly and has limited attack methods when not in a retaliatory state. Once attacked, it enters an aggressive state, becoming highly offensive, shifting from a crawling to an upright posture, revealing its menacing mouth and increasing its pressure and attack methods. Attack methods: 1. Fierce bite. Ejects its mouth parts to bite directly into its prey. 2. Acid spit. Compresses its stomach to spray highly corrosive acid. Scythe mantis larva. Ming muttered to himself. The name alone suggested a powerful killing potential. However, despite the detailed description, there was no information about its weaknesses. But every creature has a weakness, Ming pondered. The problem is that my identification level isn't high enough. He glanced at the advanced identification skill on his attribute panel, and without hesitation, he mentally commanded, Ultimate Ascension. A system prompt appeared. Please select Ascension grade, Tier 2 Tier 1. Tier 2. Ascending S-Class skill, Advanced Identification, requires 900,000 specialized crystals. You have 2 free Ascension privileges. Do you wish to use one to elevate the S-Class skill, Advanced Identification by 2 grades? Confirm consumption of 900,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 1 free Ascension privilege. Cancel. Ming decisively chose. Confirm consumption of 1 free Ascension privilege. S-Class skill, Advanced Identification, successfully ascended to a higher level. Since this skill is appearing for the first time, please name it. Another first-time appearance, huh? Looks like the 2 Ascensions pushed 2 skills beyond their original limits, Ming chuckled. Might as well go all out. I'll call it Eye of Truth. Skill Eye of Truth, named successfully. This skill has been converted to an exclusive skill. Lu Ming watched as the name of the advanced identification skill flickered and changed into a brilliant, multicolored pattern, transforming into an exclusive skill. Eagerly, he clicked to view its details. Eye of Truth. Category: Exclusive Skill. Description: Allows the user to read detailed information about the target. Scope: Individual spatial. Information detail level: Extremely detailed. Owner: Lu Ming. Skill characteristics: Surpasses level restrictions. Undetectable by any external force. Disappears upon death. The usage method was the same as advanced identification, but the range and detail level had significantly improved. Setting aside the question of spatial identification for now, Lu Ming's priority was to uncover the weaknesses of the scythe mantis larva. With this in mind, Lu Ming focused his attention back on the scythe mantis larva in the video, ready to use his newly acquired Eye of Truth to delve deeper. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes quietly shifted from pitch black to a brilliant gold as the Eye of Truth activated silently. His gaze focused on the scene before him, and a detailed stream of information flooded into his mind. Scythe owl larvae, E-class normal category, insect type variant. These larvae typically move slowly, but once attacked, they quickly enter an aggressive state. Their bodies transition from crawling to standing upright, revealing a massive maw that emits a suffocating sense of oppression. If sufficiently energized, they will pupate on the spot, with their peers instinctively guarding them and attacking any intruders. When energy is insufficient, they grow parts of their prey's limbs to enhance their combat abilities. As Lu Ming's eyes scanned the scene, it was as if he could see the scythe owl larvae opening their gaping mouths, spewing corrosive stomach acid. He frowned, imagining the terrifying ability of these creatures to rapidly regenerate even if dismembered. However, the Eye of Truth revealed even more. Each larva contained a core, their fatal weakness. To Lu Ming's surprise, every larva in the video had a red, baby fist-sized glowing point inside, each in a different location. Is that where the core is? Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement he could hardly contain. The Eye of Truth not only identified weaknesses, but also marked them visibly, akin to having an unfair advantage. But he quickly regained his composure. Seeing a weakness didn't mean it could be easily exploited. Lu Ming reminded himself not to be carried away by a moment of good fortune. Caution was key to survival in this dangerous world. Despite this, Lu Ming felt a wave of exhilaration. With this information, combined with his powerful sublimation skills, he might not claim to lead the entire world of Jalan, but he could certainly secure a spot in the top tier. The current survival challenges seemed to be less daunting now. Lu Ming took a deep breath, calming his mind as his fingers hovered over the chat interface. He had intended to close the window, but the scrolling messages caught his attention, prompting him to read a bit more. As he scrolled down, the earlier messages were filled with fear and negativity about the scythe owl larvae that had turned the tables and killed for people. It wasn't until Chenhai appeared that the tense atmosphere began to ease. Let's not be too pessimistic. Chenhai's words came through the text. At least we know they can't be easily killed and become more vicious after reviving. But as initial monsters, they must have a fatal weakness. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Fong Pong immediately retorted, "You talk a good game, but it's all useless if we don't know their weakness. Without that, we're still stuck." Chenhai remained unruffled, responding calmly, "You're young and hot-headed. I won't argue with you. I'll prepare and let one in, then try to kill it. I'll record the whole process. If I fail, it will serve as a lesson. If I succeed, I hope it will inspire you. We have no way out but to push forward despite our fear." His words led to a 5-second silence. Lu Ming was deeply moved and even felt the urge to privately share the scythe owl larvae's weakness. But he quickly regained his composure and suppressed the impulse. "Yes, I'm being selfish," Lu Ming silently admitted to himself. "But isn't it human nature to feel jealousy, envy, and admiration for others because we can't achieve what they do?" He couldn't be as brave and selfless as Chun Hai and could only apologize inwardly. He had to maintain his advantage. After all, in terms of physique, he was just a slightly stronger than average person. He had no formal combat training, knew no martial arts, and the only knife skills he had were entry-level ones he had won in a lottery, which he had never used. The silence was broken by Fong Pong, who surprisingly said, "If you follow through, I sincerely apologize for my earlier words. If you succeed in killing it, I'll be the second to try." Chenhai replied, "That's more like a man." Fong Pong shot back, "Umph. I am a man. I don't need to act like one." Bao Zhengqing interjected to mediate, "Haha, that's the spirit. We were all inexplicably transported here, and if we aren't united, our chances of survival are even slimmer. We need to stay positive." Lu Yun, Li Gang, Fong Bo, and others chimed in, shifting the atmosphere from negative to enthusiastic. Someone mentioned looking for their loved ones, sparking a chorus of survive chants. Lu Ming recognized the power of a leader but doubted the viability of surviving as a team. Unless the leader was both strong and capable, one crisis could shatter the group. As for loved ones, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He had none, which allowed him to remain calm. All his life, he had only relied on himself. Closing the chat window, Lu Ming surveyed the entire shop. He had the ability and knew the weakness. Now he just needed a weapon. He activated the ascension effect of his Eye of Truth to appraise the shop space. Instantly, every item in the shop was labeled. Starlight display cabinet, synthetic leather chair, generic decorations. Suddenly, one label caught his attention: repair toolbox. Perfect, that's the one. Lu Ming thought with delight. Just then, another label at the bottom of the display cabinet caught his eye. Stainless steel machete. A machete? Lu Ming murmured in surprise. What an unexpected find. Lu Ming quickly stepped over the counter and headed to the spot marked by the machete. His fingers carefully searched above the iron cabinet's bottom and soon touched a cold object. Holding his breath, he slowly pulled it out. It was indeed a classic machete, 60 centimeters long, with its blade still gleaming in the dim light. The moment he gripped the handle, a strange sensation surged through him. Thanks to his basic knife skills, the machete felt like a specialized weapon in his hands. Lu Ming swung it a few times, each movement displaying precise and elegant techniques, as if he were born with them. He marveled at the power of his skills, and continued to perform a few more intricate maneuvers until his muscles felt fully relaxed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming raised the machete and, as usual, activated his identification skill. A series of information instantly appeared in his mind. 420A stainless steel machete, tool category. Purchased by Penggu, the owner of Innovation Mobile Repair Shop, from Qingbao to prevent personal threats during customer disputes. Status, sharpened. Durability, 80100. Note, durability below 50 may result in nicks. Below 30, there's a risk of breaking. When durability reaches 0, this item will be completely destroyed. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Durability? Shouldn't that be called wear and tear? He muttered to himself, realizing this setup seemed to align with game mechanics. Although he didn't fully understand it, 80 durability points were sufficient for the current situation. What surprised him more was that this machete, which could easily land someone in trouble with the law, was classified as a tool rather than a weapon. Lu Ming shook his head with a wry smile, but he still had an ace up his sleeve: ultimate ascension. Let's see what the machete will become after ascension, he murmured, then activated the ultimate ascension. A system prompt immediately popped up. Ascending 420A stainless steel machete requires 2 specialized crystals. You have 1 free ascension. Do you wish to use it to ascend the 420A stainless steel machete into one of the following items? 3 options unfolded instantly. Straight sword, broadsword, and katana. Lu Ming carefully considered the characteristics of each weapon. The straight sword, with its narrow and elongated blade, was ideal for piercing. The broadsword, with its curved and heavy blade, was perfect for slashing, while the katana was a mediocre choice that didn't excel in any particular area. Given the current combat scenario, Lu Ming quickly made his decision. The straight sword was undoubtedly the best choice, especially for dealing with the scythe owl larvae, where a precise stab to the core would result in an instant kill. As for the second-tier ascension, that would require at least 20 specialized crystals, far beyond his current capability. Lu Ming knew he had to choose between evolving his weapon to the first tier and enhancing his specialized level. He decided to test it in battle first. If the existing machete could easily kill the scythe owl larvae with minimal durability loss, he would prioritize saving up 10 specialized crystals to boost his own abilities. On the other hand, if 2 larvae could nearly dull the machete, then upgrading the weapon would be essential. With a plan in mind, Lu Ming decisively canceled the ascension operation. He turned his gaze toward the shop door, ready to begin his first hunt of the mutated creatures. Though he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, his eyes gleamed with determination, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. The cries outside rose and fell intermittently. Lu Ming recalled the scene when he first entered the shop, where there were only 3 young mantis larvae outside. Now, after several minutes, the situation had become unclear. Judging by the sounds alone, the number of larvae seemed to be increasing rather than decreasing. Chunhai's method of letting a single larva inside gave Lu Ming an idea. He devised a clear plan to deal with the larvae. The structure of the repair shop's door became crucial. The outer layer was a roll-up shutter door that opened vertically, while the inner layer was a glass door that swung open. Lu Ming quickly came up with a simple plan to control the door. He would open the glass door just wide enough for a larva to pass through and secure it with a chain lock. Then, he would raise the roll-up door just high enough for a larva to enter. This way, only one larva could come in at a time. He planned to stand on a chair, ambushing from one side of the glass door. When a larva entered, He would use his body weight and the falling momentum to thrust a machete into the larva's body, destroying its core to kill it. However, Lu Ming was also aware of potential issues during implementation. The biggest risk was the fragility of the glass door if the larvae acted unpredictably and crashed into the glass, causing it to break or collapse. He would be in extreme danger. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Lu Ming swiftly got to work, using a screwdriver and wrench from the toolbox to secure the glass door with a chain lock. He twisted some data cables into a rope and looped it around the handle of the roll-up door, testing the rope's strength. Once everything was in place, Lu Ming brought over a chair and stood on it, pulling the roll-up door open just a crack. Despite his efforts to be careful, the noise of the door's friction was still piercingly loud. The cries outside abruptly stopped, followed by the sound of larvae banging against the roll-up door. Realizing his mistake, Lu Ming did not back down. Since he couldn't avoid the noise, he decided to go all in and act decisively. To prevent further collisions, he forcefully pulled the roll-up door to a height of half a meter, just enough for the larvae to enter. In an instant, a nauseating stench filled the air as a plump larva rushed into the shop. Even though he was mentally prepared, facing the alien creature he'd made Lu Ming's heart race and adrenaline surge. Holding his breath and suppressing his fear, Lu Ming activated his truth eye. The weak point of the first larva to enter was fully exposed but cunningly hidden on the underside of its abdomen. Stabbing from above might miss the target, requiring a follow-up strike. Knowing there was no turning back, Lu Ming hesitated only briefly before taking action. He raised the machete and threw his entire weight onto the handle. With a pfft sound, green fluid sprayed out as the blade buried itself deep into the larva, precisely hitting the glowing core. A crisp crack echoed, and the plump larva collapsed instantly. The once lively alien creature was now a cold corpse. A single, well-placed strike demonstrated the astonishing power of a simple blade technique. Lu Ming felt the fragility of the larva's skin and its thick layer of fat. As the blade penetrated, he clearly sensed increased friction, possibly due to the larva's muscle compression. Fortunately, he had used all his strength. Otherwise, any hesitation might have caused him to miss the core, leading to a more dangerous situation. Pulling out the machete covered in green fluid, Lu Ming did not hurry to collect the corpse. He noticed 3 more larvae trying to squeeze inside. If not for the obstructing corpse, the second larva would have followed closely behind. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming stood back on the chair, gripping the machete tightly while glancing at its status. He gasped as he saw the durability drop from 100 to 70, just one kill had consumed 30 points. Lu Ming speculated that the core's position under the abdomen might have required the blade to pass through the stomach, causing the blade to corrode from the stomach acid. If that were the case, he needed to upgrade the machete quickly, or the subsequent battles would become increasingly difficult. Collect! Lu Ming locked onto the corpse and murmured. The larva's body instantly disintegrated, leaving only a dark yellow stain as evidence of its existence. Successfully collected the body of the scythe owl larva. Obtained specialized crystal 1, high-purity alien protein 1. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. Luck was on his side. He had gotten a specialized crystal. Just as he was about to examine the high-purity alien protein more closely, a second scythe owl larva burst in, interrupting his thoughts. Identify! Lu Ming quickly focused. The core was exposed, still near the lower abdomen. He couldn't help but grumble internally. Didn't they say each one would be different? Just a tiny shift counts? Can't they stick to their monster design? How about putting it on the head for once? It'd die faster. Much more convenient. Despite his inner complaints, Lu Ming acted decisively. With the experience of his first instant kill, he was noticeably calmer this time. Most importantly, his basic swordsmanship gave him courage and confidence. The blade descended, fluid sprayed. The core shattered. The entire process was seamless, without any hesitation. The only downside was that his machete lost another 10 points of durability. 60100. Only 2 more larvae, and it would be dulled. But he consoled himself. A dulled blade could still stab, and he was just 1 specialized crystal away from upgrading his machete. If he got lucky, he could switch to a straight sword after this round of collecting. Returning to his seat, Lu Ming locked onto the scythe owl larva's body. Collect! Successfully collected the body of the scythe owl larva. Obtained high-purity alien protein 1. Lu Ming was a bit speechless. The second one didn't yield a crystal. Annoyed, but thinking back to the initial benefits he'd received, he felt somewhat relieved. Just as his mind began to calm, a third scythe owl larva crawled in right behind. Identify! This time, the larva's core was indeed in its head, as if it had heard his earlier complaints. Not having to go through the stomach was good news for his machete, and the head didn't have much fat, meaning he wouldn't need to rely on precise stabbing techniques. Lu Ming acted decisively, slashing down with 1 swift motion, cleaving the larva's head and core. Checking the machete's condition, it had only lost 2 points of durability, proving that stomach acid was indeed the culprit for the rapid wear. Looking through the door crack, only one larva remained. This one, perhaps having witnessed too many of its siblings' deaths, was much more active, climbing over its kin's bodies to get in. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. With only one left, there was nothing to fear. Identify and collect simultaneously. The body disintegrated into a piece of high-purity alien protein. No crystal again. The larva that had stepped on its kin's bodies was swiftly taken down by Lu Ming, who stabbed its neck, piercing the fatal core located there, ending its life. With that, the 4 alien creatures besieging the repair shop were all slain. Collect. Successfully collected the body of the side owl larva, obtained specialized crystal 1, high-purity alien protein 1. After 2 rounds of disappointment, the second specialized crystal was finally in hand. Yet Lu Ming didn't feel as happy as he thought he would. He slowly closed the shutters, tied the glass door shut, and then returned to the display case he had been leaning on to calm his nerves. Once he felt more composed, he opened his spatial bag. In the third compartment lay a translucent, blue glowing diamond-shaped crystal. It was only about the size of a thumb, feeling warm and smooth in his hand, and scattered tiny crystal dust when rolled in his palm. Dreamlike, strange, and with a touch of melancholy that was his human sensory judgment. Unfortunately, only 2 out of 4 had yielded crystals, a mere 50% chance. For others, not knowing the consumption rate of specialized crystals, 50% might seem acceptable. But with his ultimate sublimation, a veritable gold eater, 50% was far from enough. Unless he stopped using his ultimate skill, his consumption would always be exponentially higher than others. Maybe in the future, when more people could hunt alien creatures, he could make a fortune selling sublimation items through the trading market. But for now, everyone was impoverished and struggling to survive. Who would sell their precious specialized crystals before reaching the brink of despair? Relying solely on himself was exhausting. If his luck was bad, he might kill 10 and still not get 2 crystals that wasn't the state he wanted. So he wondered, could he use his ultimate sublimation to increase the drop rate of specialized crystals? Directly sublimate the alien creatures? Theoretically feasible. The higher the creature's rank, the rarer the items it would drop, and the more abundant the common drops would be. But that seemed like a foolish move without the strength to crush at least 1 or 2 levels above. He'd be the one to die. So for now, targeting the alien creatures themselves was out. If he couldn't target the source, could he target the function that triggered the drops? For example, collecting. Lu Ming stared at the attribute panel's function bar, silently chanting Ultimate Ascension in his mind. A prompt immediately popped up on the screen. Please select the Ascension tier, Tier 2, Tier 1. Looking at the prompt, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Ascension could be applied to anything, even general functions. Was this a bug? He felt a bit anxious, worried that overusing it might cause trouble. But on second thought, wouldn't it be foolish not to use such a divine skill? He decided to enjoy this power first and consider other matters later. Tier 1, Lu Ming said softly. Although he should logically choose Tier 2 directly, his curiosity urged him to see the effects of a Tier 1 ascension. A new prompt appeared. Ascending the general function collection requires consuming 2 million specialized crystals. You have 1 unconditional consumption privilege. Confirm to use this privilege to upgrade the general collection function to the special function perfect collection. 2 million specialized crystals? Lu Ming exclaimed. Just a Tier 1 ascension required such a massive consumption, which already exceeded the value of the ultimate ascension itself. He couldn't help but wonder how much a Tier 2 ascension would consume. Could this function be even more powerful than the ultimate ascension? He quickly checked the details of perfect collection. Special function can rapidly decompose biological corpses, guaranteed to extract all essential substances produced by the organism, with an effective range of 5 meters. Guaranteed to extract all essential substances? Lu Ming muttered, his mind racing. Did this mean that any substance produced by a side owl larva would be extracted without fail? If so, perfect collection was a game changer, its value immeasurable. And this was just a Tier 1 effect. What surprises would Tier 2 bring? Lu Ming felt his mouth go dry and swallowed involuntarily. He decisively canceled the Tier 1 ascension and restarted the ultimate ascension. Tier 2, he chose without hesitation. A new prompt appeared. Ascending the general function collection requires consuming 8 million specialized crystals. You have 1 consumption-free privilege. Confirm to use this privilege to elevate the general collection function to a higher level. Lu Ming gasped. 8 million specialized crystals. Given the conversion rate of 1 specialized crystal to 100 specialized crystal blocks, equating to 10,000 specialized crystals, this was astronomical. How powerful would this function be after ascension? He noted that the prompt used higher level instead of a specific skill name, similar to the prompts for Ultimate Ascension and Eye of Truth. It seemed this was another tier touching unknown realms. Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, and he unhesitatingly confirmed to use the privilege. A series of prompts followed. General Function Collection successfully ascended to a higher level. As this is the first appearance of this level, and it is a program General Function Evolution type, it will be named directly by the program. Naming in progress. Naming complete. Function name, Greed. Function Greed Ascension complete. This function has been forcibly converted to an exclusive function, exclusive to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a bit overwhelmed by the string of prompts. The most notable change was that the naming rights had shifted from him to the program itself. Greed? He stared at the function name displayed in bold black, sensing something off. The color gave an ominous vibe, not something a righteous person would use. With curiosity, he clicked to view the detailed information. Greed. Category. Exclusive function. Effect. Can rapidly decompose biological corpses, extracting twice the essential substances produced by the organism. Usage. Silent mental command. Effective range. 10 meters. Will increase with the user's specialization level. Function traits. Greedy hand. Function traits. Exceeds rank limitations. Undetectable by any external force. Disappears upon death. Exclusive to Lu Ming. The information display had changed to a skill status. The effect description added a twofold extraction, but this alone seemed insufficient to justify the astronomical consumption of 8 million specialized crystals. Unless it hid other attributes, or the trait Greedy Hand had some incredible utility. Driven by intense curiosity, Lu Ming clicked on the Greedy Hand option. Greedy Hand. An insatiable, indiscriminate grasp for all things in the world. Allows extraction from biological corpses belonging to others. Extraction must be completed first. Extraction method is selectable. Lu Ming's pupils dilated slightly. He realized he might have acquired an extremely powerful, yet dangerous ability. This ability could not only help him gather more resources, but also potentially alter the game rules in special situations. He took a deep breath, pondering how to strategically use this new greed ability and the opportunities and challenges it might bring. Compassion allows for single extraction, obtaining a portion of the essence without preventing others from extracting. Ruthlessness enables double extraction, draining all essence and leaving nothing for others. Lu Ming stared at the flickering Greedy Hand's information panel in front of him, his pupils dilating slightly, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. He took a deep breath, unable to suppress his shock, and blurted out, "Holy crap, this feature was utterly outrageous. To directly steal someone's spoils?" Lu Ming's mind raced, imagining all the possibilities. If a team expended enormous effort to kill a king-level mutant creature, all he had to do was quietly approach, activate the ruthless mode, and reap the benefits effortlessly. It was practically making others work for him without their knowledge. Even capitalists would shed tears over this effect. Lu Ming muttered to himself, a smile creeping onto his face. He decisively closed the Greedy Hands panel, but found that his grin was almost reaching his ears. Lu Ming struggled to control his expression, his mind in turmoil. As someone who prided himself on being upright and kind, he shouldn't use such a devious feature. But the temptation was overwhelming. In the end, weighing morality against profit, Lu Ming made a difficult decision. He vowed to use it only when absolutely necessary, just a tiny bit. Huh? Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, then quickly coughed to cover up his lapse and forced himself to regain composure. Now, the issue of crystal production was resolved, and the resources to upgrade his weapon were in hand. Lu Ming felt fully prepared, with no worries left. His gaze sharpened, as if he could already see the scene of those scythe owl larvae being utterly annihilated. Lu Ming gripped his machete tightly, staring at the dried residue on the blade, and said in a low voice, "Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select the sublimation grade." The system's voice sounded. "Grade 1. Lu Ming answered without hesitation. Prompt. Sublimating the 420A stainless steel machete requires consuming 2 specialized crystals. Lu Ming silently praised the system's intelligence. The prompts had become so concise after using his privileges 3 times. Confirm. He chose decisively. Prompt. Please select the sublimation direction. Straight sword, broadsword, katana. Straight sword. Lu Ming made his final choice. As soon as he spoke, the machete in his hand transformed into particles, swirling in the air and quickly reassembling. In less than a second, a straight sword with a sharp silver blade and a brownish-yellow hilt appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He gripped the hilt, feeling the new texture, both excited and expectant. Prompt. The 420A stainless steel machete has successfully sublimated into a standard weapon, traditional straight sword. The system's voice chimed in again, marking the completion of the upgrade. The blade is 80 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, and the handle is 15 centimeters long, weighing approximately 2 kilograms. This traditional straight sword is elegant and imposing, with a sharp, gleaming edge. Unfortunately, it comes without a scabbard. Lu Ming carefully examined the weapon in his hand, silently assessing its quality. The appraisal results showed traditional straight sword, black iron grade. This weapon is crafted using traditional techniques and local enhancements, boasting impressive sharpness and corrosion resistance. It can inflict significant damage on most E-class mutants, except for a few with exceptionally high defenses. The durability is rated at 500,500, 5 times that of ordinary weapons. Lu Ming was delighted. This perfectly shaped, razor-sharp sword seemed like the ideal weapon for dealing with the young scytheworms. Gripping the sword tightly, Lu Ming practiced a series of slashes, quickly familiarizing himself with the weapon in a matter of minutes using basic sword techniques. As he sheathed the sword, his appreciation for it grew. However, after slaying 4 young scytheworms, Lu Ming felt a bit thirsty from the prolonged tension. He glanced at the purified water in his backpack, but decided to endure for now. He planned to disassemble a few more worm corpses, stockpile some specialized crystals, and then upgrade the purified water to sports drinks to last longer in the shop. The shop's location was excellent, and Lu Ming was familiar with the environment, utilizing every corner to his advantage, making it an ideal spot for high-speed scytheworm hunting. With this in mind, he smiled slightly, opened the glass door, carefully adjusted the gap, and then lifted the rolling shutter with controlled force. Clang! The sound of metal scraping and the rolling shutter's movement instantly alerted all the nearby larvae within a 30-meter radius. They slowly wriggled towards the shop door, but were limited by the door gap and the height of the rolling shutter. Eventually, only one managed to squeeze through the glass door gap while the other 4 blocked the entrance, preventing others from entering. This time, Lu Ming didn't need to stand on a chair for a drop attack. Activating his Eye of Truth, he waited by the glass door. As soon as the larvae crawled halfway through, he swiftly decapitated them, followed by a precise strike to destroy the core, quickly finishing them off. Collect, Lu Ming murmured, but there was no response. The bodies remained. He paused, then realized and corrected himself. Greed. This time, the system responded immediately, successfully disassembled young scytheworm corpse, obtained specialized crystal 2, high-purity mutant protein 2. Lu Ming noted that after the functionality upgrade, even the command words had changed, but the effect was stable, doubling the output of specialized crystals. As for the odd materials, he ignored them for now. Next came the repetitive assembly line work. Larvae squeezing through the door gap, Lu Ming decapitating them, destroying the cores, and disassembling them. System notifications kept coming, and the number of specialized crystals Lu Ming collected quickly grew to 30. Consuming just 10 would allow him to evolve from a novice soldier to a higher rank. Still, Lu Ming didn't act rashly. He carefully considered the possibility that if the evolution process caused immobility or severe pain, it would hinder his ability to act, potentially leading to his demise. With swift and precise strikes, Lu Ming exterminated the second wave of young scytheworms within 15 minutes. By now, his backpack contained 88 specialized crystals and 92 chunks of high-purity mutant protein. In total, he had killed 44 larvae, and the sword's durability had only dropped to 478,500. After some quick calculations, Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that on average, it took 2 scytheworms to consume 1 point of durability. The quality of the sword was indeed excellent. Even conservatively estimating a loss of 50 points due to possible blunting, the remaining durability could still support hunting over 800 more larvae. Shaking off the green slime from the blade, Lu Ming felt a bright future ahead. However, his arm was sore. After all, he was still an ordinary person, and swinging a sword for 15 minutes straight was tiring, especially against physical larvae. He massaged his forearm, closed the shutter, and placed the sword on the display cabinet. Opening the attribute panel, he located the specialized level and tapped the novice soldier title. The system immediately prompted an upgrade notification. A notification sound indicated that the required number of specialized crystals in Lu Ming's spatial pouch had been reached. Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose to consume 10 crystals, elevating his specialization level to intermediate soldier. In an instant, 10 specialized crystals flew out of thin air, spinning and vibrating midair, transforming into 10 streaks of sparkling light. They zoomed precisely into Lu Ming's body, flooding his limbs and bones in a flash. Lu Ming's heart pounded violently, and veins bulged visibly on his skin. Waves of tingling pain, like electric currents, coursed through every corner of his body, almost making him cry out. However, he gritted his teeth, swallowing the pain, demonstrating a man's resilience. This extraordinary sensation lasted for about 10 seconds. Suddenly, an internal roar erupted from within Lu Ming, not the grumble of hunger, but the booming of energy surging. When everything settled, Lu Ming clenched his fist, immediately feeling his strength nearly double. He stared in disbelief at his significantly larger arm muscles, a wave of joy washing over him. The upgrade not only boosted his strength, but also improved his overall physical condition, filling him with exhilaration. Eagerly, Lu Ming checked the updated panel information. Name, Lu Ming. Gender male. ID, 66,666. Age, 24. Specialization level, intermediate soldier. Common functions, greed, exclusive world channel, trading house, spatial pouch. Skills, basic swordsmanship a level, eye of truth, exclusive ultimate ascension, exclusive. He immediately clicked to view the details of the intermediate soldier. Intermediate soldier, battle-hardened, with experience in hunting aberrations, significantly stronger than ordinary people, and a step closer to becoming a hunting warrior. Consuming specialized crystals can promote to advanced soldier level. Promotion progress 78100. The next level requires 100 specialized crystals. Lu Ming calculated silently that with his current kill rate, advancing to advanced soldier was only a matter of time. He couldn't help but criticize the dangerous promotion method, feeling fortunate for choosing a safe environment. Experiencing those 10 seconds of weakness during a battle could have meant a senseless death. Picking up his traditional straight sword, Lu Ming was delighted to find it seemed much lighter. After a couple of practice swings, he was satisfied to realize that his current physique could sustain half an hour of continuous larva slaying without fatigue. However, towards the end of his rapid larva farming earlier, Lu Ming noticed the glass door seemed to wobble a bit. To protect this valuable specialized crystal production line, he decided to inspect it carefully to ensure its safety. Putting down his straight sword, Lu Ming walked to the door. The foul stench of rotting slime filled the air, but he remained unfazed, as if he had grown accustomed to the smell. He carefully inspected the connection between the glass door and the wall and found that the door hinge at the bottom showed signs of loosening. Clearly, it would not withstand the constant battering from the scythe WRM larvae for much longer. If this keeps up, it might collapse in a few minutes, Lu Ming thought. Since I have the resources, I might as well reinforce it now. He silently chanted the sublimation command and activated the ultimate sublimation system. A prompt sounded. Please select the sublimation grade. Second grade. Lu Ming responded decisively. The system prompted. Sublimating ordinary hinge components to the second grade requires 2 specialized crystals. Confirm? Lu Ming pondered briefly. Is it for the entire set or just a single component? If it's the whole set, it's quite a bargain. If it's just one, that's a bit of a ripoff. Ultimately, he chose to confirm. The system then reported. Ordinary hinge components have been successfully sublimated to exceptional hinge components and installed. Due to the ample energy from the specialized crystals, all hinge components around the store door have been upgraded simultaneously. Lu Ming looked at the newly upgraded hinge components with satisfaction. Though the material was unfamiliar, even an amateur could see their exceptional quality. The repair to the connections was especially meticulous. In high spirits, Lu Ming decided to go all out and upgrade the walls, the rolling shutter door, and the glass door by 2 grades each. The walls were upgraded to fortress grade, consuming 3 specialized crystals. The glass door was upgraded to bulletproof glass, costing 2 crystals, and the rolling shutter door was transformed into a reinforced steel gate, also consuming 2 crystals. This grand reconstruction project used up a total of 9 crystals. Such extravagant spending would surely earn him scorn from his fellow hunters who worked hard to kill mutated creatures. These crystals could elevate a novice soldier to an intermediate level. But Lu Ming didn't care. To him, it was a trivial matter to recover the cost by killing 5 larvae. He looked around with satisfaction, thinking that even if he had to continuously kill scythe WRM larvae for the next few days, he wouldn't have to worry about the base collapsing. Lu Ming dragged a chair back, sat by the display case, and took out a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water, sublimating it into a multifunctional sports drink. He took a couple of gulps, and the refreshing taste instantly dispelled his fatigue, making him feel revitalized. Just as Lu Ming was about to take a break and restart the specialized crystal production line, a familiar blue notification sound rang out. Without even checking, he knew it was a video file from the regional channel, likely the scythe WRM larvae kill footage mentioned by Chen Hai. A sudden doubt arose in Lu Ming's mind. If it's a successful kill, that's fine, but what if he got killed instead? Can the video still be sent automatically? With this curiosity, he opened the world channel, navigated to the regional section, and located the video file. The uploader was indeed Chen Hai, and there were no other replies yet, suggesting that everyone was focused on watching the video. Lu Ming wasted no time and clicked on the video. The screen showed Chen Hai's square-jawed face, short cropped hair, sharply defined features, and an air of stern authority that belied his age. Fellow survivors, I am Chen Hai from Chengjiang City, Huaxia. Chen Hai paused, seemingly realizing something. Well, since we're here, past titles no longer matter. Next, I'll attempt to kill a larval mutant as a survivor. By the way, my initial specialization level was detected as Advanced Soldier. What? Lu Ming exclaimed. An initial detection of Advanced Soldier level? That meant Chunhai's physical capabilities were extraordinarily high. Coupling this with his mention of titles and huaxia, Lu Ming speculated. Could he be a retired Special Forces operative from a certain region in huaxia? Looking at Chunhai's face and recalling his words, the guess seemed quite plausible. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel that some humans indeed started with such a high initial level. The specialized level of Chunhai has sparked quite a bit of discussion. Some had previously threatened to weaken his power, but now, given the apocalyptic isolation, they might be relieved. High-level soldiers possess comprehensive qualities about 5 to 6 times that of an average person, which is already the limit for most people. To go beyond that, one would need exceptional talent, superior genetics, and extensive specialized training. Chunhai promised to report his combat effectiveness accurately, translating it into the level of an average person, including both men and women. While he couldn't guarantee absolute precision, the error margin should be within 5. As he finished speaking, the camera suddenly zoomed out and fixed on the optimal position of the indoor surveillance facing the door and the interior space. The scene revealed a corner piled with appliance parts, indicating it was an appliance repair shop. The shop was spacious, with green double iron doors tightly shut, suggesting a combined home office setup. Next, we will conduct a solo test against the mutant maggot. Tester. Chunhai. The deep voice pulled Lu Ming's attention back to Chunhai. It was at this moment that Lu Ming realized how imposing Chunhai's physique was. Clad in a black, tight-fitting short-sleeve shirt and camouflage pants, standing about 1.85 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a muscular build, he exuded an unparalleled sense of security and strength just by standing there. Chunhai drew a modified fruit knife from behind his waist and displayed it skillfully in front of the camera, holding it like a dagger. Then, he picked up a rusty iron plate, about 40 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide, with a sharply ground tip, clearly designed for penetration. Next, Chunhai grabbed a cross brace made of 2 steel pipes. The horizontal pipe was about 50 centimeters long, and the vertical pipe nearly a meter, with 4 or 5 rings on it, seemingly meant to be fixed on the arm. This device was obviously designed to counter the mouth-part bites of mutants, reminiscent of sticks used to clamp a crocodile's jaws shut. Chunhai swiftly fixed the cross brace to his left arm, gripped the sharp iron plate in his right hand, and strode towards the door. He gently pushed the door open, and soon, a plump larva poked its head inside. Unexpectedly, Chunhai didn't wait for the larva to fully enter, or even halfway through. The moment it showed its head, he decisively swung the iron plate down with force. Squish! The iron plate instantly pierced through the larva's head, with bodily fluids splattering everywhere. The prowess of a high-level soldier was undeniable. With just a bladeless, handleless iron plate, he effortlessly pierced the larva's head. However, what followed was even more astonishing. With just the strength of one arm, Chunhai swung the entire massive larva into the shop. Lu Ming was left utterly stunned, completely overwhelmed by this display of incredible power. Bang! The young side owl larva hit the ground 5 meters away with a heavy thud, green goo splattering everywhere. Chunhai quickly shut the iron door and analyzed in a low voice. It weighs about 50 kilograms. I used 80% of my strength. For an average person, it's best to lure it fully into the room and not take such risks. Before he finished speaking, Chunhai had already dashed to the dizzy larva. He raised a sharp iron plate and frantically stabbed at the creature's head. Green ichor flew in all directions, and within just 2 seconds, the larva's head was reduced to a pulp. 8 strikes to the head, each with solid impact. The head isn't particularly hard. Even a woman with a sharp weapon could do this with full force. Chunhai continued attacking while speaking. This level of trauma would be fatal to most creatures, but with these anomalies, it's not that simple. Lu Ming, using the eye of truth, observed that the larva's core was located at the front of its abdomen, close to the ground. Merely smashing its head wasn't enough. However, Chunhai seemed to have anticipated this and had already moved to the larva's back to continue his assault. Squish! The iron plate pierced the larva's body. Chunhai's eyes widened slightly before returning to calmness. As I suspected, the surface seems soft, but the muscles beneath the fat layer are extremely developed. There's significant resistance when the iron plate goes in, and the muscles further squeeze the blade. He went on. The 4 fighters in the first video only caused superficial wounds. Without a sharp-edged long blade, it's best not to attempt killing it recklessly. Even if you have one, use height and weight to assist your attack. When withdrawing the weapon, do it quickly, or it might get stuck inside. As Chunhai explained, he stepped on the larva and yanked out the iron plate with all his might. Seeing this, no one else dared to question him. Lu Ming was particularly impressed, thinking that this combat expert was indeed professional, hitting the key points almost every time. At that moment, the larva's wounds began to heal. Flesh buds wriggled wildly, and the skin turned from white to red. Seizing the opportunity, Chun-Hai delivered another stab to the larva's body, but unfortunately, he missed the core by 3 centimeters. He quickly pulled out the iron plate and noticed the corrosion marks on it, immediately adding, "There's a strong corrosive acid sac in the abdomen, possibly stomach acid or a specialized acid sac. Weapons that come into contact with it will be corroded, shortening their lifespan. If I were the designer, I'd hide the weak point near the acid sac." Chun-Hai continued to retreat. It's about to go berserk. It took about 8 seconds from the injury to now, 3 seconds slower than in the first video, possibly due to the extent of the trauma. If the injury reaches a certain level and it's not killed, it will enter the next stage. Lu Ming couldn't help but admire Chun-Hai's insights. Despite not having the eye of truth, Chun-Hai had managed to figure out most of the larva's characteristics in their first encounter. Although he was slightly off about the weak point's location, most of the larvae Lu Ming had killed indeed had their cores hidden near the abdomen, close to the ground. This area was both a visual blind spot and protected by stomach acid. Regarding the conditions for berserk mode, Chun-Hai's guess was slightly off. In reality, the larva would enter an enraged state 5 seconds after being attacked, regardless of the damage level. However, Chun-Hai's swift and fierce assault might have delayed the larva's response. Even so, Lu Ming remained deeply impressed by Chun-Hai's analytical abilities. At this moment, the scythe owl larva finally entered its enraged state. The crawling scythe owl larva suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. It seemed to be stretched by an invisible hand, instantly growing from half a meter to over 2 meters, surpassing Chun-Hai's height of 1.85 meters. Its chest cavity writhed open, revealing a meter-long crimson vertical mouth. Razor-sharp fangs pulsated menacingly, with yellow mucus oozing from its mouth and clinging viscously to the fangs. The previously dark eyes now glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, complementing the gaping maw in a terrifying scene. Lu Ming involuntarily swallowed, his muscles tensing up. However, Chun-Hai remained unperturbed. He raised his left hand, gripping a sharp iron plate in a cross stance, and calmly analyzed. After berserk, the mutant will stand up, revealing its ferocious appearance and entering an attack state. But as a soft-bodied creature, it loses mobility and can only stay in place. Although it might have the ability to jump, it's unlikely. Otherwise, it would have leaped to attack earlier instead of spraying acid. Chun-Hai continued, his voice low and focused. "Even if it can't move, we can't let our guard down. It will adjust its attack method based on the target's distance. At close range, it will sweep and tear, instantly ripping through an adult's body. At mid-range, it will launch its mouth, with an attack range exceeding a meter. And from beyond 5 meters, like where we are now, it will resort to its last attack method." As he spoke, Chun-Hai crouched slightly, muscles tensing, his eyes fixed on the larva's vertical mouth. He said gravely, "At this distance, it will spray highly corrosive acid. Based on previous observations, the effective lethal range is at least 20 meters." No sooner had he finished speaking than the scythe owl larva retracted its vertical mouth before suddenly snapping it open. A thick yellow stream of acid shot out like an arrow. Despite being prepared, Chun-Hai was still startled by the high-speed attack and executed a swift roll. The acid narrowly missed his back, which would have otherwise hit his head. Chun-Hai glanced back at the splatter range on the wall and took a sharp breath, quickly revising his assessment. Correction. Effective lethal range, over 80 meters. 80 meters farther than the effective range of most mainstream handguns. Lu Ming couldn't help but be amazed. Fortunately, he always managed to kill in 1 shot or finish off in 2. Otherwise, dealing with these creatures would have been a nightmare. His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield as he quickly analyzed the characteristics of these unusual beings. The terrifying destructive power of these creatures clearly wasn't suited for long-range combat. They were even harder to handle than larger caliber weapons. Lu Ming noticed that before each spray, the creature would close its vertical mouth, indicating that it needed to seal the chamber to compress the gas for the spray. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could prevent it from closing its mouth, all its attack methods would be nullified. Next, it's all or nothing. Let's hope my guess is right. Lu Ming muttered to himself, then shifted his attention to Chun-Hai, who was not far away. Chun-Hai let out a low shout, his body shooting forward like an arrow leaving the bow. His left arm, equipped with a cross-shaped brace, sliced through the air, creating a silver streak as he approached the menacing larva of the scythe owl. The larva, sensing its prey coming closer, let out a piercing screech and lunged at Chun-Hai with its gaping mouth. In that critical moment, there was a sharp clink sound as the cross brace precisely jammed into the larva's giant maw. At that moment, the scythe owl larva found itself in a dilemma. It couldn't bite down, nor could it release its grip. It was like a human who had accidentally swallowed an oversized lollipop, unable to open its mouth wide enough to get rid of the simple, yet sturdy crossbrace. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Chun Hai's eyes as his muscles tensed, unleashing incredible strength. He not only forced the larva's extended mouth back into its body, but also slammed the massive creature into a solid wall. Then, Chun Hai's right hand, armed with a sharp metal plate, transformed into a deadly blade as he frantically stabbed the larva's soft abdomen. One stab, two stabs, 10, 20. Each strike was precise and fierce, as if he were venting all his anger and fear on this horrifying creature. Finally, with a heartrending cry, the scythe owl larva's body lost its vitality, collapsing to the ground without any further movement. However, Chun Hai did not let his guard down. He cautiously initiated the collection procedure, keeping a close watch on the larva's corpse. It wasn't until he saw the larva's body disintegrate and vanish before his eyes that Chun Hai slowly relaxed, exhaling a long breath as if to dispel all the tension. He turned to the recording perspective, deftly discarding the metal plate covered in yellow-green slime and unfastening the makeshift crossbrace from his hand. Although the stabbing process was a bit messy, Chun Hai calmly said, with traces of the scythe owl larva's green fluid still on his face, the final strike did hit something hard, which should be the weak point of this species, similar to some kind of core. It's not very tough, and any sharp blade should be able to penetrate it easily if you can hit it. He zoomed in the camera and continued. Next is the battle summary. But before that, let me share some newly acquired information. During collection, the system shows the target's name. Therefore, we now know the full name of this maggot-like species, scythe owl larva. Scythe refers to the scythe, and owl refers to the owl. This name suggests it has strong cutting capabilities. Chun Hai's tone turned serious, but don't let this cause you anxiety. Or rather, such anxiety is meaningless for you at this moment. If you can't even overcome the larva, it doesn't matter how aggressive the adult form is. So, to make this anxiety meaningful, everyone must give their all to survive. Lu Ming nodded in agreement as he listened. This Special Forces soldier had a clear mind, organized thoughts, and direct yet concise speech that could elevate the discussion. Lu Ming realized he might have underestimated him. This level of insight was at least captain or instructor material. Chun Hai continued his summary. Before entering a berserk state, the larvae move slowly and react sluggishly. Aside from their large numbers forming a surrounding threat, they have almost no individual offensive capability. Even when injured, they don't retaliate immediately. This is quite odd, almost as if there's a designated grace period just for us. If you can kill them within this time, there's no threat at all. Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but agree. Having killed over 40 scythe owl larvae, he knew that those not in a berserk state were like low-level monsters in a beginner's village in a game, posing no threat. He thought to himself, if he had known the larvae's weak points earlier, Chun Hai might have been able to kill them even faster than he did. When they go berserk, there are clear signs, Chun Hai continued, the most noticeable being the growth of flesh buds at the wound site and the skin turning red. Once berserk, they stand upright, losing mobility but gaining various attack methods. The most troublesome is the long-range acid spray, which has the greatest lethality and range. Without cover, getting hit is certain death. Chun Hai's tone became even more cautious. We still don't know if they have jumping ability or pursuit capability, but all their attack methods rely on their mouths. If you can block their mouths, they'll become helpless targets. Lu Ming stared at the screen, his expression grim. He had just finished watching a 5-minute video that left him chilled to the bone. In the video, a man named Uncle Chun was meticulously explaining how to deal with a dangerous creature larvae. Everyone, Uncle Chun's voice was firm and steady. I strongly recommend you prepare a simple cross brace. He detailed the specifics of the device. The horizontal bar should be over 50 centimeters long, but not excessively so, and the vertical bar should ideally be 1 meter, preferably made of steel. Trust me, he added, in a critical moment, this could be your lifeline. Uncle Chun continued to share his findings. The larvae's weak spot might be near the abdominal cavity, close to the stomach pouch. He cautioned, but this is just a preliminary hypothesis. More samples are needed to confirm it. He promised to continue his research while sternly warning others not to blindly imitate his actions. After the video ended, the chat box remained silent for 20 seconds. Then, messages flooded in like a tidal wave. Wang Jun was the first to break the silence, admitting that he had lost faith in humanity before, but Uncle Chin's appearance had given him hope. Uncle Chin is truly risking his life to pave the way for us, he wrote, his tone filled with respect. Wang Jun mentioned that he had a samurai sword in his villa and was willing to offer it to Uncle Chun. Qin Chuan followed, expressing his understanding of Uncle Chin's warning and promising not to act recklessly. He mentioned that although he only had the physical condition of a junior soldier, he was willing to contribute 2 bottles of water. Pang Xiaolong shared his own situation. As a reserve soldier, he felt helpless, but Uncle Chen's emergence had given him hope. He revealed that he had obtained a level 2 supply box containing bread, water, and a skill book. He had learned the Master Key skill, which allowed him to unlock any locked items. Liao Dong marveled at Pang Xiaolong's luck, especially curious about the acquisition of the skill book. The entire conversation depicted a group of people seeking hope and unity amidst crisis. Uncle Chen's courage and wisdom had become their spiritual backbone, and everyone was doing their best to contribute to the collective survival. Open any lock thing? Lu Ming exclaimed, jumping up from his chair so abruptly that it slid far away from him. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his mind began to race. This is definitely a god-tier skill, Lu Ming thought. Any skill involving the word any holds endless possibilities. He began to ponder deeply. What defines a locked thing? How do you define locked? Lu Ming paced back and forth in the room, unconsciously tapping his chin with his fingers. Does it have to be a physical lock, or could it also be a conceptual lock? He muttered to himself. If it's limited to physical locks, while not world-shattering, it's still a powerful skill. However, if it includes conceptual locks, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he saw infinite possibilities. That would be a bug, he whispered excitedly. He began to analyze examples. The low utilization rate of the human brain could be seen as a mental shackle. If the universal key could unlock that, wouldn't it allow someone to enter a superhuman state? Lu Ming murmured, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Then he thought of another example. The potential humans unleash in desperate situations is often called the gene lock. So, could the universal key also unlock the gene lock, turning someone into a superhuman? Lu Ming's thoughts ran wild, imagining the potential exploits this skill could bring. However, just as he was about to lose himself in these endless possibilities, rationality suddenly brought him back. He shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. No, it can't be that overpowered. Lu Ming took a deep breath, reminding himself not to be swayed by exceptional cases. He re-evaluated the world's setting. This was a post-apocalyptic world, and they were survivors mere ants struggling to live. If randomly granted skills could create such overpowered bugs, would it still be an apocalypse? Lu Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned his attention back to the chat window. Sure enough, he wasn't the only one with a wild imagination. Huang Jie's message popped up. Whoa, isn't that a god-tier skill? Can it unlock gene locks? Then Zhang Hao replied, dude, your imagination is wild. Talking about gene locks already. If it could really unlock gene locks, who needs to level up? We'd all be superhumans, wreaking havoc on mutant creatures. Peng Xiaolong's message, however, poured cold water on Lu Ming's excitement. To be honest, I thought the same. But sadly, the skill description specifies it can only unlock physical locks. Seeing this, Lu Ming fell silent. He realized he had indeed overthought it. But then another thought emerged. Perhaps his ultimate upgrade might still be possible, provided someone could afford the enormous cost of such a bug-level skill. Thinking of the millions of crystals required, Lu Ming laughed at himself. Who can afford that at this stage? He murmured, his tone tinged with helplessness. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the chat window again, noticing Peng Xiaolong's comments. He shook his head, thinking that the young man was too easily influenced by the atmosphere. That was a samurai sword, a cold weapon, and there was only one. Once it's handed over, it's gone. Your skill, on the other hand, has enduring value. There might only be a few in the whole region, Lu Ming analyzed silently. Despite the unity brought about by Chen Hai's strength and personal charisma, it was only among those who liked to speak up. No one knew the actual size of the region or how many people it contained. It could be thousands, tens of thousands, millions, or even include other countries. Lu Ming began to consider potential threats. Boxers, martial artists, fitness enthusiasts, and those who enjoyed fighting all had a certain level of physical compatibility. Coupled with the combat techniques Chen Hai freely taught, these individuals had a much higher chance of killing larvae than ordinary people. If I get targeted by these people, Lu Ming shuddered, imagining the situation he might face. After all, names, numbers, and appearances were fully public. The benefits a universal locksmith could bring in the apocalypse were obvious to anyone with a brain. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. He realized that even if someone valued his ability, they would likely see him only as a tool. Whether the user had good or bad intentions, they wouldn't genuinely help him improve his specialized level. Even if they did, they would ensure he remained under their control. A tool must not escape the user's control, Lu Ming murmured with a bitter smile. As for calling for help, Lu Ming shook his head. That was a fantasy. In this world, he was both a tool and a hostage. Anyone who would come to save him would undoubtedly value his worth. Once he died, that value would disappear. Unless... Lu Ming's eyes suddenly deepened. unless that person had the power to silently eliminate the entire controlling team. This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly drowned by the weight of reality. Lu Ming sighed deeply, sat back down, and looked at the continuously scrolling chat window, filled with a mix of worry and anticipation for the future. Chen Hai spoke sternly to Pang Xiaolong. Stop talking about your skills. From now on, don't share your location with anyone except me and your closest family members. Of course, that's if you trust me. Pang Xiaolong immediately responded. Of course, I trust you, Uncle Chen. Someone did try to get my location. Thanks for the warning. You'll be more careful from now on. Lu Ming, who was nearby, couldn't help but feel relieved as he listened to the conversation. Although this matter didn't directly concern him, as a model young man, he held Chen Hai in high regard. In his eyes, Chen Hai possessed strength, charisma, intelligence, and leadership. Previously, Lu Ming had little faith in the group because he believed that human nature was complex and without a leader, chaos would ensue. But now, he felt that under Chen Hai's leadership, a new order could indeed be established. Lu Ming pondered to himself that talents like Pang Xiaolong could truly shine and create greater value under Chen Hai's leadership. This would allow Chen Hai's group to quickly accumulate resources, enhance their strength, and hunt down mutants. As for his own plan to earn specialized crystals, it could be realized sooner. At that moment, Chen Hai spoke again. Thank you all for your generosity, but aside from Wang Jun's katana, I've declined the other offers. Prioritize your own survival needs. He paused, his expression turning serious. By the way, I have some bad news to report. Just now, I killed another scythe owl larva using the same method. This time, the larva didn't enter a berserk state because it died after I pierced its head. I felt the same hard sensation when I stabbed it, so I can conclude that the weak point location of the larva is not fixed. It can be in the abdomen, head, tail, or any part of the body. The channel fell silent at this news, followed by a flurry of messages. Lu Ming immediately closed the channel panel. Although anyone would be tempted to complain about the random weak points, with Chen Hai around, Lu Ming wasn't worried that the group's morale would spiral out of control. On the contrary, with the addition of the katana, Chen Hai's combat power would significantly increase. Even without knowing the larva's weak points, future unknown battles might be overwhelmingly in their favor. Lu Ming glanced ahead with a determined look, gathered the remaining multifunctional sports drinks, and picked up his straight sword as he walked towards the shop's entrance. He thought if not for his initial advantage, he might have ended up as a nobody. Given this strong start, he would never relinquish his position as the top in the area. Knowing the immense value of the supply crates, he needed to quickly enhance his strength to the point where he could effortlessly clear out the scythe owl larvae, and then step out of the shop. With this in mind, Lu Ming decisively pulled up the steel shutter, causing a loud noise that attracted the larvae within a 50-meter radius. Since his previous kills had almost cleared the area within 30 meters of the shop entrance, he chose to agitate the larvae first and then adjust the size of the gap in the bulletproof glass door. Once Lu Ming finished all his preparations, he stood by the door with his sword, and the scythe owl larvae began to swarm in like a conveyor belt, as if entering a slaughterhouse. The first larva poked its head through. Lu Ming's pupils instantly turned a brilliant gold, activating his eye of truth. His traditional straight sword flashed like lightning. Splat! Green liquid sprayed out, and his greedy collection ability activated. The system notification sounded. Successfully disassembled scythe owl larva. Obtained specialized crystal 2, high purity mutant protein 2. Advanced soldier progression, 70100. Successfully recovering the bodies of the scythe owl larvae, Lu Ming obtained 2 specialized crystals and 2 units of high purity exotic protein. His movements were as fluid as water, each strike precise. As the kill count increased, his satchel grew heavier. The number of specialized crystals surged like a spring. 100, 120, 150, 200. Lu Ming deliberately made noise, pulling levers and banging with his knife handle to lure more larvae. This repetitive process continued until the number of specialized crystals surpassed 300, finally reaching 340. After closing the gate and sealing the space, Lu Ming sighed. Too easy, he muttered to himself. Cutting a watermelon requires more finesse. This is more like popping the heads off, effortless. Opening his spatial satchel, Lu Ming took inventory. A 350 milliliters multifunctional sports drink, 2 compressed biscuits, 340 specialized crystals, and 364 units of high-purity exotic protein. His gaze lingered on the high-purity exotic protein, deciding to investigate further. The assessment revealed that high-purity exotic protein is a special food favored by exotic creatures, capable of accelerating their growth. However, it is highly toxic to humans. The options are either to use an exotic protein processor to remove the toxins or wait until reaching the Battle King level to consume it with natural resistance. Lu Ming pondered. This information seemed a bit advanced, but he decided to set it aside for future use. Turning to his character panel, Lu Ming chose to upgrade his specialization level. The system indicated that he had enough specialized crystals and asked if he wanted to consume 100 to advance to senior soldier. Without hesitation, Lu Ming selected yes. In an instant, 100 specialized crystals shattered, transforming into blue arcs of light that merged into his body. Compared to previous upgrades, this sensation was more intense. His veins wriggled under his skin, his eyes flashed blue, and glowing patterns coursed through him. Unable to contain himself, Lu Ming roared skyward, a shockwave radiating 2 meters around him. Clenching his fist, Lu Ming felt an unprecedented surge of power. 3 times, he exclaimed. 3 times stronger than a mid-level soldier. Is this the limit an ordinary person can reach? It's even more incredible than I imagined. Suddenly, his sports jacket emitted a sharp tearing sound. The fabric on his right arm ripped from shoulder to upper arm, revealing a robust bicep. Looking down, Lu Ming noticed his shirt had shrunk to above his navel, exposing a perfect 8-pack. His pants were also shorter, and his shoes started to feel tight. Lu Ming realized he might have grown taller overall. Although he didn't have a mirror, he remembered he could view his full-body image through the information panel. Opening his avatar, a 3-dimensional image unfolded. What greeted him was a face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, well-defined and masculine. His physique was equally impressive, muscular but not bulky, lean yet powerful. Staring at his transformed self, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Lu Ming stared at his reflection in the mirror, feeling a bit dazed. Was that really him, with those sharp features and smooth, jade-like skin? Instinctively, he touched his own face, conflicted emotions swirling inside him. Joy and fear intertwined, leaving him unsure of how to process it all. Is this still me? Lu Ming murmured to himself. Even Frieza from Dragon Ball couldn't achieve such a drastic transformation with all the Dragon Balls. He couldn't help but marvel at the whims of fate. Since the heavens had destined him to bear the burden of others' envy, he had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. Despite his new appearance, without a reference point, Lu Ming couldn't accurately gauge the changes in his height and weight. He grumbled about the peculiarities of the program. If it could project a mirror image, why couldn't it scale it proportionally in space? As Lu Ming continued to gaze at his reflection, subconsciously starting to estimate the changes, the outline of the Eye of Truth began to faintly emerge. His heart skipped a beat. Could this be an opportunity? With a hint of hope, he whispered, "Identify." In an instant, a stream of information unfolded before his eyes. Name: Lu Ming. Gender: male. ID: 66,666. Age: 24. Specialization level: advanced soldier. Height: originally 175 centimeters. Now 183 centimeters after 2 evolutions, intermediate and advanced. Weight: originally 62 kilograms. Now 85 kilograms after 2 evolutions, intermediate and advanced. General abilities: World Channel, Trading Post, Space Pouch. Skills: Basic Swordsmanship a level. Personal information: Former resident of Blue Star, third-rate writer, orphan, average social skills, cautious and steady personality, somewhat selfish, legal citizen. Currently the 66,666th transferee in the Apocalypse of Jalan, survivor strategist. Overall evaluation: Lu Ming was astonished to find that the Eye of Truth could not only identify different species and objects, but also human beings. The crucial information was surprisingly comprehensive, though the term orphan irked him, feeling like a deliberate provocation. What caught him off guard was that the identification results for his exclusive skills were all question marks, and the overall evaluation section was also unclear. But these details were secondary. Lu Ming had only one thought in his mind. He quickly accessed the World Channel, selected the regional section, and located the recording of Chun Hai's defeat. Fixing his gaze on Chun Hai's figure in the footage, Lu Ming took a deep breath and once again said in a low voice, "Identify." With a soft sound, an intricately detailed information panel slowly unfolded before his eyes. Lu Ming stared at the astonishing personal information panel in front of him, each data point highlighting extraordinary capabilities. His gaze lingered on the specialization level, Ultimate Soldier King, for a moment, silently marveling. This wasn't just any high-ranking soldier, but something far beyond that. As he scrolled down, Lu Ming noticed that Chun Hai had general functions like gathering, world chat, marketplace, and inventory, but no special skills. This seemed odd, but he quickly understood the deeper Mia Ninja was a deliberate concealment. The personal history was even more jaw-dropping. Originally a resident of Blue Planet, former leader of the Huaxia Dragon Group, now serving as an instructor for the Dragon Group, codenamed Crane. Although Lu Ming was just an ordinary citizen with limited knowledge of the military, confined to special operations units and individual soldier programs, the legendary Dragon Group still made his heart race. Chen Hai's combat experience was staggering. He once single-handedly eliminated an entire team of A-class mercenaries, earning a formidable reputation in the Middle East, where he was known as the undying phoenix of Huaxia. He was upright, an exceptional leader, meticulous, calm, and extraordinarily patient, always able to accomplish seemingly impossible tasks. As the 66,666 transferee in the post-apocalyptic Jalan, Chen Hai's role was that of a survivor and strategist. Overall rating S. This rating piqued Lu Ming's curiosity even more. He clicked on the rating level, and a detailed data panel unfolded. Strength, 115,100. Agility, 95,100. Intelligence, 99,100. Spirit, 120,100. Overall, 429. Rating S. Lu Ming immediately understood that the perfect score for an ultimate soldier king was 100, and Chen Hai's numbers had exceeded these limits, especially in spirit and strength, which were astonishingly high. Just as Lu Ming was about to close the panel to check his own information, he noticed a small triangle icon at the end of Chen Hai's personal details. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on it. A long hidden text appeared, revealing Chen Hai's untold past. 21 years ago, Chen Hai was betrothed to Jiang Shuiyan, the heiress of the prominent Jiang family in the capital. The two were deeply in love and ready to marry. However, the Dragon Group suddenly issued an urgent mission, and Chen Hai had to leave. That departure lasted 10 years. When he returned, he was met with devastating news. Jiang Shuiyan had passed away, and this happened less than a year after he left. While the Jiang family understood Chen Hai's responsibilities, they could not forgive their once promising son-in-law for his complete absence, forever banning him from their home. This became an insurmountable barrier in Chen Hai's heart, and the main reason he chose to step back from the front lines. From then on, he never smiled again, numbing himself with relentless training. In the final hour before the transfer, the Dragon Group senior officials couldn't hold back any longer and delivered shocking news to Chen Hai. They handed him a photo of a vibrant, beautiful, and confident young girl. The officials told him that this was Jiang Shuiyan's child. Even more shocking, Jiang Shuiyan did not die of illness. She was assassinated in a family power struggle. She fell from a building while pregnant, and, although she could have survived, she chose to save the child, her and Chen Hai's child. Stunned by the revelation, Chen Hai was overwhelmed with regret and sorrow, yet a new hope ignited within him. He rushed to the airport as quickly as possible, intending to fly to the United States. However, just as the plane took off, the great transfer occurred. After reading this hidden information, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. He noticed that the photo had a highlighted effect, indicating it could be clicked to view. This seemingly invincible warrior had such a heart-wrenching past. Lu Ming's finger hovered above the screen, hesitating. Internally, he wrestled with the dilemma. On one hand, invading someone's privacy felt wrong. On the other, deliberately avoiding it seemed hypocritical. Ultimately, he found a perfect excuse, blaming it on his skill, eye of truth. After all, it's the skill providing the information, not me actively prying. He reassured himself, feeling significantly relieved. The moment he clicked on the photo, Lu Ming was stunned by the image before him. The woman in the picture was tall and perfectly proportioned. Despite wearing only light makeup, she outshone heavily made-up celebrities and social media influencers with maxed-out beauty filters. If he were to rate her looks, she would undoubtedly be a 95-plus goddess. What captivated him most was her aura. In the photo, she stood steady on with one foot slightly raised, shoulders relaxed, hands together, and a charming smile on her lips. This pose showcased her youthful, lively, and ethereal qualities. Lu Ming found it hard to believe that such a girl could be the daughter of a tough guy like Chen Hai, attributing it instead to Aunt Shuiyan's strong genes. Forcing himself to refocus, Lu Ming reminded himself that now wasn't the time to admire the photo. He should be paying attention to the evaluation data. However, just as he was about to close the photo, a thought flashed through his mind. Since he had the photo and the image, could he use the eye of truth to glean more information? This idea made Lu Ming sweat a little, feeling like he was playing a game of Russian dolls. He hesitated, wondering if this was a bit sleazy, but curiosity ultimately overpowered reason, and he convinced himself it was just normal curiosity. I've come this far. Would I still be a man if I didn't see it through? He comforted himself. So, Lu Ming reopened Chen Hai's information panel, clicked on the photo, and activated the Eye of Truth for an assessment. The result left him astounded. Name, Jiang Ling. Gender, female. ID, 02. Age, 20. Specialization level, Ultimate Warrior. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. General functions, gathering, world channel, auction house, space pouch. Skills, elite marksmanship, iron gathering. Personal information, Originally from Blue Star, direct granddaughter of the prestigious Jiang family in Huaxia's capital. Mother passed away at her birth, and the family has concealed her father's identity. Displayed exceptional talent from a young age, began martial arts training at 5. By 20, she had earned titles such as Ancient Martial Arts Master, Red Belt in Muay Thai, Red-White Belt in Jiu-Jitsu, Master of Baji Quan, Master of Inch Boxing, Heavy Weapon Specialist, and Universal Firearm Expert, making her a prodigy in physical combat. Currently a survivor and strategist in the 6,666 transfer of the apocalyptic realm of Jalan. Strength, 107,100. Agility, 110,100. Wisdom, 95,100. Spirit, 90,100. Overall, 402. Rating, S. Lu Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. These titles and stats were simply unbelievable. Such a powerful human weapon, yet posing so demurely in the photo. Is this some kind of trick on straight guys? Lu Ming couldn't help but mentally gripe. Doesn't your conscience hurt? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. This ancient saying echoed in Lu Ming's mind. He realized that perhaps a father's genes were reflected in physical qualities. Lu Ming had originally believed that his rigorous training had put him on par with the powerful individuals of Blue Star, but reality hit him hard. These individuals were born with extraordinary strength, far beyond the limits of ordinary people. Lu Ming shook his head, inwardly mocking his previous obsession with performance metrics. It seemed that instead of fixating on data, he should directly face the challenges ahead. However, curiosity drove him to open Jiang Ling's profile. The Jiang Ling that appeared on the screen was a stark contrast to the lively, charming girl he remembered. Now, her expression was stern, her gaze sharp like a blade, and her face cold as ice. Her long, black hair fell elegantly from her cheeks, tied back into a long braid with a black satin ribbon at the nape of her neck. Lu Ming activated the mirror function, and Jiang Ling's impressive figure was immediately displayed on the screen. She wore a form-fitting black suit, as if she were about to attend an important meeting. The long braid extended to her waist, adding an air of elegance. Her demeanor exuded a natural pride, coupled with an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance. The stark contrast between the photo and reality gave Lu Ming a strong visual shock. He had to admit that this contradictory aura made Jiang Ling irresistibly attractive. Yet beneath this stunning appearance might lie a true monster. Lu Ming quickly closed Jiang Ling's profile and turned to his own information panel. He went straight to the Advanced Soldier section. Advanced Soldier possesses considerable experience in combat against various species, with overall strength reaching the peak of ordinary human limits. Only 2 steps away from becoming a true hunting warrior. Consuming specialized crystals can advance to the level of Elite King Soldier. Progress, 240300. Lu Ming nodded to himself. He was just a step away from breaking through. But he knew that this step only represented physical fitness. True combat experience and skills couldn't be acquired overnight. They required years of training. On Blue Star, he might never surpass those 2 individuals in his lifetime. However, with the existence of skill books, such technological wonders made surpassing them seem within reach. Lu Ming decided to quickly elevate his level to Elite King Soldier and then go out in search of those miracle-filled supply crates. With his plan set, Lu Ming swiftly removed his somewhat restrictive sportswear, kicked off his ill-fitting sneakers, and grabbed his straight sword as he headed towards the door. The 3rd round of larva hunting was about to begin. Before setting off, he checked the durability of his straight sword. After the intense use during the 2nd round, it still had 342 points of durability left. Considering the 50-point threshold for blunting, it could still kill 584 larvae. However, he couldn't use up all the durability in the shop. He needed to reserve some for searching for clothes, food, and weapons outside. After some consideration, he decided to leave at least 200 points of durability as a precaution. With his kill distribution planned, the 3rd batch of larvae had already gathered. As Lu Ming swung his sword and hunted, he silently counted, unaware that a video was propelling him and the shop to regional fame. The video was shot and uploaded by Zhao He. He posted a message in the group chat, "Guys, check this out. I'm not very familiar with the functions, so the video is a bit shaky, but you can still see it. After watching, help me analyze what's going on down there. Is something big happening?" Moments later, Gao Bo was the first to respond. "Holy crap, what's that? Why are so many larvae gathering there?" Zhao He explained, "Yeah, I'm in the residential building right above this area. I've seen the monster swarms gather 3 times already. It's like one group after another. I often hear clanging sounds from below. Could it be some automatic noise-making device attracting them?" Ding Chuang exclaimed, "So many mutants gathering near you. It looks intense." Zhao He agreed, "Totally, it's pretty hopeless. But the place where the mutants are gathering seems like a bottomless pit. Nothing that goes in ever comes out. The street is cleared out. Could there be some treasure there? Or maybe it leads to the sewers. Li Xiang quickly refuted. Sewers, my ass. I'm right across from you. I can't see exactly what's happening below, but I can see part of the storefront and the shop's name. Innovative Mobile Repair Agency. The place that repairs phones and sells used secondhand off-brand ones. It's not a sewer, Zhao He puzzled said, but that doesn't make sense. Without a sewer, how could so many mutants fit in there? They can't just disappear into thin air. The discussion about the larvae's disappearance and the shop situation heated up among the 10 or so participants. Suddenly, a woman named Lu Lanfang interjected. There's someone there. What? Someone's there? As soon as those words were spoken, the entire area erupted in chaos. Zhao He immediately pressed for details. Sis, say it clearly. Who's there? Where? What kind of person? Lu Lanfang took a deep breath and slowly revealed her discovery. There's someone in the store. I was about 20 meters away, diagonally opposite the store, and I saw legs through the storeroom window. Her voice trembled slightly. Every time, they open the shutter to let the larvae in, and every time the larvae go in, they disappear. Almost all the larvae around are being put in by that person. Even when there are no larvae, they make noise by banging on the shutter to attract more from afar. And the number keeps increasing. Zhao He, in disbelief, asked, Really? Are you sure you weren't imagining things? It's hard to believe a human could gather these creatures like chickens and ducks. Even someone like Uncle Chen Hai, an elite soldier, has to kill them one by one. Lu Lanfang firmly replied, I doubted my eyes too, but I'm telling the truth. It started with dozens, then 100, and then so many that I lost count. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment and analyzed. If it really is done by a person, there's only one possibility: they know the weakness of the scythe crow larvae and can kill them without injury during their vulnerable period, just like Uncle Chen Hai mentioned. Gao Bo interjected. Come on. Even if they know the weakness, gathering 100 of them to kill at once is insane. You'd need immense power to be that fearless and invincible. Zhao He sighed. Indeed, it's impressive. Too bad we don't know who they are. Otherwise, we could ask them to share their method of identifying the weak points. Gao Bo scoffed. Forget it. That's a technique for quickly killing these creatures. Do you think they'll just trade it away? Are you that special? Zhao He was at a loss for words, and Gao Bo continued. Crude but true. But having such a powerful person around is a blessing for you all. Their presence alone boosts your sense of security. Lu Lanfang agreed. It's definitely a good thing. After several rounds of larvae gathering, there are almost no larvae outside, but we still don't dare to go out. We never know when that person will start banging the door again. And if we step out and get surrounded by a swarm, we're done for. Gao Bo suggested. Then wait. Wait until they can't gather any more larvae. Your area will be liberated. By the way, where exactly are you guys? Maybe I can escape to your place? Lu Lanfang and Zhao He both said they didn't know the exact location. There were no signs or addresses. Li Xiang also said he didn't know. Gao Bo grumbled. Come on, you just don't want to say. The world is cold. Zhao He cryptically replied. Those who understand, understand. Li Xiang and the others echoed. Those who understand, understand. 17. Even the spectators who were just watching joined in, expressing their understanding. Everyone knew that an extra person meant another mouth to feed. While they all trusted Chen Hai, they needed enough supplies to last until he could rescue them. As for the mysterious expert, everyone knew such a person wouldn't want to be burdened with others. Anyone in their position would choose to be a lone wolf. Lu Lanfang reiterated that she really didn't know the exact location. Zhao He reassured her, It's okay, Aunt Lan. No need to explain. Just keep an eye on that store. If there really is an expert, try to get a video. We need to see this person's face. Lu Lanfang, puzzled, asked, How do I record a video? I don't know how. Zhao Yi quickly said, Don't worry. I'll teach you privately. The conversation then turned to banter and teasing, with some latecomers still discussing the expert. Meanwhile, the subject of their conversation was busy harvesting the lives of the scythe crow larvae. Despite receiving a notification about the video file, they were too occupied with their task to respond. Chen Hai closed the chat channel and turned his attention to reviewing all the recorded videos of killing the scythe owl larvae. He was convinced that there had to be a method to identify the larvae's weak points. It was just a matter of meticulous observation. However, even as he focused intently on analyzing the footage, his thoughts inevitably drifted to his daughter's current situation. A silent plea formed in his heart, hoping that the heavens would show mercy and spare him from a lifetime of regret. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was engrossed in the frenzy of exterminating scythe owl larvae. He took a deep breath, his hands moving swiftly as he dismembered the last larva's corpse. The system notification chimed, announcing that he had obtained 2 specialized crystals and 2 high-purity exotic proteins. This hunting session had been nothing short of a rampage. with 407 larvae falling to his blade, and the number of specialized crystals had soared to an astonishing 1,054. During the hunt, he had to replenish the larvae gathering twice, but it was clear that the gathering speed was gradually slowing down. The final wave of larvae had even been delayed, making him wait for a full 2 minutes. This clearly indicated that the larvae in the nearby tunnels had been nearly wiped out by him. Ming glanced at the durability of his straight sword, now down to 160. He needed to conserve the remaining durability for scavenging outside. He opened the information panel and clicked on the specialized level option. The system immediately prompted. Detected sufficient specialized crystals in spatial pouch. Consumed 300 specialized crystals to upgrade to Ultimate Soldier King. Without hesitation, Ming chose yes. In an instant, the crystals gathered and shattered. A massive surge of specialized energy flooded into Ming's body, radiating outward from his heart with overwhelming force. It felt as though his blood was being forcibly squeezed out of his body. Every bone, blood vessel, and internal organ trembled in excruciating pain. Veins bulged on Ming's forehead, and his jaw clenched tightly. His handsome face contorted into a grimace of agony. The sudden, tearing pain layered upon the crushing sensation, completely shattering his tolerance. He collapsed to his knees, muscles taut and veins bulging. His iron-hard fists pounded the ground repeatedly, producing resounding booms. The 10 seconds of torment felt like an eternity. Finally, a foul-smelling black mist seeped from Ming's body, rising into the air and eventually dissipating into the ceiling. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, Ming remained kneeling, taking several minutes to recover before he could stand again, struggling to steady his heaving chest. Staring at his still trembling hands, he couldn't help but curse the grueling process. The pain was akin to having his bones broken. He even wondered if the specialized crystals contained the resentment of the scythe owl larvae. As he began to regain his composure, a strange odor reached his nose. Ming frowned, trying to identify it. It didn't smell like the larvae's putrid slime. It was more like the grime under toenails. Could it be coming from his own body? In disbelief, he raised his arm and sniffed it, almost retching. He rubbed his hand, and a layer of sticky black sludge peeled off immediately. What the hell? Ming exclaimed, taking a step toward the wall to wipe his hand. To his surprise, he stumbled and fell. Although it didn't hurt, the loss of balance felt odd. As he stood up again, he realized that his 80-kilogram body felt light as a feather. With a slight push of his palm, he floated upward. Recalling the previous pain, the foul smell, and the black sludge, Ming suddenly understood. This was the process of cleansing and refining his body. The foul-smelling black substance was all the accumulated impurities being expelled from his body. Realizing this, Ming's shock quickly turned to elation. He leaned against the wall and began a series of physical adaptation exercises, akin to rehabilitation training. He carefully moved step by step, finding his new balance and rhythm. As his movements became more fluid, his speed increased, and soon he was sprinting around the room. If anyone had been present, they would have been stunned by the sight. Ming moved effortlessly through the 20-square-meter shop, as if gravity no longer applied to him. He ran from the floor to the walls, and from the walls to the ceiling, his movements smooth and unrestrained. After running several laps around the shop, Ming stopped in the center. He bent his knees slightly and leaped upward. His body soared, and with ease, he touched the ceiling, continuing to rise until his head bumped against it. He paused for a second in midair before gently descending. With his feet back on the ground, Ming looked around, a smile spreading across his face. "This is amazing," he whispered, thrilled by his newfound strength. The special effects you only see in movies were now happening to him. Ming could feel the surge of power within him, and he was both excited and puzzled. With a light leap, he cleared a 3-meter-high obstacle, moving so fast he almost left an afterimage. His gaze landed on a glass display case a short distance away. Extending his right hand, his fingertips touched the surface of the case. With a slight exertion, he lifted the 100-kilogram case effortlessly with one hand, as if it weighed nothing. So this is the level Chen Hai and Jiangling operate at? Are they even human anymore? Ming muttered to himself, deeply shocked. He opened his information panel and clicked on the Ultimate Warrior option. A pop-up appeared, displaying detailed information. Ultimate Warrior. Capable of solo hunting initial juvenile variants. Just a step away from becoming a true hunting warrior. Absorbing specialized crystals can advance to junior hunting warrior. Advancement progress. 754-1000. Ming frowned in thought. Jumping from 300 to 1,000 seemed like an impossible task for an ordinary person. Without his greed skill, even with a 50 specialized crystal drop rate, he would need to kill at least 2,000 scythe larvae. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to achieve this, unless he had team support. The foul stench lingered around his nose, occasionally invading his mind, making Lu Ming increasingly irritable. He realized that besides solving the issues of clothing, weapons, and resources, taking a bath was now a top priority. Picking up the traditional straight blade lying beside him, Lu Ming frowned slightly. With his increased strength, the blade felt light and lost its former heft. He played with it for a moment, then quickly came to terms with it. He would soon get a new weapon anyway. If it didn't work out, he could switch to a broadsword, which was both imposing and lethal. Lu Ming quickly fashioned a makeshift mask, tying the sleeves of a tracksuit behind his head and wrapping the hem around his neck. The stench immediately lessened. He opened the gate, bare-chested and barefoot, carrying the straight blade as he strode towards the street. Warm sunlight bathed his body, and Lu Ming longed to take a deep breath, but the smell on him made him hesitate. He sighed softly and started walking back in the direction he had originally come from. Soon, he passed by a tobacco and grocery store. In his memory, it had been occupied by more than a dozen larvae, which he had likely lured and killed. Lu Ming thought that the variants probably wouldn't spoil the food, so there might still be some supplies in the store. Just then, the entire shop was suddenly outlined in blue. Seeing this familiar effect, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, his face darkening. Seriously? Even this? He muttered in disbelief. Despite all his calculations, Lu Ming never anticipated that the so-called spatial identification could be so unreasonable. Standing outside the store, he hadn't even stepped in yet, and could see the entire shop's layout. Let's give it a try. Identify, Lu Ming muttered to himself. As he whispered, it felt like an invisible ripple swept through the space. In an instant, countless item names appeared like floating labels in his view. These labels penetrated walls, precisely marking the location of each corresponding item. The densely packed labels stacked over each other, causing Lu Ming some visual confusion. Could this be the flaw of the bug's skill? He pondered. Can I make it show only resource-related labels? As soon as the thought occurred, the labels vanished and reappeared, showing only resource-related information. Labels for tools, cigarettes, alcohol, beverages, snacks, and daily necessities became clear, while other items disappeared. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, can it get any more specific? Just show food supplies? The labels reset again, this time only showing items like alcohol, beverages, snacks, and instant noodles. At this point, Lu Ming was thoroughly impressed by the power of the Eye of Truth. All right, you win. I'll stick with you, he praised inwardly, then thought, show exotic creatures food, drinks, tools, weapons, and supply boxes. After silently setting the new parameters, the identification information changed again. Just as he expected, the scythe mites were completely wiped out, the supply boxes were empty, and the other categories had displays. The most eye-catching item was a machete in the store's corner, indicating the owner had some level of preparedness. Even more exciting was that with more detailed identification categories, the precision of the information also increased. Especially for food, the labels now had color coding: black, red, orange, and white. Lu Ming quickly grasped the color system. Black labels indicated long-expired and toxic food, lethal upon consumption. Red labels meant expired food that wouldn't kill immediately, but would cause acute illnesses. Orange labels signified food nearing expiration that needed to be consumed soon. White labels indicated long-lasting items safe for collection and storage. Simple, straightforward, useful, and practically like cheating. Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction as he stepped into the store. As soon as he entered, a musty, decaying smell hit him. A few slightly disorganized shelves came into view, cluttered with various items, but almost all food and drink supplies were spoiled. Lu Ming picked up a bag of greenish-blue spicy strips and checked the production date. March 22nd, 2020, with a shelf life of 12 months. Comparing it to the current date displayed in the corner of the World Channel, May 27, 2025, he realized the disaster had been ongoing for at least 4 years. Looking around, he saw cigarettes, daily necessities, boxes of instant noodles, and various miscellaneous items scattered everywhere. Lu Ming didn't rush to collect them, but first retrieved the machete hidden in the corner of the counter. It was a curved blade machete, somewhat rusty and of lesser material quality than the one from the phone repair shop, but Lu Ming didn't mind. A hero doesn't question origins. Once refined, it'll be a treasure, he muttered, tossing the machete into his spatial pouch. As a self-proclaimed high-quality youth, Lu Ming was particularly picky about food. He only selected items with white labels, ignoring all others. After 10 minutes of careful search, he gathered the following supplies: 2 boxes of braised beef noodles, 3 boxes of Nongfu spring water, 15 bottles of Pepsi, 10 bottles of Sprite, and 60 bottles of various other drinks. Then came the heavyweight items: 17 boxes of premium white liquor and 30 cartons of high-end cigarettes. Although Lu Ming himself had no need for cigarettes or alcohol, he knew these were precious luxuries in a post-apocalyptic world. More importantly, they had long shelf lives, 10 years for cigarettes and 20 years for white liquor, making them must-haves when found. However, just as he stored all the cigarettes and alcohol, an unexpected message popped up. Notice, only 3 slots left in the spatial pouch. Please be mindful of storage limits. Upgrading the spatial pouch can expand capacity. Oh! Lu Ming thought for a moment and immediately understood the meaning of the message. The inventory had only 20 slots, and although identical items could be stacked infinitely, after equipping himself, only 2 slots remained. Lu Ming opened the inventory interface, his gaze lingering on the symbol next to the slot count. Upon clicking it, an upgrade prompt appeared. Consuming 40 specialized crystals would double the space. He hesitated for a moment before attempting to choose the ultimate upgrade. The system immediately presented options. Tier 2, Tier 1. After selecting Tier 1, the new prompt left him stunned. It required 3 million specialized crystals. Lu Ming scoffed and promptly canceled. After weighing his options, he decided to go with the standard upgrade. 40 specialized crystals vanished, expanding the space to 40 slots, with 18 currently in use. The system indicated that the next upgrade would require 80 crystals. Although he was tempted, Lu Ming restrained himself from upgrading further, saving the crystals for future needs. Leaving the tobacco and grocery section, Lu Ming began his adept search for supplies. Along the way, he encountered several survivors hiding in shops, but none sought his help. Instead, they eyed him with a mix of complexity and reverence. Lu Ming didn't think much of it, assuming his imposing physique and impressive gear had intimidated them. The solitude made Lu Ming feel at ease, reminiscent of his days of wandering alone. Just then, a clothing store came into view. The roller shutter was lifted high, but the glass door was securely locked. The faded slogan on the wall was still somewhat legible. Neighborhood shop, selling men's, women's, and children's clothes at fair prices. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy, finally able to ditch his ill-fitting, tattered clothes. He quickly approached, ready to use his detection ability to check for any lurking larvae inside. But then he noticed a figure within the store. There was a girl, slender and petite. The loose high school uniform hung off her frail frame, making her look even smaller. She was curled up in the corner of the glass door, arms wrapped tightly around her knees, her chin buried deep into her chest. She neither cried nor showed fear or joy, as if she were a numb piece of wood. Suddenly, that wood moved slightly. The girl slowly lifted her head, her hollow eyes meeting Lu Ming's gaze. After a brief moment of eye contact, she quickly looked away again. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart clenched. The joy he had felt upon discovering the clothing store was instantly shattered by that familiar expression. He gripped the straight knife in his hand tightly, forcing himself to turn away, pretending he had never seen her, and continued walking past the store. As he brushed past the girl, reality and memory overlapped. The curled-up figure in the dark corner was no longer a stranger, but his past self hugging his knees, numb and hollow. That was the unsaved him, trusting no one, caring for no one, and hoping for nothing. Compassion surged within his chest. But what could Lu Ming do? This was the apocalypse, a place where one had to fight tooth and nail to survive. He never saw himself as a savior of the world, even with several game-breaking abilities. All he could do was fulfill the dying wish of that person survive. Nothing more. Lu Ming forced himself to calm down. Someone like him? What did that have to do with him? It was a pity to pass up a nearby clothing store, but finding food was already difficult, and clothing stores were everywhere. He decided to adjust his mindset and head to the relocated intersection. After all, intersections in urban areas were often bustling, and he might find a supply crate there. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth, but it quickly vanished. The shadow of his bangs covered his eyes, his steps gradually slowed, and he finally stopped. Lu Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned back to the clothing store. Standing at the store's entrance, he looked at his tall reflection in the glass and sighed helplessly. To avoid seeming like a bad person, Lu Ming squatted down, forced a smile, and said in a gentle voice, "Hey there, little sister. What's your name? What grade are you in? Can you open the door? Uncle just wants to come in for a bit." The moment he spoke, Lu Ming's inner world crumbled. He screamed internally, "Oh my God, what nonsense am I spouting? Why not just state my intentions clearly? This sounds like I'm trying to abduct a child. Who would believe this?" Asking her name, how did I turn into a suspicious old man? Sure enough, the girl inside lifted her hollow eyes again and stared at him for a moment. Lu Ming broke into a sweat and hastily explained, "No, I'm not a bad person. Don't be scared. I need to change clothes." He pointed to his large chest muscles, as if that would make her understand. Lu Ming cursed himself internally. "What are you doing? Forget it. Let it all end. I'm exhausted. Just as he was about to give up and leave, the girl inside suddenly stood up. To Lu Ming's surprise, she directly opened the store door. It turned out the door he thought was locked had no security measures at all. This girl didn't seem to care about her life or whether the person outside was good or bad. The oversized school uniform made her look even smaller. Lu Ming didn't enter immediately. She just stood there holding the door handle, staring blankly at the ground like a lifeless machine. Thank you. Lu Ming's awkwardness vanished instantly as he walked into the store, reeking of sweat. When he looked back, the girl had already let go of the handle and returned to her corner. She showed no reaction to his scent, not even glancing at him, as if he were an invisible, odorless wisp of air. Lu Ming turned silently and began to pick out clothes, but his mind was entirely elsewhere. After circling the small shop multiple times, Lu Ming realized there were no sizes that fit him. His gaze swept over the store and landed on a storage room with a no entry sign. The thick layer of dust on the doorknob showed no signs of being touched. Clearly, the girl had never explored this area after entering the shop. Lu Ming activated his Eye of Truth, focusing on the space behind the storage room door. Item tags appeared in his vision one by one. No hostile entities were present. It was safe. He gently pushed the door open, and dust scattered through the gap. Surprisingly, the inside wasn't dark, but brightly lit. Instead of a warehouse, it was a living room with the front door directly opposite. Lu Ming quickly understood the situation. The owner's house was too large, and the back door opened into a residential alley, so they converted part of it into a clothing store for business. The dust inside was even thicker. Most items identified by the Eye of Truth were tagged black, indicating they were unusable. Just as Lu Ming was about to give up, a blue item tag on the right caught his attention. A level 2 supply box. It was in a larger room to the right. Lu Ming's mood shifted from heavy to joyful. He swiftly moved into the room. Sure enough, in the corner between the bed and the wall, an incongruous blue box was clearly visible. It wasn't an antique chest from a game, but a high-tech mechanical container. The Eye of Truth provided an immediate assessment. Level 2 supply box, special item category, container. Description: a sturdy container holding advanced supplies, including 3 500 milliliters multifunctional sports drinks and 1 random skill book. The box's contents were revealed, which took away the surprise element but provided a sense of security knowing what was inside. Especially the random skill book, which could potentially include a top-tier skill like the universal key. Lu Ming picked up the supply box and noticed a blue button in the center. He pressed it firmly, a burst of gas released, and the box opened. Inside lay a completely purple book with golden question marks and 3 bottles of multifunctional sports drinks. Only up to a level. So the universal key, which he considers a divine skill, isn't levels? Lu Ming pondered. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Use immediately? Lu Ming was about to nod when he remembered that if the girl hadn't been so despondent, this harmless supply box should have been her loot. Of course, he just thought about it. Actually giving the box away would make him feel foolish. At most, he could offer her some compensation when he left. Yes. Lu Ming responded decisively. Congratulations, you have acquired the level skill. Power amplification, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The question marks on the random skill book slowly dissolved, revealing the words power amplification technique. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. This was a skill whose effects were obvious without any further explanation. However, he wasn't in urgent need of physical enhancement at the moment. He was more eager to make breakthroughs in his techniques. Mastery in firearms, martial arts, movement, and various other skills was what he truly desired. Even with doubled strength, a highly skilled opponent at the same specialization level could easily suppress him. Despite this, Lu Ming felt a twinge of excitement since the skills level was close to the highest tier available for extraction. The system prompt appeared. Would you like to learn the power amplification technique now? Yes, Lu Ming responded decisively. The skill book transformed into points of light, circling in the air a few times before entering his forehead. The system prompt then appeared. Successfully learned level skill. Power amplification technique. Category: active amplification skill. Effect: double strength for 10 minutes, followed by a 5-minute weakened state where all attributes are halved. Cooldown: 15 minutes. Lu Ming nodded to himself. This 10-minute burst skill was quite decent, and the subsequent weakened state was within an acceptable range. He immediately checked the ascension effects and the required costs. Ultimate Ascension, Lu Ming muttered. The system prompt appeared again. Please choose the Ascension tier. Tier 2. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialization crystals to upgrade level skill power amplification technique to level skill power bestowals. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Only 2,000 specialization crystals to upgrade to level? Was the skill too weak, or was the cost gap really that wide? He chose confirm. The new skill information immediately appeared. Power bestowal level. Category: active amplification skill. Effect: triple strength for 30 minutes, cooldown of 1 hour. Feature: this amplification can be bestowed upon multiple targets simultaneously. The number of targets depends on specialization level. Looming couldn't help but marvel. The evolve skill not only increased the amplification multiplier and duration by threefold, but also completely eliminated the weakened effect. Although the cooldown seemed longer, it was actually quite practical. After all, if a battle lasted more than 30 minutes without resolution, retreat might be the wiser choice. After weighing the pros and cons, Looming decided to cancel the Ascension operation and prioritize this skill for future investment. He put away 3 bottles of sports drinks and watched as the supply crate vanished. Just as he was about to leave the room, Looming noticed a bathroom equipped with a shower. He quickly walked in, eagerly checking the facilities. However, the water heater was unresponsive to his attempts to operate it, clearly broken. Looming's mood plummeted. He realized that even if the water heater worked, the daily water supply might be contaminated with mutagenic toxins. This could be the case for the entire residential building, or even whole city. Was he going to give up on bathing? Would he have to endure this unpleasant odor until it naturally dissipated? Staring at the water heater, Looming suddenly had a bright idea. What if he upgraded this ordinary water heater by 2 tiers? Could it yield unexpected results? Ultimate Ascension. Looming decided to give it a try. The system prompt appeared. Please choose the Ascension tier. Tier 2. Upgrading a slightly malfunctioning water heater requires 3 specialization crystals. Please choose the Ascension direction. The system provided 2 options: all-purpose water heater and crystal diamond radiant water heater. Looming was surprised. He never expected a water heater to have different upgrade paths. He carefully checked the details. All-purpose water heater. Advanced category: appliance. Description: a practical water heater with features including self-power generation, self-operation, automation, and self-service. It can continue to add water and replenish energy even in a power or water outage. Looming's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Although it would consume some purified water, his current reserves were quite sufficient. After previous scavenging, he had 120 bottles of mineral water, plus sports drinks and other beverages, enough for continued use. Even if he ran out, with his current strength, he could easily go out and restock. Out of curiosity, Looming also checked the other option: Crystal Diamond Radiant Water Heater. Advanced category: luxury item. Description: embellished with hundreds of diamonds and glittering with a luxurious golden sheen. This is a must-have decoration for successful individuals. Functionally similar to a regular all-purpose water heater, its advantages are its extravagance, while its downside is the lack of self-service capability. Looming shook his head. Who would have thought even water heaters could have a diamond-studded luxury version? The luxury market in the Jalan galaxy was indeed unique. After weighing the options, Looming unhesitatingly chose the practical all-purpose water heater. Swipe. The malfunctioning water heater suddenly disassembled and reassembled itself, transforming in an instant into a sleek, high-tech, multifunctional unit. Looming was thrilled to discover that the new heater came with built-in shower gel and shampoo dispensers, bringing tears of joy to his eyes. He carefully pressed the switch, and the screen on the heater lit up. An electronic voice announced, "All-purpose genie at your service. Please choose a mode using voice commands." Simultaneously, the screen displayed 2 options: automated and manual. Without hesitation, Looming chose manual. The system promptly responded, "Manual mode activated. Please add 10 liters of water through the inlet and set the temperature." 10 liters? That's 20 bottles. Not too bad. Looming muttered as he quickly completed the water addition and temperature setting. He then rummaged through the storage room and found a few wearable tank tops and pants, tossing them in for washing. At this moment, he completely forgot about the high school girl waiting outside the back door. 10 minutes later, Looming emerged from the bathroom wearing freshly cleaned clothes. He stood in front of the mirror, frowning at his reflection. A loose white tank top paired with faded blue-gray jeans, a look that was far from impressive. Just as he was feeling disheartened, his eyes caught the ultimate enhancement option on the information panel. Inspired, he quickly began to operate it. In just 2 minutes, Looming's appearance was transformed. He now wore a black, form-fitting tactical vest that protected up to his neck, paired with pitch-black tactical pants, a pure black military belt around his waist, and stylish tactical boots. The entire ensemble was fierce and commanding, leaving a lasting impression. Looming marveled silently. Who could have guessed that enhancing the clothes to the second tier would not only add durability, stain resistance, and waterproof features, but also allow for custom styling? After careful consideration, he felt this outfit best suited his physique and the current environment. Satisfied, he clenched his fists and slowly walked outside. Opening the storage room door, he noticed again the figure curled up in the corner, hugging her knees. The girl seemed completely unaware of his presence, showing no reaction even though he had been inside for over 20 minutes. Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming decided to investigate. He wondered what could have caused a young girl to be so despondent. Identify, he silently commanded, activating the Eye of Truth. An invisible beam locked onto the girl's outline, and in an instant, a densely packed information panel appeared. Before he could read through it all, a few glaring words jumped out at him. Orphan, adoption, foster father's assault. His expression turned grave, and an indescribable pain welled up in his heart. These heavy words kept Lu Ming's eyes glued to the personal information section. He read it carefully from top to bottom, each line tightening his chest. The personal information read, originally a resident of Blue Star, from Chengchuan, Huaxia, currently a high school senior. Born in the women's restroom of the Seven Seas 0-point bar, abandoned by her biological mother, Ms. Su. Discovered by a cleaner who notified the bar owner, leading to police involvement. She was eventually sent to the Seven Seas Xingxing Welfare Home and named Hong Hong. At the welfare home, she exhibited remarkable learning and practical skills, but was introverted and often sat alone in the reading corner. This unusual behavior made her a target for bullying by other children. At the age of 3, she was adopted by migrant workers Mr. Liu and Ms. Zhang, and renamed Luya. However, within a year, her adoptive parents were both paralyzed in a construction accident and unable to care for her, returning her to the welfare home on New Year's Eve. When she was 5, a divorced woman named Ms. Wang adopted her and renamed her Wang Chanjun. Unfortunately, this happiness was short-lived. Just 7 months later, Ms. Wang was forced by her parents to marry a cousin from the same village. Her new husband refused to accept the child, and she was sent back to the welfare home. At the age of 7, she was adopted by Mr. Zhao and renamed Zhao Jiao. A year later, Mr. Zhao died suddenly while playing cards at night. After the relatives handled the funeral, none of them, due to the lack of blood relation, were willing to continue caring for her, and she was once again sent back to the welfare home. At 10, she was adopted by Yang Xiaojun from Yang Village and renamed Yang Shui. She finally had a relatively stable life, attending Yang Village Primary School, the town middle school, and the county's top high school. However, on her coming-of-age ceremony, a horrifying truth surfaced. Yang Xiaojun's real intention in adopting her was to groom her to be his wife. That night, Yang Xiaojun tried to assault her. In desperation, Yang Shui grabbed a lighter from the bedside, intending to set his clothes on fire to escape. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Xiaojun was soaked in alcohol and ignited instantly, engulfed in flames. Yang Shui tried to put out the fire, but to no avail. Yang Xiaojun, in agony, thrashed around, setting more items in the room ablaze. The flames soared, alarming the entire village. Terrified, Yang Shui fled the inferno. Upon learning that Yang Xiaojun had perished in the fire, her mental state nearly collapsed. She hid in the deep woods of Yang Village for 3 whole months. Eventually, she became the 66,666th batch of transferees to Jalan Apocalypse, a survivor and a strategist. After reading this suffocating personal history, Lu Ming felt a heavy weight on his heart. Her life seemed to be an unending tragedy, abandoned at birth, bullied in the welfare home, adopted and abandoned 4 times, each new hope followed by deeper despair. She finally found a home, only to discover at the happiest moment that it was all a lie. The person who once loved her harbored such terrifying desires. She fought to protect herself, but inadvertently caused her adoptive father's death, losing the home she had lived in for 8 years. During those 3 months on the run, she was accompanied only by fear and pain. Looking back, her past was filled with tragedy, and her future seemed dark and destroyed. Just as she was lost and numb, the great transfer happened. Such an ordeal is more than anyone could bear. Lu Ming looked at Yang Shui's frail body standing at 1.6 meters tall, but weighing only 35 kilograms, with a pre-selection rank lower than an entry-level soldier. He couldn't help but imagine the immense psychological and physical trauma those 3 months of escape must have inflicted on her. When a person loses the will to live, even their cells seem to lose vitality. Instances of people turning gray overnight and withering away are vivid examples. Lu Ming sighed deeply, closed the information panel, and pushed open the warehouse door. He walked to the front of the store, retrieving a case of purified water and a box of instant noodles from his spatial bag, placing them gently beside Yang Shui. Then he began to take out specialized crystals one by one from his bag. Lu Ming spoke softly. Earlier, I heard some words that resonated with me. In this life, there are very few things we can choose. We step onto stages we didn't choose, performing scripts we didn't write. Some people are born into perfect families with loving parents and lives that require no struggle. Others are born not even knowing who their parents are and are betrayed by those they trust the most. Hearing this, the previously vacanted Yang Shui slowly lifted her gaze. In Yang Shui's eyes, a face was reflected handsome and rugged, yet soft and warm. His eyes held a complex mix of pain and a loneliness that mirrored her own. Lu Ming's hands methodically retrieved crystal-like gems from thin air, placing them carefully before her. Death is the simplest thing, Lu Ming said softly. If you're going to die, why not choose it sooner? If you couldn't make that choice earlier and have gone through so much tragedy, would you really give up now? He continued, the past is gone. If you think the fault is yours, then live on and bear this guilt. If it's not your fault, live on and make amends for all the suffering you've endured. As he placed the 20th specialized crystal down, Lu Ming's voice trailed off. He paused for a moment, then pulled a straight knife from his spatial bag and placed it beside Yang Shui. Don't worry, he added. This is your payment for letting me choose your clothes. As for the purpose of these crystals, you'll find out soon enough. Also, I have another suggestion. If you decide to live, carefully observe the energy patterns within those giant worms. Study their flow and identify the features. With your abilities, you'll surely discover something. Lu Ming stood up, slid open the glass door, and glanced at the rolling shutter above. He pulled it down halfway, leaving it at a height Yang Shui could easily reach. Whenever she decided to live, she could pull down this protective barrier. After completing all this, Lu Ming turned and left with a faint smile. Yang Shui's eyes followed his figure until he disappeared from sight, and the street returned to silence. Lu Ming's words echoed in Yang Shui's mind, and a glimmer of light gradually appeared in her hollow eyes. A hunger she hadn't felt in 3 months suddenly overwhelmed her. She grabbed a packet of instant noodles, tore it open violently, and began to devour it. The hard noodles cut her gums, and the tiny crumbs scratched her throat, but Yang Shui felt nothing. Only after finishing the entire packet and downing a bottle of water did she slowly lower her head. Pain radiated from her mouth, and silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Live on, she murmured, her voice hoarse but resolute. I must live on, to make up for all the suffering I've endured. Yang Shui's gaze swept over the specialized crystals and the knife beside her. She silently committed Lu Ming's features to memory, as if this was the first step in her new beginning. The confident demeanor lasted only a few minutes before Lu Ming's face showed a pained expression. He had lost a straight sword and 20 specialized crystals from his space pouch. Adding the cost of upgrading the water heater and a set of 6 clothing pieces, a total of 29 specialized crystals had vanished. He glanced at his inventory number, 685. He was now further from his goal of becoming a junior warrior. Lu Ming sighed softly, recalling how the old man had pulled him back from the brink of despair. Now he was doing the same for someone else. He thought to himself, if the old man knew, he would be pleased. As for Yang Shui's future, it would depend on her own choices and fate. Realizing he had just given away his primary weapon, Lu Ming quickly retrieved a rusty curved machete from his space pouch, preparing to upgrade it. Ultimate upgrade, Lu Ming muttered. A system prompt immediately appeared. Select upgrade tier. Tier 2 upgrading curved machete will consume 20 specialized crystals. Confirm cancel. Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose confirm. Select upgrade direction. Steel straight, sword wide blade, heavy sword steel guandao. 3 options appeared before him, each significantly different in design. The steel straight sword was sleek and elegant, with a sharp edge. The steel guandao was a long-handled weapon, both handle and blade of equal length, quite unique. The wide blade heavy sword was a long-handled sword with a broad and lengthy blade, reminiscent of a signature weapon from a certain game protagonist. Considering his combat style, Lu Ming decisively chose the wide blade heavy sword. Instantly, the curved machete disassembled and reformed amidst metallic sounds. A heavy blade, 30 centimeters in handle length and 150 centimeters in blade length, materialized and fell firmly into Lu Ming's hand. He estimated the weapon to be at least 80 kilograms, perfectly matching his preference for strength-based weapons. Eagerly, Lu Ming began to evaluate his new weapon. Wide blade heavy sword steel grade category. Weapon description. Handle length 32 centimeters. Blade length 155 centimeters. Blade width 15 centimeters. Weight 85 kilograms. Entirely forged from steel, combining traditional craftsmanship with advanced Jalan technology. The sheer weight alone delivers immense attack power, ideal for strength-based warriors. Durability. 1500-1500. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. The stats of this new weapon were perfect. With high durability and immense power, it truly embodied the saying, out with the old, in with the new. He examined the accompanying scabbard carefully, finding it to be a semi-embedded sheath designed ergonomically. With a simple trigger press, the large sword could be ejected, avoiding the awkwardness of traditional back-mounted sheaths in emergencies. However, with the convenience of his space pouch, The scabbard seemed somewhat redundant. Lu Ming glanced at the World Channel time display. 12:35. Nearly 5 hours had passed since the Great Shift, leaving him with 5.5 hours before nightfall at 6 p.m. Determined to continue exploring, Lu Ming chose a different path, activating the Eye of Truth as he ran and searched. His goal was clear: weapons and supply boxes containing skill books. He would enter weapon shops to take some and visit places with water and specific foods, but he still hadn't found the coveted supply box. After another hour of searching, Lu Ming found himself in a narrow alley where a medium-sized factory suddenly appeared before him. The Eye of Truth activated again, and familiar words appeared, but this time the label was no longer blue, but purple Tier 3 supply box. Excitement surged in Lu Ming's heart. The box was on the ceiling of the factory's 3rd floor. But just as he took a step forward, the entire factory was suddenly filled with dense, overlapping labels of thousands of scythe larvae. To make matters worse, near the Tier 3 supply box, 5 unfamiliar labels glowed intensely red scythe pupae. Holding his breath, Lu Ming locked onto the new label and began a detailed analysis. The cocoon of the scythe owl, a grade E weak-type variant creature, lay dormant inside the factory. This elite variant, formed after the scythe owl larva devoured numerous live prey and cocooned, was now in its vulnerable state. Although it had lost its offensive capabilities, the aura it emitted as a leader of the insect swarm attracted hundreds, if not thousands, of larvae to gather around it. Lu Ming stood outside the factory, his brow furrowed. He had initially thought that a level 3 supply crate would be a minor target, but he hadn't anticipated such a scene. Through a crack, he saw the dense mass of scythe owl larvae inside the factory, far exceeding his expectations. A conservative estimate put their numbers at nearly 2,000, all in a heightened state of readiness to spray lethal acid. He tightened his grip on the broad-bladed heavy knife in his hand, hesitating for a moment before deciding to take the risk. Cautiously moving along the courtyard wall, Lu Ming reached the factory gate. However, the sight through the gap made him gasp. A hideous scythe owl larva was just behind the door, mere inches away. If not for his quick reflexes, his presence would have been exposed. Lu Ming quickly retreated, his heart pounding like a drum. He realized that a frontal assault was almost suicidal. Even an elite soldier would find it nearly impossible to survive the simultaneous acid spray from hundreds of larvae. As he was about to give up, his gaze swept across the employee dormitory building opposite, and a thought struck him. If only I had a sniper rifle, he mused. With the Eye of Truth's weak point insight, I could take them out one by one. Unfortunately, he was still limited to cold weapons. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. While not as powerful as firearms, it could suffice for the current predicament. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope. Lu Ming stood in front of the factory, holding a rudimentary bow. Though it looked rough, as long as it had the basic shape and function, it could be considered a bow. He was secretly pleased, thinking about using the ultimate enhancement to upgrade it by 2 levels, hoping it might come in handy. However, his excitement was short-lived. Lu Ming suddenly remembered a crucial archery skills. Without excellent shooting techniques, even with a bow, it would be difficult to hit the larva core from 80 meters away. Moreover, making arrows was also a challenge. He looked at the factory with disappointment, feeling a surge of frustration. Right before him was a treasure trove, but he couldn't find a good way to breach it. Should he really go back to upgrade to a junior warrior, and then try again? But that would not only be too slow, it also had drawbacks. The biggest problem was that the 5 pupae would hatch simultaneously, making it impossible for anyone, even a deity, to enter. Feeling stuck, Lu Ming opened his information panel, hoping to find a breakthrough from his skill combinations. His eyes scanned the screen and were drawn to the trading market. Several hours had passed, so there must have been quite a bit of activity. With a hopeful mindset, he clicked on the trading market. Sure enough, the list of items was no longer sparse, with the total number of pages reaching tens of thousands. Initially shocked, Lu Ming felt relieved after browsing the first few pages. The market was filled with various miscellaneous items, from pebbles and benches to moldy sheets, and someone even put a bed up for sale. Fortunately, there was a precise item type filter on the side. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the skill books option. He clicked on it, only to find a single lonely book. Basic military boxing, a level, priced at 100 bottles of 500 milliliters pure water. Lu Ming silently cursed, thinking that an 11 skill book priced at 100 bottles of pure water was outrageous. In his opinion, this book was worth at most 3 bottles of water, and that's only if he had it. For others, it might not even be worth half a bottle. After all, using military boxing against mutant creatures was akin to courting death. After a moment of silence, Lu Ming realized he was overthinking it. Anyone who could obtain a skill book at this point was either incredibly lucky or a capable individual who could move freely. Neither would sell high-level items cheaply right now. Analyzing the market demand, Lu Ming quickly identified his target weapons. In the apocalypse, weapons were symbols of confidence and courage. He quickly navigated to the weapons section and found a variety of items, although most were either unsharpened or more like props. After roughly estimating the price range, he found that the cheapest weapons required 5 bottles of drinking water or 10 portions of food, while the most expensive sharpened weapons needed double that amount of resources. To his surprise, people were actually buying these weapons. Lu Ming felt fortunate, thinking that durability was perhaps the most successful feature in an apocalyptic setting. Especially for high-level warriors and ultimate soldiers, weapon consumption would increase exponentially. They had abundant resources and endless opportunities. An idea formed in Lu Ming's mind. If he could sell more powerful weapons and request various specialized skill books in exchange, there would surely be people who couldn't resist the temptation and would willingly trade. This strategy might just open a new door for him. As for whether selling weapons would accelerate others' progress, Lu Ming wasn't worried at all. He confidently thought that no matter how fast others advanced, they couldn't match his pace. Moreover, selling weapons would not only enhance others' resource acquisition efficiency, but also boost the overall economic strength of the group. With increased purchasing power, he could buy higher quality blanks, craft more advanced weapons, in exchange for stronger skills to arm himself. Isn't this just reaping the benefits? With that thought, Lu Ming agilely leaped up to the second floor of the employee dormitory. He had previously used the Eye of Truth to thoroughly explore the place and confirmed that there were no dangers other than some expired food. He carefully leaned against the wall and gently closed the window, deciding to use the trading platform to amass the combat power needed to break through the factory. Lu Ming opened the trading platform interface and started searching for tool-type items. Instantly, hundreds of pages of information on kitchen knives, fruit knives, axes, and other items appeared before him. Although the prices were generally high, this wasn't a major issue. Tool-type items occupied an awkward position between weapons and supplies. In combat, their lethality was limited and unlikely to cause fatal injuries. In logistics, they couldn't be consumed and thus couldn't ensure survival needs. Therefore, many people listed these items hoping for luck, and when a genuine buyer appeared, the situation would be entirely different. Lu Ming quickly clicked on the consignment option and listed a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water, specifying the trade item as a knife. Almost instantly, the system notified him. Your consigned Nongfu Spring purified water has been successfully traded for a slaughter knife. This efficiency left Lu Ming secretly impressed. What pleased him even more was that the trading platform strictly protected the privacy of both buyers and sellers, making all transactions anonymous. This meant that no matter how outrageous the items he listed were, he wouldn't be targeted. Although he didn't fear being coveted, he detested the annoying harassment akin to flies and mosquitoes. Excited, Lu Ming listed 9 more bottles of water. As before, these were snapped up in an instant. Including the previously exchanged slaughter knife, his trading platform storage now neatly held 10 knives. For kitchen knives, 3 fruit knives, and 3 slaughter knives. Lu Ming carefully took out these knives, laid them on the ground, and began upgrading them one by one. To ensure his products were unique and ahead of the market, he spared no expense in upgrading all the knives to the second tier. All 4 kitchen knives were upgraded to fine steel straight knives, and the 3 slaughter knives were transformed into fine steel broadswords. He chose not to upgrade the slaughter knives to heavy-bladed knives, as that would significantly narrow the potential buyer base, especially losing the female market, which would be unwise from a business perspective. To Lu Ming's surprise, the upgrade path for the fruit knives turned out to be swords rather than knives. The system offered options including fine steel long swords, heavy-bladed swords, and fine steel daggers. The heavy-bladed sword looked extremely cool, and if he didn't already have a heavy-bladed knife and wasn't proficient in knife techniques, he would have definitely kept one for himself. In the end, he upgraded 2 of the fruit knives to fine steel long swords. After completing the upgrades, Lu Ming immediately started listing the items on the trading platform. He set all the fine steel weapons to barter, specifying the trade targets as various skill books, with archery being customizable for weapon type. Once done, he stared intently at the trading platform interface, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. These 10 second-tier upgraded fine steel weapons had consumed a total of 200 specialized crystals. If they didn't yield quick results, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss. But if he completed the trades and acquired a method for long-range kills, he could break through the factory gates. Awaiting him would be at least 4,000 specialized crystals and a level 3 supply crate. By this calculation, the return rate would be at least 20-fold. With this thought, Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened a bit. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, the moment his items were listed, the entire national chat exploded. The auction house was abuzz with activity as 10 gleaming steel-grade weapons caught everyone's attention. Check the auction house. Someone's listed 10 steel-grade weapons, a player exclaimed. Judging by the types of weapons, they seem to be from our fellow countrymen. another player chimed in. Steel grade. Durability 1500, someone marveled. Wow, the best our team has is iron grade, and that was from a level 1 supply box. The discussions grew louder as players speculated about the identity of this big shot. Some suspected he had raided an armory, but this idea was quickly dismissed. Impossible, explained a player who was a regular on the world chat. So far, no one has discovered an armory in any region or country. Some speculate that the areas we've been transported to are actually the outskirts of Jalan 618, far from any armories. As the discussion deepened, players analyzed various possibilities. Someone suggested it might be the work of an elite military group, but this was questioned due to the need for advanced archery skills. The conversation soon turned personal. One player lamented, "I really regret using my beginner-level painting skills on myself. Otherwise, I could have traded for a steel straight sword and taken down those armored wood lice without breaking a sweat." "Who doesn't?" another player agreed. "I have beginner-level cooking skills. In this post-apocalyptic world, what good is cooking? I can't even find food, let alone experiment with recipes." The discussion shifted to the survival conditions in different regions. Some mentioned the chaos caused by resource competition, leading to a discussion on the importance of human unity. "That's very true," a cautious player advised, "but I suggest we discuss this privately. This chat is real name verified, and you don't want to attract unwanted attention." Meanwhile, Lu Ming was waiting for the results of his consignment. Suddenly, countless messages appeared below his listed items, quickly surpassing 99.99. Lu Ming clicked on one at random and found they were all from anonymous users. "Hello, Big Shot. While I don't have any skill books, I'm sincerely looking to trade. Could I offer 3 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water?" One message read. Lu Ming smirked, thinking these people must take him for a fool. Many similar messages followed, with people offering what they considered valuable in exchange for the steel weapons. Just then, a system notification popped up. "Your steel straight sword consigned in the auction house has been successfully traded. You have received beginner-level tailoring mastery." The buyer also left a message. "Skill books are extremely rare. Could we trade in other ways? If possible, please add me as a friend. If you're worried, we can be anonymous friends." Lu Ming pondered this anonymous friend feature. He decided to respond to all the messages after all his weapons were sold, ensuring he got the best deals. Lu Ming was intently checking the messages from the trading house when the system notified him that his refined steel sword had been sold. He furrowed his brows slightly. "Proficient in basic cooking? Proficient in basic gardening?" he muttered under his breath, clearly uninterested in these life skills. However, when the third transaction notification popped up, indicating proficiency in basic driving, his eyes lit up. What excited Lu Ming even more was the accompanying message from the buyer. "A compound bow," he murmured, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Compared to homemade bows, a compound bow was undeniably a superior weapon. He immediately chose to add the buyer as a friend, but did so anonymously. The private chat window quickly opened, and the other party, who introduced himself as Chu Feng, expressed his displeasure at Lu Ming's anonymous behavior. Lu Ming ignored the pleasantries and got straight to the point, asking for details about the compound bow. Chu Feng thoroughly described the situation. They had just captured a stadium where they found 12 usable compound bows, 200 intact arrows, and a large amount of damaged equipment. He proposed an initial trade, 2 compound bows and 25 arrows in exchange for 1 refined steel weapon. Lu Ming quickly did the mental math and then offered a more enticing deal. 3 compound bows and 50 arrows for 1 refined steel weapon. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Chu Feng seemed hesitant, but Lu Ming didn't give him much time to ponder. He astutely seized on Chu Feng's mention of damaged equipment and asked for specific numbers. Upon learning there were 18 broken bows and around 2,000 broken arrows, a smile played on Lu Ming's lips. "All right," Lu Ming said confidently. 1 refined steel weapon for all your damaged equipment. Including the previous deal, that makes a total of 5 refined steel weapons. Deal or no deal?" Chu Feng was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he succinctly replied, "Deal?" Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, already calculating the potential benefits of this trade in his mind. "Wow!" Chu Feng responded so quickly, as if he were mistaken for a fool by the landlord's family. Lu Ming chuckled inwardly, knowing that Chu Feng didn't understand the true power of ultimate refinement and thus couldn't grasp his real motive for collecting scrap. Just then, a private message popped up on the screen. It was from Chu Feng. "Hey buddy, take the weapons off the market. Only 5 left, and we won't have enough to sell after that." His tone was urgent. Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he decided to play along with this anxious buyer. He quickly switched to another account and anonymously messaged himself. "Don't panic. The marketplace is the marketplace. Private deals are private deals. Meaning, there's plenty of stock. Chu Feng seemed convinced by this and messaged again. Whoa, you're awesome. Lu Ming casually replied, that's the truth. I think so too. Let's proceed with the trade. He then swiftly exchanged 5 cleavers for purified water and spent 100 crystals to upgrade them into refined steel straight swords. Next, Lu Ming clicked on Chu Feng's avatar and initiated an anonymous trade. Chu Feng reacted with exceptional speed, putting up 30 composite bows and 2,480 arrows with the agility of a professional gamer. It was as if even a second's delay would make him miss this golden opportunity for upgrading his gear. Lu Ming couldn't help but admire the quick and decisive action. He responded with equally impressive speed, honed by years of solo gaming, placing the 5 refined steel straight swords in the trade slot and locking it in. Chu Feng's items remained untouched, and he nearly simultaneously hit the lock button, completing the trade instantly. The system notified that the items were stored in the marketplace's warehouse with a 3-day storage period. Lu Ming thought this feature was useful for emergencies, but not ideal for long-term storage due to the risk of losing everything if not careful. He carefully placed the composite bows in his dormitory and transferred the arrows to his space pouch. The arrows took up 2 slots, one for 200 intact arrows and another for 2,280 broken ones. With his space pouch nearing its limit, Lu Ming didn't risk trying to stack the weapons. Finding an already damaged composite bow, Lu Ming took a deep breath and muttered, "Ultimate refinement." The system immediately prompted, "Upgrade, please select refinement tier." Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose Tier 2. Another prompt appeared. Refining a damaged composite bow requires 50 specialized crystals. Confirm, Lu Ming clicked decisively. This was the beauty of scrap. For weapons, Ultimate Refinement didn't care about the quality of the original materials, turning them into brand new high-tier items. However, the same method applied to expired food would yield different results. For example, a spoiled and toxic drink would become a deadly poison after 2 tiers of refinement. In the system's judgment, expired drinks were no longer considered the original beverage, but the base of a poison. The system prompted again, select refinement direction. 4 options appeared on the screen. Precision hand crossbow, steel heavy crossbow, Hawkeye composite bow, piercing hunter. The names of the weapons suddenly took on a more game-like, slightly over-the-top tone. Lu Ming carefully reviewed each option's details. Precision hand crossbow mithril grade. Category weapon. Durability. 3000-3000. Features. Lightweight and precise. Ideal for finishing off and pursuing fleeing targets. Weighs only 1 kilogram. Capable of rapid fire, akin to a handgun among cold weapons. Steel heavy crossbow, mithril grade. Category weapon. Durability. 3000-3000. Description. A heavy weapon weighing 30 kilograms. Its immense tension delivers terrifying damage and range, with an effective kill distance of 1,200 meters. Drawbacks include excessive weight, low firing rate, inability to reload quickly, expensive and difficult-to-recover arrows, and questionable accuracy. Lu Ming thought this is practically a mobile artillery piece. A 200-meter effective kill range and 30 kilograms in weight meant instant death upon impact. Although accuracy was an issue, it would make an excellent defensive weapon for a survivor base, potentially fetching a high price. A promising future business opportunity. Hawkeye composite bow mithril grade. Category weapon. Durability. 3000-3000. Features. Even beginners can easily hit targets within the damage range. Drawbacks include high durability consumption and a tendency for components to break, leading to sudden failure. Even beginners can easily hit targets? This description caught Lu Ming's attention. What he lacked most at the moment was accuracy. Although the high durability consumption and component fragility were significant issues, the abundance of raw materials could keep up with the wear and tear. The last skull piercer, a name that exudes power and a game-like style, was truly a unique piece. Lu Ming carefully examined the description of this mithril-grade weapon. Modified hunting light crossbow. Net weight 10 kilograms, suitable for medium to long-range prey. Features include the ability to shoot clawed bolts with steel-reinforced ropes, offering exceptional penetration. Once it pierces the target, the barbed claws on the arrowhead will immediately expand, securely gripping the prey. The crossbow's unique pulley system can drag prey weighing up to 200 kilograms directly back. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was the perfect companion for any hunter. He continued to browse the pros and cons. Pros. The arrows are reusable, with minimal durability loss. Cons. It can only hunt one prey at a time, requiring full retrieval before another shot. With a durability reading of 3000-3000, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at how well-suited this weapon was for the current situation. An idea suddenly popped into his head. standing 80 meters away in the dormitory, setting up the skull piercer to kill larvae in the factory, then dragging their bodies over for collection. This way, he could both kill and gather specialized crystals more thrilling than being the neighborhood's sneaky character. However, Lu Ming quickly calmed down, realizing that without archery proficiency, it was all just wishful thinking. Just then, a system notification sounded. Your sale of the steel longsword in the marketplace has been successful, earning you woodcutting proficiency. The buyer left a message. Hello, I see you're looking for archery proficiency skills. I have a high-level archery proficiency book if you're interested. Add me as a friend. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was like a pillow when he needed sleep. He immediately chose to add the buyer as a friend anonymously. The private chat window popped up quickly. Anonymous, steel weapon? Lu Ming, it's me. What do you need? Anonymous. I need sword-type weapons, but the steel longsword is too light for me. Lu Ming, no problem. I have a heavy broadsword, starting at 80 kilograms, with a blade length of 1.5 meters. Anonymous. I'll take it. But one isn't enough. Lu Ming. How about two? Anonymous. Do you have anything else? Lu Ming. A steel-grade hand crossbow with 50 bolts included, no more. Anonymous. Deal? The transaction was swiftly completed, and Lu Ming was secretly pleased. This deal not only solved his archery issue, but also brought unexpected gains. Why not mithril? Lu Ming pondered, realizing that the high cost of mithril was beyond his reach. A mithril weapon required 50 specialized crystals, enough to upgrade 2.5 steel-grade weapons. He found a worn-out composite bow and chose a first-tier upgrade, using 20 specialized crystals to transform it into a steel-grade portable crossbow. The small crossbow, about 20 centimeters long, came equipped with a bolt slot. In terms of performance, it was nearly identical to a mithril-grade weapon, except for a reduced range of 40 meters and a firing limit of 5 shots. Lu Ming then took out 50 broken arrows, preparing for the ultimate upgrade. A system prompt appeared, asking him to select the upgrade tier. Lu Ming was surprised to discover that consumable materials could be upgraded in bulk. One specialized crystal could upgrade 10 composite arrows. He canceled the operation and reselected the 50 broken composite arrows. The ultimate upgrade began, and the system indicated that upgrading 50 broken composite arrows would require 5 specialized crystals. Lu Ming chose the portable crossbow bolt option. In an instant, the 50 bolts disassembled and reformed into 50 sleek, refined crossbow bolts. Just then, a friend sent a private message asking if he was ready. Lu Ming smirked and opted for an anonymous trade, placing the crossbow, bolts, and a broad-bladed heavy sword into the trade window. After a brief pause, the other party added a blue skill book, Lu Ming's coveted Archery Mastery Plus. Both parties quickly locked in and completed the trade. Lu Ming took a deep breath, inhaling the earthy scent of the book, as if he could smell money. This advanced archery mastery skill book would not only allow him to master advanced techniques for all ranged weapons, but also increase his attack range by 20. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it, and a blue glow merged into his forehead. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an unknown high-rise, a woman in a suit was testing a giant sword taller than herself. She wielded it single-handedly, executing a seamless combo. As she evaluated the weapon, a shout from below asked if they had found the Chinese woman who had stolen 2 supply crates from their leader. The woman in the suit quickly donned a mask and crouched at the rooftop's edge. She saw 6 burly, buzz-cut white men in black suits conversing. They complained in rough American accents about their failed pursuit, fearing their leader's wrath. At that moment, the woman in the suit swooped down like a hawk. Blood and limbs flew everywhere. The surviving men stared in terror at the Chinese woman with the heavy sword and a smile on her face. The leader recognized her and immediately ordered a retreat. In that instant, the roles of hunter and prey reversed completely. The remaining 4 men, ignoring their leader's anger, fled for their lives. In the split second when the suited woman turned, she swung her heavy sword, creating a chilling arc of light. The sharp blade instantly severed a suited white man who couldn't escape in time, causing blood to spurt out. The remaining 4 broke into a cold sweat, their escape speed suddenly reaching its peak. The woman remained expressionless. She swiftly plunged her great sword into the ground and drew a portable crossbow. With a series of clicks, 4 arrows shot out, hitting the 4 fleeing individuals squarely in the head. Despite the arrows piercing their skulls, their bodies continued forward for about 10 meters before collapsing with a thud. Although the arrows had penetrated their brains, these elite soldiers still twitched and whimpered on the ground, their tenacious vitality prolonging their agony. The woman seemed unsurprised. She retrieved her heavy sword and walked unhurriedly towards the fallen men, beheading each one with precision and efficiency. After shaking off the blood from her blade, she quickly collected their spatial pouches. Having completed her task, she sheathed her great sword and gazed into the distance. One thought dominated her mind. She had to return to her homeland as soon as possible. She recalled that the transfer was based on Blue Star's geographical layout, and since she was in the US at the time, she ended up in a region full of Americans. Now, she was deeply worried about her family's safety, but couldn't communicate on the national channel without revealing her identity. She decided to return to her homeland first, and then use local resources to try to locate her family. Switching scenes, we come to Lu Ming. He had just completed a skill learning session, and a wealth of shooting techniques flooded his mind, absorbed by every cell in his body. Opening his eyes, Lu Ming picked up a compound bow, drew the string, and notched an arrow, his movements smooth and effortless. His posture and demeanor were impeccable, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a system notification sounded, indicating that all the items he had listed in the marketplace were sold out. Lu Ming opened the storage and found 10 proficiency books neatly arranged. Upon closer inspection, 3 were duplicates, totaling 7 types. Basic tailoring proficiency, basic gardening proficiency, basic cooking proficiency, basic driving proficiency, basic woodcutting proficiency, basic fabric gathering proficiency, and, when he saw the last book, Lu Ming's eye twitched. After double-checking, he read the title aloud with a sigh. Basic childcare proficiency? He muttered to himself, "What the heck? Do I look like a nanny?" Despite his internal grumbling, Lu Ming adhered to the principle that having more skills is never a bad thing and learned all the proficiency books. He reasoned that in this apocalyptic world, having a variety of skills could only be beneficial, even if it was a childcare skill. Who knows, someone might want to start a family with him someday. However, Lu Ming made a mental note to set more precise exchange targets next time to avoid receiving duplicate books. As for the 3 redundant books, he decided to stash them in a corner of his inventory, planning to sell them later. For now, Lu Ming's immediate priority was to secure the factory. He glanced at the number of specialized crystals he had left, only 340. Remembering that he had 754 when he set out, losing over 400 in such a short time, he felt the pressure mounting. To make matters worse, his weapons hadn't been upgraded, and his skills had stagnated. Lu Ming picked up a damaged compound bow, and without hesitation, upgraded it to an eagle eye compound bow. He knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, and this upgraded weapon would be crucial for his survival in this perilous world. Why not choose a headshot hunter? The main reason is to save time. After weighing his options, Lu Ming decided on a ranged weapon. He quickly invested 50 specialized crystals, and a gray-white, foldable composite bow took shape in his hands. The precision of the pulley system on the bow was astonishing. With a flick of his wrist, as if through muscle memory, Lu Ming unfolded the composite bow with a satisfying click, revealing its full, sleek form. The 50-centimeter draw length glinted coldly in the sunlight. For the arrows, he opted against the extravagant mithril grade and instead used 50 specialized crystals to upgrade 500 broken arrows to portable, composite steel arrows. This material not only resisted the larvae's corrosive acid, but also possessed remarkable penetrative power. Once ready, Lu Ming agilely leaped onto the dormitory rooftop. With the strength of an elite soldier, the edges of tall buildings were as easy to navigate as flat ground. He scanned the surroundings cautiously, confirming no immediate danger before looking down at the factory courtyard. Hundreds of upright larvae stood like an eerie coral forest. Without hesitation, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth, making the core of each sickle larvae clearly visible. He drew his composite bow, aimed, and released an arrow in one fluid motion. With a whistling sound, the arrow streaked like a meteor, piercing precisely into a larva's core. The creature stiffened instantly, then collapsed with a thud. Instant kill? The precision brought by advanced archery was astounding. As long as he could see it, hitting a target from 1,000 paces was no challenge. Lu Ming began a series of continuous shots, each arrow claiming the life of a larva. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows rained down like a waterfall. More astonishingly, the larvae in the courtyard never detected the source of the threat. In just 20 minutes, the entire factory courtyard was silent. The Eye of Truth revealed no surviving larvae. Lu Ming checked his remaining arrows. Out of 500, only 182 were left, meaning he had killed 318 sickle larvae in that short time. This round was not only profitable, but highly lucrative. He deftly vaulted down, using windowsills and balconies to cushion his descent, landing steadily on the ground. Before entering the factory, he carefully scanned the area again to ensure no living creatures remained. As he stepped through the factory doors, he was hit not by a visual shock, but by a nauseating stench. The decomposing bodies of hundreds of larvae had produced a pungent odor, like aged wine fermenting. Even though Lu Ming thought he was used to such smells, this one made his head spin. He quickly activated his greed skill to start collecting resources. To his surprise, a single use cleared a 40-meter radius. Checking his skill panel, he found that the range of greed had increased from 10 meters to 40 meters, now allowing area collection. After several rounds, the entire courtyard was cleared. The number of specialized crystals returned to 876, and all used arrows were recovered. This haul filled Lu Ming with joy, though he quickly calmed himself, knowing this was just the beginning. Stowing away the composite bow, Lu Ming took out a damaged composite bow blank and silently invoked Ultimate Ascension. Following the system prompts, he chose a second-tier ascension and specified a precision hand crossbow as the direction. After a successful ascension, a silver glinting hand crossbow with intricate engravings appeared in his hand, complete with a quiver. Though it cost another 50 specialized crystals, Lu Ming deemed it worth the expense. With the courtyard threats eliminated, the next step was to conquer the various workshops on the first floor. In these enclosed spaces, the effectiveness of long-range sniping would be significantly reduced. Lu Ming realized he was about to enter the larvae's spitting range, facing an even greater challenge. At this moment, the repeating crossbow had become a divine weapon in Lu Ming's hands. The Eye of Truth had already mapped out the larvae layout on the first floor, with the densest workshop housing no more than 50 larvae. Cautiously, Lu Ming decided to craft 100 portable steel bolts just in case. 10 crystals in his hand transformed into 100 gleaming steel bolts. Carefully, Lu Ming loaded the bolts into the quiver, only to be surprised that the 10-centimeter quiver could actually hold 50 bolts. A closer inspection revealed that the repeating description was no exaggeration. The precise crossbow's quiver could indeed hold 60 bolts. This was no ordinary crossbow. Its firepower even surpassed that of a submachine gun. The only drawback was its limited range. Even with a 20 boost from advanced marksmanship, it could only reach 60 meters. If not for this limitation, it could almost replace the Hawkeye compound bow, becoming an unrivaled universal weapon. With the quiver fully loaded, Lu Ming took a deep breath and stepped into the work area. His primary objective was to clear the main corridor of larvae. These creatures densely covered the ceiling and wall recesses, numbering around 100. They were stacked in layers, pressing against each other, but only the outermost 6 or 7 posed any real threat, as the inner larvae were immobilized by their companions. As he pushed open the work area door, 7 or 8 larvae bared their hideous jaws, emitting piercing screeches. Lu Ming remained calm, knowing that the larvae had a noticeable charging motion before spitting acid. As long as he completed a quick kill before then, he could avoid the acid attack. Click, 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 click. The trigger was pulled repeatedly, and bolts rained down. In Lu Ming's eyes, the core of each larva glowed faintly, serving as a perfect target. Within 3 seconds, 8 bolts hit their marks precisely, and the outermost 7 or 8 larvae fell to the ground. Greed, Lu Ming muttered, swiftly clearing the bodies and recovering the bolts. He agilely moved to the side of the door, using the Eye of Truth to scout the next wave of larvae. With a plan in mind, he dashed forward, and the crossbow fired again. The second wave of larvae didn't even have time to sound an alarm before they were killed. Greed, Lu Ming muttered again, as if reminding himself not to be complacent. Thus, Lu Ming adopted a nearly relentless multi-wave strategy. He continuously shot the larvae exposed by the deaths of those in front, using historical playback to anticipate enemy movements. In just 5 minutes, the entire corridor of side larvae was wiped out. Lu Ming quickly checked his equipment, reloading bolts, counting crystals, and regulating his breathing. He remained in a state of heightened focus, as if facing a far more formidable opponent than mere larvae. Stepping into the corridor, each of Lu Ming's movements was filled with caution. He slowly extended his hand, grasping the handle of the first workshop door. Taking a deep breath, he gently turned the handle and pushed the door open. The long-neglected gate creaked loudly as Lu Ming cautiously turned the doorknob. However, as soon as the door cracked open, a dozen streams of concentrated acid shot out like arrows. The immense impact, combined with the corrosive nature of the acid, shattered the entire door with a thunderous crash. Although Lu Ming had been prepared and quickly dodged to the side of the door frame, the power of the acid spray exceeded his expectations. The acid, after obliterating the door, splattered against the walls. It spread astonishingly wide. Even more shocking was that this spray was several times more powerful than what Shinhai had shown in his video, with the splattering acid drops shooting out like bullets. Unable to dodge completely, Lu Ming had to turn sideways, using his crossbow to shield his face from disfigurement. However, several drops of acid still hit his arm, hand, and thigh, instantly burning through his clothes and creating small holes in his flesh. The intense burning sensation felt like pouring hydrogen peroxide onto an open wound, contorting Lu Ming's face in pain. To avoid provoking further attacks from the larvae, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and suppressed his screams, though the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. Half of this anger was directed at the larvae. The other half was at his own carelessness. He realized that even with powerful tools and skills, he could not afford to be complacent. He also finally understood the fear that ordinary people felt when facing these scythe owl larvae in their aggressive state. These creatures, once in swarms, were not something one could handle up close. Ming quickly inspected his wounds and found that although the pain was excruciating, it was starting to numb, and there was no bleeding, which was a small mercy. More importantly, the scythe owl larvae weren't venomous. Otherwise, this mistake could have been fatal. Realizing he needed a shield against the acid, Ming had a quick idea and pulled out a broad-bladed heavy knife. Although not as large as the door panel, its 15-centimeter blade width was enough to serve as a temporary shield. Activating the Eye of Truth, he locked onto the core positions of all the larvae in the workshop, then dashed in and fired 6 crossbow bolts, each hitting a larva with precision. The larvae immediately retaliated, spraying acid once again. Ming dodged while quickly positioning the heavy knife by his side. This time, when the acid hit the walls and splattered, the knife blade blocked it, leaving him unscathed. With the acid threat neutralized, it was now a one-sided massacre. Half an hour later, Ming emerged from the last office, having cleared the entire first floor. He counted the specialized crystals, totaling 1,580, meaning he had eliminated 382 scythe owl larvae on this floor. A glance at the system clock showed it was already 3:15 p.m. The sun was starting to set, casting a golden hue across the sky. With 2.5 hours until nightfall, he had enough time to clear the remaining 2 floors and find a safe shelter for the night. Closing his spatial pouch, Ming looked up at the second floor. The larvae there were as numerous as on the first floor, but packed even more densely, almost without any gaps. This setup puzzled him. What was the purpose of the scythe owl cocoons having the larvae guard them this way? Were they trying to build a wall of flesh? This density actually limited the larvae's effectiveness, similar to the situation in the first floor corridors. While he wasn't sure about the exact layout of the second floor, the Eye of Truth suggested it was similar to the first floor, with separate departments and workshop areas. If there were more corridors, the situation might mirror that of the first floor, requiring caution against acid sprays and splatters from the larvae in the workshops. After a moment of thought, Ming opened his information panel, focusing on the specialization level section. He had initially planned to clear the entire factory at his current level and then strategically use the specialized crystals. However, to avoid further unexpected incidents, it seemed wise to level up first. In case he gained a strong resistance to corrosive acids or a physique that reduced damage, it would be an extra layer of safety. Ming calculated in his mind, but didn't start the ascension right away. He cautiously retreated to the innermost office on the first floor of the workshop, carefully checking the condition of the door lock. After confirming that the lock was intact, he locked the door from the inside and piled several heavy desks against it to form a temporary barricade. Turning to the window, he moved a few more desks to securely block it. Even after all this, Ming still felt uneasy. He turned and entered the document sample storage room. Every move he made was filled with extreme caution, as if he were making final preparations for an impending storm. The excruciating pain from previous ascensions and the injuries caused by carelessness had taught him the importance of being meticulous. In this perilous world, a single mistake could lead to death. After setting up multiple layers of protection, Ming took a deep breath and clicked on the specialization level. The system prompt immediately appeared. Detected sufficient number of specialized crystals in spatial pouch. Would you like to consume 1,000 specialized crystals to complete gene evolution? Evolution will promote you to the rank of junior hunting warrior and grant physique enhancement. Ming's eyes lit up. This was exactly the direction he had been hoping for. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively chose yes. In an instant, 1,000 crystals surged out like a tide, each one shattering in midair and transforming into familiar blue arcs of light. These arcs were much thicker than usual, each as thick as a thigh, darting and swirling through the air, emitting a terrifyingly intense energy. Seeing this daunting scene, Ming involuntarily gulped and instinctively took a step back. He recalled the agony caused by the arm-thick arcs during previous ascensions. Would this much larger surge of energy tear him apart? However, there was no turning back now. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, this energy would follow. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and fell straight to the ground. Fine, do whatever you want. I'm just going to lie down and take it, he muttered to himself. As he fell, the massive arcs of energy roared into his body. Surprisingly, Ming didn't feel the anticipated excruciating pain. This time, the specialized energy didn't flood his limbs but instead rushed straight to his head. The energy gathered, swirled, and compressed at his brow, finally condensing into a crystal-clear blue droplet. Although the droplet was only the size of a fingernail, it contained unimaginable power. Once formed, it silently fell, and Lu Ming felt a cool sensation between his brows, with ripples spreading through his mind. Instantly, he felt his pores open up, and an unprecedented sense of relief swept through his entire body, as if his soul had been thoroughly cleansed. This extraordinary feeling lasted for a full 20 seconds before gradually fading away. When Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked around, he was so stunned by the scene before him that he was left speechless. Smoke swirled slowly in the air, its path gradually becoming visible. Lu Ming took a deep breath and noticed that the air no longer had a monotonous scent, but was layered with various nuances. A gentle breeze seeped through the cracks of the warehouse, brushing softly against his skin, bringing an unprecedented clarity to his senses. Lu Ming raised his hands, feeling the flow of air between his fingers. Suddenly, he noticed that the scar on the back of his hand had vanished. Hastily, he checked his thigh. The corrosion marks on his pants were still there, but the wound beneath had healed. This discovery left him astounded, speculating whether it was a result of the advancement process or genetic evolution. At that moment, a notification interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations on completing your genetic evolution and awakening as a junior hunting warrior. As the first individual to achieve this, your awakening power has been boosted by 3 levels, and you have earned 3 lottery draws. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Hearing the word lottery, Lu Ming immediately dismissed his thoughts about the scar's disappearance, not even bothering to ponder the meaning of awakening power. He knew his rise depended on the 3 lottery chances that came with the surprise reward. How could he stay calm when given another chance to draw? Yes. Lu Ming responded without hesitation. The system prompt continued. Prizes will be randomly drawn from 5 categories: resources, skills, weapons, special items, and miscellaneous. You are guaranteed at least 1 grade reward. Please choose your draw method: single draw or triple draw. Triple draw. Lu Ming blurted out almost instinctively. Immediately, the system displayed 3 consecutive messages. Congratulations! You've received a special item. Universal deduction coupon. Congratulations! You've received a Crade skill book. Advanced Steel Collection Mastery. Congratulations! You've received a special item. Tri-region map. However, right after the excitement, a warning message appeared. Insufficient space in your inventory. Please ensure at least 3 slots are free. Upgrading your inventory can increase capacity. Lu Ming frowned, thinking that the inventory capacity settings were indeed inadequate. He recalled the dozens of compound bows still piled up on the 2nd floor of the employee dormitory, waiting to be retrieved after the factory sweep. Despite his efforts to lighten the inventory load, it still wasn't enough. Glancing at his 580 specialized crystals, Lu Ming decided not to upgrade his inventory just yet. Instead, he chose to inspect the 3 items he had just won. First was the Universal Deduction Coupon. Category: Special Item. Effect: can be used to deduct 1 instance of specialized crystal consumption. Lu Ming exclaimed, "Wow, this is like a free pass." He realized that such a universal coupon must be extremely valuable, given that it was a reward for being the world's first genetic evolver. Obtaining a similar item in the future would likely require meeting such high standards again. Considering the need to upgrade his inventory, Lu Ming pondered whether to use the coupon. Although it was incredibly valuable, he thought that upgrading the inventory mainly enhanced storage capacity, which wasn't his highest priority. Ultimately, he decided to keep the coupon for now. Next, Lu Ming examined the 2nd reward. Advanced Steel Collection Mastery Crate. Category: Mastery Skill Book. Effect: allows for the recycling and utilization of steel. Feature: increases recycling conversion rate by 50. Without much thought, Lu Ming decided to learn the skill directly. Finally, he took out the reward he was most excited about: the map. Recalling the system's emphasis on the importance of maps during the transition, Lu Ming realized this could be an extremely rare item. To his surprise, it wasn't an ordinary paper map, but an electronic map embedded in a tablet. Tri-region map. Category: Special Item. Description: detailed map of 3 regions: Pinga District, Xinhui District, and Jintian District, marked with the locations of 6 level 3 resource boxes and 3 special areas. This brief description was enough to get Lu Ming thrilled. Not only did it cover 3 regions in detail, but it also marked the locations of 6 level 3 resource boxes. Upon closer inspection, the map divided the regions into light yellow, golden yellow, and orange yellow areas. These regions were arranged in an arc from south to northwest, with the light yellow area in the south named Jintian District. A golden area is centered with the name Xinhui District prominently shining above it, indicating the location of the innovative phone repair glass display case. An orange area is positioned above, clearly marked as Pinga District, 6 purple markers are scattered like stars across 3 regions. 2 in Pinga District, 2 in Xinhui District, and 2 in Jintian District, with no discernible pattern. Additionally, 4 markers of different colors stand out. 3 bright red markers occupy the central positions of Jintian District, Xinhui District, and Pinga District, seemingly warning of some danger. A white marker is hidden within the Kongbao Shoe factory in the suburbs of Jintian District, almost overlapping with a purple marker in the same district. Undoubtedly, this white marker represents Lu Ming himself. Lu Ming's eyes roamed over the map, easily locating his original residence Jinsui Street, situated at the top of the map, near the border of Jintian District. Based on the distribution of the level 3 supply boxes and the conspicuous red core areas, Lu Ming deduced that all the transfer points were currently at the outskirts of each district. This implied that the levels of the alien creatures would be stronger towards the center. His attention was inevitably drawn to the 3 red markers, his intuition telling him that these were the most dangerous places in the entire area. Just as he was deep in thought, he snapped out of it and quickly put away the map. Now was not the time to study these details. He still needed to secure the level 3 supply boxes, and time was running out. However, there was one thing he needed to confirm the extent of his newfound strength. Closing his eyes and clenching his fists, Lu Ming focused for a moment, and his expression changed dramatically. The reason was simple. The power was overwhelming. If the overall strength of an elite soldier was 10 times that of an ordinary person, then a novice hunting warrior was 30 times stronger. What did this mean? If an ordinary person could lift 50 kilograms, a novice hunting warrior could effortlessly lift 1,500 kilograms. Could this still be considered human? It was utterly absurd. What was even more astonishing was that this was only the level of a novice hunting warrior. If he continued to advance, would he not reach the level of a superhuman? No wonder the synthesized electronic voice had said, "As long as you are strong enough, as long as you are wealthy enough, you are the world. You are a god." Following this evolutionary trend, reaching the pinnacle of specialization would indeed make one a godlike figure, even more terrifying than a deity to current humans. Lu Ming was both shocked and elated, eagerly opening his character panel. Name: Lu Ming. Gender: male. ID: 66666. Age: 24. Specialization level: Junior Hunting Warrior. First awakening power in the entire star. Tier 4, 13. Lu Ming stared at the semi-transparent panel floating before him, his eyes quickly scanning the lines of information. General functions: greed, exclusive world channel, trading house, space backpack level 2. The skill list was dazzling. Basic swordsmanship a level, Eye of Truth, exclusive ultimate sublimation, exclusive power amplification level mastery, and a series of basic mastery skills ranging from tailoring to childcare. His advanced archery and advanced iron collection mastery had reached level. Incredible! Lu Ming couldn't help exclaiming, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The panel's information was simply unbeatable, especially the rainbow emblem of the first awakening on the entire star, which was so dazzling it took his breath away. It was a pity that such glory could only be admired by himself, and not shared with others, leaving him slightly regretful. His gaze fell on awakening power, and Lu Ming remembered how he had been distracted by 3 lottery draws earlier. He quickly clicked on the detailed information. Awakening power category: awakening skill. Effect: upon use, enter a gene awakening state for a short period, with overall physical attributes skyrocketing by 4 times, lasting for 4 minutes. Cooldown: resets daily at midnight. Characteristics: consume specialized crystals to upgrade, with effects and duration increasing with level, maxing at Tier 10. Current tier: Tier 4, 1 initial 3 additional upgrades. Progress: 5801000. Damn it! Lu Ming couldn't help but curse, his brows furrowing. Specialized crystals again. He cursed the system's milking strategy, but soon forced himself to calm down and carefully analyze the effects of the awakening skill. A 4-fold increase in physical attributes for 4 minutes was indeed extraordinary. An individual with 30 times the strength of an ordinary person would directly soar to 120 times. More importantly, the effects and duration would increase with each level. Following this pattern, each tier might add 1-fold to the physical boost and 1 minute to the duration. At the maximum, it could reach 10-fold for 10 minutes. No wonder it had a daily cooldown. What delighted Lu Ming even more was that, due to the first awakening reward, his awakening power's upper limit was 3 tiers higher than others. This meant he would always be ahead in both effects and duration. At that moment, Lu Ming deeply understood the significance of the first mover advantage. He resolved that he could never be complacent in the future. Only diligence would maintain his edge. With mixed feelings, Lu Ming checked the information on the Junior Hunting Warrior. Junior Hunting Warrior: a qualified alien hunting warrior, has completed the mortal body transformation, stepping into a higher life level. Physical strength is comparable to a level elite aliens, able to self-preserve in the outer suburbs. Consuming specialized crystals can upgrade to intermediate hunting warrior. Upgrade progress 580-5000. Seeing the words specialized crystals, Lu Ming irritably closed the panel. He tilted his head back and rubbed his forehead, lamenting the long road ahead and the mounting debts. Weapons, skills, specialization level, awakening power each required specialized crystals, which was daunting. However, moments later, Lu Ming suddenly understood a critical point: the time factor. The 30-day mutation suppression period wasn't set without reason. It was to give survivors time to develop. According to the junior hunting warrior description, completing gene evolution was necessary for self-preservation in the outer suburbs. Clearly, advancing from a junior soldier to a junior warrior wasn't achievable overnight, but required a month's effort. With this realization, Lu Ming felt relieved. Many people hadn't even stepped out of their shelters yet, so why should he be in a hurry? With newfound determination, Lu Ming picked up his precision crossbow and strode towards the second floor. The road ahead was tough, but he was ready to face the challenges. With the boost from his specialized abilities, Lu Ming felt a qualitative change in his speed, reflexes, and observational skills. He moved through hallways, corridors, workshops, and various departments like a gust of wind, eliminating the larvae as effortlessly as crushing ants. 40 minutes later, 1,472 specialized crystals glittered before Lu Ming's eyes, the legacy left by the larvae on the entire second floor. Not only had his specialized crystals fully replenished, but they had also surged to an astounding 2,052. With the burden on his mind lightened, his enthusiasm for killing larvae soared. Lu Ming pulled out a half-finished bottle of multifunctional sports drink from his backpack and downed it in one go. The thirst and hunger dissipated instantly, but he felt a slight discomfort in his mouth. He mused that this was quite normal. People eat not just out of hunger, but often to satisfy their cravings. Just like in the late hours after dinner. Even when you're full, a friend's food photo can make you open a food delivery app and order some junk food. With this thought, Lu Ming made a silent vow. Once he cleared the entire factory, he would treat himself to a good meal, hunger or not. Click! The sound of a crossbow bolt being loaded broke the brief silence. Lu Ming attached the arrow magazine and activated the Eye of Truth. The distribution of larvae on the third floor instantly appeared in his mind. To his surprise, unlike the complex spatial partitions on the first and second floors, the third floor seemed to be one large open assembly line workshop. The larvae were densely packed, but arranged with a strong sense of hierarchy, much like the tiered seating in a movie theater. In this scenario, larvae in the front, middle, and back rows could all attack him simultaneously, with no attack limitations. Lu Ming thought the larvae clustered on the first and second floors were indeed just cannon fodder, perfectly validating his judgment. As for the difficulty of clearing them out, Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Before his genetic evolution, this might have posed a challenge, but now, he didn't even bother to frown. Click, 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 click. In the stairwell leading to the third floor, Lu Ming dashed out like a bolt of lightning. His wrist became a blur as he fired the crossbow in rapid succession, precisely hitting the nuclei of 7 or 8 larvae and instantly collecting their relics. Before the larvae in the back row could spit acidic fluid, he fired another 7 or 8 shots, eliminating the crowded second layer of meat shields. The evolution of his senses and reflexes allowed Lu Ming to fully adapt to his body's new rhythm. Abandoning his previous cautious wave-be-wave approach, he stood boldly at the stairway entrance, calmly and methodically shooting down every defiant larva with his crossbow. A greedy glint flashed in his eyes, as if saying, "Come on, show me what other treasures you have." 5 minutes later, the stairway to the third floor was completely cleared. Lu Ming walked step by step toward the third floor, each footfall echoing in the hearts of the scythe-clawed larvae in the workshop. In the terrified eyes of the larvae, Lu Ming's figure gradually emerged. His arrival was like the descent of the Grim Reaper, here to harvest the lives of these pitiful creatures. Ka-ka-ka-ka! The sharp whistling of crossbow bolts pierced through the air, reducing the number of scythe owl larvae to double digits. The ground was covered with a thick layer of corrosive acid, emitting a pungent odor. Lu Ming's mind vividly replayed the shocking scene of hundreds of larvae simultaneously spewing acid. The torrent of acid surged like a flood, hitting the hallway with a deafening roar. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Using his broad-bladed heavy sword to hang from the ceiling and taking advantage of the downward slope of the hallway, he narrowly avoided being engulfed by the acid. Despite his confidence in the elite-level strength of his mutated body, which he believed could withstand the acid without harm, he was reluctant to ruin his hard-earned clothes or waste precious drinking water to clean up. Moreover, Being covered in that yellowish slime would be extremely unpleasant, and accidentally swallowing even a drop would likely leave a lifelong scar. Lu Ming cautiously stepped forward, the soles of his standard issue shoes making a hissing sound as they touched the corroded floor. Thick black smoke mixed with a choking, burnt smell rose around him. He glanced down at his melting shoes, shook his head helplessly, and continued towards the third-floor assembly line workshop. After his fierce assault, only a dozen larvae were left on the entire third floor. They hung upside down from the workshop ceiling, fiercely guarding the nearby cocoons, their eyes glaring at Lu Ming. This was his first time observing live side owl larvae up close, and he had to admit they were hideously ugly. The larvae seemed to sense the aura of strength emanating from Lu Ming, or perhaps they were deterred by the sight of their dead kin on the ground, and did not attack him. Lu Ming silently commended them. At least they understood not to resist futilely. Just as he felt a sense of appreciation for the larvae's prudence, one of them suddenly opened its mandibles and spat a stream of acid. The acid narrowly missed Lu Ming's face, splashing onto the ground nearby. Lu Ming glanced at the splattered acid and shook his head in exasperation. Can't take a compliment, huh? Before he finished speaking, his precise crossbow let out a click. A bolt shot through the air, instantly piercing the larva's flesh. Lu Ming had thought this shot would destroy the larva's core, but to his surprise, a human arm suddenly grew from the side of the larva, blocking the core with precision. Lu Ming's mind immediately recalled detailed information about the side owl larvae. If the larvae's energy intake is insufficient, they will grow parts of their prey's limbs externally to enhance their combat abilities. He had remembered this information, but never imagined such limb growth could be so controlled and instantaneous. Next, the remaining larvae simultaneously sprouted several pairs of legs and arms. Even more grotesque, some larvae grew dark red, pained human heads. This scene was far more unsettling than their mere hideous appearance. While Lu Ming could remain calm in the face of slimy larvae, the sight of human limbs and heads constantly reminded him of the horror of being devoured, evoking a strong sense of nausea and anger. To Lu Ming, being devoured due to lack of strength was one thing, but using the bodies of his kind as trophies was the ultimate insult to him as a fellow human. At that moment, a piercing screech emanated from countless cracks on the larvae. The side owl larvae, having compensated for their species' deficiencies, lunged at Lu Ming from the ceiling with ferocious speed. The distance closed in an instant, and their mandibles shot out, poised to tear Lu Ming apart. In the nick of time, a slender silver light, accompanied by the whistling of a blade, sliced through the air horizontally. With a soft sizzle, a dozen larvae were simultaneously cut in half. The immense force, carrying a devastating wind, flung the severed larvae bodies like cannonballs against the wall. The splattered flesh resembled watermelons dropped from a great height, utterly mangled. These larvae could no longer regenerate, as their cores were shattered by the overwhelming force. They became the first batch of ants crushed by a giant, not by piercing their cores or hitting their weak points, but by collapsing under absolute power. Lu Ming looked up, his gaze falling on the 5 cocoons wrapped around the third-level supply boxes on the ceiling. They were pitch black, connected by a mysterious black tissue. Inside the cocoon shells, like living hearts, they throbbed powerfully. Under the gaze of the Eye of Truth, the evolution progress bar had already reached 50. Lu Ming's heart tightened as he realized the situation was more urgent than he had anticipated. In just 3.5 hours, the progress had leaped from 15 to 50, indicating that the entire transformation process might be completed in less than 10 hours. Lu Ming took a deep breath and gripped his broad-bladed heavy sword tightly. He had to act immediately, or the threat would become even greater. With a swift movement, he reached the nearest cocoon and thrust his blade precisely through its shell. A piercing screech emanated from within the cocoon, causing Lu Ming's eardrums to ache. He watched coldly as the life signs inside rapidly diminished until they ceased altogether. One down. Without delay, Lu Ming turned to the next target. Muscles taut, he sprang into the air, aiming for the ceiling. Midair, he drew his heavy sword and slashed horizontally. With 2 swift swoosh sounds, 2 more cocoons split open. Fatty tissue spilled out, covering the ground. Deprived of their essential nutrients, the life forms inside these cocoons could no longer develop. 3 down. As he landed, Lu Ming hurled his blade again, piercing through the 4th cocoon with precision. 4 down. Seeing only 1 cocoon left, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. He leaped once more, his heavy blade aimed at the final cocoon. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, clang! A metallic clash rang out, and Lu Ming's pupils contracted. A silver blade, emitting a cold, eerie glow, shot out from the cocoon and effortlessly deflected his strike, which had been delivered with 80% of his strength. Alarm bells rang in Lu Ming's mind, and he instinctively withdrew and retreated. He backed up to the edge of the corridor, where the only winding stairway offered the best escape route. No matter what happened next, securing a retreat was always the wise choice. Activating the Eye of Truth once more, the information that appeared made Lu Ming gasp. The evolution progress bar had vanished, replaced by a new panel for a mutated creature. Mutated Scythe Owl E-Class Elite. Category: Insectoid Variant. Description: Originally an E-Class Elite variant, it underwent a frenzied evolution after absorbing the energy from the other four scythe owl cocoons. Its defense is astonishing, with a body covered in armor comparable to fine steel, making it nearly impervious to ordinary weapons. Though its legs are slender, their muscle activity is extremely high, giving it top-tier jumping ability and mobility among E-Class elites. It also has resilient feathered wings, allowing for low-altitude flight with limited endurance, but enough to gain an advantage in combat. This is a born hunter, highly aggressive with outstanding combat instincts. It adheres to the ultimate law of hunters either kill the prey or be killed by it. Once it locks onto a target, the prey cannot escape the fate of a death match. It will relentlessly pursue its target until one of them falls. More terrifyingly, even if the prey is killed by another variant, it will transfer its hatred to the interloper, pursuing them relentlessly regardless of their superior strength or even if they exist in a different dimension. Lu Ming quickly scanned the information panel of the mutated scythe owl, his sense of caution heightened. This elite variant not only possessed forelimbs as sharp as blades, capable of slicing through steel with ease, but also could take to the air with its wings and spray corrosive acid. More alarming was its berserk evolution ability, which allowed it to unleash scythe blade pulses. Looking up at the mutated scythe owl, slowly emerging from its cocoon in midair, Lu Ming noticed its nonchalant demeanor, as if it didn't regard him, a novice hunter, as a threat. This disdain infuriated Lu Ming. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he activated both his awakening power and strength multiplication technique without hesitation. Blue energy surged from his brow, coursing through his meridians to his limbs. Red energy erupted from his heart, infusing his internal organs. The two forces intertwined, generating an astounding power within him. He raised his broad, heavy sword, his figure like an arrow, and slashed fiercely at the scythe owl in midair. The blade clashed with the scythe owl's forelimbs, producing a piercing metallic sound. The seemingly indestructible sword shattered like paper, and the immense impact tore the scythe owl's body apart. Green fluid mixed with fragments of its innards fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a heavy thud and raising a cloud of dust. Despite its body being split in two, the remaining part within the cocoon struggled for survival. Lu Ming showed no mercy, grabbing its blade-like forelimb and swiftly decapitating it. The scythe owl's compound eyes, filled with shock, gradually dimmed as life quickly ebbed away. Lu Ming landed heavily, staring impassively at the still, resentful head. He cared little for notions of chivalry. In this war for survival between humans and variants, the only thing that mattered was staying alive. Enhancing skills and strength ultimately served the sole purpose of killing opponents more effectively. He casually tossed the scythe owl's remains to the ground, finally taking a good look at the creature. It was nearly 2.5 meters long, its body a dark green with crimson markings. Its joints were lined with sharp barbs, and even in death, its scythe-like forelimbs glistened coldly, clearly designed for killing. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at the combined power of the awakening power and the strength multiplication technique. In terms of sheer strength, his power had increased eightfold in an instant, enough to give him an edge even against higher-tier variants. Even more exciting was the potential for further enhancement of these skills. Though he could immediately upgrade both abilities to a qualitative level, his years of experience told him that acting on impulse during moments of exhilaration often led to regret. Therefore, Lu Ming restrained his urge to upgrade, deciding to wait until he had calmed down to make a decision. Lu Ming decided to give it a little time and wait until all the details were thoroughly considered before making a decision. As night began to fall, he had plenty of time to think. His eyes gleamed with determination as he raised his hand towards the corpse of the mutated scythe owl and whispered, "Greed." Immediately, a system notification sounded in his mind. Successfully disassembled the mutated scythe owl's corpse. Obtained. Specialized crystals 30, scythe owl blades 4, scythe owl carapace 10, mutated blood 200 milliliters. Successfully disassembled scythe owl larvae 12. Obtained. Specialized crystals 24, high purity mutated protein 24. Notice: inventory slots are full. Unable to continue item collection. Increase inventory capacity to expand storage. Lu Ming chuckled softly. He had ignored the warning when there were less than 3 slots remaining, but now he had no choice but to upgrade his inventory space. Fortunately, he was now well-resourced, Thanks to the larvae from the second and third floors of the factory, he had accumulated an impressive 3,750 specialized crystals, with 4 more cocoons on the ceiling yet to be disassembled. He quickly opened his inventory and selected the upgrade option. The system immediately prompted, "Upgrading the inventory requires 80 specialized crystals. After upgrading, the inventory capacity will double. Proceed with the upgrade?" Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose yes. The inventory space expanded instantly, doubling in capacity. The system prompted again, "Inventory upgrade successful. Current capacity, 4080. The next upgrade will require 160 specialized crystals." Lu Ming frowned slightly. You get what you pay for. The cost of specialized crystals doubled with each upgrade. It was like easily spending $100 on a new skin in a game, but hesitating over adding an extra chicken leg to your lunch. He could splurge on specialized levels, weapons, and skills, but spending 160 crystals on inventory space seemed a bit much. He thought to himself, as long as it's enough. With the inventory limit issue resolved, Lu Ming turned his attention to the level 3 supply box he had been eyeing. He also couldn't ignore the 4 cocoons on the ceiling. "Greed," he whispered again. The system continuously prompted, "Successfully disassembled the withered scythe owl cocoon. Obtained. Specialized crystals 10. High concentration mutated fat essence 2. Successfully disassembled the withered scythe owl cocoon. Obtained. Specialized crystals 10. High concentration mutated fat essence 2. Successfully disassembled the withered scythe owl cocoon." After disassembling the cocoons surrounding the supply box, a purple, energy-infused supply box was exposed on the ceiling. Lu Ming leaped up, grabbed the box, and felt its heavy texture. He immediately activated the Eye of Truth. Level 3 supply box. Special item category. Container. Description. Contains a level contractable mutated egg. Lu Ming's heart raced as a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. A mutated egg? Level? Contractable? Isn't this a pet? Excitedly, he reached out to press the purple button. But just as his finger was halfway down, a wild thought popped into his head. Wait, a supply box is also an item, part of the category of things. So, is it possible that it could also be upgraded and evolved through ultimate ascension? Thinking about this, Lu Ming stared at the level 3 resource box hanging from the ceiling and silently chanted, "Ultimate Ascension." The system immediately prompted, "Please select the Ascension tier. Tier 2, Tier 1. This unexpected prompt made Lu Ming both excited and regretful. He was excited because, from now on, he could upgrade any resource box he obtained by 1 or 2 levels, gaining more valuable treasures. He regretted that he had been too excited in the clothing store and forgot to use the Ascension upgrade, wasting a level 2 box. Tier 2, Lu Ming chose decisively. The system prompted again. Ascending a level 3 resource box to a level 5 resource box requires consuming 3,500 specialized crystals. Confirm to consume 3,500 specialized crystals to ascend a level 3 resource box to a level 5 resource box. 3,500? Are you kidding me? Lu Ming exclaimed, immediately looking around warily. Is this program spying on me from some dark corners? He clearly remembered that, including the 4 insect pupae he had just collected, he only had 3,710 specialized crystals. Ascending once would almost deplete his stock. Lu Ming stared at the confirm and cancel options, hesitating. This Libra found himself in a dilemma. Upgrading would leave him broke, and he wasn't sure if the contents of the resource box would change. Not upgrading would leave him feeling dissatisfied. What if the level 5 resource box contained something incredibly luxurious and powerful? He paced back and forth, rubbing his chin in thought, even glancing out the window at the setting sun. Suddenly, Lu Ming realized it's getting dark. He glanced at the time display, 1734. In 26 minutes, it would be the day-night divide. Maybe I should take it back and study it. Lu Ming thought, preparing to store the resource box. The system prompted, "This item cannot be stored." Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. "Then I'll just carry it back." He picked up the resource box and started running towards the stairwell. However, as soon as he left the third-floor workshop area, the resource box disintegrated and vanished from his hands. He turned around abruptly and saw the resource box back on the ceiling. "Great, so I have to handle it right here, huh?" Lu Ming reluctantly retrieved the box and fell into another dilemma. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Screw it, let's take a gamble. I refuse to believe my luck could be that bad after changing my fate. Let's do this." Ultimate Ascension. Tier 2. Confirmed. The purple resource box disintegrated and reformed in Lu Ming's hands, transforming into a golden box in the blink of an eye. "Golden Legend!" Lu Ming shouted in excitement. The system prompted, "Level 3 resource box successfully ascended to level 5 resource box." Lu Ming immediately activated the Eye of Truth to appraise it. The information window for the level 5 resource box popped up, Special item category container. Description. Contains 1 grade mutated egg. It's done. Lu Ming was ecstatic. So the contents don't change after ascension. Only the item's grade. From grade to scrade, purple to gold. This is definitely worth it. He pressed the golden button on the resource box with force, and the surrounding air pressure released. The lid retracted and folded, and the core slowly rose, showcasing a fist-sized, fuzzy, snow-white egg with a hint of pink. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with an eerie light. They said mutated egg. I thought it would be dark and gross like the cocoon of the scythe owl. Didn't expect it to look so good, haha. He carefully picked up the egg, feeling its soft and springy texture, and even smelled a strange fragrance. Just as he was reveling in it, his whole body stiffened, and he instinctively looked around. Then he remembered this was the apocalypse. No one cared about his actions. Relaxing, Lu Ming rubbed the egg against his face. 3,500 specialized crystals. I should enjoy it a bit, right? Then he quickly sobered up. Oh, but not too much. What if I break it? At that moment, the sunlight outside suddenly dimmed, snapping Lu Ming out of his joy. He glanced at the time display again. Only 10 minutes remained until nightfall. Going back is out of the question and unnecessary. The dorm building across the way is quite nice. You can just move in with your bags. Lu Ming carefully tucked the embryonic egg into his pants pocket. It couldn't be stored in the space pouch. He made his way lightly to the window, took a deep breath, and leaped. The height from the 3rd floor was trivial for him, and he landed gracefully from the 10-meter drop without feeling a tingle in his feet. Like a shadow, Lu Ming slipped through the factory yard and effortlessly jumped to the 2nd floor of the staff dormitory. He swiftly gathered 27 compound bows laid out on the ground, his movements fluid and silent. Then, with another agile leap, he vaulted into a 4th-floor dorm room. Nighttime was when the mutated creatures were most active, and higher-level mutants preferred to hunt during these hours. Whether they wandered aimlessly or stayed on the rooftops was still unknown to Lu Ming. To be safe, he chose a dorm room in the middle of the building, not too conspicuous and easy to handle any sudden situations. After closing the window, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to use 20 specialized crystals to upgrade the room's defenses comprehensively. In this perilous world, he never skimped on his safety. In no time, the ordinary window transformed into bulletproof, soundproof glass. The hinge components were upgraded to an excellent level. The walls became fortress-like, and the door was equipped with explosion-proof capabilities. Even the curtains were replaced with perfectly sealed nano light-absorbing materials. Once drawn, no light would escape the room, even if high beams were on inside. With the safety issue resolved, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the bed. The filthy sheets and bedding made him frown. Life in a post-apocalyptic world was already tough, but when it came to sleeping and eating, he couldn't afford to be careless. Another 3 specialized crystals were consumed, and the bed, bedding, and sheets were instantly transformed into a luxurious set that was both high-end and sophisticated. Looking at the soft and exquisite luxury trio that occupied half the dorm room, Lu Ming couldn't resist sitting on it. The comfortable sensation seemed to absorb his very soul, and he was tempted to lie down and rest for a while. But more important matters awaited him. Forcing himself to focus, Lu Ming brought the fist-sized, mutated embryonic egg in front of him. He whispered, "Identify." Immediately, an information panel unfolded before his eyes. Queen Spider S-Class Royalty. Category: Insect Royalty. Description: Upon hatching, it will become an S-Class Royalty mutant with top-grade talent, strength, speed, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. The Spider Queen. Hatching conditions: 1,000 units of high-purity mutant protein, proficient in basic childcare, close contact for 3 hours, and the first eye contact with the hatcher after hatching. Current status: Not yet hatched. Lu Ming stared at the glittering golden egg, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Once the size of a fist, this Spider Queen egg had undergone a transformation, swelling to about 60 centimeters. It was now pure white, its surface shimmering with radiant hues, resembling a piece of exquisite art. Eagerly, he activated the Eye of Truth to appraise it, but the information that appeared left him stunned. Primal Spider Egg. Category? Description? Lu Ming's excitement was extinguished in an instant. Not only were the grade and information all question marks, but even the name had changed. The word Spider Queen had vanished, replaced by Primal Spider. Although the term primal sounded quite prestigious, the ambiguity about its gender left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Holding the giant egg, Lu Ming suppressed his disappointment and carefully examined the hatching conditions. Hatching and bonding requirements: 5,000 units of high-purity exotic protein. Advanced babysitter expertise. Incubation for 12 hours in close contact. The first sight upon hatching must be the incubator. Current status: Not yet hatched. Compared to before, the hatching time had quadrupled. and the demand for exotic protein had increased fivefold. Lu Ming glanced at his inventory. 5,748 units of high-purity exotic protein would barely suffice. However, the requirement for advanced babysitter expertise, up from the basic level, posed a significant challenge. Lu Ming took a look at his remaining 190 specialized crystals and couldn't help but gasp. The cost to upgrade his skills would be substantial, and his savings were clearly insufficient. Despite this, Lu Ming didn't give up. He recalled how he had initially scoffed at acquiring basic babysitter expertise, but now he was grateful. This mysterious egg, whether it would result in a humanoid or a full human form, held endless possibilities. All right, let's embark on this hatching adventure. Lu Ming encouraged himself, ready to face the upcoming challenges. No matter how difficult the journey ahead might be, he was determined to hatch this unique egg and unveil its mysteries. Lu Ming opened his information panel and focused on upgrading his proficiency in basic childcare to the second level. The system prompted that ascending a level proficiency in basic childcare would require 50 specialized crystals. He felt a surge of joy, thinking this was perfect. He then confirmed the upgrade. With a faint glow, his basic proficiency smoothly upgraded to advanced. Feeling the new energy surge within him, Lu Ming once again thought about hatching the egg. Suddenly, the system displayed a message. Hatching intention detected in the egg, and conditions are met. Do you wish to remove the egg's thermal protection layer? Once removed, hatching must commence immediately, and the process will require close contact for 12 hours. If the egg is separated from the host, it will enter a hypothermic state, and after 10 minutes, it will die. Lu Ming frowned, puzzled. Why has the grade increased, but its resilience has decreased? At S level, it could last half an hour away from the host, but now only 10 minutes. Is this workable? He gently stroked the egg's surface, feeling a fuzzy texture that contrasted with its smooth exterior. Lu Ming muttered to himself, well, it looks like I'll have to be the surrogate caretaker and protect you. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming confirmed the hatching process. The system immediately prompted. Thermal protection layer removed. 5,000 units of high-purity alien protein injected. Hatching phase initiated. Current progress 0. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. He hurriedly but carefully placed the egg down and rushed to the bathroom. Moments later, he returned to his bed, relieved, turned off the system's warning alerts, and picked up the large egg again, covering it with a blanket. Lu Ming softly spoke to the egg. Little one, I skipped dinner and don't plan on sleeping, just to make sure you're safe. With this kind of dedication, you better treat me well in the future. He half-jokingly continued. If you're a boy, we'll be master and servant. If you're a girl, you'll call me master, and I'll call you wife. That's our deal. I'll count to 3, and if you don't respond, I'll take it as a yes. After counting to 3, Lu Ming chuckled at himself, realizing how childish he was being. It was just an egg. There was no way it could understand him. To pass the time, Lu Ming decided to check the World Channel and catch up on the latest gossip to while away the night. He secretly hoped that by tomorrow morning, he could bid farewell to his lonely survival journey. Unbeknownst to him, as he focused on the World Channel, the egg under the blanket faintly glowed. Inside the egg, a pair of ruby-like eyes slowly opened, but quickly closed again due to a lack of strength. A tiny, pink mouth softly murmured in a childish voice, "Contract established." The global chat remained as toxic as ever, seemingly stuck in a perpetual state of negativity. Lu Ming, feeling weary, switched to the national channel and was instantly refreshed. What was once a space for venting frustrations had now transformed into a hub of meaningful exchange. He clicked on the messages, pausing the scrolling screen, and began to read carefully. Foodie's message caught his attention. Encouragement for those who haven't taken the first step yet. Foodie vividly described his first encounter with the mutants. Their disgusting, bizarre, terrifying, and hideous appearance, their superhuman strength, speed, armor, and vitality. He acknowledged that these traits could induce fear, but quickly pointed out the mutants' weaknesses: low intelligence and lack of tactical understanding. Fu Di encouraged, as long as we can figure out their attack patterns and fatal weaknesses, with a bit of physical fitness and the right tools, we can take them down solo. He also offered advice for those with less physical prowess. Team up, use the advantage of numbers, or leverage the terrain. He emphasized the importance of specialized crystals. First, gather 10 specialized crystals for yourself or a trusted leader to reach the level of an intermediate soldier. Fu Di detailed how this upgrade could change the combat scenario and urged everyone to face the challenges bravely. Following this, Lu Sanlong chimed in. Not only do we need to take the first step courageously, but we must also quickly gather manpower. He proposed an ambitious plan to capture territories, establish safe havens, and gradually expand the human survivor base. Lu Sanlong urged different regions to plan ahead, stressing that mere survival and internal conflict were not viable options. However, Chen Lin raised a sharp concern. It's easy to talk about building a base, but what about food? What about supplies? He worried about the scarcity of resources, the strong monopolizing them, and the weak being exploited. Chen Lin bluntly expressed his distrust in an environment lacking law and order. Lu Yu immediately countered. Don't resent those brave enough to stake their lives because of your own cowardice. She pointed out that most people started from the bottom, criticizing Chen Lin's conspiracy theories. Lu Sanlong stepped in to mediate, explaining the principles of gathering, voluntary participation, merit-based leadership, and preferential treatment for special talents. He promised to take care of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, but emphasized that freeloaders were not welcome. Finally, he revealed an important piece of information. Someone in Windmill Nation had acquired cultivable specialized grass seeds, bringing hope for solving the food problem. After reading these messages, Lu Ming was deep in thought. This new world was fraught with danger, but humanity was quickly adapting, seeking ways to survive. Despite the ongoing disagreements, the seeds of cooperation had been sown, and the future might not be entirely bleak. In this post-apocalyptic setting, a rumor about cultivable crops quietly spread, sparking widespread discussion. Although the details were vague, the possibility offered a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Upon hearing this, Tian Yanin frowned skeptically and said, "You believe that? People in our area are talking about it too, but there's no evidence at all. How can you trust such baseless claims?" Lu Sanlong pondered for a moment before replying. "It's true there's no solid proof, but having hope is better than despair. Besides, the truth will come out soon enough. In a few weeks or months, if you see a large number of such items in the trading market, you could be almost certain." Sun Yang shook his head, his expression serious. Would anyone risk selling it? Such precious resources would only invite trouble if exposed. And if the fruits themselves are seeds, selling them would be like handing over the seeds to others. Lu Sanlong dismissed the concern and countered. Watch them? Watch who? Transactions in the trading market are anonymous. You can't know the other party's identity or location. The outside world is full of dangers. Who would dare to act rashly without knowing the terrain? Without top-tier strength, who would make a reckless move? He paused and continued. As for the possibility that the fruits are seeds, it's highly unlikely. According to the rules of this world, special items always have their own unique logic. If that were the case, it wouldn't be called Chaluo seeds, but simply Chaluo, with a note saying it can be planted. Switching his tone, Lu Sanlong added, "You say no one would sell it. But is that really believable? This item could dominate the market and is a necessity. Keeping it for personal use would be a waste. Trading it for other resources would maximize its value. Maybe it's not suitable for sale initially, but once regional resources run low, it becomes a lifeline with endless business opportunities. Do you think a competent regional manager would miss such a chance?" Chun Lin interjected. "Who says it has to be a regional manager? Private cultivation and self-sale could be better." Lu Sanlong responded thoughtfully. "Then guess who spread this rumor and why?" He paused briefly before concluding calmly. "But it's too early to discuss this now. Everything depends on whether the rumor is true, right?" Lu Ming stared at the chat interface, his brow furrowed. Lu Sanlong's lengthy discourse was thought-provoking, yet it also raised doubts in his mind. This world is never short of smart people, especially in Huaxia. Those who manage to secure a place in their respective fields are invariably a blend of strength and wisdom. His thoughts drifted to Lu Sanlong, Fu Di, and Chen Hai. These individuals possessed both a spirit of selfless contribution and a consideration for their own interests. Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder why they chose to discuss these matters publicly on the national channel instead of privately. Was it really just pure goodwill? Being somewhat self-interested himself, Lu Ming tended to believe that Lu Sanlong's actions were not entirely altruistic. In this long-winded conversation, he seemed to see Lu Sanlong's hidden agenda of showcasing his wisdom and charisma. This not only boosted his reputation and influence in the post-apocalyptic world, but also solidified his position in his region, attracting more followers to his strategies. Lu Ming could almost imagine the reactions of others. Look how impressive our leader is, leaving everyone speechless on the national channel. Every word makes sense. Following him is definitely the right choice. Despite these thoughts, Lu Ming had no intention of mocking anyone. After all, the more united humanity is, the faster it develops, which is beneficial for someone like him, a bug in the system, who doesn't like wealthy clients. Nevertheless, the conversation was not entirely without value. At the very least, Lu Ming gained insight into the thoughts and development directions of most regions. More importantly, he learned that supply crates might contain plantable food. Regardless of its truth, what harm is there in believing it once when there's nothing to lose? Lu Ming quickly scanned the praises and respect for Lu Sanlong, along with Lu Sanlong's high emotional intelligence responses. Finding the content somewhat tedious after a while, he swiftly scrolled down the screen. As he reached the latest messages in the chat, one particular message caught his attention. Gu Changha had sent an urgent warning. People from other countries might be present in the neighboring area, and violent conflicts had already erupted. A group from Nanhangwo had invaded their territory, initially pretending to seek help, only to suddenly turn hostile and attack their compatriots, seizing their space pouches. The message mentioned that among the enemies was a highly skilled individual, possibly an elite soldier, who had already caused dozens of casualties, including some high-ranking soldiers. With nightfall, the enemies had hidden themselves, making the situation even more dangerous. This message immediately sparked heated discussion. Lu Ling expressed disbelief, while Fu Di analyzed that it might be an elite soldier leading the team from the border of the two regions. Gu Changha provided more details, describing the formidable strength of the suspected elite soldier. Lu Sanlong quickly joined the conversation, asking for the specific location. Gu Changha replied that they were at Jihua Tianjia, a commercial street, but he wasn't sure about the exact area name. Fu Di noted that since most of the area remained unexplored, they couldn't offer direct assistance for now. However, he promised to trade some supplies with Gu Chang'a and suggested that he find a safe place to hide while they assessed the situation and considered the possibility of a rescue. Just as Lu Sanlong finished speaking, Lu Ming noticed a new message on the World Channel. "I'll contribute some resources too," a player named Wu Ming said. The reminder was timely. "Take care of those on your street. If you can't fight back, avoid confrontation. Once we secure our areas, we can help others. We won't let any of these Southern Han invaders get away." Wu Ming quickly followed up with another message. "Wow, I'm also being hunted by people from other countries. Brother Fu Di, Brother Sanlong, can you spare some resources for me?" Huh? Gu Chang'a seemed to sense something and immediately replied. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm lying?" Wu Ming replied simply. Huh? Gu Chang'a didn't say much more and sent 3 consecutive messages. Video file, video file, video file. The chat then fell into a brief silence. Frowning, Lu Ming clicked on the video. The footage indeed showed an attack scene. Although the attackers spoke a language they could understand, their accents clearly indicated they were from the Southern Han nation. Especially when they pretended to be pitiful and asked for help, the classic Semita pronunciation gave them away. Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth, locking onto the most prominent person in the video. Information immediately popped up. Park Dongxiu, 26 years old, from the capital of the Southern Han nation, son of a conglomerate, elite soldier. Gu Chang'a's judgment was correct. This was indeed an elite soldier. Gu Chang'a asked again, "Anything else you want to say?" Wu Ming cleverly responded, "I never said you were lying. You misinterpreted it. Check the messages if you don't believe me. I never used the word lie." At this point, Fu Di intervened. "Enough, this is pointless. Our compatriots are being harmed, and you're arguing about this? Aren't you afraid of being a laughingstock? Chang'a, let's trade. This matter isn't over. If I encounter any Southern Han people, I'll kill every one of them." Lu Sanlong tried to mediate. "Indeed, we shouldn't create internal conflicts. If you have difficulties, speak up. There's no need for sarcasm. If things get really tough, make a video to prove it, and I won't ignore you. I'll go have a meeting with the brothers now." Gu Changha expressed his gratitude. "Thanks, Brother Di, Brother Long, and everyone who traded resources with me. I'll distribute the resources to others in the area." "Thank you." Seeing this, Lu Ming switched to the regional board. He didn't scroll up to read previous messages, as the current discussion was already focused on the issue of foreign invaders. Jin Qi worriedly asked, "The Southern Han invasion is terrifying. Could our neighbors also be from another country?" Fong Peng reassured, "It's uncertain, but with Uncle Chen around, there's no need to be afraid." Chun Hai posted an important notice. "Tomorrow morning, I'll lead the main force of Chongping Street to start rescue operations around the area. I hope everyone will fully cooperate and gather together. Our compatriots are right. Only by uniting can we handle any changes." Fong Peng immediately expressed his support. "Of course, we support Uncle Chun. Before he arrives, I'll gather people from around Mengzi Street, so we can join him directly." Bao Zhengqing joked, "Haha, is this the same young man who initially opposed Brother Chin? You've changed." Fong Peng responded sheepishly, "Oh, Uncle Bao, please don't tease me. I'm now a mid-level soldier capable of soloing scythe mantis larvae. Give me some credit and don't bring up my dark past." The chat was filled with laughter. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. From these conversations, he saw a picture of regional harmony and development. More importantly, Fong Peng's ability to solo scythe mantis larvae indicated that Chun Hai had mastered the method to identify larval nuclei and had spread this knowledge. Lu Ming quietly noted the names Chongping Street and Mengzi Street, then took out a regional map for a closer look. He found that if the entire Jintian district were viewed as a whole, his location at Kongbao Shoe Factory was in the eastern outskirts, while Qinhai's Chongping Street was in the western outskirts. The two places were separated by the district center. Mingzi Street was also near the western outskirts, close to Chongping Street, making it easy to gather. The northern outskirts bordered Xinhui district, and the neighboring southern area was still unknown. If an invasion occurred, these two directions would be the most concerning. Lu Ming tried entering Jihua Tianjie in the map search bar. The map zoomed in, displaying Pinga District at the northernmost end of the three districts, with a pinpoint marking the southern outskirts of Pinga District near the northern outskirts of Xinhui District. Lu Ming frowned, making a judgment. Jihua Tianjie, under invasion, was a neighborhood in Pinga District, and the invaders, those from the southern Han Nation, likely came from Xinhui District. With this thought, Lu Ming's gaze instinctively turned to the northern outskirts of Jintian District, near the Xinhui District border. His eyes sharpened. If this invasion wasn't just an isolated act, but a large-scale operation organized by Xinhui District, then Jintian District, also bordering Xinhui, might not escape unscathed. He moved the map to the northern outskirts of Jintian District, spotting a prominent purple marker indicating another level 3 supply crate within Jintian District. Good, Lu Ming calculated silently. I'll head to the northern outskirts of Jintian tomorrow. He wasn't a hero seeking revenge or justice. As a selfish commoner, his goal was simply a supply crate that belonged to him. Of course, if he encountered any unwelcome guests eyeing the crate, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. His lips curled into a smile. No hard feelings. I'm just being fair, especially to foreign friends. Putting away the map, Lu Ming immersed himself in the regional board chat again, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's action. After Lu Ming closed the chat channel, he boredly opened his inventory. He meticulously checked the items in his bag, his eyes scanning over various consumable tools. 140 specialized crystals glimmered at his fingertips, 748 units of high-purity alien protein neatly arranged, 2 compressed biscuits, and 3 bottles of 500 milliliters multipurpose sports drinks lying quietly beside them. Various drinks, dozens of boxes of instant noodles, and a varying quantity of cigarettes and alcohol filled the remaining space. In the weapons section, the blade of a broad, heavy knife reflected a cold light, while a precision hand crossbow and an eagle-eye compound bow lay in wait for the next action. 27 compound bow frames were neatly lined up, and aside from the 50 arrows traded, the rest were in good condition. Lu Ming calculated in his mind. These supplies were enough to sustain basic survival, but to truly establish himself in this apocalyptic world, the key was to enhance his own strength. As a novice hunter-warrior, he could barely suppress an grade elite mutant with all his might. However, in the vast mutant system, this was just a step above the beginner level. He closed his eyes, and the hierarchy of mutants appeared in his mind. Grade, a grade, all the way to the terrifying Scrade. If each level followed the evolution route of the Scythe Owl, there would be at least 24 tiers, possibly more than 30. The future path was full of unknowns and challenges, and only by continuously becoming stronger could he take control in this world. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming opened the detailed information of the mutated Scythe Owl relic. Lines of text appeared on the screen. Scythe Owl Blade E-Grade. Category: Mutated biological material. Description: the forearm of an E-grade elite mutated scythe owl, with hardness and sharpness comparable to refined steel. Can be used as a material for crafting specialized bioweapons. Usage requirement: intermediate forging mastery. Specialized bioweapons? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he quickly clicked for more information. Specialized bioweapons. Category: specialized equipment. Description: bioweapons crafted using technology from the Jalan star system, made from mutated biological materials, capable of inheriting the skills of the original mutated creature. The number of inherited skills depends on the level of forging mastery and the rarity of the biological materials. The higher the forging mastery and the rarer the materials, the more skills are inherited and the more powerful the weapon becomes. Inheriting the skills of mutated creatures? Lu Ming was so excited he nearly jumped up. Compared to this, the refined steel weapons in his hand were practically worthless. Although the mutated Scythe Owl had never exhibited any skills, the name Scythe Blade Pulse was enough to spark his imagination. Perhaps it was an area shockwave or a long-range attack similar to sword energy. If the weapon came with such an AoE skill, it would not only be practical, but also incredibly thrilling to wield. Build it. It must be built. Lu Ming resolved internally. Lacking advanced forging mastery? Just trade for it at the market. Upgrade the skills as well. The future belongs to bioweapons. Amid his excitement, Lu Ming gently caressed the alien egg in his possession, as if he could already see its formidable form upon hatching. Calming his excitement, he began inspecting his 3 weapons, preparing to sacrifice one to acquire the forging mastery skill. Broad heavy knife refined steel grade. Durability 1460-1500. Precision hand crossbow mithril grade. Durability 18483000. Eagle eye compound bow mithril grade. Durability 236-43000. Lu Ming found himself in a dilemma. Although the broad heavy knife was the lowest grade, it was his main weapon. The precision hand crossbow had been crucial in their raid on the Kongbao shoe factory. The Eagle Eye compound bow, despite its fast durability consumption, had an impressive long-range kill zone and extra range from advanced archery mastery, making it an invaluable weapon. After careful consideration, Lu Ming decided to sacrifice the broad heavy knife. Despite his reluctance, he knew that to gain greater power, this was a price he had to pay. Lu Ming stared at the trading interface, calculating his next move. Mithril weapons were indeed valuable, but he felt it wasn't the right time to showcase them. He thought it best to wait until steel-grade weapons gained some traction before unveiling the mithril ones. He swiftly put up a broad-bladed heavy sword for trade, specifically requesting a forging proficiency skill in exchange, with no level restrictions. He even noted that if anyone had intermediate or higher-level skills, they could leave a message to negotiate further. He promised to check the messages every half hour and was also open to trading specialized crystals, supply materials, or other weapons. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as the weapon was listed, the message board exploded with activity. Clearly, many people were hiding in safe zones with nothing better to do than watch the trading house and chat channels. Messages flowed in like a tidal wave. Is it that guy who keeps listing steel-grade weapons? Is this a second-hand item? Either it didn't suit him, or his inventory is overflowing. But why is he so fixated on proficiency skills? Those don't have much combat value. The reason he's a top player is because he thinks outside the box. Let's not try to figure him out. Please, top player, I finally managed to get a basic tailoring proficiency book and have been waiting for you to list a weapon. Why the sudden switch to forging proficiency? You're amazing. Can you list a few more? Like you did at noon, with different trading options? I really want a steel weapon. The message board was filled with flattery, pleas for help, and requests to change the trade conditions. Lu Ming sighed. He wanted to meet everyone's demands, but his inventory of specialized crystals was limited, and he couldn't part with his long-held heavy sword. Reluctantly, he closed the trading interface. It seemed that trying to acquire specific items quickly was going to be difficult. Just then, the ding-ding of a message notification sounded from his friend list. Lu Ming opened the message tab to find a greeting from Chu Feng. Chu Feng, collecting proficiency books again, buddy? Lu Ming, why do you have any? Chu Feng, not really, just curious why you're hoarding so many. Planning to open a skills training school? Lu Ming, shut up. Can't I just be learning for fun? Chu Feng, come on, if you don't want to explain, just say so. Learning for fun is a pretty weak excuse. Lu Ming, whatever, I gotta go. Chu Feng, wait, I'm not here for small talk. Lu Ming, then get to the point. Chu Feng, I don't have proficiency books, but would you be interested in this? A random skill book. Seeing the random skill book tag, Lu Ming paused for a couple of seconds. Lu Ming, you'd really sell that? It's a random skill book. Chu Feng, I never like things with random elements. I'd rather trade it for something solid. So, are you interested or not? Lu Ming replied with a straight face. We'll see about that. But first, be honest with me. Have you ever tried to quit an addiction? A private message from a friend popped up on Chu Feng's screen, displaying an anonymous message from Lu Ming. Chu Feng stared at the screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, hesitating before replying. After all these years of playing penguin games, I'm fed up with random settings. Want to make a deal? Chu Feng typed back. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, quickly understanding Chu Feng's hint. He chuckled and began typing rapidly. Penguin games, huh? I get it. Name your price. Chu Feng took a deep breath, as if weighing his options. After a moment, he started typing. I'm not asking for much. From a level to a level, let's settle in the middle. I'll sell it as a clever skill book for 8 steel-grade weapons. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Clearly, the other party had done their homework, but he knew he held the upper hand. How about 4 weapons? Lu Ming countered. Chu Feng seemed taken aback by the response and quickly typed back. Come on, friend. I'll call you big brother if it helps. This isn't like selling clothes. This item is rare. Our team got seriously injured just to get this. 7 weapons, no less. Lu Ming stared at the screen, his mind already made up. He calmly replied, I sympathize with your team's loss, but that's irrelevant to the deal. This is a gamble, and you're shifting the risk of a bad draw to me. If I end up within a level skill I already know, I'll be at a loss. How about I meet you halfway? 5 weapons. Chu Feng seemed at a loss for words and reluctantly replied. Big brother. Knowing victory was near, Lu Ming gave his final offer. This is the best I can do. You can specify the weapon types, but any more, and the deal's off. For Lu Ming, 8 or 10 steel-grade weapons weren't a big deal, just 200 specialized crystals. but he wanted to assert a strong stance. He monopolized steel-grade weapons, and not hiking the price was already generous. After all, it wasn't Lu Ming who initiated the deal. Chu Feng was silent for a while, possibly weighing his options. Finally, he replied, "Deal." Lu Ming didn't waste time and asked directly, "What types do you need? Straight sword, broad heavy sword, or daggers?" Chu Feng replied, "3 straight swords, 1 broad heavy sword, and 1 broad heavy sword." "Wait a moment," Lu Ming responded. Lu Ming quickly opened the trading interface, swiftly exchanging 5 bottles of drinking water for 4 random blades and a fruit knife. He skillfully upgraded the blades to the specified types, spending 100 specialized crystals, and then initiated the trade with Chu Feng. The trade window opened, and Lu Ming placed the 5 steel-grade weapons in the trade box. Chu Feng added the colorful skill book. The trade was completed in an instant, and the skill book was now in Lu Ming's possession. Instead of using the skill book immediately, Lu Ming decided to chat with Chu Feng. "If you come across any good items in the future, feel free to contact me," Lu Ming offered. There was no response for a while, but Lu Ming wasn't annoyed, knowing Chu Feng might be feeling the sting of the trade. After all, business is about profit. His steel-grade weapons might seem easy to obtain, but without his cheat-like upgrading skill, who else could provide them? Besides, they were far from building a solid relationship yet. However, Chu Feng's team seemed capable. They could tackle large, dangerous locations and find valuable loot. Such clients were worth fostering. "I could offer you priority access to any steel-grade ranged weapons I get," Lu Ming added. "Ranged weapons? Steel raid? Priority access? What do you mean?" Chu Feng asked, intrigued. Lu Ming smiled, realizing this was an easy sell. "It means when I acquire those weapons, you'll be the first to know. I'll list what I need in return, and if you have it, we can trade." "Acquire? Wait, you mean you already have a lead on steel-grade ranged weapons?" "No way." "Seriously?" Chu Feng responded, astonished. Lu Ming chuckled. Not only did he have a lead, but the lead was provided by Chu Feng himself. "Why would I lie? Anyway, I need to check on something." Lu Ming lifted the blanket. Just moments ago, he thought he felt the egg he was holding move. Was it just his imagination? "Check on something? Do you have a child with you?" Chu Feng asked. "Or maybe a wife," Lu Ming replied. "Anyway, I need to focus on mastering forging. Talk later." With that, Lu Ming closed the chat window and checked his listings for broad, heavy swords, searching the message board for keywords related to forging mastery. He had expected a pleasant surprise, but Lu Ming stared dejectedly at the overwhelming number of posts on the forum. Thousands of useless comments discussing mastery in forging piled up like a mountain, making him frown. "What a waste of time," he muttered to himself. Then, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Why not try the random skill book first? Maybe I'll get lucky and hit the forging mastery jackpot. Meanwhile, Chu Feng stood frozen in place, his expression as complex as an abstract painting after just completing a trade. He kept replaying the words he had just heard, mumbling in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? How can a child also be a wife? Wang Defa. He knew the apocalypse could erode morals, but on the very first day, he shook his head in exasperation. What kind of people are these? Back to Lu Ming. He picked up the random skill book, his finger already hovering over the yes option. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. A thought flashed through his mind. The last time he got carried away and forgot to upgrade his skills, it had led to a huge loss. He almost made the same mistake again. He reminded himself to always upgrade anything, no matter the cost, or it would be a waste of potential. Determined, Lu Ming chose no, declining the use prompt. He closed his eyes and silently chanted, "Ultimate upgrade." A system prompt immediately popped up. "Please select upgrade tier, tier 2. Upgrading the random skill book will consume 200 specialized crystals. Do you wish to consume 200 specialized crystals to upgrade the random skill book to a higher tier random skill book?" Lu Ming was stunned. An upgraded random skill book is still a random skill book, and it only costs 200 specialized crystals? He doubted his eyes and triple-checked before finally tapping on the upgraded skill book tag. The information panel popped up instantly. Random skill book. Special item. Lu Ming realized. The upgrade raised the minimum quality, not the maximum. Using 200 crystals to eliminate E and D tiers was definitely a bargain. But this also made him more aware of the rarity and value of steer skills and items. Opening the skill book, Lu Ming glanced at the pitiful 40 specialized crystals left in his backpack and gave a wry smile. It seemed he couldn't use the random skill book just yet. He tossed the book into his inventory and turned his attention to incubating an egg. He gently stroked the fuzzy surface of the eggshell, inhaling its faint fragrance. The sensation was oddly similar to petting a cat, something he could do for a whole year without growing tired. Lu Ming glanced at the chat window. The time displayed was 6:58 p.m. The room, with its tightly drawn curtains, was enveloped in silence, the soundproofing evidently doing its job. As the clock struck 7 o'clock, a piercing chime suddenly rang out, seemingly ignoring all the soundproofing measures. In an instant, the surroundings plunged into darkness. Lu Ming's room was already dim, relying solely on the faint glow from the chat window for illumination. Without that light, it would have been pitch black. He pondered the issues with the power system, unsure if the specialized crystals could replace electricity. At that moment, he wished he could turn on a light to dispel the long night. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a burst of colorful light emanated from under the blanket, quickly turning into a soft white glow. Lu Ming lifted the blanket, momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This Yedobebran little one was so considerate. He couldn't help but think, how could he ever bear to make you do hard labor in the future? He tucked the blanket back in, holding it closer, as if to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, messages flooded into the chat window. Lu Ming focused his gaze and saw chaos unfolding. The first message was from Luo Enshu. "Oh my god, did you hear that?" After the chime, it sounds like a beast horde outside, with all kinds of strange howls and cries, and the noises of blades cutting and large jaws chewing. Next was Kai Hao's reply. "It's more than that. I even heard the buzzing of wings and the sound of something swiftly flying by. Just now, something landed on my roof, sounding like metal scraping. It was excruciatingly loud." Li Tong's message was filled with fear. "The shop door is being hit. I'm so scared. It feels like they could break in at any moment." Chen Hai tried to calm everyone down. "Everyone stay calm. This is probably the agitation of the nocturnal mutants. Those sounds aren't targeting you. They're likely just collisions as they pass by. Remember the initial program warning. Do not show yourself at night. As long as you're not discovered, there won't be any fatal danger. So keep quiet, control your fear, and don't make a sound. Get through tonight, and you'll be fine tomorrow." Fong Peng agreed. "Listen to Uncle Chen. I'm scared too. A terrifying mutant left huge scratches on the shelter door just now, but it didn't try to come in. Keeping a steady mindset is crucial." Bao Zhengcheng suggested. "Believe in yourself. If you're really scared, find a corner, under the bed, or inside a cabinet to hide. Open the regional chat channel. With so many people accompanying you, nothing will happen." Despite the varied content, the overall atmosphere in the chat was relatively positive. Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder if the outside was as terrifying as they described. He looked out the window and activated the Eye of Truth. Instantly, hundreds of mutant tags scattered across his vision. Everywhere he looked, there were mature scythe owls. No wonder the initial electronic warning was so solemn. Without overwhelming strength, moving at night was absolutely forbidden. Lu Ming felt a silent relief in his heart. In this situation, who would dare make a move? He could handle one scythe owl, but facing hundreds, even self-preservation would be a challenge. At the moment Lu Ming averted his gaze, a strange new tag streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. Where it passed, scythe tags fell like rain, quickly turning gray. Lu Ming, ever alert, seized the opportunity and intercepted the information. The panel displayed Tyrannical Owl King, a level king class, Insect King clan. This is the absolute ruler of the scythe owl tribe, standing 4 meters tall with a massive build and possessing the terrifying power to sweep through 100 elite-level variants. It has an extreme penchant for hunting and fighting, making it one of the most aggressive entities among the insect clans. By day, it guards its territory nest, protecting the larvae produced by the queen. By night, it patrols the territory, killing other variants to provide energy for the queen. The tyrannical Owl King is known for its violent and ruthless nature, destroying everything in its path regardless of its mood, including skyscrapers. However, it is currently under the influence of a specialized energy, temporarily preventing it from unleashing its destructive power on buildings. In terms of abilities, it boasts 4 deadly moves: Mithril Slice, which can cut through anything; Spinning Scythe Piercer, a rotating thrust attack; Massive Acid Compression Cannon, capable of corroding mithril-level equipment; and Cross Pulse, a powerful blow integrated into its forearms. Its characteristics include an ever-increasing combat prowess, an astonishing high-level regeneration ability, and even the release of a devastating vengeful strike upon true death. Its only weakness lies in its heart, which has mutated into a core upon reaching the king stage. These cores are located in its head, chest, waist, and tail tip, each with the hardness of mithril. Only by destroying all 4 cores can it be completely killed. Reading this, Lu Ming took a sharp breath. He had thought that the level elite mutated scythe owl was already formidable, but this was something far more terrifying. Is this the kind of high-level variant that comes out to play when night falls? In a level king, it seemed that even a beginner hunter with awakened powers would struggle to last a few seconds. Lu Ming's previously buoyant mood turned heavy as lead. If an level king was already this overwhelming, what kind of nightmare would an level king be? Words like world-shattering and earth-rending seemed inadequate to describe such a threat. He had once considered himself a superhuman among men, but in the face of these variants, he was still an ant. This stark contrast weighed heavily on his mind. He had to become stronger, much stronger. He couldn't afford to be complacent with minor achievements like others. To go further, he had to move forward steadily, without a single misstep. With newfound resolve, Lu Ming closed the panel and chat windows related to the tyrannical Owl King and began to use ultimate sublimation to explore everything he could access, including details in the panel about height, weight, age, and gender. He needed to understand the changes brought about by every advancement and unlock his full potential. As time ticked away, the long night was gradually consumed. By 6 a.m. the next morning, just as Lu Ming was about to succumb to sleep, a crack finally appeared in the primordial spider egg that had been incubating all night. However, at the very moment this crack appeared, 8 mysterious figures located at the core of the planet simultaneously opened their eyes. After a brief pause, 8 pairs of eyes of different colors and shapes closed again. A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Ming's mind. How is it possible? There couldn't be anything in this world with a stronger genetic lineage than theirs. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It must be an illusion. Returning to the perimeter, the sound of an egg cracking suddenly reached his ears, making Lu Ming nearly jump. But he quickly controlled himself, worried that the egg might lose heat if it wasn't fully hatched. He carefully sat back down, holding the egg with both hands, eyes fixed on the tiny crack, eagerly awaiting the moment of life's emergence. Crack! The eggshell continued to break, with web-like fissures rapidly spreading from the initial crack. In just a few seconds, the cracks encircled the entire shell. Crack, crack, crack! The eggshell trembled incessantly, with tiny pieces of shell falling away. Finally, with a crisp snap, the eggshell split into two, revealing a gap about 3 centimeters wide. Through this gap, Lu Ming could clearly see delicate, white, and crystalline strands of hair with faint star-like specks. Without a doubt, this was a human trait, at least semi-humanoid. Lu Ming thought, even if it were a young boy, such lustrous white hair would definitely be striking. At this moment, the eggshell began to turn, and the part visible through the gap showed signs of head movement. It first tilted left, then right, making Lu Ming quite puzzled. Is it looking at something? But aren't I right in front of it? Why not take a look at its handsome master first? Could its vision be blocked by the hair? Just as Lu Ming was about to try parting the strands of hair, the egg suddenly shook violently. The uplifted eggshell slowly rotated half a turn, and in the next second, a pair of deep red, gem-like, clear eyes came into Lu Ming's view. Realizing it had been facing away from him, Lu Ming understood. Gazing into those eyes, Lu Ming found himself lost. They carried a hint of laziness, tranquility, and curiosity. But when his face was reflected in the red pupils, the laziness faded, replaced by a gentle, natural expression, as if they were long-time acquaintances. Suddenly, a notification rang in Lu Ming's mind. Original spider egg successfully hatched. Bonding ceremony complete. Master, Lu Ming. Following this, a soft, low, and lazy humph came from inside the eggshell. It leaned forward, causing both the hatchling and the eggshell to topple over. The eggshell, which had been perched like a hat on its head, rolled away, revealing a head of fluffy, soft, snow-white hair that nearly covered its entire back. Humph, humph! The soft hum came again, as it slowly and patiently got up from its fallen position, sitting in a standard duck pose opposite Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the defining feature that confirmed its gender. His expression swiftly shifted from stunned to shocked, then to ecstatic. Indeed, the heavens had heard his prayers. This was a bona fide humanoid spider girl. Excitement aside, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Ming quickly grabbed a blanket and wrapped the little one tightly. He silently berated himself for being careless, having forgotten to prepare suitable clothes for her. Fortunately, his spatial pouch still had a dozen sets of spare clothing. Though they wouldn't fit perfectly, he had 40 specialized crystals left. Clothes could be modified to change appearance, create custom designs, and even replicate. He might lack other things, but he had plenty of experience with women's clothing styles. Lu Ming began to plan. For an original spider, there had to be fluffy elements. For a girl, it had to be a dress. But she couldn't go bare-legged, as she would need to fight, and he didn't want any wardrobe malfunctions. So, there should be underwear and tights, and for shoes, boots would be perfect. A queenly aura should be cultivated from a young age. As for the features, he carefully considered stretchable adaptability, temperature regulation, maximum breathability, waterproof and dustproof, maximum comfort. The design process took just a minute, but it consumed 30 specialized crystals. There was no helping it. While replication didn't cost much, setting the features did. He couldn't bear to let the little one wear uncomfortable clothes, so he made them as detailed as possible. After finishing, Lu Ming was about to open the blanket and dress the little one. But as soon as he grabbed the blanket, he heard a crisp cracking sound from inside. Thinking something might be wrong, he lifted the blanket only to find the little one calmly gnawing on the eggshell, crunching away. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This little one seemed particularly calm. Even when suddenly covered, she didn't cry or fuss, showing none of the agitation typical of newborns. Could it be due to a high level of intelligence? He decided to perform an assessment. To learn more about her, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. However, to his astonishment, the usual clear panel that popped up instantly was now filled with blurry, garbled text, like a screen glitch. An unexpected prompt appeared. Information access denied without target's consent? Lu Ming was stunned. Information requiring the target's consent? What kind of top-secret security level was this? His gaze involuntarily shifted to the primordial spider girl, who was eating. Sensing something, the primordial spider girl paused her chewing, glanced at the shocked Lu Ming, then lowered her chin slightly as if in thought, before nonchalantly resuming her meal. At that moment, a new prompt appeared suddenly. Target's consent obtained, identification successful. Information flooded the panel. Primordial spider? Divine level species. Divine beast description. The oldest divine beast born in the world of truth. Height and length. Humanoid form 121 centimeters. True form 2 m, can grow. Weight. Humanoid form 25 kilograms. True form 300 kilograms, can grow. General functions. Storage space. Ultimate identification. Skills. Silk manipulation E level. Spider spear E level. Web weaving E level. Devour E level. Weakness detection E level. Destruction ray E level. Traits. Shape-shifting. Mastery of comprehension max. Combat instinct max. Learning instinct max. Status. Recognized Master Lu Ming. Currently in the juvenile stage, all attributes and abilities at historical lowest, many skills and attributes sealed, can be unlocked with evolution level. Current evolution level. E-level juvenile can evolve by devouring energy from different species. Evolution progress. 300, 10000. Lu Ming's eyes widened, waves of shock surging in his heart. This was beyond impressive. It was earth-shattering. The primordial spider was a divine-level creature, the oldest divine beast. Although currently in its juvenile stage, its potential was limitless. 6 skills, 4 traits, and 2 general functions. Its future growth was unimaginable. Especially that destruction ray, the name alone hinted at immense power. The only thing that caught Lu Ming's attention was the 3 question marks on the panel. Curious, he clicked on the question marks, and a prompt immediately popped up. The primordial spider has not yet been named by its master. Would you like to name it now? So that's it. This newly born creature didn't have a name yet. Lu Ming's mind flashed back to an anime he had watched where the protagonist was a spider named Komoko, later renamed Shiro. He looked at the primordial spider in front of him, seeing some resemblances. But using Shiro felt a bit inappropriate since it wasn't a name he came up with himself. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. After a moment, he softly said, Primordial, Snow White. Got it. Proceed with naming. Please name. First Snow. Please confirm. Confirm. Prompt. Primordial spider first Snow named successfully. And so, this mysterious primordial creature now had a name First Snow. Lu Ming looked at the panel again and found that the question mark had changed to First Snow, perfect and complete. Just as he was feeling delighted, he saw First Snow take a bite out of half an eggshell with a crisp crunch, then turn to look for the other half. Although Lu Ming had seen some creatures eat eggshells for nutrition, he couldn't quite explain the exact reason behind it. While he was pondering, the panel suddenly changed. Lu Ming uttered a soft huff and turned his head, only to be stunned by what he saw. The panel displayed Primordial Spider, First Snow, Divine Level Species, born from the ancient beast of the world of truth. Height, Human form 122 centimeters, True form 2.3 meters, can grow. Weight, Human form 25 kilograms, True form 360 kilograms, can grow. General abilities, Storage space, Ultimate appraisal. Skills, Thread manipulation a level, Spider spear a level, Web weaving a level, Devour a level, Weakness detection a level, Destruction ray a level. Traits, Form transformation, Mastery of understanding max, Battle instinct max, Learning instinct max. Status, Recognized master, Master. Lu Ming, currently in infant stage, all attribute and ability indicators at historic lows, many skills and attributes sealed, cognitive development not yet begun, can gradually unlock and enhance with increased mutation levels. Current mutation level, a level ordinary, can advance by devouring heterogeneous biological energy. Advancement progress. 200,150,000. Lu Ming was shocked. Just by eating half an eggshell, the mutation level had forcibly increased by 1 level? What exactly did the eggshell contain? He stared intently at the eggshell, and the appraisal effect of the eye of truth quietly emerged. Primordial spider eggshell. Category: special item. Description: a sturdy shell that protects the primordial spider embryo, not only possessing considerable defensive strength, but also containing an astonishing amount of essence energy, serving as the first batch of food for the newly born primordial spider. Contains heterogeneous biological energy, 18,000. 18,000 points of energy. Doesn't that mean it could level up again? As soon as Lu Ming had this thought, the value updated in real time, instantly decreasing by 1,000 points. It turned out that First Snow had taken another small bite. Lu Ming suddenly felt conflicted. Clearly, only by devouring items containing heterogeneous biological energy could the advancement progress be increased. He recalled the heterogeneous protein and body fat in his bag. They didn't seem to show energy values before, but were marked as favored by heterogeneous creatures. First Snow's birth was also related to them, so theoretically, they should be able to increase the progress. With doubts in mind, Lu Ming took out the protein from his bag and re-examined it. High-purity, heterogeneous protein. Category: special food. Description: a high-nutrition substance favored by some heterogeneous creatures. Consuming it provides a substantial energy boost, accelerating their growth rate. However, it is highly toxic to humans, and consuming it without processing could be life-threatening. It is recommended to use a heterogeneous protein processor to remove toxins, or rely on one's resistance after reaching the War King level. Contains heterogeneous biological energy 1. Lu Ming was stunned. He remembered that the first time he checked, there was no energy value. Had he missed it? He then inspected the 8 clumps of body fat essence collected from the scythe owl cocoons. High concentration, heterogeneous body fat essence. Category: special food. Description: a high-calorie nutrient favored by some heterogeneous creatures. Consuming it provides a huge energy boost, accelerating their growth rate. To humans, contains heterogeneous biological energy 5. All the items now displayed energy values. Lu Ming pondered that this change seemed unrelated to First Snow's birth, as her appearance hadn't directly affected him. The cause had to be something that happened between the first time he checked the protein information and now. Level? Or skill? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on advanced nanny proficiency. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Could it be this? Advanced nanny proficiency level. Category: proficiency skill. Effect: gain highly advanced nanny experience, including but not limited to dressing, cleaning, care, grooming, and handling injuries at various stages of childcare. It also allows for insight into the nutritional energy values of food, enabling balanced and reasonable feeding to promote the healthy growth of the nurturing target. Insight into the nutritional energy values of food, no doubt, this was the key. Lu Ming realized that this seemingly incongruous nanny proficiency was actually a powerful nurturing skill. It not only helped care for First Snow, but also allowed him to accurately grasp the energy values of various foods, providing the best nutritional balance for First Snow's growth. The value of this skill far exceeded his expectations, paving the way for the nurturing journey ahead. Just as Lu Ming was marveling at the effectiveness of the nanny proficiency, he suddenly felt a slight weight on his chest, followed by a clear, soft touch. Looking down, he saw that it was Chu Shui, who had just finished eating all the eggshells and was now lying in his arms, her small face pressed against his chest. This unexpected display of affection made Lu Ming a bit nervous, as no one had ever treated him this way before. But then he remembered his boastful words before hatching the egg and quickly calmed down. After all, she wasn't an outsider, so there was no need to be pretentious. Gently stroking Chu Shui's silky long hair, his gaze fell back on her status panel. Sure enough, Chu Shui's mutation level had already reached a rank elite, with an advancement progress of 500,020,000, and she had grown to 130 centimeters tall. Although she still looked petite and adorable, her actual strength could now rival a mature scythe owl. Considering the differences in race and creature tiers, she might even be capable of defeating a scythe owl across ranks. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at the difference between an UR character and an rank character. He lightly patted Chu Shui's back and slowly helped her up, meeting her gaze calmly before softly asking, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Chu Shui looked at him with clear eyes and gave a gentle nod, accompanied by a serious, low hum in response. "That's good," Lu Ming sighed with relief. He knew the chances of her not understanding him were slim, but wanted to see how she would react to his words. Next, he took out the upgraded clothes, dressing Chu Shui from underwear to a dress and boots, piece by piece. Taking this opportunity, Lu Ming finally relaxed and carefully examined Chu Shui's appearance. Her skin was fair and translucent, her cheeks smooth and delicate without the typical baby fat of a young girl, nor any inappropriate allure for her age. Her expression was serene and elegant, with half-closed eyes exuding a hint of laziness and cuteness. Dressed in the white outfit, she looked even more pure and holy. All these factors highlighted her exquisite features, making even Lu Ming, a staunch atheist, marvel at the perfection of the divine race. Not to mention her stunning white long hair, which was simply a huge plus. Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder how she would look once she grew up. Although he couldn't predict it, he was already moved by her current appearance. At that moment, Chu Shui was curiously examining her new clothes, occasionally tugging at the hem of the dress or touching the fluffy sleeve cuffs, looking quite intrigued. Lu Ming was about to call it a day, but felt something was off. Stroking his chin in thought, he reassessed her appearance and finally pinpointed the issue when his gaze fell on her casually draped long hair. Her hair is too messy, he muttered to himself. He then took out a short sleeve from his spatial bag and upgraded it, transforming it into a light blue hairband. With the high proficiency of the nanny skills, Lu Ming deftly picked up a strand of her long hair near her ear and skillfully braided it into a thin plait. Much better. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he admired his handiwork. He had meticulously braided Chu Shui's hair, making it neat and smooth, and her outfit was perfectly coordinated. This nearly 190 centimeters tall, muscular man was now braiding a little girl's hair and matching her clothes. If an outsider saw this, they might involuntarily think of the saying, a fierce tiger with a gentle heart. Chu Shui seemed particularly fascinated by her new braid, her tiny hands constantly playing with it. Seeing her so well-behaved, Lu Ming felt a sense of relief. Not having to hold her all the time or carry her on his back was undoubtedly a blessing. Lu Ming glanced at the time. It was already 6:40 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten, but through the eye of truth, he could still see mature side owls flying around. According to the usual pattern, nightfall would completely end by 7 o'clock. A race occupying 12 hours was a fair distribution. Not wanting to waste the remaining 20 minutes, Lu Ming decided to make up for the dinner he missed last night. After checking his supplies, he found only compressed biscuits and instant noodles. Since he had looted them from a small alley grocery store, they couldn't compare to the reserves of a large supermarket or a cold storage at a slaughterhouse. Without basic ingredients like rice, oil, and salt, making a decent meal would require more resources. Weighing his options, Lu Ming chose the instant noodles. Compressed biscuits were better suited as quick combat rations. In this situation, instant noodles were more appropriate. A multifunctional water heater would quickly provide hot water, making it convenient and fast. With the noodles ready and the water heated, Lu Ming began preparing his meal. As he poured the hot water, he noticed Chu Shui sitting on the bed, intently watching him make breakfast. Feeling a pang of guilt that she was only eating an eggshell, he took out a piece of high-purity alien protein from his bag and handed it to her. Chu Shui seemed to instinctively recognize this food and began eating it in small bites. Despite its plain appearance, her elegant eating manner made it look surprisingly appetizing, almost like cotton candy. Could this stuff really taste good? Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming took another piece and examined it closely. It felt light and fluffy, with no grease or dirt. He brought it to his nose and was surprised to find it had a fruity aroma, specifically resembling cantaloupe. If the packaging didn't clearly state that it was toxic to humans, he might have been tempted to take a bite. Looking back, he saw that Chu Shui had already finished her piece and was eyeing the one in his hand. Scratching his head, he handed it over and then crouched down to ask, Xiao Shui, can you use a storage space? Chu Shui nodded, and with the point of her finger, a dark, deep space about half a meter in diameter appeared before Lu Ming. This magical scene left him stunned for a moment. Countless thoughts and questions raced through his mind. So he asked, is there a limit to how much it can hold? Chu Shui tilted her head, seemingly not understanding. Lu Ming rephrased, how much stuff can you put in it? She shook her head lightly, indicating she didn't know. Feeling a bit helpless, Lu Ming acknowledged that her inability to speak was a significant barrier at the moment. Much of their communication relied on guesswork, which wasn't always accurate. But then he remembered that Chu Shui had only been born for a few minutes. Even a deity would need an adaptation period, right? He considered patiently asking her one question at a time, but realized that would not only waste time, but also potentially pressure Chu Shui. It would be better to quickly finish breakfast and start today's hunt for alien creatures. This would not only help him improve, but also advance Chu Shui's mutation level. Perhaps during this process, they could solve their communication issues. With that in mind, Lu Ming took another piece of high-purity alien protein and asked, can this be stored in there? Chu Shui nodded slightly. With her confirmation, Lu Ming proceeded to place over 700 pieces of alien protein and 8 pieces of body fat essence into the space. During this process, he noticed a bottle of mutated alien blood produced by the scythe owl. He hadn't given it much thought at the time and hadn't examined it closely since. Now he realized it was likely an energy substance produced by the scythe owl. Lu Ming decided to identify it. The variant blood type, a rare material produced by mutated species, is an uncommon and highly valuable resource. The sample in Lu Ming's possession contains immense mutagenic energy and has a wide range of applications. It can be consumed by mutated creatures to accelerate their growth, used to forge bioweapons to significantly enhance their power and increase the probability of acquiring mutation skills. Lu Ming carefully examined the energy content of the blood, which read 100. He thought to himself, the energy content is decent, but as food, it's not cost-effective. Since I've decided to create a specialized bioweapon, it's better to save it for forging. His gaze fell on Chushue, and he made a decision. Chushue will have to endure for now. I'll hunt more scythe owl larvae later as compensation. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming turned to grab some instant noodles. He opened the package, and the familiar aroma hit him, indistinguishable from the noodles back on Blue Star. He quickly prepared the noodles and eagerly took a bite. The taste was the same as always, nothing special. As for the long-awaited burst of nostalgia, it didn't quite materialize. After all, he had only been here for a day. Instant noodles, once eaten, could evoke memories for half a month to a month those who know. However, the aroma deeply attracted Chushue. She put down the high-purity mutant protein she was holding, her eyes filled with curiosity and longing. Do you want to try some? Lu Ming asked tentatively. Chushue's expression became complicated. Her eyes showed a desire to try, but her face was full of resistance and apprehension. This look reminded Lu Ming of his own feelings when he first faced silkworm, pupa knowing others enjoyed them, but unable to bring himself to try, constantly wondering about the taste. Just have a bite. Lu Ming, whether out of mischief or a genuine desire to share the joy of Blue Star's food, picked up some noodles with his chopsticks and brought them to her mouth. Chushue cautiously sniffed the noodles, seemingly finding the smell acceptable, and then gingerly took a bite, even mimicking Lu Ming's slurping. But in that instant, her brow furrowed tightly, her mouth opened, and the noodles slid back into the bowl from her lips. She quickly spat twice and then, with a worried look, shoved the half-eaten mutant protein into Lu Ming's noodle bowl. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, thinking the scene was like a pet cat watching its owner eat something smelly. The problem was he couldn't eat mutant protein either. If Chushue knew, this would be blatant attempted murder. Chushue, thank you, but I can't eat this. You should have it. Lu Ming carefully removed the protein from the bowl, relieved to find it hadn't touched the broth. The eye of truth showed the noodles were still untainted. He handed the protein back to Chushue and continued enjoying his noodles. Some might ask, why not make another bowl? Lu Ming silently grumbled. This is the apocalypse. Wasting food is disgraceful. Do you know how many lives a bowl of noodles can save? What? Chushue spat it back into the bowl. So what? Is that a reason to waste food? No, it's not. Besides, who would reject their future wife? Right? With that thought, he couldn't help but smile slyly. Lu Ming suppressed his excitement and focused on slurping his noodles. Just as he finished the last sip of broth, the familiar chime rang out again, followed by the melody of Tomorrow Will Be Better echoing through the space. The song was no longer just background music. It evoked Lu Ming's deep thoughts about the Great Shift. The lyrics, the sunrise awakens the morning, the earth is reborn with light, sharply contrasted with his current situation, making him feel like he was living within the song. However, the song abruptly stopped before reaching the hopeful line about a better tomorrow, leaving Lu Ming with a sense of unease. He set aside these thoughts and focused on his current task replenishing specialized crystals. Lu Ming mentally mapped out his next steps, upgrading his specialization level, refining random skill books, updating his weapons, and enhancing his awakening power. The enormity of these goals weighed heavily on him. He decided to head towards the northern suburbs, staying close to the inner ring where mutant creatures were densely populated, making it an ideal hunting ground for scythe owl larvae. Thinking of the northern suburbs, Lu Ming couldn't help but recall the level 3 resource box. Upgrading it to level 5 required 3,500 specialized crystals, a number that made his head ache. Pulling back the curtains, Lu Ming's gaze was drawn to the scene outside. Plump scythe owl larvae crowded the alleyways and the factory opposite. The sight no longer disgusted him. Instead, it filled him with excitement. He took a deep breath of the foul-smelling air, almost savoring the aroma of specialized crystals. Lu Ming summoned his Hawkeye composite bow, activated the Eye of Truth, and began his precise shooting. Arrows rained down, each one accurately piercing the core of the larvae. After firing 200 arrows, Lu Ming paused and prepared to collect his spoils. Glancing back at Chushue, who was eating, Lu Ming softly reassured, "Good girl, Xiaoxue. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." With that, he leaped down, landing amidst the pile of corpses, and began harvesting specialized crystals. After 4 rounds of extensive harvesting, Lu Ming's haul was impressive. 400 specialized crystals, 400 units of high-purity mutant protein, and he had retrieved 200 arrows. The nearby larvae, sensing the commotion, started wriggling towards him. Unfazed, Lu Ming was about to leap back to safety when a surprising figure appeared in his sight. Xiaoxue. Lu Ming was utterly astonished, his gaze falling on the suddenly appeared Xiaoxue. Before he could figure out how she had gotten down here, several mantis larvae were already lunging at her. Lu Ming's expression changed dramatically. He quickly pulled out his precision crossbow, ready to take them out. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, 6 dark shadows shot out from behind Xiaoxue like lightning. These shadows moved so fast they were almost impossible to track, and in an instant, they retracted back into Xiaoxue. When Lu Ming came to his senses, the larvae that had been attacking Xiaoxue were already lying dead on the ground, in a gruesome state. He noticed the wounds on their bodies, pierced by sharp objects, and immediately understood what had happened. The spider spears, combined with pinpoint accuracy, had efficiently taken down the enemies. So this is the power of a divine being? Lu Ming thought to himself. Truly extraordinary. Killing these creatures is like child's play. Using the 6 corpses as a natural barrier, a protective line formed behind Xiaoxue. Lu Ming no longer felt panicked. He put away his crossbow and approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder and asking, "Didn't you say you'd be back soon? How did you get down here?" Xiaoxue raised her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A golden thread leading straight up to the 4th floor appeared quietly. "I see. It's the thread," Lu Ming realized. Of course, if Spider-Man can swing between skyscrapers, why wouldn't our ancient divine beast be able to do the same? This scene made Lu Ming realize that Xiaoxue had powerful combat instincts. He decided to change his strategy, no longer needing to stay upstairs and slowly shoot the larvae one by one. "Xiaoxue, keep yourself safe. I'm going to start some serious extermination," Lu Ming said, then immediately began rapidly firing at the approaching larvae with his precision crossbow. Seeing that his shooting speed couldn't keep up with the larvae's attack rate, Lu Ming quickly upgraded 3 portable steel-grade crossbows and 150 steel-grade bolts. He dual-wielded the crossbows, firing alternately and reloading the spares as needed. "Great!" The system notification kept ringing. Successfully disassembled mantis larvae corpses. Obtained specialized crystals 200, high-purity alien protein 200, portable bolts 100. The larvae came in waves, their shrill cries attracting more of their kind from the surroundings. Lu Ming kept shooting until the entire street was empty again, and the larvae inside the factory had been slaughtered. Finally, Lu Ming lowered his slightly sore arms. He was a bit surprised at his fatigue. As a novice hunter capable of lifting heavy weights, it seemed ridiculous to feel tired after killing larvae for just a while. Even stranger, he felt hungry, as if the instant noodles he had eaten for breakfast had been nothing but water, disappearing without a trace in his stomach. After harvesting the last wave of corpses, Lu Ming opened his spatial pouch to check his loot. However, his attention was first drawn to the time next to the pouch. 8:30. Lu Ming couldn't believe it. Has it really been an hour and a half? In his memory, the entire killing process had taken no more than 10 minutes. Had he been so focused on killing that he hadn't noticed the passage of time? Looking back at the number of specialized crystals, Lu Ming faced a second shock. 11,668. 11,668 specialized crystals. Lu Ming had amassed an astonishing 11,668 in just an hour and a half by taking down 5,869 side owl larvae. Such efficiency was nothing short of legendary among all the blue star shifters. He glanced at his precision hand crossbow, which showed a durability of 10823000. The other portable crossbow had a durability of 7341500, with 2 identical spares in his bag. Even when spread across 4 weapons, the wear and tear were evident. Lu Ming exhaled deeply and turned to look at Xiaoxue behind him. She was quietly watching him while savoring a melon-flavored protein ball. It seemed that as long as she was by his side, she wanted nothing more. "Xiaoxue, let's go home," Lu Ming said. Not only had they met their crystal quota, but they had also far exceeded it, making it essential to put them to good use. He leaped effortlessly to the 4th floor dormitory. When he looked back, he saw Xiaoxue gripping a golden thread with one hand, ascending to the window as if riding an elevator, and then landing gracefully on the bed. Lu Ming gave her a silent thumbs-up in admiration. "Xiaoxue, open your storage space," Lu Ming instructed. Alongside the specialized crystals, they had collected a substantial amount of high-purity alien protein, 11,738 units to be exact. Seeing this staggering number, Lu Ming was initially ecstatic. This meant Xiaoxue was just one step away from becoming an A-level king. But then, recalling how she slowly consumed the protein one bite at a time, he felt a pang of concern. One unit of protein lasted her a while. How long would it take to consume? Over 10,000. Despite his concerns, Lu Ming transferred the alien protein into Xiaoshua's storage space for her to consume at her own pace. However, what happened next made him realize his worries were unfounded. As soon as the high-purity alien protein entered the storage space, energy veins surged throughout Xiaoshua's body. When Lu Ming checked the status panel, her advancement had jumped from 50-50 to 16788, just a step away from breaking the 20,000 mark. It turned out that eating was merely Xiaoshua's personal preference. If she chose not to, she could instantly convert the energy, much like Lu Ming did during his own advancements. Realizing this, Lu Ming decided to continue feeding her generously without worry. Good job, Lu Ming said, patting Xiaoshua's head affectionately before turning to his own tasks. His first priority was to enhance his specialization level. The advantages of leveling up had been evident during his initial breakthrough to a novice hunter, particularly with the 3 lottery draws and the universal discount voucher, which elevated the importance of specialization to the highest level. Lu Ming opened his panel and tapped the specialization level option. The system prompted, detected sufficient specialized crystals in the spatial pouch. Would you like to consume 5,000 specialized crystals to upgrade to intermediate hunter? Yes. Lu Ming confirmed without hesitation. The 5,000 specialized crystals were consumed in an instant. Though it stung a bit, the anticipation of enhancing his core strength quickly overshadowed the pain. The crystals fused and condensed into 5 drops of crystal blue liquid, which then merged into Lu Ming's forehead. There was no pain, no discomfort, just a cool sensation spreading throughout his body. Lu Ming's consciousness dove into his mind, where he saw his transparent body from a third-person perspective. The crystal blue liquid coursed through him, finally seeping into his spine. Instantly, his spine emitted a cracking sound and became more refined. Upon closer inspection, a faint blue aura could be seen emanating from it. Just as Lu Ming wanted to examine the changes in his spine more closely, the third-person perspective abruptly vanished. His consciousness returned to reality, and he found himself making eye contact with Xiaoshua. Is it over? The entire process had taken less than 5 seconds. As for the enhancement threefold, equivalent to 3 times that of a novice hunter, and 90 times that of an ordinary human. Wow, excited, Lu Ming clenched his fists and began to swing them freely. Could there be a more exhilarating feeling than this? Fists slicing through the air, Lu Ming's punch created a sharp whistling sound. With a powerful strike, a cone-shaped force enveloped his fist. The sensation of such force thrilled him, and he couldn't help but turn his head and shout, "Did you see that, Xiaoshui? The sound of breaking through the air. Isn't it cool?" After shouting, he enthusiastically threw a couple more punches, trying to impress Chu Shui. However, Chu Shui was just a spider that had been born a few hours ago and had no concept of coolness. Realizing his mistake, Lu Ming's face turned red with embarrassment. To his surprise, Chu Shui didn't show any sign of awkwardness. Instead, she nodded earnestly, making her characteristic humming sound as if to give her wholehearted approval. Her innocent gaze warmed Lu Ming's heart, almost bringing him to tears. He couldn't help but reflect. What could be more fortunate than having a companion who understands, supports, and accepts everything about you? Thank you, Xiao Shui, Lu Ming said softly. You might not fully understand yet, but I promise to always be there for you, now and in the future. Chu Shui nodded again, and then took out a small protein lump to nibble on, seemingly indifferent. Lu Ming chuckled, realizing that she was too young to grasp his promise. But he knew how significant those words were. Pressing his lips together, Lu Ming turned his attention to planning the use of the remaining crystals. As he shifted his gaze, Chu Shui, who was eating the protein lump, stopped and lowered her head slightly, her clear eyes shimmering with a gentle light. Lu Ming had already taken out the random skill book with a colorful cover, something he had been anticipating all night. Without hesitation, he began the upgrading process. Ultimate Ascension, the system's prompt sounded. Please select the second-tier Ascension. Upgrading the random skill book requires 200 specialized crystals. Do you wish to use 200 specialized crystals to upgrade the random skill book? Yes. Lu Ming answered decisively. With a swish, the skill book began to disassemble and reassemble. Soon, a book covered in blue, purple, and orange hues reappeared in Lu Ming's hand. Random skill book successfully upgraded to random skill book, the system prompted. Use it immediately, Lu Ming said eagerly. Moments later, the system prompted again. Congratulations, you have obtained a level skill book. Swift step. Swift steps? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This seemed to be a movement skill. He quickly checked the skill description. Swift steps, level movement skill. Instantly boosts foot strength by 50, allowing for quick speed changes. No cooldown, but significantly drained stamina. Indeed, it's a movement skill, and his intuition was right. The effect is simple and clear, a sudden 50 burst in speed. No cooldown means it can be used at any time, catching enemies off guard in battle. Even if the opponent is prepared, the unpredictable timing of its use can disrupt their senses and pressure their mental state. Used well, it could be a game changer. The only concern for Lu Ming was the significant stamina drain. In this world, every word carries weight, and significant is no exaggeration. He decided to give it a try himself. Swift steps, Lu Ming silently chanted, shifting his weight forward. In an instant, he felt a surge of power in his legs, and he shot toward the wall like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the entire dormitory trembled violently. Dust rained down from the ceiling, but when it touched Chu Shui's head, it slid off as if hitting an invisible barrier, landing on the bed instead. As for Lu Ming, he was now deeply embedded in the fortress-grade wall. Struggling, he pushed against the wall and awkwardly pulled himself out. Lu Ming realized he had made a mistake. He had just advanced to a mid-level hunting warrior, and his body hadn't fully adapted to the new strength. The sudden burst of speed was too much to control. As for the stamina drain from swift steps, he hadn't had time to fully experience it. He just felt an intense hunger. However, the attempt wasn't entirely fruitless. At least it indirectly proved his current physical strength was astonishing. Breaking through a fortress-grade wall so easily meant that even without any buffs, boosts, or weapons, he could handle elite mutated beings in hand-to-hand combat. Other level elites would be no more than fragile toys before him. Lu Ming turned to Chu Shui with a sheepish smile, trying to reassure the possibly frightened little spider. He wiped the dust from his face, opened his personal info panel, and checked the description of a mid-level hunting warrior. Mid-level hunting warrior, capable of single-handedly hunting a squad's worth of a level elites. With team coordination, can even take down a level kings. A formidable elite among hunting warriors. Can advance to high-level hunting warrior by consuming specialized crystals. Advancement progress, 66681500. This aligned with his expectations, but it was a general description for an average mid-level warrior. Typically, due to the drop rate of specialized crystals, most people would struggle to upgrade their specialized levels, let alone enhance their awakening power. Thus, their awakening power usually stayed at level 1, and their skills wouldn't be too varied. But Lu Ming was different. He had a 4th-tier awakening power, combined with the strength multiplication technique and swift steps, allowing him to roam freely in daylight. If he could further enhance his strength multiplication and elevate his awakening power one more tier, soloing a king-level mutated being wouldn't be a pipe dream. He decided to act. Lu Ming activated the strength multiplication technique, choosing to elevate it to the 2nd tier. A prompt appeared. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate the level skill strength multiplication to this level skill power infusion. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and confirmed. Swish! The purple name of strength multiplication faded and reappeared as the golden power infusion. Power infusion, level active boost skill. Effect. Grants 3 times the strength for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Special feature. This boost can be granted to multiple targets, with a number of targets depending on the user's specialized level. Current user's specialized level. Mid-level hunting warrior can grant boost to 2 targets. With a 3-fold strength boost and the ability to grant it to 2 targets, he was even more confident in sweeping through the daylight. In fact, even venturing out in the brief night wouldn't be a problem. Not to mention, he had an evolving level queen spider. At this moment, the outskirts posed no threat to him. He checked his specialized crystals 4668 left. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and decided that the priority was to enhance his awakening power and swift steps. Elevating the awakening power by 1 tier required 1,000 crystals. As for swift steps, he hadn't tried upgrading it yet, so he decided to check it out first. Ultimate enhancement, Lu Ming murmured. A prompt appeared. Please select. 2nd tier, Lu Ming decisively chose. Lu Ming stood before the upgrade interface, his eyes fixed on the flashing prompt. The system informed him that upgrading his level skill, swift steps, to this level Godspeed would require 2,000 specialized crystals, and asked if he wanted to proceed. He tapped the screen to review the details of Godspeed. This level skill's effects were enticing. It could instantly triple his speed with no cooldown period. However, this powerful ability came with a significant drawback: intense stamina consumption. Lu Ming weighed the pros and cons. Upgrading the skill would transform it from a localized boost in foot speed to an overall speed leap, but the number of times he could use it might decrease due to the severe stamina drain. However, he quickly thought of using multifunctional sports drinks to replenish his stamina, much like stamina potions in games. He hesitated for a moment, considering whether he should save swift steps for now and invest more crystal resources into awakening power instead. But soon, he decisively brushed aside his doubts and made up his mind. Upgrade! Do it! Lu Ming shouted in his mind. He knew that the stronger the skill, the better. Even if the usage frequency decreased, the qualitative improvement in effectiveness would more than make up for it. He quickly calculated. Against the same enemy, swift steps might require 10 uses to achieve a kill, whereas Godspeed could finish the fight in one strike. Although he would be exhausted in both scenarios, Godspeed greatly simplified the combat process, reducing battlefield unpredictability. With this realization, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to hit the confirm button. The system promptly responded. Level skill Swift Steps successfully upgraded to level Godspeed. In the skill panel, the purple Swift Steps name gradually dissolved, replaced by the golden glow of Godspeed, adding a dazzling touch to the skill list. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and then turned his attention to upgrading Awakening Power. The system detected that he had enough specialized crystals and asked if he wanted to spend 1,000 crystals to raise Awakening Power by 1 tier. Without a second thought, Lu Ming clicked Confirm again. Awakening Power successfully upgraded. Current tier: 5-2 base 3 additional, the system prompted. Lu Ming carefully reviewed the updated skill information. Awakening Power. Type: Awakening Skill. Effect: temporarily enters a gene awakening state, boosting overall physical abilities by 5 times for 5 minutes. Cooldown: resets daily at midnight. Trait: consuming specialized crystals can enhance the tier of Awakening Power. The gene awakening effect and duration increase with higher tiers, up to a maximum of 10 tiers. Current tier: 5-2 base 3 additional. Upgrade progress: 1668200. Lu Ming looked at the data with satisfaction, pleased with his increased strength. 5 times the power, 5 minutes. Lu Ming recalled the moment he killed the mutated scythe owl. Back then, the fourfold augmentation lasted a full 4 minutes, and it took him less than 5 seconds to finish it off. Now, with the multiplier and duration increased, he couldn't help but feel more confident in himself. Lu Ming glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Waves of hunger hit him, and he realized he needed to eat something to concentrate. Grabbing a pack of instant noodles, he was about to make do with a quick meal when a sudden idea struck him this could be enhanced too. He slapped his forehead, berating himself for being foolish. Not only could food be enhanced, but high-purity mutant protein could also be upgraded. Unfortunately, over 10,000 units of mutant protein had already gone into Chushue's stomach in their original form. Turning to look at Chushue, who was slowly savoring her protein ball, probably to stave off boredom, Lu Ming couldn't bear the thought of his future wife only eating junk food while he indulged in luxuries. He carefully asked, Xiaoxue, do you have any more protein balls? Can I have one? Chushue turned her head at his words, and, seeing the instant noodles in his hand, her expression changed instantly. She quickly took out a ball of mutant protein and stuffed it into Lu Ming's arms, her eyes reflecting relief as if saying, you finally got it. Lu Ming, deeply moved, accepted the protein ball and mentally chanted, Ultimate Enhancement. A system prompt popped up. Select Enhancement Tier. Tier 2. Enhancing high-purity mutant protein requires 20 specialized crystals. Confirm to consume 20 specialized crystals to upgrade the high-purity mutant protein to mutated-grade mutant protein. Lu Ming exclaimed, what the heck? So expensive? 20 crystals. Are they made of gold? The attributes of the mutated-grade mutant protein displayed. Category: Special Food. Description: a rare item produced by mutated variants, containing vast amounts of alien energy. It is a high-energy food loved by all mutant creatures, significantly boosting growth rate when consumed. However, it is highly toxic to humans, with even a single bite being fatal. It is recommended to use a mutant protein processor to remove toxins or rely on resistance if specialized to the War King level. Traits: consuming it has a small chance to induce mutation. Contained alien energy value: 100. Lu Ming suddenly understood. With a leap from a value of 1 to 100, 20 specialized crystals could yield an item equivalent in energy value to mutated variant blood, definitely a worthwhile trade. Considering that only mutated variants could produce it, and that mutations were extremely rare events, its rarity alone justified the price. Moreover, the added trait of increasing mutation chances made it even more precious. A question flashed in Lu Ming's mind. Will Xiaoxue mutate from eating this? But since she's a primordial level divine beast, probably not, right? Lu Ming turned to Chushue and asked, Xiaoxue, how much more mutant protein do you have? If she had enough for 50 balls, he planned to help her level up to a tier king. Chushue was silent for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating how to respond, before turning her gaze to Lu Ming. A system prompt appeared. Primordial Spider Chushue has sent you a trade request. Lu Ming was surprised, huh? This function exists? Does that mean I can trade with her too? He accepted, and the trade interface opened seamlessly. Chu Shue efficiently placed 650 balls of mutant protein into the interface. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand. No need, just 50 will do. Chu Shue thought for a moment and took back 550, leaving exactly 100 balls. Lu Ming felt both speechless and touched, thinking that she was still worried he wouldn't have enough to eat. He decided not to refuse Chu Shue's goodwill, concerned she might misunderstand his intentions. After the trade, Lu Ming attempted to enhance the 50 balls in bulk. The system prompt indicated it was possible. Enhancing 50 balls of mutated grade mutant protein required consuming 1,000 specialized crystals. Without hesitation, Lu Ming confirmed, thinking it was his responsibility to provide for Xiao Shue's needs. Seeing 50 purple protein balls added to his inventory, Lu Ming curiously took out one and sniffed it. Alright, this one's blueberry flavored, just like a Snow Lizzie marshmallow. The kid will definitely love it, he thought. Seeing the more enticing protein ball in Lu Ming's hand, Chu Shue suddenly felt that the mutant protein she was holding lost its appeal. Lu Ming noticed the little one staring at him. Without hesitation, he pushed the mutated protein into her mouth and signaled for her to open her storage space. As obedient as ever, Chu Shue immediately reached out and activated the space's entrance. Swiftly, Lu Ming stashed the remaining 49 protein clusters inside. Sensing Lu Ming's intention, Chu Shue began to absorb the energy of the mutated protein through devouring. In an instant, her energy pathways lit up brilliantly, and a powerful aura radiated from her, spreading in all directions. Lu Ming watched the process intently. Within seconds, Chu Shue's height visibly increased, and her physique changed noticeably. He immediately used the Eye of Truth to assess her status. Divine level species, Chu Shue. Species description, primordial spider born in the world of truth, the ancient divine beast. Height and length. Humanoid form 140 centimeters can grow. True form 4M can grow. Weight. Humanoid form 30 kilograms. True form 600 kilograms can grow. General abilities. Storage space. Ultimate identification. Skills. Silk manipulation E level. Spider spear E level. Web weaving E level. Devour E level. Weakness detection E level. Destruction ray E level. Crimson gaze E level. Traits. Shape-shifting. Mastery of insight max. Combat instinct max. Learning instinct max. Status. Recognized master. Master Lu Ming. Currently out of early infancy, with slight improvements in various attribute capabilities. Most skill attributes are sealed and can be unlocked with evolutionary level upgrades. Current evolution level, E-level monarch. Can devour alien biological energy to advance. Advancement progress, 0.50000. Lu Ming noticed that Chu Shue's height had increased by 10 centimeters and her weight by 5 kilograms. A new skill, Crimson Gaze, was added, and her status had slightly changed. Although the energy required for advancement had greatly increased, the changes in her attributes were more striking. Recalling that the previous advancement progress was 167,882,0000, plus some high-purity protein clusters consumed in between, Lu Ming realized that Chu Shue had meticulously absorbed both the mutated and high-purity proteins. She had evidently reserved some, likely aware that full absorption wouldn't be enough for an upgrade, so she saved it for later. Lu Ming couldn't help but admire Chu Shue's thrifty, almost wifely qualities. In a materialistic world, finding such an ideal partner was like searching for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, Lu Ming's stomach let out a loud, untimely growl. Filled with a sense of contentment and joy, he focused on his beef instant noodles, silently invoking ultimate sublimation, determined to celebrate properly. The prompt sounded, and Lu Ming faced a decision. Should he use 5 specialized crystals to upgrade his beef instant noodles to the second tier? He pondered briefly, recalling his regret over the initial snow rations earlier, but now felt more at ease. Considering the high cost of the upgrade, he decided to proceed gradually, planning his upgrades according to his financial capabilities. Confirm, Lu Ming chose decisively. He watched as the packet of beef noodles began to disassemble and reassemble in his hands, completing the upgrade in an instant. To his amazement, the original instant noodles transformed into an exquisite 3-tiered lunchbox, measuring 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters high, warm to the touch. A system prompt quickly followed. Beef instant noodles successfully upgraded to a luxury reattitude meal. Luxury reattitude. Isn't this a gourmet set? Lu Ming muttered to himself, surprised by his good fortune. Finding a comfortable spot to sit, he carefully opened each layer of the lunchbox. The sight before him was breathtaking. Salt and pepper shrimp, stir-fried beef with scallions, white-cut chicken, crispy roast duck, assorted marinated platter, boneless fish fillet, lettuce and oyster sauce, Hakka stuffed tofu, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and a large bowl of American ginseng chicken soup. The top 2 layers offered a balanced mix of 10 dishes, The bottom layer was filled to the brim with rice. The portion was just right for Lu Ming at the moment. As he prepared to dig in, he suddenly remembered the initial snow behind him. Instant noodles were a no-go, but this proper gourmet meal should be fine, right? He thought. However, when he turned to look at her, she seemed to sense his intention and slightly averted her gaze, clearly indicating her refusal. Lu Ming shrugged helplessly. He guessed that the previous instant noodles had left a bad impression on her, or perhaps human food was burdensome for her kind. As a human, he knew that dietary differences could affect relationships. I need to reach the War King level soon. With a better physique, we can have more shared experiences, Lu Ming silently planned. While devouring his meal, Lu Ming quickly browsed the trading market. His broad-bladed heavy knife still hadn't sold, and the messages had piled up. Searching for forging expertise yielded irrelevant chatter. It seemed that his plan to create biological weapons was not feasible in the short term. Habitually scrolling through a few pages of idle chat, Lu Ming suddenly noticed a heavily downvoted message. Big shot, I have the skill book you need, but I don't want a weapon. I need you to do something for me. If you complete it, I'll give you the skill book directly. Despite the promise of the skill book, Lu Ming chose to decline. He preferred straightforward transactions and didn't want to get entangled in complicated tasks. Switching to the weapons section, Lu Ming saw that the overnight market had several decent weapons, like long knives, long swords, daggers, and scimitars. But the outrageous prices, 100 specialized crystals, made him shake his head. Lu Ming decided to use his old trick, listing 10 bottles of drinking water, targeting knife-type weapons. While the precision crossbow was effective against scythe owlets, facing elite-level scythe owls required heavy melee weapons. Soon, the system notified him of a successful trade. Your listing of Farmer's 3 Punches Pure Water 10 has been successfully traded for a rusty long knife. Satisfied, Lu Ming stored the long knife in his space bag and closed his eyes, silently chanting, Ultimate Upgrade. The system immediately presented options. Please select the upgrade tier. Lu Ming unhesitatingly chose the second tier. Upgrading the rusty long knife requires 50 specialized crystals. Confirm, the system asked. After Lu Ming confirmed, the system prompted him to select an upgrade direction. Giant ring knife, crescent moon knife, or mithril meow knife. As the upgrade proceeded, the long knife began to evolve into a more majestic and refined weapon. Both the blade and the handle exhibited mithril-level quality. The giant ring knife, in particular, stood out with its imposing size, enough to intimidate anyone who saw it. The crescent blade, a symbol of the martial Saint Guan Yu, is undeniably impressive. However, due to its long handle, it didn't suit Lu Ming's personal preferences and was thus excluded. He had once watched a demonstration of the mithril Miao Dao on a video platform. The slender, long blade, with its powerful and sweeping movements, seemed like a good choice. Yet, in the end, his eyes settled on the giant ring blade. No man can resist something big, Lu Ming thought to himself, and I am a true man. With a series of cracking sounds, the rusty long blade shattered piece by piece within the spatial pouch. 50 specialized crystals transformed into energy, enveloping the blade fragments. As the structure reassembled, a formidable and imposing giant blade gradually took shape. Lu Ming eagerly inspected it. Giant ring blade, mithril grade. Weapon description. Blade length 150 centimeters, handle length 35 centimeters, weight 200 kilograms. A mithril grade weapon crafted with a combination of energy transfer technique and Kaling craftsmanship. Each swing carries the strength to move mountains. Only the strong can wield it, and only the fierce can master it. It is a weapon for the truly mighty. Durability, 30003000. 200 kilograms. Lu Ming marveled. This thing could crush a person if thrown at them, let alone being wielded by a mid-level warrior like me. He couldn't help but feel proud of his choice. 1 word, strong. 2 words, unbeatable. 3 words, unstoppably strong. After finishing the last sip of chicken soup, Lu Ming patted his belly with satisfaction, feeling incredibly refreshed. At this moment, he was full of energy, fully equipped, and in peak condition. Stretching his muscles, Lu Ming faced the northern outskirts, sensing it was time to set off. He secretly hoped to find some level 2 storage boxes along the way, but the map only showed level 3 supply boxes, leaving him a bit disappointed. As he took out the map of the 3 regions to plan his route, Lu Ming remembered that the map hadn't been upgraded yet. Should I give it a try? He thought. Ultimate upgrade. A system prompt popped up. Select grade. Level 2. Upgrading the 3-region map requires 100,000 crystal shards. Confirm? Cancel. Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose to cancel. That's outrageously expensive, he muttered. No wonder it was singled out at the start. But compared to those super items costing millions or tens of millions of crystal units, this is relatively reasonable. Recalling last night's experiment with upgrading specialized crystals, Lu Ming organized his thoughts. A level 1 upgrade can convert 100 specialized crystals into one specialized crystal shard. A level 2 upgrade requires 10,000 specialized crystals to get one specialized crystal unit. This aligns perfectly with the energy ratio he had learned before. One specialized crystal unit, 100 specialized crystal shards, 10,000 specialized crystals. What does this mean? Lu Ming pondered. It means that although the upgrade maintains the original ratio, each upgrade requires an additional specialized crystal as a feed. Reflecting on the events of the past day, all the target groups aiming for ascension had never experienced such an outlandish phenomenon. Lu Ming stared at the specialized crystal in his hand, his thoughts churning. This anomaly led him to a possibility. Perhaps specialized crystals couldn't be fused or exchanged for higher-grade crystal materials. His mind raced as he analyzed the implications of this discovery. The unexpected boon of ultimate ascension had granted him a unique opportunity to upgrade lower-grade crystals to higher-grade ones. Lu Ming realized that for others to obtain high-grade crystals, they would likely have to collect them from the corpses of grade, or even grade elite variants. This realization brought a smile to Lu Ming's face. These rules undoubtedly increased the difficulty of acquiring specialized crystal shards and blocks, while simultaneously enhancing their value. To him, this was fantastic news. He even began to imagine a future where crystal shards or blocks became the main currency, allowing him to earn money effortlessly through crystal trading. However, Lu Ming's thoughts didn't stop there. He began to ponder whether the consumption for upgrading specialized levels would involve a change in the grade of specialized crystals. For instance, upon reaching a certain level, further upgrades might require specialized crystal blocks instead of ordinary specialized crystals. This notion made him realize that this could become a significant motivation for humanity to challenge higher-grade variants. Immersed in his thoughts, Lu Ming suddenly let out a relieved smile. He decided not to dwell too much on these complex possibilities and instead focus on becoming stronger and living an extraordinary life. Everything else would fall into place naturally. Coming back to reality, Lu Ming softly said to Chushua beside him, "Xiaoxua, we need to leave." Chushua nodded without hesitation and took Lu Ming's hand. This gesture of closeness warmed Lu Ming's heart. He noticed that Chushua's height now resembled that of a 10-year-old child. Lu Ming calculated that at this growth rate, Chushua would reach adulthood by the time she became a grade king. This discovery filled him with anticipation for the future. As the two were about to leave, Lu Ming noticed Chushua's gaze lingering on the bed. He immediately understood her thoughts. It was the place where she was born, and it was natural for her to feel some attachment. This sentiment made Lu Ming appreciate Chushua's loyalty even more. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly stored the bed in his storage space. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about upgrading a bed whenever they needed to rest, achieving multiple benefits in one go. "Let's go," Lu Ming said. Chushua followed him, turning away without any reluctance. Silently, Lu Ming planned their route in his mind. The entire area wasn't particularly large. It felt like a sizable county town on Earth, spanning about 180 kilometers from north to south. Although they could quickly traverse the rooftops with their physical strength, that wasn't Lu Ming's style. As a modern human, he preferred to use tools rather than waste his energy. After all, physical stamina was a precious resource for various battles, and jumping around carried a certain risk of falling. Lu Ming decided to find a vehicle to upgrade, hoping to get a cool ride. He opened the window, stood on the ledge, and wrapped his arm around Chushua's waist, ready to jump down. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He recalled the scene where Chushua used her threads to ride the elevator, so he stepped back into the room and set Chushua down. "Xiaoxua," Lu Ming asked seriously, can they fly?" Chushua tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Lu Ming rubbed his temples, trying to organize his thoughts. "I mean, like shooting out webs, attaching them to tall buildings, using gravity and momentum to swing across distances, landing smoothly, and repeating the process effortlessly. Do you understand?" After speaking, Lu Ming felt he had been a bit incoherent. He thought Chushua might not understand and was about to give up on the idea and consider using a vehicle instead. To his surprise, Chushua nodded slightly. "Huh? You understood?" Lu Ming asked excitedly. "Can you do it?" As a man, who wouldn't want to soar freely between the heavens and the earth? Chushua nodded again, taking Lu Ming's arm and placing it around her waist, then gestured with her eyes. "You want me to hold on to you?" Lu Ming asked. Chushua softly responded with a yes. Lu Ming readily accepted, holding Chushua's waist tightly. They stood on the window ledge once more. Chushua made a gripping motion in the air, and a golden thread fell into her hand. With a leap, Lu Ming swung forward, propelled by inertia. The wind roared in his face, and he couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Whoa!" In the midst of his exhilaration, he made a precise judgment. Now's the time, switch the web to the other side. Upon hearing this, Chu Shui immediately released the golden thread from her wrist. With a flick, another golden thread shot out like an arrow towards the opposite building. Boom! The wall shattered on impact, the golden thread piercing through and looping around the rooftop. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock at the sight, exclaiming internally, "Holy crap! What kind of power is this? You call this web-slinging? It's more like a missile." Chu Shui, however, remained unfazed and continued to showcase her Spider-Man skills. Unlike the classic Spider-Man, every time she found a foothold, she would demolish both sides of the wall. Lu Ming felt fortunate that this was a post-apocalyptic wasteland, with all buildings abandoned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford the damages. Boom! 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 With these explosive sound effects as their backdrop, the two sped through the streets. As they passed over a residential area, Lu Ming noticed someone below hunting side owl larvae. The person felt a sudden gust behind him and, thinking he was under attack, turned around in a panic. He saw a muscular figure swinging by on a golden thread, executing a perfect midair transition. Coincidentally, this person was recording a video of his kill, and his camera captured the entire scene. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy shit!" This shout instantly attracted nearby larvae, forcing him to duck into a shop, slam the door shut, and catch his breath. Despite the scare, he was more excited than anything. He quickly edited the video, removing his own part, and uploaded it to the regional forum. The comments section exploded. "Did you see that? Spider-Man, real-life, web-slinging. Not a single fake detail. Oh my god, that's amazing. I want to learn that too. What level do you need to be to use that move? Or is it a skill you have to learn? Who knows?" Should have stopped them to ask. Stop them? I couldn't even catch their tailwind. Suddenly, someone posted a new video, claiming, "How it's a fleeting glimpse. Look closely, this is the real deal." 30 seconds later, the comments section blew up again. "No way. Is that an angel? How can someone be that beautiful? How old is she? Didn't Uncle Chin say there were no underage transferees? Does that matter? It doesn't matter. Look closely, that girl has white hair and red eyes. Her features are almost CG-like. Can humans look like that? Damn, now that you mention it, you're right. By the way, who's that handsome guy? He looks pretty fit. Yeah, he's on par with Uncle Chun. Too bad he's a freak. Indeed. Indeed 1. Indeed 2. Indeed 3. Indeed 10086. Suspended in midair, Lu Ming glanced at the video file and smirked. His joy was being shared by the masses, earning him the label of pervert. But so what? A man can be a little twisted, can't he? As for attracting attention, let it come. Lu Ming recalled the days when he had to lay low and grow stronger, fearing the jealousy and betrayal of others. Now his power was on a different level altogether, and this kind of exposure was no longer a threat. Both he and the girl in his arms, Chu Shui, had surpassed the capabilities of ordinary humans. If you're still worried, then level up again, Lu Ming thought to himself. When the gap in strength is like a chasm, any thoughts of backstabbing will vanish. The weak no longer see you as one of their own. They revere you like a god, letting you come and go as you please. As his thoughts wandered, the rush of wind from his descent heightened his senses. Lu Ming let out his signature catchphrase, "Whoa!" After a few more times, his excitement waned, and his mind grew clearer, entering what could be called a sage mode. Navigating for Chu Shui while scanning the surrounding buildings with his eye of truth, Lu Ming's primary need was no longer food. A packet of instant noodles and 5 specialized crystals were as good as a gourmet meal. He shifted his focus to searching for supply crates and weapons. However, as they passed through the streets, not a single supply crate or weapon was in sight. Lu Ming speculated that either the starting area was inherently barren or they were still in the outer ring, already picked clean by others. After a day of experience and a night of rest, the more adaptable survivors had begun to team up to hunt scythe owl larvae. Though clumsy, their kill rate was quite high. Understanding this, Lu Ming stopped fixating on residential areas and started looking for police stations in each sector. Unfortunately, after searching the surroundings, he couldn't even find a taser or a baton. Unable to figure it out, he guessed that these weapons were either confiscated by the military during the disaster or destroyed by the mutants. The former seemed more likely. In extreme fear, if civilians got hold of weapons, it would lead to chaos. With this reasoning, the central police stations and command centers in each area became the core places for storing firearms. Lu Ming checked the map and searched for the district headquarters, only to find something surprising. The regional headquarters in Jintian district was marked with a red cursor on the map, as were the other 2 districts. They're practically giving it away, Lu Ming muttered to himself. Want powerful weapons? Go find them. I put all the weapons in the area, right there. What is this, a trap from One Piece? Despite his frustration, Lu Ming's desire for firearms remained strong. But before heading to the headquarters, he needed to assess the situation. After all, it was the core area of the entire region, with mutants of unusual types and levels. Given his cautious nature, he needed to prepare thoroughly. There was no rush. The better prepared he was, the easier it would be to tackle the place. On the other hand, the level 3 supply crate in the outer suburbs seemed more precarious. Lu Ming knew that what others saw as a mere grade item box could yield grade treasures in his hands. The difference was staggering. He couldn't let others squander it. Time flew by, and before long, it was noon. Lu Ming and Chushua landed steadily on a rooftop, overlooking a massive building across the street. The sign on top read, Huadai Life Shopping Plaza. It was hard to believe such a large shopping center existed in an outer suburban area. And it was the location of the level 3 supply crate. Gently massaging Chushua's shoulders to relieve her non-existent fatigue, Lu Ming's gaze locked onto the empty plaza platform. There were no larvae in sight, only traces of sticky acid. His eyes narrowed, and his expression grew serious. Someone had beaten them to this place. Humans, weapons, mutants, supply crates, reconnaissance. Lu Ming's mind raced, analyzing the situation before him. In a low, deep voice, his dark eyes gleaming with golden light, the entire mall's tags suddenly unfolded before Lu Ming's eyes. The view was filled with densely packed human tags, interspersed with various weapon markers. Long swords, katanas, daggers. Suddenly, a series of side owl tags appeared in his sight, ranging from larvae to adult forms, and even mutated forms. Their sheer number was alarming. What shocked Lu Ming even more was the presence of 3 conspicuous supply box tags in a corner on the 5th floor, one each of level 1, level 2, and level 3. Just as he was taken aback, a large red tag flashed with a faint glow, bearing the words Quasi-Queen Side Owl in bold characters. Lu Ming immediately conducted a detailed assessment. Information flooded into his mind. Quasi-Queen Side Owl, E-Class Quasi-Royal Species, Insect Queen Race. This was an individual on the verge of maturing into a queen, with a body length of 10 meters, extremely gluttonous and drowsy, with astonishing reproductive capabilities. It had forsaken powerful offensive abilities to carry the mission of propagating its race. Surrounding it were guardian warriors hand-picked by the Scythe King, ready to sacrifice their lives to protect the Quasi-Queen at any moment. The Quasi-Queen Side Owl possessed 3 powerful skills: triple oral cannon, blade pulse, and death explosion. It also had 3 special abilities: Queen's Command, Advanced Regeneration, and Queen's Blessing. However, it had significant weaknesses. It couldn't move on its own, and if the 3 nuclei in its head, chest, and abdomen were destroyed, it would die. As Lu Ming was processing this information, he suddenly noticed the situation around the Quasi-Queen. 4 E-Class Elite Mutated Side Owls and 15 Elite Class Side Owls encircled it. Such a lineup would deter any intruder. However, what puzzled Lu Ming even more was the bizarre formation of the human team in front of him. 11 armed individuals stood at the back of the formation, while 45 unarmed people formed 5 semicircular human walls at the front. This abnormal deployment left Lu Ming utterly perplexed, making him question the origins of this group and why they dared to challenge such a formidable enemy in such an unconventional manner. Something's not right. Lu Ming frowned as he stared at the scene below, alarm bells ringing in his mind. In just 20 seconds, one layer of the 5 human walls had been decimated, blood staining the ground. Yet, despite such heavy casualties, the remaining members of the human wall stood motionless, as if some invisible force had pinned them in place. Lu Ming's frown deepened. This defied logic. Even knowing that 3 supply crates were hidden inside, such a cost seemed meaningless. Unless they had no other choice. As if to confirm Lu Ming's suspicion, one human tag suddenly broke away from the wall and fled in a panic. The next second, Lu Ming's expression froze. His eye of truth caught sight of a tag wielding a katana, swiftly catching up to the escapee. After a brief contact between the 2 tags, the escapee's tag turned gray and then vanished completely. The truth was clear. These people's madness was not bravery, but the acceptance of hopelessness. Either way, death awaited. Xiaoxue, Lu Ming whispered as he leaned close to Chushua's ear. Let's get to the rooftop of that building across the street. Chushua nodded softly, her fingers miming a grasp as her thread manipulation skill activated silently. Their practice technique allowed them to swing effortlessly across hundreds of meters, landing steadily on the rooftop of the shopping mall. Lu Ming looked down. In just a few minutes, another layer of the human wall had fallen, but they had advanced to the 4th floor of the mall. Suddenly, the human tags stopped moving, retreating to form a circle 5 meters away from 11 armed individuals. Are they resisting? Lu Ming wondered. But a minute passed, and the human wall remained still. If only we could hear what's going on inside, Lu Ming muttered absent-mindedly. Hearing this, Chushue immediately crouched down, pressing one hand against the rooftop. Instantly, countless golden threads spread out like living creatures, seeping into the walls and window cracks, quickly covering the entire building. Then, she took Lu Ming's hand, and two golden threads climbed up to his ears. Clear conversations flowed into his ears. Come on, everyone, don't look so gloomy. Kim Taesang Appa was watching your performance just now. Southern Han dialect. Lu Ming's brow furrowed deeply. The 11 armed individuals were from Southern Han? He promised that as long as you help capture this mall, not only will you gain freedom, but you'll each receive 100 specialized crystals. That's 100 crystals, enough to advance to high-ranking soldiers, allowing you to dominate. So we hope there won't be any more discord like before. We're all humans, all the same race, just from different countries. If it weren't necessary, we wouldn't want to shed the blood of our own kind, right? But we don't even have decent weapons, just the wooden spears you gave us, which have little killing power. From the initial square to now, we've already lost over 100 comrades. You should at least provide some armor. This time, it was in Huaxia dialect, the voice of an adult man filled with anger and despair. Or give us some web. Thud. The sound of a blade slicing into flesh was accompanied by a muffled grunt. There were no screams, no wails, just deathly silence. In Lu Ming's vision, a tag turned from red to gray. TSK. So you have such big complaints? The Southern Han woman's voice was full of mockery. What isn't the chance to live enough for you? You want more? Typical of Huaxia people. Always so selfish and domineering. Do you think this is still Blue Planet? Collect. The gray tag disappeared completely. Wow. They even had 7 or 8 specialized crystals hidden. The Southern Han woman continued. Why do you Huaxia people always have this problem? We told you to hand over everything, but every time you say it's all handed over, there's still some left in your space pouches? Do you have no ears, no brains? Or do you think we have no brains? Huh, you little brats. All right, Choi Yongjin, another Southern Han woman interjected, her voice hoarse and affected. It's just 7 or 8 specialized crystals. Don't get so angry. If you keep this up, who will help us capture this mall? Listening to this nauseating conversation, Lu Ming's rage burned even hotter. All right, you refugees from Huaxia, I've already pleaded on your behalf. Get up and keep moving forward. On the 4th floor of the mall, 26 people from Huaxia lay on the ground, their eyes filled with hatred as they stared at the 11 arrogant individuals in front of them. A burly man spat and cursed. Damn Nankin dogs, pretending to be kind. All your promises are just sending us to our deaths. A synthetic beauty clung to a smiley man, her voice trembling. Oh, I'm so scared. I could cry. Jean Appa, comfort me. The smiley man gently stroked the woman's back and sneered. Choi Yongjun, cripple him. Make sure he doesn't die. Choi Yongjun grinned as he approached with his knife. Leave it to me, Taesang. He'll get the job done perfectly. Just as Choi Yongjun raised his knife to strike, 3 steel arrows suddenly shattered the glass window, precisely piercing his head, neck, and heart. Choi Yongjun turned stiffly before collapsing to the ground. Who's there? The Nankin squad turned their eyes to the window in unison. There stood a man holding a crossbow, dressed in black and red, with an angelic young girl in his arms. The man wore a warm smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. Jean Taesang quickly drew his gun, his face twisted with murderous intent. But before he could raise it, he heard the man speak in perfect Huaxia, lightning speed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man vanished like a ghost. The crowd looked around in confusion, but Jean Taesang sensed danger and turned pale as he spun around. It was too late. A massive blade had already pierced his chest. The blade twisted violently, leaving a blood-soaked, 15-centimeter wide hole in his chest. Tai Xiang. The artificial beauty gasped, her eyes red with anger as she rushed forward. She had barely taken 2 steps when a massive blood-stained blade pressed against her throat. She watched helplessly as Jean Tai Xiang's lifeless eyes stared blankly, his body collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. At this moment, even the most oblivious person understood what they were facing a truly formidable opponent. The middle-aged man who had been cursing in rage suddenly became excited and shouted at Lu Ming. Master, kill them, kill these Nanon dogs. They invaded our territory yesterday, stole resources, and slaughtered our people. They even used us as human shields when there was nothing left to take. Such cruelty. Over 300 of us, reduced to just a few dozen. Master, avenge us. Avenge our fallen comrades. Lu Ming sneered. Avenge you? Why should I? His words left not only the dozens of Huaxia people stunned, but also the Nanhan group momentarily bewildered. So, he wasn't with them. The Nanhan people felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was still room for negotiation? The middle-aged man was taken aback. You're not here for us? Lu Ming laughed mockingly. For you? Don't be ridiculous. Over 300 people couldn't fight back or hide. What value do you have for me to save? Get those useless fools out of here. If you delay any longer, You'll be my meat shields. You! The middle-aged man's face turned icy, about to retort when a crossbow bolt whizzed past, leaving a deep gash on his face. Don't make me repeat myself. Leave! Lu Ming's voice was as cold as ice. The man clutched his wound in pain, shocked by the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He finally realized that this person wasn't here to save them and didn't even consider them compatriots. The dozens behind him, already terrified, exchanged glances and quickly fled downstairs. The man gave Lu Ming a complex look before following the crowd out of the mall. Once everyone had fled, Lu Ming turned his attention to the remaining 9 Nanhan individuals, a smile playing on his lips. The artificial beauty, seeing Lu Ming's complete lack of national sentiment, immediately adopted a fawning demeanor. She cautiously pressed down Lu Ming's giant blade and revealed her assets, pulling down her neckline. In a coquettish voice, she said, "Appa, you're so brave. Jin Tai Xiang is nothing compared to you. I guess you like obedient, clingy girls who know special tricks to keep you comfortable, right? How about me?" As she spoke, she flicked her tongue across her lips, exuding seductive charm. However, just as she thought she had left a good impression on Lu Ming with her allure, her seductive expression was replaced by pain. Her brows furrowed, and her gaze slowly dropped. The massive blade she had pushed down had deeply pierced her chest. When she looked up again, she was met with Lu Ming's cold, disdainful eyes. A powerful foot stomped on her once prized face, obscuring her vision. With a squelch, the blade was pulled out, and blood sprayed everywhere. The woman fell into a pool of blood, convulsing briefly before becoming a lifeless corpse. Tisk tsk. How disgusting, Lu Ming said with disdain. A technological product that's not worth a single strand of my Xiaoshua's hair. And you dare covet my looks? Pathetic. He swung the blade, the blood and blade energy spraying out, leaving the blade gleaming coldly. Having faced death in countless battles, Lu Ming had long since become desensitized to killing. To him, these were merely bodies, empty shells. Xiaoxue, bind them, Lu Ming commanded. Xiaoxue's small hand moved gracefully, weaving threads into a net that enveloped the remaining 8 Nanhan individuals, binding them tightly. After completing this task, Lu Ming raised his hand and muttered, "Greed," and the 3 corpses were swiftly disassembled and absorbed. Lu Ming successfully disassembled 3 bodies. Jin Taixiang, a novice hunting warrior, Park Hannah, an elite soldier, and Choi Yongjun. The system's notification sounded in his ear, informing him that he had gained a substantial amount of specialized crystals and beginner warrior energy liquid. This unexpected windfall made Lu Ming raise an eyebrow in thought. So that's how it is, he muttered to himself. Human bodies can yield specialized crystals too, and the amount is exactly half of what's needed for advancing in specialization. Lu Ming recalled that his greed skill allowed him to double his harvest, and the realization dawned on him. His gaze swept over the 8 people tightly bound by spider silk, and a smile crept up the corner of his mouth. The 8 shivered uncontrollably under his glance, feeling a chill run down their spines. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Unclaimed spatial pouches detected nearby 3. Would you like to acquire them? Of course, Lu Ming responded without hesitation. Immediately, a plethora of supplies flowed into his spatial pouch. Specialized crystals, silk, food and drinks, weapons and ammunition, and even some peculiar personal items. While thrilled with the initial haul, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of those odd items. The system alerted him that his space was full and asked if he wanted to integrate the newly acquired 160-slot spatial pouch. Lu Ming agreed gladly, and his space expanded instantly. He continued to recover the remaining 2 pouches, gaining even more supplies and some bizarre personal items that left him both amused and perplexed. When the system notified him of the space being full again, Lu Ming stood still, lost in thought. The mountains of supplies and the inexplicable personal items before him made Lu Ming realize that he was standing at the threshold of a new world. This world was brimming with opportunities, but also fraught with dangers. And he was about to embark on an unknown journey. A small but cunning country, each member more devious than the last. As Lu Ming looked at the mountain of items in his spatial pouch, he couldn't help but frown. These things were of unknown origin, a mishmash of oddities that looked like they had been looted from some store. His gaze swept over the colorful array of items, and a wave of disgust rose within him, making him reluctant to even touch them. Sort out the pouch and destroy everything on the spot, Lu Ming ordered decisively, especially targeting the incomprehensible odd items. With a flash of light, the system prompt sounded. Space in the pouch is now sufficient. Resuming recovery of remaining items. Successfully recovered remaining items. Obtained space crystals 660. Space crystals? Lu Ming muttered in confusion, his eyes moving to the last slot in his pouch. There, a stack of purple triangular crystals emitted a faint glow. Upon inspection, the system provided a detailed description. Space crystals. Special item category. Consumable. Description. Special crystals obtained from disassembling ownerless spatial pouches, containing magical spatial power. Collect 1,000 to unlock a special feature of the spatial pouch. Lu Ming thoughtfully repeated, disassemble ownerless spatial pouches. Unlock a special feature. This discovery piqued his interest. Suddenly, the system prompted again. Detected space crystals in the pouch. Special feature panel for the spatial pouch is now available. Accompanied by a sound like pages turning. A new interface unfolded on the right side of the pouch, resembling a talent tree from League of Legends. The interface was divided into two columns. Support traits and functional traits, each with 5 traits arranged in 5 tiers. Currently, only the first tier's 2 traits were highlighted, while the other 4 tiers remained locked. The 2 traits in the first tier were 1. Space Marker. Allows you to unfold a blank map and mark visited locations. 2. Vehicle Storage. Adds an additional slot in the spatial pouch for storing 1 vehicle. Wow, that's impressive. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. These 2 traits, one assisting him directly and the other enhancing the pouch, were extremely practical. However, the powerful traits came at the cost of human lives, which made Lu Ming feel a bit uncomfortable. Looking at the large number of space crystals accumulated by the Nanhan people, Lu Ming realized that many had a penchant for killing. He began weighing the pros and cons. If he chose to attack, he could righteously uphold justice while looting. If he chose to retreat, he could use the trait of the greedy hand to intercept others' loot, create conflicts, and reap the benefits. Either way, he could easily harvest space crystals without any moral qualms. Unfortunately, the current number of space crystals was insufficient to unlock a new trait, which left Lu Ming somewhat disappointed. He couldn't help but imagine how powerful these traits would be if evolved to the second tier. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the 2 80-slot pouches in the space. He quickly checked their information. Ownerless spatial pouch. Category spatial container. Description. Spatial backpack that has lost its owner. Cannot be used for direct storage operations. Can inherit slots to a smaller pouch or be disassembled into space crystals. This description matched the one for space crystals, but the cannot be used for direct storage operations part intrigued Lu Ming. He guessed it was to prevent players from nesting pouches within pouches, finding the design quite reasonable. As for disassembling these pouches, Lu Ming decided to consider it later, as more pressing matters required his attention now. Xiao Xue, release them, Lu Ming softly told Xue in his arms, adjusting his hold on her. Xue obediently opened her small hands, and the spider silk entangling the 8 Nanhan people instantly dissipated. Lu Ming re-examined the group. Among the 8, there were 2 women and 6 men. Most of the men were pale, with one even having wet his pants in fear. The women were trembling all over, seemingly in a state of shock. Hey! Lu Ming's cold voice broke the silence, startling the 8 people so much that they dropped their weapons. Seeing their nervousness, Lu Ming gave a seemingly gentle, but actually threatening smile, focusing his gaze on the most unpleasant-looking person. Tell me, Lu Ming asked calmly, was this invasion a personal decision, or were you following orders? Faced with Lu Ming's question, the 8 remained silent, none daring to speak. Seeing this, Lu Ming sneered and suddenly swung his giant ring blade. With a swoosh, the man Lu Ming had been staring at vanished from his spot. Before the others could react, a loud crash came from behind. They turned to see the man pinned to a distant beam, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, writhing in agony. Lu Ming's voice was chilling in the silence. Don't get it wrong. There's no option of staying silent when I ask a question. Lu Ming's voice, dark and eerie, pierced their ears like the call of a vengeful spirit, snapping their attention back to him. 2 South Han women instantly dropped to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. One of them stammered, "If we tell you, will you let us go?" Lu Ming smiled warmly and slowly uttered, "Of course not." At the first 3 words, a fleeting hope appeared on the woman's face. But the last 2 words crushed her, plunging her into deeper despair. Lu Ming consoled softly, "Don't look so grim. I haven't finished speaking." He paused, then continued, "If you answer my questions earnestly and help me take over this mall, letting you go won't be a problem. Not only that, but each of you will get 1,000 specialized crystals. It's not a dream." His words caught the attention of all the South Han people present. Lu Ming went on, 1,000 crystals, enough to elevate you to a novice hunter-warrior, making you a force to be reckoned with. So, I hope we won't see any more unpleasant scenes like earlier. His tone suddenly turned stern. We are all humans, all the same race, just from different countries. If it's not necessary, I don't want to spill the blood of my own kind. Don't you agree? These words left the South Han people bewildered, as if they had heard something similar just moments ago. Lu Ming didn't give them time to think, issuing a final ultimatum. So, what's it going to be? Do you want to end up like the guy back there? Or will you accept my proposal? You have 3 seconds to decide. Ready? 3. I'll talk. I'll talk. One woman hurriedly shouted. At this moment, they were truly feeling the terror of a death threat. Trembling, the woman revealed the truth. It was Jin Taixiang's brother, Jin Jinghe, who initiated the action. He found a map showing the outer zones connected and proposed hunting humans. He said hunting humans is easier than hunting mutants and guarantees specialized crystals. Lu Ming interrupted. So you changed your strategy, abandoning the fight against mutants to target humans. He asked thoughtfully, does that mean you also kill people from your own country? The woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Jin Jinghe said the weak don't deserve to live. It wastes resources. It's better to sacrifice themselves and become nourishment for the strong. Wise words, Lu Ming said, holding Chu Shue in one arm, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He thought to himself, this survival philosophy fits the harsh reality of the apocalypse. But knowing that such a person is nearby, he couldn't let him grow unchecked. He continued, what level is Jin Jinghe now? The woman shook her head and quickly added, we lost contact after leaving the Xinhui district, so I don't know his current level. But when we left, he was at the peak of the Soldier King level. Lu Ming pondered. When they left, Jin Jinghe was only at the peak of Soldier King level, and now a day and half had passed. Jin Taixiang, his brother, had already become a novice hunter-warrior, so Jin Jinghe would only be stronger. Mid-level? Though unlikely, it wasn't impossible. If he focused solely on leveling up rather than awakening powers, he could indeed reach mid-level warrior status. After all, according to his theory, killing humans guarantees specialized crystals, with the weak nourishing the strong. You did well, Lu Ming sincerely praised, then issued orders. Everyone else, pick up your weapons and advance in a half-surround formation. He turned to the South Han woman who had answered, coldly instructing, and you, hold your weapon and stay behind them. If anyone takes a step back or tries to flee, kill them on the spot. I don't need to explain how. You should be quite experienced. The woman from Nanhan had a complicated expression on her face, but in the end, she picked up the katana and aimed it at her former teammate. The others, seeing this, were filled with reluctance and helplessness, but silently took up their weapons and began moving toward the interior of the 4th level. Lu Ming, holding Chu Shue, followed at the rear. As they passed the corpse of the Nanhan man impaled by the giant ring blade, he muttered, greed. In an instant, On Jaehyun's body disintegrated, and Lu Ming acquired 410 specialized crystals. Another elite warrior, he thought. It seems hunting humans is indeed the fastest way to obtain specialized crystals. Lu Ming carefully calculated. Ordinary people are like basic soldiers. Those with some training or better physical condition reach the level of intermediate soldiers. Killing 20 intermediate soldiers would yield 100 specialized crystals, enough to advance to a high-level soldier. By leveraging numbers and weapon advantages to hunt down 6 high-level soldiers, he could obtain 300 specialized crystals and ascend to the rank of elite warrior. If I make it even more sinister, Lu Ming sneered, by pitting them against each other like raising venomous insects, and letting Kim Taesang and Kim Jung-hyuk finish them off, it would be a highly profitable venture. He couldn't help but sigh. Once a person abandons their morals and humanity, they can find shortcuts in anything. Lu Ming then collected the unclaimed space bag, gaining 80 slots of space, 256 specialized crystals, 75 strands of silk, and various food and drinks. Among them were Park Hona's personal items, which he silently destroyed to rid himself of the discomfort they caused. Leaping up, Lu Ming pulled out the giant ring blade embedded in the beam. The 7 people ahead, hearing the commotion, reflexively turned around, just in time to see Lu Ming holding his angelic sister and wielding the giant ring blade in a bizarre stance. Their already fearful hearts froze instantly, and the image seemed to imprint itself deep into their souls. What are you looking at? Move forward, Lu Ming commanded coldly. The 7 hurriedly advanced, killing every scythe mantis larva they encountered. They had already mastered the larvae's weak points, making the killing effortless. However, the faint sense of being watched from behind kept them on edge. In less than half an hour, the entire 4th level was cleared of larvae, their bodies forming a safe passage to the 5th floor. Lu Ming, satisfied, ordered them to continue upward. They stepped onto the halted elevator and arrived on the 5th floor. To their surprise, the 5th floor turned out to be an inbuilt cinema. The empty hall had only a few larvae wriggling around, and the hallway leading to the screening rooms was void of any creatures. They felt a glimmer of hope, thinking they might survive after all. Judging by your relaxed expressions, are you feeling relieved? Lu Ming's voice rang out again. Startled, they quickly shook their heads, indicating they dared not. Lu Ming sighed. Actually, even if I hadn't shown up and disrupted your plans, you would still die here. because the moment you stepped onto the fifth floor, Death's scythe was already at your necks. Before he finished speaking, a giant creature with a metallic sheen and dark red engravings appeared suddenly. It stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, wielding a blade over a meter long that instantly drew a lethal arc spanning 7 to 8 meters. Slash! The seven were instantly cut in half at the waist. Innards and blood sprayed everywhere. They watched in horror as their vision fell from normal height to the ground. A searing pain tore through his flesh. The piercing screams echoed throughout the theater, reverberating through the empty mall, making them sound even more distant. Lu Ming, holding Chu Shui, landed steadily in front of the dismembered corpse of the Nanhan man, split into 14 pieces. His expression was calm, and he spoke in an unhurried tone. Mutated side owl, E-class elite. Once you step into their territory, they will hunt you relentlessly until you are all slaughtered. Their strength surpasses that of ordinary novice hunters. There are 3 more of these creatures on the 5th floor. Among the 7 Nanhan men, the 2 on the far left were beheaded instantly due to the angle of the cut. The remaining 5, though mortally wounded, managed to hold on for a few seconds before their blood ran out. The excruciating pain kept them conscious, their minds unusually clear just before death. The woman whom Lu Ming had favored listened to his explanation and, with a bitter smile, uttered her last words, "So you knew all along." As soon as she finished speaking, life drained from her with the last drop of blood. Lu Ming did not respond. Instead, he deftly dodged the second strike of the mutated side owl. Silently, he chanted Godspeed in his mind, and his figure vanished, reappearing behind the creature. Raising his giant ring blade high, he brought it down with full force, the blade slicing through the air and precisely striking the heart's weak point. Against Lu Ming's overwhelming power, the mutated side owl had no chance. With a thunderous crash, the creature fell, its dark green blood and multicolored innards splattering across the floor. Lu Ming had no time to dismember the corpse as the next wave of attackers approached. This time, 15 elite-level ordinary side owls, flapping their translucent wings and brandishing their cold blades, launched an assault from all directions. Lu Ming moved like lightning, his giant blade swinging like the wind. With each flash of the blade and each swift dodge, a side owl's heart was pierced, bringing it crashing down. In just 20 seconds, all 15 elite side owls lay dead. 3 more mutated side owls and 1 quasi-leader left, Lu Ming murmured, looking down at Chu Shui in his arms, his tone soft. "Xiao Shui, bear with me for a bit, stay behind me. I'll be over soon." Chu Shui shook her head, clenching her small fist to show she could fight too. Lu Ming, however, planted his giant ring blade into the floor, gently pinched her cheek, and smiled. "When I can handle it myself, how could I let my future wife dirty her hands? Be good." He lifted Chu Shui over his head and carefully placed her on his back. Her face flushed. She wrapped her arms around his neck. "Hold on tight," Lu Ming cautioned, worried that his vigorous movements might be too much. To his surprise, Chu Shui tightened her grip and used her threads to securely bind herself to him. Noticing the little one's actions, Lu Ming's lips curved into a slight smile, a gentle glint flashing in his eyes. His mind raced, making the final preparations for the impending battle. Ultimate Ascension. Lu Ming murmured softly, his fingers lightly tapping the spatial pouch, selecting 2 katanas. In an instant, the blades emitted a dazzling light, transforming into 2 enchanted silver ring blades. He took one from the pouch, while the other rose from the ground, holding a blade in each hand. "Eye of Truth. Activate." Lu Ming's eyes gleamed brightly as he dashed towards the last screening room. During his sprint, Lu Ming focused his thoughts, power infusion. Instantly, a surge of red energy burst from his heart, coursing through his limbs like an electric current. Next, awakening force, blue energy emerged from his brow, enveloping his entire body. Lu Ming halted, assuming a bow stance. "Godspeed." Before the words fully left his mouth, he became a red and blue blur, shooting like an arrow into the final screening room. Blades flashed, cold light cutting through the air. The 3 mutated side owls guarding the Proto Queen were sliced into 6 pieces before they could react. Lu Ming didn't pause, not even to glance at the Proto Queen's appearance. In his eye of truth, 3 fist-sized cores within the Queen's body glowed with intense red light, marking their fatal weakness. "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated," Lu Ming thought to himself, activating Godspeed once more. He swung his arms, sending the 2 enchanted silver ring blades as silver streaks, precisely piercing the Proto Queen's head and abdomen, destroying 2 cores. With a thought, a 3rd ring blade appeared in his hand. Holding the blade with both hands, he thrust it into the center of the Proto Queen's chest. With a resounding bang, the final core shattered, securing the kill. Anticipating the Pro Tool Queen's imminent self-destruction, Lu Ming swiftly turned and dashed away. Along the way, he didn't forget to collect the bodies of the 3 mutated side owls. It wasn't until he reached the counter in the 5th-floor hall that he heard the Pro Tool Queen's agonizing scream behind him. Eh? Lu Ming remained unfazed, continuing to collect the corpses of the South Cold people, mutated side owls, and elite side owls he had placed there earlier. He calculated silently. Every step of this battle had been within his expectations from the moment he set foot on the 5th floor. With the eye of truth, nothing about the enemy could escape his notice. By minimizing variables, victory was inevitable. Boom! The Proto Queen's self-destruction was powerful, but did not obliterate the entire mall as Lu Ming had feared. Greed, Lu Ming whispered, beginning to disassemble the side owl bodies. Special crystals, side owl blades, side owl carapaces, and various other materials were collected in succession. After disassembling the last ordinary side owl, Lu Ming moved Chuxue from his back to his front, carefully cradling her. He assured himself that this was not an excuse to be close to Chuxue, but to prevent her from stepping on the various fluids left by the side owls. With determined steps, Lu Ming returned to the screening room where the Proto Queen had been. The sight at the entrance made him frown. Slightly yellow-green fluids, greasy fat fragments, fascia, and lymphatic tissue covered the floor, making it nearly impossible to step anywhere clean. Lu Ming hesitated, unsure if collecting these remnants equated to collecting the main body. Greed, he ultimately decided to give it a try. No matter what, he didn't want to miss out on the spoils of this battle. After successfully recovering the wreckage of the Quasi-Shao King, Lu Ming quickly checked the list of materials he obtained. Specialized crystals 50, Shao King blades 12, Shao King carapace 20, E-class royal variant blood 200 milliliters, side Shao larvae eggs 10. He noticed that the names of the materials had changed and began to examine them closely. First was the Shao King blades, materials from an E-class royal variant. These were the forelimbs of the Quasi-Shao King, with hardness and sharpness comparable to mithril, suitable for crafting specialized bioweapons. The usage requirement is advanced proficiency in forging or higher. The Shao King carapace is also an E-class royal variant material, coming from the carapace of the Quasi-Shao King. Like the blades, it has mithril-level hardness, making it ideal for crafting specialized bioarmor. The usage requirement is similarly advanced proficiency in forging or higher. Lu Ming nodded to himself. Although it was just a Quasi-Shao King, these materials had already reached royal status. Weapons and armor crafted from them could be elevated to the mithril tier, indicating a commendable overall quality. Next, he examined the E-class royal variant blood. This special material contained extremely potent mutagenic energy and had a wide range of uses. Variant creatures could consume it to accelerate growth, and there was a small chance of acquiring royal bloodline traits, triggering genetic evolution. When used to forge bioweapons, it could significantly enhance their power and might even grant royal skills. For low-level bioweapons, it would definitely inherit one skill from the original variant creature. The mutagenic energy value in the blood was as high as 500. Lu Ming marveled silently and decided to store this blood carefully, knowing it would prove invaluable in the future. Finally, he focused on the item he was most interested in, the Sideshao larvae eggs. These were E-class larvae eggs that would hatch into Sideshao larvae, a type of insectoid creature. With proper nurturing, they would evolve into highly aggressive and extremely loyal E-class elite Sideshao. The conditions for hatching and bonding included high-purity variant protein 5, basic proficiency in nurturing, close contact incubation for 10 seconds, and the hatchling seeing the incubator first upon hatching. Currently, these eggs had not yet begun to hatch. Lu Ming recalled the power of the Sideshao. As adults, they resembled evolved flying mantises, with royal variants capable of easily hunting down several mid-level hunters. Although this batch of larvae could only grow into elite Sideshao, reaching at most the level of ultimate elite soldiers, which would be impressive for others, it seemed somewhat lacking for Lu Ming. However, a slight smile curved Lu Ming's lips as he thought to himself. With these larvae eggs in my hands, there's a chance to defy the odds. He had already begun to outline an ultimate ascension plan in his mind. When the notification sounded, Lu Ming chose to upgrade the side owl larva egg to the 2nd tier. The system prompted that the upgrade would consume 1,000 specialized crystals, which made him pause. Memories of previously upgrading a grade mutant larva egg to Scrade with just 3,500 crystals flashed through his mind, but he quickly realized that it was the supply crate that had been upgraded, not the egg itself. Lu Ming felt a wave of relief. If he hadn't exploited the design loophole of the supply crate, directly upgrading a grade mutant larva egg to Scrade would probably have cost over 10,000 specialized crystals. He glanced at his inventory, where 12,320 specialized crystals lay quietly, and couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Recalling the time when he had only 663 crystals left before reaching the northern suburbs, and comparing it to the ample rewards he reaped from disassembling 11 Nanon corpses, Lu Ming felt a surge of gratitude. Killing humans was indeed profitable. Just as he was reveling in his joy, the upgrade prompt snapped him back to reality. The system asked if he wanted to consume 1,000 specialized crystals to upgrade the scythe owl larva egg to an ancient owl emperor egg. Lu Ming quickly checked the information. The ancient owl emperor, a class royal type, would hatch into a royal lineage scythe owl with immense attack power and unparalleled loyalty if properly nurtured. Despite the allure of a class royal, Lu Ming decided to hold off on the upgrade. The current specialized crystals should be prioritized for the supply crate, as upgrading the crate would also enhance its contents. He carefully tucked the 10 scythe owl larva eggs into his pocket, planning to hatch them later if there were any crystals left. As he stepped into the viewing hall, chaos greeted his eyes. The movie screen had vanished, leaving only 3 crates arranged in a triangular formation where the provisional scythe owl had fallen. The scene reminded Lu Ming of the mutant distribution at Kongbao Shoe Factory, as if the dungeon boss had deliberately nested here to guard the treasure chests. After confirming there were no more signs of mutants, Lu Ming led Chuxue to the front of the screen. The 3 crates glowed with purple, blue, and white halos, with energy coursing through their surfaces. Following the principle of upgrading from low to high, he first appraised the white primary supply crate. Inside were 5 pieces of delayed chocolate and a bottle of multifunctional sports drink, nothing remarkable. Although upgrading it seemed insignificant, Lu Ming decided to do so out of fairness. The system indicated that the upgrade would consume 200 specialized crystals, which he found somewhat painful, but he ultimately chose to proceed. In an instant, the white crate dissolved and reformed into a purple tertiary supply crate. The contents also evolved. The 5 pieces of chocolate turned into 5 packs of multi-flavored gourmet chocolate, and the sports drink upgraded to a 100 milliliters vial of intermediate warrior energy liquid. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his decision. Lu Ming opened the supply box, his gaze immediately falling on the vial of intermediate warrior nutrient solution. He recalled obtaining a basic nutrient solution from dissecting Jin Taixiang's corpse earlier, and felt a surge of anticipation. Picking up the test tube, he carefully observed the light blue liquid inside, its cool and soothing appearance making it almost irresistible to taste. Identify, Lu Ming whispered. The system promptly responded, intermediate warrior energy solution, 100 milliliters, category, consumable. Description, instantly restores all physical stamina to peak condition upon consumption. Effectiveness significantly reduced for those above the intermediate hunter-warrior level. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, a stamina potion that fully restores energy in an instant. This is a real treasure, he thought. Especially for someone with my speed, it's an essential tool for both combat and escape. He then considered an upgrade. Let's try a second-tier upgrade. Ultimate upgrade. The system prompted, upgrading the intermediate warrior energy solution requires 100 specialized crystals. Confirmed to consume 100 specialized crystals to upgrade the intermediate warrior nutrient solution to the ultimate warrior nutrient solution. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming muttered, as expected, it aligns with the specialized level advancements. Only enhancements imbued with one's realm can truly evolve, not just major upgrades. He decided to cancel the upgrade for now. Next, Lu Ming's eyes landed on a box of chocolates. The packaging was exquisite, adorned with colorful ribbons and gold threads, containing monochromatic chocolate pieces inside. Although they looked tempting, Lu Ming had always been indifferent to food. He casually tossed the chocolates into his spatial pouch and paid them no further attention. Finally, Lu Ming's focus shifted to the second-tier supply box. Remembering his previous disappointment, he vowed to make up for it this time. Identify, he commanded. The system replied, second-tier supply box, special item category, container. Description, contains a primary mastery selection book. Lu Ming was initially surprised, then overjoyed. Isn't this the forging mastery book I've been wanting? And it can be upgraded twice. Without hesitation, he ordered ultimate upgrade. The notification sound made Lu Ming frown. Upgrading the level 2 supply box required 1,500 specialized crystals, which seemed a bit sudden. However, he quickly came to terms with it, knowing that the crystals were meant for this purpose. Confirm. With his decision, the level 2 supply box began to disintegrate while the level 4 supply box reformed. Unlike the dazzling golden glow of the level 5 supply box, the level 4 box emitted a warm orange-yellow light. At this point, Lu Ming had encountered all supply boxes from level 1 to level 5. They were classified by color, from low to high: white, blue, purple, orange, and gold. Lu Ming carefully proceeded with the identification. He knew that many fatal mistakes stemmed from habitual thinking, and he couldn't afford to skip any steps. The special item category of the level 4 supply box, container description. It contains an advanced mastery selection book. Lu Ming nodded to himself. It was the same item, just upgraded from basic to advanced. He pressed the orange button, and the box lid retracted, revealing a blue skill book. Advanced Mastery Selection Book, Special Item Category, Skill Book Description. Upon use, you can choose one skill from Advanced Childcare, Advanced Driving, Advanced Tailoring, Advanced Cooking, Advanced Gardening, Advanced Forging, and other mastery skills. Seeing choose one instead of directly acquiring it, Lu Ming's mind sparked a bold idea. If the supply box could be upgraded once, and the selection book could be upgraded once, could the acquired single skill be upgraded again? Acting on his thought, he decided to find out the truth through practice. Ultimate upgrade. The system notification sounded. Please choose second tier. Upgrading the Advanced Mastery Selection Book requires 2,000 specialized crystals. Confirm to consume 2,000 specialized crystals and upgrade the Advanced Mastery Selection Book to a Master Level Mastery Selection Book. Master Level? Lu Ming was startled, but quickly frowned again. The consumption of specialized crystals seemed excessive. Advanced Mastery was a level skill, and after a second-tier upgrade, Master Level should be in a level skill. If it were a single skill upgrade, the cost would cap at 1,500 would be typical. Such high cost likely stemmed from the selection book being the source of all mastery skills, making it exceptionally valuable. Lu Ming pondered whether this investment was worthwhile. If the upgraded selection book couldn't further upgrade the chosen forging mastery, he might lose 1,000 to 1,500 specialized crystals. But soon, he shook his head, mocking himself for thinking too small. Even if it failed, he would lose only 1,000 crystals, which he could recover by killing 500 scythe mantis larvae or a novice hunting warrior. However, if successful, he could obtain a mastery skill that could surpass level in the future. In the long run, it would be immensely profitable. Confirmed. With his decision, the blue Advanced Mastery Selection Book disintegrated, and the particles reformed into a purple Master Level Mastery Selection Book. The system prompted, detected Master Level Mastery Selection Book. Use now. Yes. Please choose the mastery skill to acquire. The book disintegrated into a panel displaying hundreds of mastery categories. Swords, spears, archery, axes, movement skills, firearms, pharmaceuticals, medical skills, mechanics, construction, education, technology, and marine encyclopedia of masteries. Unfortunately, this encyclopedia only had a table of contents. Clicking on each mastery skill revealed only a brief description. Master this technique upon acquisition. Lu Ming's gaze lingered on medical and pharmaceutical skills. He knew that medical skills could save lives and pharmaceuticals could not only solve health problems but also likely assist in combat. For instance, restoring stamina, boosting strength, increasing speed, enhancing endurance, stimulating the mind, extracting poisons, and making toxins. Especially making toxins, which combined with ranged weapons in the current collapsed medical system with no antidotes, would be a death sentence to anyone it touched. However, Lu Ming was unwaveringly loyal to his chosen path. Having decided on forging mastery, he would stick to it. He couldn't let the exotic materials in his space pouch go to waste, nor could he let his character collapse. He could learn other masteries later. After all, he intended to acquire them all eventually. Choose Forging Mastery. The system prompted. Congratulations on acquiring the level skill Master Level Forging Mastery. Learn now. No. Lu Ming replied decisively, thinking to himself, there's still one more step to complete. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the item in front of him, his heart racing. Taking a deep breath, he silently repeated, Ultimate Ascension. The system's cold prompt sounded. This item has already been ascended and cannot be further upgraded. Damn it! Lu Ming almost cursed out loud, but his gaze inadvertently fell on the girl in his arms, Chu Xue, and his anger subsided significantly. He reminded himself that losing his composure over 1,000 or so specialized crystals wasn't worth it. Calming his breath and steadying his emotions, Lu Ming re-examined the master-level forging proficiency in his hand. After some thought, he concluded that the designated skill book covered all similar skills as a collective entity. Using Ascension on the collective entity was equivalent to ascending all the individual skills within it. However, for the random skill book, the Ascension seemed to target the grade range, meaning the skills within it could still be upgraded after Ascension. With this understanding, Lu Ming's frustration dissipated considerably. He reassured himself that this risky investment was inevitable, and doing it now might save him from greater losses later. With a composed mindset, Lu Ming proceeded with the learning operation. The system prompted, confirm learning master-level forging proficiency? Confirm. Lu Ming decisively chose. Meanwhile, in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the Xinhui district, a bloody scene was unfolding. Covered in blood, Jin Jinga sat atop a pile of 3 or 4 bodies, holding a steel-grade katana. He coldly looked down at the man lying on the ground, Song Chengxian. Chengxian, considering we grew up together and are close friends, I'll allow you to say your last words, Jin Jinga said calmly. Song Chengxian's bloodshot eyes widened as he rasped, Jin Jinga, you will pay for this. Before he could finish, the sharp katana pierced the back of his head. The blade twisted, killing him instantly. That wasn't a good last word. I'll pretend you didn't say it, Jin Jinga said coldly. But the strength you and these compatriots provided will be etched in my heart forever. I promise you, I will take this gift from my dear friends and reach the pinnacle of this world. The achievements that Greater South Korea couldn't accomplish on Earth, I, Jin Jingha, will realize here. Collect! At Jin Jingha's command, the scattered bodies disintegrated instantly. Gazing at the specialized crystals in his spatial pouch, Jin Jingha's face lit up with an excited, maniacal smile. Just 1,000 more? Only 1,000 more specialized crystals, and I'll ascend to a high-level hunting warrior. Then, while hunting dream moth larvae, I'll wait for Zhao Rinjun from Pinga District and my foolish brother to return with full loads, and I'll kill them to immediately ascend to the ultimate warrior level. Jin Jinghe laughed wildly to the sky. From then on, in this new world, I, Jin Jinghe, will be the king. I, Jin Jinghe, will be the emperor. This is exhilarating. Ha! This is the paradise I've always wanted. This is the world worthy of my existence. Back in Jintian District, the skill book in Lu Ming's hand disintegrated in a burst of purple light. As the light slowly merged into his brow, he felt an influx of forging knowledge and experience, as if long-dormant memories had been awakened. Master-level forging expertise appeared at the bottom of his skill list. Lu Ming carefully examined the description of this rank skill. It granted mastery in forging exotic creature equipment, a master-level certification, and the ability to forge equipment up to the supreme source power level. To use it, he simply needed to mentally activate the forging function, which would open the equipment forging interface. By placing exotic creature materials into it, the system would automatically identify and display the corresponding equipment recipes. The skill also came with 3 special traits: a 40 increase in forging success rate, a 10 increase in the probability of inheriting exotic creature skills, and an additional 1 chance of inheriting more than 2 skills. Lu Ming couldn't help but mutter, seriously? Does forging rely on luck too? His gaze shifted between the level 3 supply box in front of him and the new skill he had acquired. Eventually, he suppressed the urge to open the box and decided to test out the forging function first. With a mental command, a surprisingly simple interface appeared before him. There were 25 slots on each side labeled main material and supplementary material. In the center was a high-tech mechanical forging furnace with 5 slots arranged in a pentagonal shape, labeled weapon. Surrounding the furnace were 4 slots labeled probability materials. Seeing this interface, Lu Ming couldn't help but complain. Isn't this just a modified version of some game's enhancement system? Couldn't they put a bit more effort into making it look advanced? Despite his skepticism, he knew he had to use it. Lu Ming took out the King Owl blade from his spatial pouch and placed it in the main material slot. Considering the previous issues with material compatibility, he decided to proceed cautiously and avoid material enhancement for now. A white light swept over the King Owl blade like a scanner, and the system promptly displayed a message. Forging function scan completed. Main material identified as weapon. Recipe matched successfully. Please choose a forging recipe. A list of recipes appeared on the left side of the interface, but there were only 2 options: King Owl Battle Blade and King Owl Battle Scythe. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Just 2 choices for such a prestigious material? After some consideration, he decided that the King Owl Battle Blade, with its imposing name, suited him better. Although the battle scythe looked cool, it was a polearm, a type of weapon he wasn't skilled with. Ultimately, Lu Ming chose the King Owl Battle Blade. Upon confirming, the system outlined the specific forging requirements. Main material King Owl Blade 8, supplementary material King Owl Shell 2, specialized crystals 500. Seriously? 8 King Owl Blades? Lu Ming was relieved he hadn't tried to enhance the materials. If the main material requirements changed, forging would have become much more complicated. He decided to play it safe and proceed with standard forging. After all, this was his first attempt, and caution seemed prudent. Lu Ming grudgingly tossed 7 Owl King blades and 2 Owl King shells into the primary and secondary material slots. Instantly, the central mechanical forge lit up, with energy pulses flickering like erratic currents. A system notification popped up. Owl King Battle Blade primary and secondary materials and specialized crystals are sufficient. Amplification materials have not been inserted. Current forge success rate: 110 base 70, Master Smith bonus 40. Owl King skill inheritance probability: 15 base 5, Master Smith bonus 10. Probability of inheriting 2 or more skills: 1.5 base 0.5, Master Smith bonus 1. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, calculating silently. A base success rate of 70 for a mithril-grade bioweapon was unexpectedly high, and with the Master Smith's proficiency, it skyrocketed to 110. However, the skill inheritance rate was only 15, and the chance of inheriting 2 or more skills was a meager 1.5. Although he had some rare blood that could increase the probability, he decided to save it for later, in case he needed it for refining materials when crafting the final weapon. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming decisively pressed the confirm button. Buzz! The forge roared to life, its intense light gradually shifting. After a flash of dazzling golden light, a system notification left Lu Ming stunned. Perfect forge! Congratulations on crafting an Owl King battle blade with full skill inheritance. What? Lu Ming exclaimed in disbelief as he retrieved the weapon, his initial bewilderment quickly replaced by amazement. The newly forged weapon was visually striking. The hilt and guard retained the distinct characteristics of the Owl King shell, while the blade resembled a broad, straight sword. The tip was not the usual curve but a clean, angled edge. Most captivating were the vein-like cracks running along the blade, hinting at hidden mysteries. Eagerly grasping the hilt, Lu Ming felt a strange, mystical sensation flood his consciousness. This blade seemed alive, not just an inanimate object. As he touched it, the previously dim cracks suddenly burst into a brilliant green glow, as if awakening from slumber. Even more astonishing, the light pulsed rhythmically with Lu Ming's heartbeat. Wow! No matter how many times he looked at it, he couldn't help but be amazed. Lu Ming carefully examined the Zio King battle blade in his hands, his eyes sparkling with delight. This secret silver grade, Class E King level bioweapon was something he couldn't put down. A blade length of 150 centimeters, handle length of 33 centimeters, blade width of 22 centimeters, and a net weight of 500 kilograms. It was a perfect blend of master-level forging techniques and Class E King-level exotic materials. Incorporating top-tier bioengineering from the Jalan star system, it was designed specifically for specialized warriors to harness exotic energies. Lu Ming couldn't hide his excitement. This weapon had not only triggered an incredibly rare perfect forge, but also inherited all the skills of the Tyrant Zio King. He silently listed the inherited skills: Secret Silver Slice, Scythe Penetration, Massive Acid Compression Cannon, Cross Pulse, Specialized Bio Energy 10001000, Exotic Bioactivity 600060000. His Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes shining with intense excitement. This perfectly forged bioweapon was incredibly powerful. Its total length of 183 centimeters gave it an astonishing attack range, and its 500 kilograms weight was intimidating. Only an intermediate hunting warrior could hope to wield it effortlessly. Lu Ming casually swung the blade a couple of times, the sound of it slicing through the air like music to his ears, making him feel intoxicated. As he reveled in the moment, a sudden furry sensation on his neck snapped him back to reality. He looked down to find Chu Shui in his arms, her eyes drowsy, either sleepy or captivated by his heroic stance. Realizing he couldn't hold Chu Shui forever, Lu Ming glanced around and picked a relatively clean spot. From his spatial bag, he took out a luxurious 3-piece bedding set. He initially wanted to try setting the bed up in midair, but found that the system didn't allow such an operation. Slightly disappointed, he settled for placing the bed on the ground. Gently laying Chu Shui down, Lu Ming intended to continue studying the Zio King battle blade, but Chu Shui grabbed his hand and placed it on her head. Lu Ming paused, then smiled knowingly and softly stroked her hair. Chu Shui nodded earnestly, pulled the blanket up to her nose, and gently closed her eyes. At that moment, a warm feeling surged through Lu Ming's heart, making even the divine-like Zio King battle blade lose its allure. He focused on Chu Shui, his fingers weaving through her snowy white hair until her breathing became steady. Worried about applying too much pressure, Lu Ming carefully stopped his movements. Suddenly, a strand of golden thread appeared from his ring finger, connecting to Chu Shui's hand at the same position. Lu Ming was first surprised, then found it unbelievable. How could Chu Shui, an original exotic being of this world, know the marriage symbol of Blue Star? He quickly brushed it off, assuming it was just a coincidence, a bond formed out of her fear of him leaving. This unintended coincidence filled Lu Ming with joy, as if it confirmed their destined fate. He decided that once Chu Shui woke up, he would teach her the proper way to bind, wrapping the golden thread around his left ring finger. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the rubble left by the explosion, looking for a chair that was still somewhat intact. He was surprised to find that Chu Shui had not restricted his movement range. The golden threads seemed to stretch infinitely. Even as he approached the entrance of the cinema hall, the threads showed no signs of tightening or pulling. This detail warmed Lu Ming's heart once again. Amid the ruins, he painstakingly pulled out a partially intact cinema chair. Without hesitation, he used 2 specialized crystals to upgrade it to a luxurious cinema seat plus. Lu Ming thought, since Chushua was staying here, how could he leave her alone? Although the juvenile scythe owls below indeed needed to be dealt with, Lu Ming decided there was no rush. In this desolate wasteland of the apocalypse, he knew how important it was to maintain inner peace. Otherwise, prolonged repression could easily distort a person's nature. Carrying the upgraded luxurious seat, Lu Ming positioned it on the other side of the bed, directly facing the cinema hall door, standing guard beside Chushua. He opened his spatial pouch and took out the Owl King's battle blade that he had obtained earlier. The fact that the blade could be stored in the pouch indicated it wasn't a living entity, but the strange feeling he had before left him puzzled. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside his doubts. Calming his mind and clearing away distractions, Lu Ming decided to attempt an upgrade on the Owl King's battle blade. Ultimate upgrade, he silently chanted in his mind. Immediately, a system prompt appeared. Notice, please select the second-tier upgrade level. Notice, upgrading the E-Class Mithril-level bioweapon Owl King's battle blade to a Class Alloy-level Ancient Emperor blade requires consuming 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm consumption of 500 specialized crystal blocks to upgrade the Owl King's battle blade to a Class Alloy-level Ancient Emperor blade. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the required items in the prompt. He slowly enunciated, specialized crystal blocks. Suddenly realizing the issue, Lu Ming gasped. The upgrade materials had leveled up. 500 specialized crystal blocks were equivalent to 50,000 specialized crystals. The cost of upgrading this bioweapon was exorbitant. Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming decided to check the upgraded weapon's information first. Identify, he whispered. A series of information appeared. Ancient Emperor Blade. Alloy level. Class Ancient Emperor level bioweapon. Description. Blade length 145 centimeters. Handle length 36 centimeters. Blade width 22 centimeters. Net weight 5,000 kilograms. Class Ancient Emperor level exotic materials. Master level forging craftsmanship, incorporating top-tier technology from the Jalan star system. Possesses a slight consciousness and will exhibit instincts from its previous life. The user must gain the bioweapon's approval to wield it. Forced use will result in backlash from the blade. Recommended user level. Doomsday Warlord. Features. Trigger to own 9 million perfect forge, fully inheriting all skills of the Ancient Owl Emperor. Inherited skills. Alloy cutting, absolute blade storm, miniature convergence cannon, death cross slash. Specialized bioenergy. 100, 001, 0000. Blade bioactivity. 300, 003, 0000. Lu Ming stared in astonishment at the ancient blade in his hand, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. This weapon was not only unique in appearance, but also showcased impressive intelligent features. As he meticulously examined the weapon's various data, he couldn't help but marvel at its advanced technological prowess. The ancient blade inherited the masterful forging of the original Shaowang Warblade, with all 4 skills comprehensively upgraded. Lu Ming's attention was caught by a new term, specialized bioenergy. He clicked to view the details and learned that this energy is consumed when releasing biological skills and can be recharged using specialized crystals, each crystal equivalent to 10 points of energy. Realizing this was yet another resource-intensive weapon, Lu Ming instinctively glanced at the number of specialized crystals in his backpack, 8118 pieces. He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking that this stockpile would likely be depleted quickly. Thoughts of the upcoming expenses, including forging armor, opening level 3 supply boxes, and enhancing specialized levels, flashed through his mind, causing him to let out a deep sigh internally. Determined, Lu Ming resolved to spend the afternoon hunting aberrant creatures with all his might to reach the rank of advanced hunting warrior. After closing the information panel of the ancient blade, Lu Ming turned his attention to the 4 skills of the Shaowang Warblade. Each skill only displayed its name and energy consumption, with no specific effect descriptions. It seemed this bioweapon was designed to let the user experience its capabilities firsthand. Next, Lu Ming learned about the concept of aberrant biological activity. Frequent use would deplete the weapon's bioactivity, and once this reached 0, the weapon would lose its aberrant properties, becoming an ordinary blade. However, with sufficient aberrant blood replenishment, theoretically, this weapon could be used indefinitely. Suppressing the urge to continue his research, Lu Ming decided to first deal with the level 3 supply box. He approached the corpse of the would-be Shaowang, and facing the purple box, he muttered, "Identify." Inside the box was a mental stimulant potion, similar in effect to a cooling potion, capable of resetting various abilities to their unused state. Though it could only be used once, it would allow Lu Ming to use his awakening power twice in one day or continuously empower himself for an hour. Thrilled, Lu Ming decided to enhance the potion. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade it to the second tier, consuming 3,500 specialized crystals. The purple box was instantly replaced by a golden one, radiating golden energy pulses. Upon re-identifying, Lu Ming was ecstatic to discover that the enhanced level 5 supply box contained a mental stimulant potion that could be used 5 times. This significantly boosted his combat potential. Lu Ming stared at the display screen on the supply crate, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He realized that this new psychic stimulant was different from any other potion he had encountered before. Usually, liquids or drinks were labeled with their volume in milliliters, but this one specifically highlighted the number of uses. This detail revealed an important piece of information. The value of this potion lay not in its quality, but in its quantity. How can the quality be improved after resetting all skill cooldowns? Lu Ming pondered aloud, then pressed the golden button on the supply crate. With a hiss of high-pressure gas, a futuristic-looking injection gun slowly rose up, loaded with a red and blue dual-colored serum as thick as a thumb. Lu Ming carefully retrieved the injection gun, filled with anticipation. The experience of using the power of awakening 5 times consecutively was something only he could appreciate. However, this was far from the limit. Lu Ming took a deep breath and made a bold decision. Ultimate Ascension. Ascend to Tier 2. The system immediately provided a prompt. Ascending the psychic stimulant to 5 uses requires consuming 4,000 specialized crystals. Do you confirm to ascend the psychic stimulant to 20 uses? Confirm. Lu Ming answered without hesitation. It was one of the rare moments he didn't complain about the high cost of ascension. In fact, faced with such an astonishing increase in uses, he would find a way to secure it even if it cost 10,000 specialized crystals. This was undeniably a true life-saving tool. A psychic stimulant with 20 uses, combined with the max level power of awakening, many could maintain its use for 200 minutes. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he thought to himself. If I pair it with an ascended version of the power of awakening, 20 full power uses could probably even slay gods. He quickly realized this was a bit arrogant and corrected himself. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, but anything below a god, I can definitely handle. However, Lu Ming didn't immediately proceed with the ascension of the power of awakening. There was a well-thought-out reason behind this. He was concerned that the cost of specialized crystals needed to level up the power of awakening would increase dramatically after ascension. For instance, if it originally required 1,000 specialized crystals to level up from 1 to 2, it might skyrocket to 10,000 or even tens of thousands after ascension. If that happens, it would take forever to level up, and its power might not even match the max level power of awakening. That would be a huge loss, Lu Ming calculated. It's better to max out the power of awakening first, then use Ultimate Ascension to enhance its tier. This way, I can directly obtain high tier power at max level, which is the perfect strategy. The mind-stimulating elixir transformed gradually during its ultimate evolution. The thumb-width potion expanded to the thickness of a wrist, and the texture and craftsmanship of the syringe improved along with it, eventually enveloped in a strange, pulsating energy. The system notified that the mind-stimulating elixir had successfully evolved from level 5 to level 20. Lu Ming reached out to take the floating elixir, carefully storing it away. The consumption of 7,500 specialized crystals made him sigh deeply. Glancing at the remaining number of specialized crystals, Lu Ming couldn't help but close his eyes and press his lips together. 618, the number was heart-wrenching. This burns through crystals so fast. Powerful abilities really do come at a price, Lu Ming thought to himself, deciding to put his plans for forging armor on hold. He touched the ancient Emperor Owl's egg in his pocket, longing to hatch it, but lacking enough crystals. With a sigh, Lu Ming returned to his seat, closing his eyes to think about how to obtain more crystals. Moments later, he opened the trading market. The ever-growing list of items caught his eye, especially the categories for tools and weapons. Most were black iron weapons, with the traded items primarily being necessities. The items that required specialized crystals and skill books for exchange remained ignored at the bottom of the list. Lu Ming realized this was a price war. Ordinary people preferred to trade daily necessities for weapons rather than part with their precious specialized crystals. His plan to earn crystals by selling black iron weapons had fallen through, leaving him to refocus on hunting mutant creatures. Reviewing his own strength, Lu Ming found he could easily kill larvae, earning 2 crystals per kill. Elite mature scythe owls were equally easy for him to handle, yielding 10 times the crystals of larvae. He fantasized about finding a colony of elite scythe owls, imagining that hunting 1,000 at once would quickly amass a large number of crystals. Unfortunately, such places were extremely rare, likely only encountered in the core areas like the Central Police Headquarters. But the dangers there were immense. inaccessible without the prowess of an apocalyptic warlord or an extreme hunting warrior. As Lu Ming racked his brain, a sudden idea struck him. He sat up straight, almost laughing out loud. He had an epiphany. While elite side owl colonies were rare, gatherings of side owl larvae were plentiful. If anything could be evolved, why not evolve mutant creatures directly? Excited, Lu Ming gently lifted the sleeping Chushue into his arms. He put away the luxurious furniture and turned to leave, eager to test his idea. On the way, Lu Ming couldn't help but admire Chushue's docility. She merely blinked open her eyes when he picked her up, recognizing him before drifting back to sleep, unbothered by the disturbance. This made Lu Ming cherish his angelic companion even more. Maintaining a steady pace, Lu Ming returned to the fourth floor of the shopping mall. The corridor of corpses left by the South Han people divided the space in half. Roughly estimating, there were still about 1,000 side owl larvae here. If the evolution succeeded, it would mean a profit of 20,000 levels. Lu Ming approached the nearest side owl larva and silently chanted ultimate evolution. The system prompted him to choose a second-tier evolution, informing him that evolving an 11 larva to an 11 elite side owl would cost 100 specialized crystals. 100? Lu Ming was incredulous. Is this reasonable? Killing one elite side owl only gets me 20 crystals. This would make me lose 80 crystals. Reluctantly, Lu Ming canceled the operation and tried evolving a scythe owl pupa instead. The system indicated that a first-tier evolution would cost 20 specialized crystals. What the heck? Lu Ming's face darkened, filled with frustration. He canceled the operation again, falling into deep thought. Lu Ming stared at the corpse of the strange creature before him, feeling a deep sense of frustration. He had thought he had come up with a brilliant ascension technique, only to realize that the effort and the output were completely disproportionate. Do I really have to stick to the conventional way of killing monsters? He sighed, preparing to casually collect the corpse he had deliberately left behind. Just then, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. What if, instead of living beings, he tried ascending the corpses? Would the results be any different? Although the idea seemed absurd after all, living beings and corpses were essentially the same thing. How could they be treated as two different materials for ascension? Lu Ming decided to give it a try with a what-if mindset. Ultimate ascension, he murmured. The system immediately responded. Please select the ascension grade, second grade. Then, another prompt appeared. Ascension of the scythe owl larva's corpse does not require specialized crystals. Confirm ascension to scythe owl corpse? Lu Ming was stunned, blinking in disbelief at what he saw. He reread the system prompt carefully, his mind racing. Is this really a freebie? He muttered to himself, uncertain. Confirm. Lu Ming hesitated, then repeated more firmly to solidify his resolve. Confirm. As soon as he confirmed, the scythe owl larva's corpse began to disintegrate and reassemble. In the blink of an eye, a tumor-long elite scythe owl corpse appeared before him. The body was intact except for a hole in its chest, perfectly aligning with its weak spot. The wound and scars were identical to its larva stage. Lu Ming immediately used his disassembly skill. Greed. The system prompt appeared. Successfully disassembled scythe owl corpse. Obtained. Specialized crystals 20. Scythe owl blades 4. Scythe owl carapace 10. Common mutant blood 200 milliliters. Seeing the crystals actually enter his inventory, Lu Ming felt a sense of unreality. But he quickly noticed that these 20 crystals seemed different. They didn't stack with the 618 crystals he already had. He quickly retrieved the scythe owl blades and carapace, finding the same situation. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming formed a highly probable hypothesis. To verify his guess, he took out a separately placed specialized crystal and silently chanted, Ultimate Ascension. The system's reaction confirmed his suspicion. Case solved, Lu Ming muttered. These are source-bound items, no doubt. Materials obtained from an ascended corpse cannot undergo further ascension. He compared this mechanism to the common concept of bound and unbound items in games. Binding determines if an item can be traded, while source-bound determines if it can be ascended. No objections, it's perfectly reasonable. Lu Ming looked at the corpse of the mutant in front of him, a hint of excitement rising in his heart. Although it seemed that the crystallization and materials lost the chance for sublimation, in reality, the materials and crystals obtained had shifted from the output of a low-level mutant to that of a high-level one. Isn't this another form of material sublimation? Even more exciting was the fact that all of this came at no cost. Lu Ming didn't fully understand why there was such a significant difference between living creatures and corpses, nor did he know how the ultimate sublimation determined its pricing. However, based on his understanding, the sublimation of living beings was a defiance of evolutionary biology, not only enhancing their current state, but also altering their future potential. It was a complete game changer. On the other hand, a corpse was just a soulless mass of meat, merely food or fertilizer. Naturally, sublimating food and fertilizer was much cheaper than sublimating genes and future potential. As for why it was free, Lu Ming speculated that the ultimate sublimation didn't consider the current mutant corpses as viable food or fertilizer for humans, categorizing them as waste. Sublimating waste into high-grade waste still resulted in waste. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, these so-called wastes gleamed like gold. Without hesitation, Lu Ming pulled out his crossbow and loaded the bolts. The desire to kill surged within him, and the scythe owl larvae before him seemed like mere beginner-level monsters. Thud, 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 thud. The bolts rained down, and the wriggling larvae fell one after another. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 larvae had turned into lifeless husks. It was now time for the ultimate sublimation. Lu Ming started with the second gear, but quickly realized that the corpses couldn't be selected in bulk and had to be processed one by one. He felt a twinge of frustration, silently cursing the unconventional path he had chosen. Over 1,000 scythe owl larvae made the sublimation process excruciatingly long. However, once he saw the results of the sublimation, all his impatience vanished. In 40 minutes, 1,150 scythe owl corpses yielded an astonishing bounty: 23,000 specialized crystals, 4,600 scythe owl blades, 11,500 scythe owl shells, and 1,150 bottles of 200 milliliters ordinary mutant blood. Such gains made him feel that even another 40 minutes would be worth it. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If he had thought of this method earlier, how much more crystal income could he have gained from the corpses he'd missed before? Especially those 11 Nanhans. If he had upgraded their corpses by 2 levels before harvesting them, it would have meant a fortune of 20,510 crystals. However, he quickly let it go, knowing that in the future, he would handle similar situations even better. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, Lu Ming found a restroom marked "No Admittance." He opened the panel and touched the specialized level option. The system immediately prompted: detected sufficient specialized crystals in the spatial pouch. Consume 15,000 specialized crystals to upgrade to Advanced Hunting Warrior. Without hesitation, he selected yes. The 15,000 specialized crystals in the spatial pouch decomposed and condensed into 15 drops of crystalline blue liquid, which penetrated the pouch and drilled into his back. The familiar cool sensation returned, and his consciousness began to settle. Lu Ming entered that mysterious and profound state of inner vision once again, clearly seeing the 15 drops of crystalline blue liquid pass through his clothes and flesh, evenly seeping into his spine, spreading outwards. Wherever they went, they left crystalline blue marks on his vertebrae, as if unveiling gems hidden within his bones. Lu Ming focused intently on these minute changes, completely unaware that in reality, his spine was emitting a strange blue glow through his skin and flesh. At that moment, Chu Shui, who was lying in his arms, sensed the changes from Lu Ming's advancement and slowly woke from her slumber. Lu Ming felt Chu Shui's gaze upon him. He watched as her small hand gently clenched, and instantly, golden threads spread out from the lounge like a spider's web, swiftly covering the entire mall. After completing this magical act, Chu Shui nestled back against Lu Ming's shoulder. Outside the mall, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves. As the leaves brushed past the shopping plaza, they suddenly split in two, revealing a dense network of cuts before turning to ash and dissipating. Simultaneously, the scythe owl larvae in the surrounding alleys seemed startled, scurrying away from the mall as if a primal fear was driving them away. Back in the lounge, 5 minutes later, Lu Ming abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting azure gleam in them. His vision cleared, meeting Chu Shui's upturned red eyes. "Xiao Shui is awake," Lu Ming greeted with a smile. Chu Shui responded softly, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her forehead against his cheek. Amused by her clinginess, Lu Ming gently ruffled her hair and began to sense the changes in his own strength. Clenching his fist to feel his power, Lu Ming was astonished to discover a significant increase in his abilities. He pushed open the lounge door and sprinted in a specific direction, marveling at his explosive speed. If a mid-level hunting warrior was 3 times stronger than a novice, then a high-level hunting warrior was 10 times stronger. For an ordinary person, this would be a 300-fold increase in physical capabilities. Momentarily dazed, Lu Ming realized he might have transcended the realm of ordinary humans. He deeply understood that with a sufficiently high specialization level, becoming godlike was not an unreachable dream. Opening his information panel, Lu Ming checked the description of a high-level hunting warrior. High-level hunting warrior, a seasoned expert among hunting warriors. E-class elite variants are no longer a challenge. Their true targets are the king class. Experienced warriors can confront E-class king variants heat-in and even gain the upper hand. Consuming specialized crystals can advance them to the ultimate hunting warrior level. Advancement progress. 861825000. Lu Ming took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside the daunting advancement requirement, and retrieved the Scythe King battle blade from his spatial pouch. Previously, he had refrained from using it to avoid disturbing Chu Shui's rest and found the crossbow more convenient. Now, he finally had the chance to test the skills of this bioweapon. Gripping the battle blade tightly, Lu Ming focused his mind, silently chanting, "Cross pulse." In an instant, a blue glow burst forth, enveloping the blade in a solid aura. A surge of information flooded his mind, instantly enlightening him on the skill's intricacies. Lu Ming lowered his center of gravity, his wrist deftly twisting as the Scythe King battle blade slashed horizontally and then lifted vertically with lightning speed. Two beams of particle light, each 10 meters long, shot out in a perfect cross pattern. Sand and stones flew wildly, demolishing everything in their path. The particle blade sliced through everything like paper. A massive trench cut through all 4 floors of the mall, piercing walls and extending dozens of meters before stopping. At the cut edges, steel glowed red-hot, concrete turned black and smoked, and the plastic structures of the children's playground on the 4th floor melted into twisted shapes. Lu Ming stared in shock at the scene of devastation before him, gaining a visceral understanding of the power of a king-level variant. He quickly analyzed the might of this attack. Cross-pulse, a 300-meter kill radius, near instantaneous travel speed, almost at the limit of its range though not supersonic, fast enough to overwhelm intermediate hunters. Even advanced hunters could suffer severe injuries if caught off guard. However, Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. The cross-shaped release seemed somewhat wasteful. A horizontal slash could clear a 10-meter radius. Wasn't the vertical slash redundant? If the skill could be separated, it could increase the number of attacks and coverage area, offering more flexibility. Unfortunately, whether this skill could be split remained unknown. The information he received about the skill's release was rather cryptic, more like an undeveloped instinct, possibly originating from the biological traits of the Savage Owl King. Determined to experiment further, Lu Ming silently chanted, "Cross pulse." His wrist moved reflexively, and the blade began to carve a cross. Just as the cross was about to form, Lu Ming forcibly altered the blade's trajectory, making the upward vertical slash deviate to form an angle. The skill didn't break, and this discovery filled him with excitement. But as joy appeared on his face, a resisting consciousness suddenly seeped from the hilt into his hand, reaching his brain. Lu Ming's brow furrowed, and his gaze fell on the guard of the Owl King's battle blade. There, the carved head of the Owl King had blood-red eyes that glowed even brighter than before. Strangely, as he stared into the eyes, he felt a sense of anger gazing back at him. As Lu Ming pondered, the blade suddenly trembled, the eyes dimmed rapidly, and the anger vanished. Confused, he scrutinized the blade, but found nothing unusual. This was no illusion. It was the biological weapon instinctively resisting his manipulation, though its low grade prevented it from truly backfiring. Unnoticed by Lu Ming, the little snow creature in his arms had just shifted its gaze away from the Owl King's blade. Its deep red eyes returned to a calm hue, and its icy gaze softened to a lazy look. It glanced at Lu Ming, who was still puzzled, and a faint smile appeared on its lips. Shaking his head, Lu Ming decided to continue experimenting with splitting the skill. He steadied himself, gripped the blade, and silently chanted "Cross pulse" again. This time, the instinctive release vanished, and 2 particle blades flew out parallel as he intended. Although the result was satisfying, the sudden ease of the process made Lu Ming uneasy. The blade had clearly resisted earlier. Why had it yielded so quickly? Filled with doubt, he decided to try a few more times. Cross pulse, cross pulse, cross pulse. He unleashed the skill 3 more times, and 6 particle blades crisscrossed, turning the wall in front of him into a lattice of cuts. Lu Ming gazed at the destruction, feeling a mix of excitement over mastering a new skill and caution towards the blade's strange behavior. It wasn't just his imagination. The sensation of drawing the blade was genuinely exhilarating. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that this skill seemed to have no cooldown and could be used repeatedly. However, just as he was reveling in this newfound joy, the Owl King's warblade suddenly became too hot to hold. He glanced down and saw that the entire blade had turned a glowing red, radiating intense heat. Lu Ming instantly grasped the underlying secret. The bioweapon skills indeed had no cooldown, but they came with their own limitations overload. Frequent use of bioskills would cause the weapon to overheat, accelerating its wear and tear. He quickly checked the details of the Owl King's warblade. Specialized bioenergy, 880-1000. Exotic bioactivity, 300-06000. After using the cross-pulse skill 6 times, the specialized bioenergy consumption was normal, but the bioactivity had halved, effectively losing half its life. Lu Ming felt a slight pang of guilt, but wasn't overly concerned. He had ample reserves of exotic blood, and this was a good opportunity to observe how the Owl King's warblade absorbed exotic blood to replenish its bioactivity. Xiao Xue, let me put you down first, Lu Ming said softly to the girl in his arms. Wielding the blade with one hand was indeed inconvenient, so he carefully set her down beside him. From his spatial pouch, he took out 200 milliliters of exotic blood. He intended to pour it directly onto the blade. However, as soon as the exotic blood neared, the entire blade seemed to come alive. Several mercury-like tendrils emerged, intertwining and forming a bullseye's cavity. Lu Ming immediately recognized it as the feeding channel of the Owl King's warblade. He removed the stopper from the test tube and poured the blood into the cavity. Instantly, the sound of gulping could be clearly heard. Although the scene was somewhat bizarre, Lu Ming couldn't help but be fascinated. A weapon that could consume, and with a relatively graceful manner, was far superior to the voracious state of a scythe owl larva. As the red, bloody energy gradually filled the blade, the bioactivity of the Owl King's warblade recovered by 50 points. Lu Ming quickly calculated. 200 milliliters of ordinary exotic blood contained exactly 50 points of bioenergy. The same amount of mutated exotic blood contained 100 points, and the blood of E-class royal exotics contained a whopping 500 points. The latter two were too precious to use casually, as they could increase the probability of the weapon inheriting exotic skills. In contrast, ordinary exotic blood was abundant and could be used freely. Once depleted, it could be easily replenished by hunting larvae, making it a renewable resource. Bang! A crisp sound interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. The empty blood test tube shattered into fragments in his hand, and then disintegrated into powder. Lu Ming looked at the pale green powder in his palm and gently tilted his hand, letting it fall. This scene once again confirmed the world's stringent rules. The test tube that came with exotic blood would automatically disintegrate after use, leaving no extras. Everything was meticulously accounted for. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't take out more exotic blood, the Owl King's warblade seemed to think he wasn't planning to feed it further and began to retract its feeding cavity. Lu Ming quickly exclaimed, "Hey, trying to stop it with a human call." He didn't expect a response, but to his surprise, the feeding cavity paused and then extended back towards his hand. "Wow, you can understand human speech? And you're just a Mithra-level bioweapon?" Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. The Owl King's warblade, hearing this, initially wanted to respond by moving its feeding chamber. However, upon perceiving the words, "just a Mithra level," it tilted its chamber in anger. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Interesting, it even has emotional feedback? This isn't quite like the description. Only the ultimate ascended ancient emperor's blade should have such slight intelligence and show instincts from his past life. What are you? A mere Mithra-level weapon, and you dare to show attitude?" With that, he grabbed the tilted chamber of the Owl King's warblade and pulled out a bottle of common exotic blood from his spatial pouch, pouring it into the feeding chamber. Only after filling the blade's bioactivity did he let go. The Owl King's warblade froze for 3 seconds before retracting its feeding chamber abruptly and falling silent, like a sulking child. Lu Ming ignored its mood, tossing the blade back into the spatial pouch. Yet after doing so, he felt conflicted. Despite being able to feed itself, understand speech, and express emotions, the spatial pouch still considered it a dead object. So, where exactly is the line between life and death? He opened the world channel and checked the time. 1635. Only 2 hours and 25 minutes left until nightfall at 1900 hours. He couldn't believe he had spent 40 minutes playing with a weapon. He truly was a romantic man. Touching the 10-scythe owl larvae eggs in his pocket, Lu Ming realized that with only 8,816 specialized crystals left in his pouch, it wasn't enough to ascend them all. He turned and picked up Chu Shui, saying, "Let's go get some more scythe owl larvae corpses." Reflecting on his thoughts about the spatial pouch's judgment of life and death, he had an idea. Since killing larvae and collecting specialized crystals simultaneously was inefficient, why not spend the entire day killing larvae or other exotics? Given the spatial pouch's ability to store dead objects infinitely, he could bring everything back to the safe haven. Then he could spend the long night refining and breaking them down for specialized crystals. This way, he could save time by focusing on one task at a time and avoid being seen by others while refining. A win-win-win situation. Chu Xuen nodded lightly, a golden thread appearing in her hand. With experience, she knew it was her time to shine. But just as she was about to take Lu Ming flying, he adjusted her skirt, scooped her up, and cradled her in his arms. "This time it's my turn," he said, placing her hand around his neck. "Hold tight," Lu Ming reminded, looking ahead as he sprinted forward. Just before reaching the 4th-floor wall, he burst into Godspeed. The combination of his sprint and Godspeed turned him into an arrow, piercing through the wall and flying towards the opposite building. Screech! In an instant, they crossed hundreds of meters, landing on the rooftop opposite. The sheer inertia slid him for over 10 meters before stopping. The soles of his shoes were gone, but the friction of his bare feet against the concrete only made them slightly warm. So this is the strength of a high-level hunter? Lu Ming marveled. Facing these scythe owl larvae heathen, they wouldn't even be a threat. Their acid spit would just be like a splash of water. Unfortunately, he had wasted a good pair of shoes just to experience the speed. Kicking off the remnants, Lu Ming went barefoot again. He realized he needed to craft a set of bioweapon armor, as regular clothes couldn't withstand his body's demands. Standing on the building's edge, he surveyed the surroundings, muttering, where could there be a dense cluster of larvae? Chu Shui, hearing this, pointed southwest, indicating Lu Ming should head that way. Lu Ming looked into her clear eyes and smiled. Let's go there. He crouched, then leapt, easily hopping from rooftop to rooftop without using Godspeed. In 20 seconds, covering 1,000 meters, he saw the streets below swarming with scythe owl larvae. Despite the open spaces around, the larvae remained clustered, even forming pyramids. Could there be treasure? Lu Ming thought. It seemed highly likely, similar to the situations at Kongbao Shoe Factory and the shopping mall. Eye of Truth, Lu Ming muttered, activating it to scan for resource boxes, weapons, and humans. But within a 100-meter radius, there were no targets. Strange, Lu Ming frowned. Chu Shui, noticing his confusion, avoided eye contact, her expression indifferent. Lu Ming didn't dwell on it. He was here to kill larvae. Seeing them clustered like this was like finding a gold mine. Chu Shui, are you coming down with me? Holding Chu Shui, Lu Ming leapt from the building, using several points to reach the ground. He set her down, then drew the Owl King's warblade from his spatial pouch, swinging it with force. Cross pulse. A green glow enveloped the blade, unleashing a massive slash. 10 meters wide, 300 meters deep, hundreds of larvae evaporated instantly, leaving no trace. Squinting, Lu Ming felt uneasy. He raised his hand, targeting the empty space ahead, and said, Greed. Greed. Prompt. No targets available for collection in the current area. So, the corpses disappear without a trace? Huh. Lu Ming sneered. Turns out having a powerful weapon can be troublesome. Hundreds of larvae. Thousands of crystals lost. With a grim face, Lu Ming put the Owl King's warblade back into the spatial pouch and switched to his specialized weapons for killing scythe owl, larvae portable hand crossbows. Eye of Truth. Activating weak point detection and loading the crossbows to the brim, Lu Ming charged forward, killing larvae in droves. Corpses piled up and were collected into his spatial pouch. He was like a nemesis to the larvae, clearing street after street. In 2 hours, across 4 districts, he had exterminated thousands of larvae. His spatial pouch now held 3,400 scythe owl larvae corpses, stacked high. The sun retreated beyond the horizon, and night had fallen. Lu Ming held Chu Shui's hand as they navigated through the bustling streets, eventually finding a charming apartment with a serene ambience. As soon as they stepped inside, Lu Ming began setting up security measures. He carefully embedded 20 specially crafted crystals, which emitted a faint glow, into the walls, door frames, and around the windows to fortify the infrastructure. Even though Lu Ming's current strength made the Savage Owl King no longer a fearsome opponent, caution remained crucial for survival. After all, the Owl King, as an E-class monarch, could appear on the outskirts of the area, and his true identity was shrouded in mystery. Could be an emperor in disguise or a servant of a class entity. Lu Ming was well aware of his limited understanding of class beings and knew that staying vigilant was the wisest choice. Lu Ming pondered silently, realizing that being carefree was the norm. Some people drift like a sandstorm, while others disperse like ashes. But he aspired to be as steadfast as a rock. The room setup continued. Lu Ming drew the heavy blackout curtains and laid out the luxurious bedding that Chu Shui loved. He then turned to the bathroom, expertly assembling a multifunctional water heater. As he was about to pour enough purified water for both of them, a strange feeling crossed his mind. Despite the mundane nature of these preparations, an inexplicable sense of intimacy lingered. Lu Ming shook his head with a wry smile, reminding himself to stay composed. He adjusted the water temperature and strode back to the living room. Chu Shui was sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, her small feet swinging rhythmically. Her gaze was fixed on the hundreds of specialized crystals piled on the nightstand, their soft glow creating a cozy atmosphere. Noticing Lu Ming's approach, Chu Shui immediately stopped and resumed her usual calm demeanor. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This little one, only a day old, always seemed to maintain her image in front of him. He asked softly, Xiao Shui, do you want to have dinner first, take a bath? Or he trailed off, suddenly realizing the familiarity of his words, and quickly coughed to regain his composure. silently reminding himself to stay graceful. Chu Shui replied softly, "Let's have dinner first." Nodding, Lu Ming took out a few vials containing exotic blood. He stared at the bluish-green liquid inside, feeling a bit puzzled. Unlike protein bars, which could be eaten in small bites, was this blood meant to be drunk directly? He glanced at Chu Shui's delicate lips and then at the label that read exotic blood, feeling a sense of reluctance. Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming uncorked one of the vials and brought it to his nose for a sniff. To his surprise, the blood had no foul smell. Instead, it exuded a faint, sweet fragrance. He recalled that when he had fed the savage Owl King's sword earlier, there had been no pungent odor either. Could this really be blood? Unconsciously, Lu Ming swallowed, feeling an unexpected craving for the blood. Quickly, he handed the vial to Chu Shui, afraid of succumbing to an inappropriate impulse. Chu Shui gracefully accepted the vial and took delicate sips, her movements light and serene. Once again, Lu Ming found himself swallowing. This time not just because of the blood's allure, but also because the scene in front of him was inexplicably captivating. He shook his head, reminding himself of the tasks he still needed to complete. Turning to a bucket of instant noodles, Lu Ming contemplated how to elevate this simple meal. The packaged ramen from the morning had transformed into a luxurious instant meal after enhancement. He wondered what surprise the bucket version would hold. A system prompt sounded, asking if he wanted to consume 7 specialized crystals to upgrade the spicy instant noodles to a self-service double delight set. Though puzzled by the enigmatic name, Lu Ming knew the first rule of the planet Jalan: if it's expensive, it must be worth it. Without hesitation, he chose to confirm. In an instant, the table was filled with the sound of particle cutting. The instant noodle bucket disintegrated in a flash of light and reassembled, expanding more than tenfold in size. When the light faded, the first thing that caught his eye was a steaming pot. A single pot that divides 2 worlds, instantly recognizable by anyone on Earth. Yes, it's hot pot. Lu Ming opened the self-service dual-sharing set, and the sight before him was a pleasant surprise. The pot with the divided broth had a small, single-person stove beneath it, resembling a multifunctional water heater, equipped with a crystal-powered inlet. Neatly arranged beside it were small strainers, chopsticks, bowls, and plates. The most eye-catching items were 10 fresh-keeping boxes and 2 packs of hot pot base. Lu Ming eagerly lifted the lids to reveal 5 meat and 5 vegetable ingredients: beef rolls, lamb rolls, tripe, duck blood, quail eggs, napa cabbage, enoki mushrooms, romaine lettuce, asparagus lettuce, and tofu. Although there were no shrimp paste or beef tripe, having hot pot in a post-apocalyptic world was an immense blessing. Lu Ming quickly assembled the divided pot, poured in purified water, and adjusted the temperature to bring it to a boil. In a minute, the water was warm, and he promptly added the hot pot base while starting to unpack the fresh ingredients. 3 minutes later, steaming dishes were ready on the table, and Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy as he ate. This hot pot was like an upgraded instant noodle, inheriting the 3-minute quick cook feature, though it lacked dipping sauces. Chu Shui sniffed the enticing aroma of the hot pot, her worried expression gradually turning into one of resignation, as if she was getting used to the scene. Just then, Lu Ming turned around with a bowl in his hand, gesturing with a piece of cooked beef. "Want to try some?" Chu Shui quickly shook her head, taking out a protein ball from her storage space and elegantly eating it with some mutant blood. Lu Ming shrugged, lamenting that Chu Shui couldn't appreciate the culinary delights of Earth, and decided to enjoy the hot pot alone. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jintian district, Chen Hai sat alone in a room of his villa. He held a dry, compressed biscuit in one hand and gently stroked a photograph with the other. The woman's face in the photo brought a deep sense of regret and tenderness to his eyes. Suddenly, a call came from outside the door. "Uncle Chun." Chun Hai carefully put away the photo and got up to open the door. Standing outside was a tall young man, around 20, with a humble smile on his face. "Thought you might be resting," the young man said. Chun Hai stepped aside to invite him in, chuckling. "I'm middle-aged, not old. Can't sleep at this hour. How's old Bao doing?" The young man sat on the edge of the bed and replied casually. After disinfecting, his fever went down. "He's dreaming now, with a bunch of people taking care of him, so I can't even get in to help." Then, with a playful tone, he complained, "He's at that age and still doesn't know how to be cautious. Always rushing to the front when killing larvae, afraid he won't die. And when dividing resources, he takes just enough to eat, afraid he'll take too much." Chun Hai smiled, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The young man curled his lips, his tone full of disdain. "What's so great about that? Call it bravery if you want, but honestly, it's just foolishness, big-time foolishness, like a martyr. On Blue Star, you'd get bullied, and in the apocalypse?" He paused, his voice dropping a few notches. "In the apocalypse, if it weren't for you, Uncle Chun, I wouldn't have survived 2 days." After speaking, the young man lowered his head slightly, scuffing the ground with his toe in silence for a couple of seconds. Suddenly, his voice softened, his eyes flashing with a complex light. But seeing Uncle Bao like that, I can't help but admire him. In all these years, I've never met anyone so genuinely kind. He looks frail and speaks politely, but when he fights, he's like a war god. The young man's excitement grew as he gestured animatedly. Maybe you didn't notice, Uncle Chun, but at first, the newcomers didn't dare go near the larvae. But after seeing Uncle Bao's fighting stance, they were like a bunch of triggered kids, especially the younger ones. They swarmed in like locusts, taking down one after another. Once they took that first step, everyone found their confidence and went wild. Now they're all fans of Uncle Bao. Oh, and me too. Uh, but of course, I admire you more. Chen Hai looked at the young man, his face breaking into a kindly smile. In that moment, his thoughts drifted to his own soldiers. These young men, about the same age as the one before him, bore the weight of their nation's duty, risking their lives yet maintaining their enthusiasm, energy, and cheerfulness. They would share stories about their missions with him, just like this. Now, Chen Hai couldn't help but worry about their safety, wondering where they were and if they were okay. In the dim candlelight, Chen Hai suddenly noticed the corrosive marks on the young man's face from acid splashes. Instinctively, he reached out to inspect them. The young man quickly dodged, nonchalantly saying, "Oh, this? It's nothing. Compared to Uncle Bao, these little injuries are nothing." Chen Hai's hand paused midair before he gently patted the young man's shoulder. People say scars are a warrior's honor, but in my opinion, the best warriors don't get injured at all. He changed the subject. "All right, you didn't come just to chat, did you? What's up?" "Oh, I almost forgot." The young man realized, quickly opening his chat log to report to Chen Hai. "While everyone was gathered, I made a detailed data chart. After a day's search and rescue, our team has grown to 307 people. We have one primary hunting warrior, which is you. No extreme soldiers yet. Two advanced soldiers, one of whom is me, and the other is Brother Wang Yong, a former Sonda coach. 200 intermediate soldiers and 107 primary soldiers, most of whom are women." "Wow!" Chen Hai's mouth dropped open in surprise before he laughed. "Who would have thought? You can actually do this? Is this the same Fong Peng who used to be so hostile in a regional channel?" Fong Peng blushed, looking slightly embarrassed as he explained. "Uncle Chen, give me a break. That black history is almost becoming an anthem. Every new person hears about it. And some even call me the guy who wanted to take down Uncle Chun. I've said it a million times, it was just the stress and frustration from the transfer. In reality, I'm a good kid who respects the elderly and helps with chores. It was all a misunderstanding." Chen Hai laughed heartily. "I'm just surprised, that's all. Don't worry about it. Go on." Fong Peng shook his head helplessly and continued his report. "We've been all over the place today, hunting down about 5,400 larvae and collecting a total of 2,672 specialized crystals, all stored with me. If we want to upgrade our members towards becoming extreme soldiers, counting me and Brother Wang Yong, we can make 7. But if we go for advanced soldiers, we can create 26. However, we unanimously decided on the third option, which is to save up until we have 5,000 and promote you to an intermediate hunting warrior." "Nonsense!" Chen Hai scolded in a low voice. "Are you all still wet behind the ears? Developing 26 advanced soldiers plus you and Wang Yong makes 28 advanced soldiers, each leading 7 intermediate soldiers for carpet-style hunting. The crystal collection rate would skyrocket." "But we've been a burden on you for so long," Fong Peng said, dejected. Chen Hai countered. "What? You want to burden me even longer?" "No, that's not what we meant," Fong Peng hurriedly explained, his voice filled with urgency and remorse. Chen Hai gave Fong Peng's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and said firmly but gently, "I know you want to repay me, but right now, strengthening our team is more important. When everyone reaches the level of advanced warriors, that's when we'll truly be on solid ground. The strong will lead the weak, and the weak will gradually become strong. It's a gradual process. As for my promotion, I can handle it myself. I don't need your help." Fong Peng stood still, hesitation written all over his face. Chen Hai's tone turned stern. "That's an order." "Yes, sir." Fong Peng immediately stood at attention and saluted, his military discipline shining through. Chen Hai gently tapped his chest with a clenched fist, a slight smile on his lips. "Now that's more like it. Go get some rest." "Yes, sir." Fong Peng turned to leave, but a flicker of frustration flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to step out the door, Chen Hai called out, "Fong Peng." Fong Peng stopped and looked back at Chen Hai, who spoke each word with grave determination. "We will all survive, every single one of us." Fong Peng's eyes sparkled at these words. He stood at attention once more. "Yes, sir." Watching Fong Peng close the door behind him, Chen Hai touched the photo inside his shirt and murmured softly, "You'll make it too." As Fong Peng walked down the corridor, his spirits lifted, and he began to hum a tune. Suddenly, a voice filled with years of experience echoed from the corner. "I told you, he wouldn't accept it. Uncle Chen would never take it." Fong Peng was startled and almost cried out. Wang Yong, you scared the hell out of me. In the darkness, a spark flared, revealing a tall, handsome man with a cigarette in his mouth. He wrapped an arm around Fong Peng's shoulders, laughing. Where's the respect, kid? Call me brother. Fong Peng pouted. Does it matter? It's the apocalypse, and you're still smoking. You should teach me some combat skills instead. Wang Yong took a drag of his cigarette and chuckled. I'll teach you, don't worry. Everyone needs to learn. Your combat stance, though it's painful to watch. But you have to promise me something. Fong Peng raised an eyebrow, suspicious. What is it? Wang Yong flicked his forehead. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Just save me a few packs of cigarettes whenever you find some, Captain Fong. Fong Peng punched him lightly. I told you not to call me that. Fine, I'll save you some, but you really should quit. Once they're gone for good. Wang Yong flicked the ash from his cigarette. I just enjoy this one thing. I'll quit when there's none left. Besides, who knows how many days we have left to enjoy it. Shut up, you jinx. We will all survive. Fine, fine. Who doesn't want to live? I haven't even gotten married yet. Let's go see Uncle Bao. Let's go. Scene change. A woman in a suit was holding a cup of instant noodles, with a hand-drawn, incomplete map spread out on the table. Her eyes darted between the map and the full moon outside the window. She marked a position on the paper. She thought to herself, it will take a long time to get back to where my people are. But the improvement in my physical abilities has been surprisingly easy. I had reached my limit on Blue Star, but here, I keep breaking through. Intermediate hunting warrior, hopefully. I'll encounter a few more elite soldiers or beginner hunting warriors tomorrow. They're all murderers anyway. I might as well act as an agent of justice and deal with them. After finishing her noodles, the woman lay down fully clothed, placing her steel broadsword by her side and holding a portable crossbow, always alert to her surroundings. Back at the apartment, Lu Ming, who had scraped the hot pot clean, patted his full stomach, trying not to burp to maintain his image. He glanced at the mess on the table, which was not only unsightly, but would soon start to smell. The greasy odor from the hot pot would quickly turn into a torment. Lu Ming put the pot and dishes into his spatial bag, planning to deal with them tomorrow. As he noticed the lingering smell in the air, an idea struck him, and he said, recycle the air. Unfortunately, the spatial bag did not respond to his command. Feeling full and content, Lu Ming wanted to lie down and rest. However, the 3,400 larvae corpses in his bag and the 10 mantis larvae eggs in his pocket silently urged him to keep working. Reluctantly, Lu Ming got up, released the corpses in batches, and began the process of sublimation, greedily collecting the results. An hour passed, and Lu Ming's fingers started to feel stiff from the repetitive motions. He had processed over 2,000 larva corpses, forming muscle memory, but his attention began to wane, and his eyelids grew heavy. Just then, a sudden system notification interrupted his thoughts. The weapon broadsword you listed on the trading market failed to sell and has been returned to your storage box. Please check. Lu Ming snapped back to reality and quickly opened the trading market interface. Sure enough, the steel-grade broadsword was lying safely in the storage box. He remembered that after mastering forging, he had immediately thrown himself into bioweapon research and spent the afternoon slaughtering larvae to refine their corpses, completely forgetting about the sword listed for sale. Upon closer inspection, the sword's durability was at 1460-1500, nearly new. Lu Ming pondered, it's been listed for so long and still hasn't sold. It seems that forging mastery is indeed rare. After all, something that can enhance a weapon's tier should be valuable. He decided to keep the sword in his inventory for now, thinking it might come in handy later. As he was about to close the trading market and resume his refining work, curiosity got the better of him. He dragged a larva corpse into the listing slot. The system immediately prompted, bound items cannot be traded and have been returned to your inventory. Lu Ming chuckled at himself. If mutant corpses could be traded, would I need to go out and kill mutants myself? I'd just sit in a factory, list specialized crystals on the trading market, and trade one crystal for one corpse. Every transfer on Blue Star would be working for me. Wishful thinking. Shaking his head, he refocused on his task. Another hour passed, and he finally processed 3,400 larva corpses. Lu Ming tallied the haul. 68,000 specialized crystals, 13,600 side blades, 34,000 shells, and 3,400 bottles of mutant blood. Including what he already had, he now possessed 76,591 specialized crystals, 18,260 side blades, 45,650 shells, and 4,504 bottles of 200 milliliters standard mutant blood. This bounty was enough to elevate Lu Ming to a position of considerable wealth. The sheer quantity of scythe blades and shells left him momentarily unsure of how to handle them. These are top-tier materials for crafting bioweapons. Even if they're just steel grade, they're not something to be casually sold right now. Better hold on to them, he calculated. As for the mutant blood, it equated to 225,200 points of mutant bioenergy. This should be more than enough for Chu Xue to break through several times, and there will be plenty left to nurture 10 future ancient owl emperors. Thinking of Chu Xue, Lu Ming turned and smiled. She lay bored on the bed, her hands absent-mindedly rubbing the plush fabric, looking like a restless kitten. Xiao Xue, Lu Ming called softly. At the sound of his voice, Chu Xue's body stiffened, and she quickly looked up at him, her eyes gleaming with barely concealed joy. That look made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat, warmth spreading through his chest. He recalled a scene he had once witnessed. Parents returning from work, greeted by their children's exuberant cheers. Back then, he had felt a mix of irritation and a dull ache in his heart. He was probably envious. Until the old man entered his life, until they built trust, until he saw the old man returning with a tricycle loaded with boxes, until he heard the old man call his name. Even though he wasn't good at expressing emotions back then, hearing the old man's voice always filled him with an uncontainable happiness, much like Chu Xue now. This feeling was probably called anticipation. Shaking off the memories, Lu Ming squatted down in front of Chu Xue, gently smoothing her hair, and asked with a smile, bored. It was clearly a rhetorical question. Chu Xue earnestly shook her head, her gaze as clear as ever. Liar. Lu Ming smiled silently and continued, almost done. Once I help you level up and hatch those 10 eggs, we can rest together. Chu Xue's eyes immediately brightened, and she nodded more vigorously than usual. Seeing her reaction, Lu Ming's smile deepened. He silently invoked Identify. Chu Xue's stats appeared, showing only a slight progress in advancement, with no other changes. Current aberration level. Rank King, capable of absorbing energy from alien creatures for advancement. Progress. 200,50000. Chu Xue calculated in her mind. With a requirement of 50,000 energy points, her reserves should be enough to level up twice. She waved her hand gently, and a black vortex appeared instantly before her. Lu Ming watched the sudden vortex, silently marveling at Chu Xue's progress. Skills that once required incantations now could be cast instantly and silently. Chu Xue quickly sorted out 996 bottles of ordinary alien blood and unhesitatingly threw them all into the black hole. Her red pupils lit up sharply, and countless cyan glows swirled around her body before settling back down. Lu Ming scrutinized Chu Xue, sensing a subtle change in her, but unable to pinpoint what exactly. He checked her aberration level and advancement progress directly. Current aberration level. Drank Juvenile, capable of absorbing energy from alien creatures for advancement. Progress. 0100000. It's doubled, Lu Ming thought, but it's expected. The next level will probably require at least 200,000. For a deity-level being, this growth requirement is quite reasonable. Xiao Xue, open the space again, Lu Ming instructed decisively. This time, he put in 2,000 bottles of alien blood in one go. A cyan light halo transformed into a flowing wind, spiraling upwards around Chu Xue. In Lu Ming's eyes, Chu Xue's height noticeably increased. Meanwhile, outside the apartment, nocturnal side owls fled in panic, only daring to look back after being several kilometers away. Each owl's eyes were filled with deep confusion. Why did a drank alien, far exceeding their own power, suddenly appear there? More baffling was the fact that these owls, usually unafraid of higher-ranked beings, now felt an unprecedented fear. Inside, Lu Ming carefully observed Chu Xue's changes. Increased height, more refined features, longer legs, and a more curvaceous figure. He decided to check the specific stats. Appraise. Chu Xue's attribute panel appeared. Deity-level species, divine description. The primordial spider born in the world of truth, the oldest divine beast. Height and length. Human form 150 centimeters, true form 8 m growth potential. Weight. Human form 36 kilograms, true form 1.2 t growth potential. Universal functions. Storage space, ultimate appraisal. Skills. Silk manipulation drank, spider spear drank, web weaving drank, devouring drank, weakness perception drank, destruction beam drank, crimson gaze drank, invisible silk drank. Traits, shapeshifting, mastery of comprehension max, combat instinct max, learning instinct max. Status, bound to master, Master Lu Ming. Currently out of the initial stage, with slight improvements in various attribute abilities. Most skill attributes are sealed and can be unlocked with the advancement of aberration levels. Current aberration level. Drank Common, capable of absorbing energy from alien creatures for advancement. Progress. 0200000. Lu Ming had grown another 10 centimeters taller. Standing in front of the mirror, he examined his increasingly towering figure. He couldn't help but wonder how tall he would eventually become. Surprisingly, his weight hadn't increased much, maintaining his slender physique. What excited him even more was acquiring a new skill, hidden silk. The name conjured images of concealed threads, and his intuition told him it might be a very useful ability. Lu Ming paused for 2 seconds, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He turned to Chu Shue and softly said, Xiao Shue, use hidden silk. Responding immediately, Chu Shue extended her right hand, and countless almost invisible threads shot out from her delicate fingertips, weaving around Lu Ming like a spider's web. Initially, Lu Ming was taken aback, thinking Chu Shue had made him a target. However, he quickly realized his movements were completely unrestricted, which puzzled him even more. Raising his hand, Lu Ming was astonished to find his body had become semi-transparent. His expression froze as a sudden insight struck him. Pointing to a nearby coffee table, he told Chu Shue, Xiao Shue, use hidden silk on that pile of specialized crystals. Chu Shue complied, and sure enough, the pile of specialized crystals also turned semi-transparent, their original glow vanishing. Lu Ming then instructed, remove the threads from me. As the golden threads withdrew from his body, the specialized crystals, which had previously left a faint semi-transparent image in his vision, completely disappeared from sight. Camouflage. Lu Ming's mind raced. This is a god-tier skill for stealth attacks and ambushes. To further understand the potential of this skill, Lu Ming asked, Xiao Shue, can I move freely while covered by hidden silk? Chu Shue nodded in confirmation. Lu Ming was about to ask how far he could move when he realized it was a silly question. The skill was controlled by Chu Shue, naturally extending outward from her. As long as Chu Shue and he moved together, the range could be as large as needed. Even 5 meters could cover the entire world. The only downside was that it was currently only at level. With its god-tier potential, it should be undetectable by creatures below level, unless they had special vision abilities. Even level beings might be fooled, though some could possibly see through it. Similarly, specialized warriors with level strength might also sense it. But these weren't major issues. As long as he didn't act recklessly or invade without certainty, there would be no danger. Given the current situation, other transfers reaching this level seemed highly unlikely. After organizing his thoughts, Lu Ming made a firm decision. Among the remaining 76,000 specialized crystals, aside from the sublimation of the scythe owl larvae eggs, he needed to enhance his specialized level. Because tomorrow, he planned to attempt to conquer the core, the regional headquarters. The emergence of hidden silk also served as a wake-up call. Since Chu Shue could create a camouflage state, and the skill wasn't marked as unique, it meant other creatures could possess similar abilities. Humans might even achieve this through skill books. If you were caught off guard and attacked by an invisible enemy, it would be frustrating, even if not fatal. To prevent this possibility, Lu Ming decided to rely on the Eye of Truth. He activated it, setting it to detect camouflaged and invisible units, focusing on the coffee table, and silently initiated an appraisal. One by one, labels for 100 specialized crystals appeared, even clearly revealing those wrapped in hidden silk. This demonstrated the Eye of Truth's exceptional effectiveness, and he immediately set these conditions as permanent parameters for the Eye of Truth. That's enough, Xiao Shue. Lu Ming indicated to Chu Shue that she could retract the hidden silk skill. Now it's their turn. He pulled out 10 side owl larvae eggs from his pocket and silently initiated ultimate sublimation. The system prompt immediately appeared. Select the sublimation level to Tier 2. Sublimating 10 side owl larvae eggs in bulk requires consuming 10,000 specialized crystals. Confirm to consume 10,000 specialized crystals to sublimate 10 scythe owl larvae eggs into 10 ancient owl emperor eggs. Confirmed. Lu Ming responded without hesitation. Particles began to disassemble and reconstitute into a new form. Besides the eggs doubling in size, the previously blue-patterned eggs transformed into a new version dominated by red and covered in black patterns. The system promptly provided new information. Ancient Owl Emperor. Clubble Royal Class. Royal Larvae Egg. Description. Upon hatching, it will give birth to a royal lineage of ancient scythe owls. Properly nurtured, it will evolve into an extremely powerful and loyal natural hunter, the Clevel Royal Ancient Owl Emperor. Hatching bond conditions. 100 units of alien energy, mastery of basic child-rearing skills, 30 minutes of close incubation, and the hatched creature must see the hatcher first. Looking at the newly transformed eggs in his hand, Lu Ming calculated silently. This just used up 10,000 specialized crystals. Enough resources to promote 2 elite warriors to intermediate hunting warriors, or 10 elite warriors to junior hunting warriors. Lu Ming quietly calculated the value of this investment in his mind. For others, without resorting to the underhanded tactic of hunting humans, it might not be possible to accumulate such abundant resources within 2 days just by killing mutants. He invested it all at once, displaying the unique composure of the wealthy. Ancient Owl Emperor. You better not disappoint me, Lu Ming muttered to himself as he carefully cradled the egg-sized insect larvae and gently placed them on the coffee table. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Detected intent for larval hatching and conditions are met. Do you wish to release the thermal protective layer for closed body incubation? The process requires 30 minutes of close contact. Once detached from the host, the larvae will enter a hypothermic state and will die within 5 hours. 5 hours? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Such strong vitality for a crate? Chu Shue's separation time was only 10 minutes. He chuckled wryly. Maybe it's just that a lowly life is easier to sustain. Lu Ming didn't immediately choose to release the thermal protection. He reached into his space bag and pulled out a packaged cotton t-shirt. Using advanced childcare techniques, he skillfully fashioned it into an exquisite baby sling. When he finished, he couldn't help but admire his handiwork. It's so well made it could be sold in a maternity store. Coming back to his senses, Lu Ming realized he had no memory of how his hands had moved. He shook his head and thought, they say the eyes learn first, but the hands don't. Now it seems the hands have learned, and the eyes are full of questions. He hung the baby sling around his neck and carefully placed each insect larva inside, ensuring each one was snug against his chest. Once ready, he issued the command, release the thermal protective layer. The system responded immediately. Thermal protection for larvae released. 100 mutant bioenergy injected. Hatching phase initiated. Current progress, 0. As the hatching began, Lu Ming instantly switched to full nanny mode. He held the bottom of the sling with one hand and gently patted the bag with the other. The feeling struck him as odd here. He was someone who had never even been in a relationship, suddenly acting as a caregiver. A thought flashed through his mind. Would Chu Shui get jealous? Feeling a bit guilty, Lu Ming glanced at Chu Shui out of the corner of his eye. To his surprise, she didn't look annoyed at all. Instead, she had an expression that resembled the happiness of watching a husband take care of their child. Lu Ming's face reddened, and he said sternly, Xiao Shui, if you keep looking at me like that, I'll go to the bathroom to incubate these. Chu Shui immediately reverted to her usual demeanor, and even shifted her gaze away cooperatively. Satisfied, Lu Ming thought to himself that Xiao Shui was still the obedient Xiao Shui. However, as he refocused on the ancient owl emperor eggs, Chu Shui quietly shifted her gaze back, her eyes sparkling with a renewed light. Crack! Half an hour flew by in an instant. The sharp sound of eggshells breaking came from the nursery pouch, interrupting Lu Ming's sidelong glances at Xiao Shui. He immediately snapped back into his caretaker role, focusing intently on the movements within his arms. Crack, 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 crack. A series of rapid bursts made Lu Ming jump to his feet. It's happening! It's happening! He instinctively shouted, then quickly corrected himself. No, wait, it's hatching. Lu Ming swiftly removed the nursery pouch and carefully placed it on the coffee table. He spread out his t-shirt and, using the blue light from the specialized crystals, closely observed the changes in the eggs. One by one, 10 ancient owl emperor larvae emerged, revealing their rounded red heads. Judging by the size of their heads, their bodies were likely only as thick as a finger. After hatching, the larvae all turned their gaze toward Lu Ming, staring at him for a few seconds before lowering their heads to voraciously consume their eggshells. This scene reminded Lu Ming of when Xiao Shui was born, though these larvae were far less graceful in their eating. Lu Ming was surprised to discover that these ancient owl emperor larvae fed in a way he hadn't anticipated. They used their mouths to eat, much like silkworms munching on mulberry leaves, rather than using the mouthparts on their chests like the side owl larvae of the present world. This realization gradually eased Lu Ming's initial reluctance. The larvae crunched away at the eggshells, the sound and the diminishing shells creating a surprisingly soothing, almost hypnotic effect. As the eggshells were consumed, the full forms of the larvae became visible. They were about 10 centimeters long, with dark red skin that shimmered with an energy glow. Each larva had a black stripe on its body, positioned differently, but so deep it seemed to absorb light. Just as Lu Ming was about to lean in for a closer look, 2 keratinous lumps suddenly sprouted from the tops of the larvae's heads. With a duong sound, 2 blackened feather-like antennae popped out, a change that Lu Ming found quite amusing. However, as Lu Ming pondered how to fairly distribute energy supplements, the scene before him turned gruesome. The 10 larvae, having finished their eggshells, began to fight each other viciously. They tangled and bit, and in no time, 2 larvae lay dead. What the heck are you doing? Lu Ming exclaimed. Not enough food? If you need more, ask me. I have plenty. Why fight each other? He was about to intervene when Xiao Shui's silk threads held him back. Xiao Shui shook her head solemnly, indicating that this was normal behavior. Resigned, Lu Ming sat back down, watching as one larval corpse after another fell, his heart aching. Each larva represented a stack of 1,000 specialized crystals, and the loss pained him deeply. In the end, only one larva remained. The brutal internal battle finally concluded. The lone survivor, barely clinging to life, immediately lunged at a fallen comrade's body, ravenously devouring it. Even as the act of tearing at the flesh aggravated its wounds and caused blood to splatter, it paid no mind. As each corpse was consumed, the surviving larva underwent astonishing changes. Its injuries healed rapidly, its size increased, and the black stripes multiplied. By the time it had devoured all 9 bodies, the owl emperor larva had completely transformed. It grew from the size of a thumb to a full 2 meters in length, its form now entirely different from that of a scythe owl larva. Instead, it resembled a giant snake. Its dark red skin was covered in black patterns, and its previously soft exterior had evolved into a sturdy, smooth armor. Under the crystalline blue light, its body reflected a deep, cold metallic sheen, exuding an awe-inspiring sense of majesty. The newly evolved emperor owl larva raised its body, revealing a chest and abdomen covered in dark red scales. Even in its juvenile state, it exuded a formidable sense of pressure. Lu Ming met the gaze of this peculiar creature and slowly extended his hand. The emperor owl larva, as if understanding Lu Ming's intentions, moved its feathered antennae-adorned head closer and gently nuzzled his palm. Witnessing this affectionate scene, the pain Lu Ming felt over the loss of 9,000 specialized crystals instantly dissipated. He secretly rejoiced, feeling that all his sacrifices had been worthwhile. Eagerly, Lu Ming began to examine the data on the emperor owl larva. Identification: ruthless emperor owl larva. Sea level. Category: mutant insect emperor larva. Description: a rare bloodline of the ancient emperor owls, with a mother capable of birthing up to 3 larvae. Typically, the 3 larvae would engage in combat until a single leader emerged. However, due to unknown reasons, this larva devoured 9 of its kin, surpassing the bloodline of its ancient ancestors and mutating into a ruthless emperor owl. Its aggressiveness, killing desire, and hunting skills have increased severalfold. It is absolutely loyal to its master and will never betray. Length: 2.1 meters. Weight: 10 kilograms. Skill: projectile poisonous needles. Status: bonded with Master Lu Ming. Ready to advance to the pupa stage, but unwilling to do so due to an unfulfilled wish related to a sense of identity. Current mutation level: Crade Juvenile. Can absorb energy from alien creatures to level up. Level up progress: 900,000,800,000. After carefully reading the information about the emperor owl larva, Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. He realized that the sacrifice of the 9 larvae was not in vain. In fact, it was a significant gain. The mutated ruthless bloodline not only brought an astonishing boost in abilities, but also provided a whopping 900,000 units of biological energy. If he had to gather this amount on his own, it might have taken an entire day. This explosive amount of alien biological energy made Lu Ming glance involuntarily at Chu Xue. If the advancement of a class royal larva was already this astounding, what kind of terrifying spectacle would it be when Chu Xue, a god-level being, advanced to Crade? A shiver ran down Lu Ming's spine, and he quickly redirected his focus back to the emperor owl larva. The mention of an identity wish in the status panel made Lu Ming ponder. Tentatively, he asked, "Do you want me to give you a name?" To his surprise, the emperor owl larva showed remarkable intelligence, fully understanding his words, and bowed its head in submission. Feeling increasingly satisfied, Lu Ming clicked on the title panel's 3 question marks. Prompt: the ruthless emperor owl larva has not been named by its master. Would you like to name it now? Yes. Prompt: please provide a name. Tyrant. Prompt: please confirm. Confirm. Prompt: ruthless emperor owl larva tyrant has been successfully named. Seeing Lu Ming had given it a name, the young tyrant emperor larva immediately displayed astonishing vitality. Its slender body zipped around Lu Ming like a black lightning bolt. Each movement left deep grooves on the floor as its black armor and red scales scraped against the surface, as if declaring its presence. Witnessing this, Lu Ming's expression became complicated. He couldn't help but imagine that if the floor were made of steel, this little creature might actually spark a fire. However, he quickly realized a troubling fact. This was only a C-grade larva, not even reaching B-grade yet. Such destructive power made him deeply concerned about the A and S-grade variants. Various possibilities swirled in his mind. Could a grade variants be interdimensional beings or some ultimate life forms? And Scrade-Cald, they be the legendary old ones? Otherwise, how could all 66,665 previous transferees have perished here without exception? What exactly is this so-called Galaxy 618? As Lu Ming's thoughts raced, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his calf. Reflexively, he straightened his right leg and looked down to find the tyrant wrapped around it, nuzzling affectionately. However, this affection was at least 10 times stronger than before, each touch feeling like being scraped by steel wool. Damn it, I can't take this. Lu Ming groaned inwardly, realizing that his current physical condition couldn't handle such intimate contact. Tyrant. Lu Ming called out its name sternly. Sure enough, regardless of the creature, being called out so seriously would instinctively elicit a reaction. The tyrant immediately straightened its body, looking up at its master like a loyal servant awaiting orders. Lu Ming bent down and gently patted its head, his tone tinged with helplessness. I appreciate the affectionate gesture, but our physiques are different. Your steel armor is something I can't handle right now, so ease up. The tyrant tilted its head, its antennae making a couple of stretching motions, seemingly not fully understanding its master's words. Lu Ming, too tired to explain further, simply pointed to the corner of the living room and commanded, "Go pupate." This time the tyrant understood. It visibly paused, as if it had forgotten it still needed to evolve. Then, it eagerly rushed to the corner, adhering itself straight to the wall and starting to secrete fluids to form a protective cocoon. Watching this, Lu Ming remained silent, inwardly praying that the creature didn't have the destructive tendencies of a husky. Otherwise, he would have to consider turning it into weapon materials to minimize losses. Looking down at his calf, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His standard issue shoes were already ruined, and now his pants were too. Glancing at the floor, which looked like it had been run over by a muddy tire, he sighed inwardly. Great, the signs of a house destroyer are already showing. The future. Well, whatever, this apartment is a gift from nature anyway. As for his clothes, he had planned to change them with biological equipment materials. After all, the tyrant had just been born. It deserved a chance. But if it indeed exhibited husky-like behavior after evolving, he would have to bid it farewell. In this post-apocalyptic world, he couldn't afford any uncertainties. Turning his gaze back to where the tyrant was, he saw a massive black cocoon, 0.5 meter in diameter and 2 meters high. Lu Ming focused intently and silently assessed it. Tyrant Emperor Pupae. Grade C. Category Weak. Description. The pupal form of a C-grade, mutated tyrant emperor, evolved by absorbing large amounts of mutated biological energy. Upon completing the pupation process, it will evolve into a C-grade elite tyrant emperor. Currently, it possesses no skills or offensive capabilities and is extremely fragile. Due to its bond with its master, it is considered a traitor by other insects and will not have larval protection. Traits none. Weakness. Severe injury results in death. Pupation progress. 0-10 hours. 10 hours. Lu Ming glanced at the time display. It was already 10:32 p.m. The evolution would complete by 8:32 a.m., just in time. Well then, it's late. Time to sleep. Lu Ming stretched and turned to ask Xiao Xue, do you want to take a bath? Xue immediately jumped off the bed, came over to Lu Ming, and held his hand, indicating she wanted him to lead the way. Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Ming quickly clarified, I didn't mean it that way. I meant you go first, and then I'll go. Xue let go of his hand and quickly walked into the bathroom. Lu Ming, thinking she finally understood, was about to praise her when, as soon as Xue entered the bathroom, she poked her head out within seconds, her bright eyes urging Lu Ming. Her gaze seemed to say, me first? You next? Why aren't you coming in yet? Lu Ming sighed and rubbed his forehead, feeling exasperated by this little sprite's antics. 40 minutes later, Lu Ming lay in bed wearing button-up pajamas, his left hand resting on his forehead, feeling a slight flush on his cheeks. The lingering images in his mind left him bewildered. Surprisingly, he ended up in the bathroom with Xue, although it wasn't exactly a shared bath but more of mutual assistance. While Xue was bathing, Lu Ming, fully clothed, helped her. He carefully scrubbed her back, rinsed her off, and dried her hair, patiently teaching her how to use the water heater, shampoo, and body wash. Thanks to Xue's impressive learning ability, she quickly mastered the use of these everyday items. When it was Lu Ming's turn to bathe, he wrapped himself in a freshly fetched towel, keeping his head down the entire time as Xue helped scrub his back, rinse him off, and dry his hair. Although nothing inappropriate happened, the whole process was undeniably awkward. Lu Ming silently reminded himself, though he called her his wife, that would only count once she had a mature appearance. Given Xue's current look, as a decent man from Huaxia, he couldn't cross that line. However, Xue was filled with curiosity and excitement about everything in the bathroom. While she didn't run around like a mischievous child, her emotional ups and downs were evident. Lu Ming guessed she might already be looking forward to the next evening. As they left the bathroom, Xue clearly showed a reluctance to leave, as if she wanted to stay a bit longer. Lu Ming lowered his hand from his forehead and turned over. Chu Shue was facing him, sleeping soundly. Watching her serene and innocent sleeping face, Lu Ming gradually calmed down. He couldn't resist the urge to stroke her long hair, but worried about waking her. Yet, as if sensing something, Chu Shue snuggled closer to him in her sleep. Lu Ming paused, then smiled softly and gently pulled her into his embrace. With that, Lu Ming stroked Chu Shue's long hair, inhaling the fresh scent of shampoo, and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, followed by heavy breathing. In the flickering vision, he felt himself being jolted. Someone was chasing him. With a crash, he seemed to hit something, his gaze falling to the ground. A blurry voice came through. Bastard. Still running? A dog, without a mother. How dare you touch my son? Another voice followed. Son, hit him. Hit him just like he hit you. I'm right here. Let him try and fight back. These voices and faces were hazy, like seen through a veil. The sounds of physical struggle were constant, and he felt pain but couldn't wake up. He wanted to explain. He took my stuff. I was just taking it back. I didn't hit him. But the other side ignored him. Your stuff? What could you possibly have? A couple of rags? Some cans? My son needs your stuff? Didn't hit? If you didn't hit my son, would he lie? Look at yourself. Finally, that voice said to another person, let's go, son, feel better? Let's go back. It's best to avoid this kind of bastard. Who knows what diseases he might carry? Bad luck. The harsh scolding pierced the air, and the words were cutting. Lu Ming thought to himself that if his own child were being bullied, he might react the same way. His gaze fell on the child, and he couldn't help but wonder, why is he still not behaving after all this? The child defended himself. My things were stolen. I didn't bully anyone. The crowd around them buzzed with chatter. Someone sneered, a kid without a mom. How could he tell the truth? Another person chimed in. Though his words are harsh, he has a point. Look at his kid wearing clothes worth thousands. How could he be stealing from others? Someone examined the unattended child and said worriedly, we should remind our own kids to be careful not to get targeted by him. A kind voice emerged. Enough, we're just watching. Think about the child's feelings. Feelings? If you're so kind, why don't you take him home and raise him? It's easy to talk, someone mocked. Finally, the crowd reached a consensus. It's best to let the community office handle this. Roaming around like this, he's not only pitiful, but also a potential risk for accidents or spreading diseases. As the crowd continued their discussion, Lu Ming's consciousness began to blur. The voices seemed to pass through a brass tube, and his ears felt as if they were filled with water. The figures in his vision flickered, losing their faces. Suddenly, a strong sense of suffocation hit him. Just as he was about to lose oxygen, Lu Ming jolted awake. He heard a pop as his nostrils cleared instantly. Air rushed into his lungs like a flood, and every cell in his body seemed to be rejuvenated by the oxygen. He gasped for breath, feeling an exhilarating sense of rebirth. Lu Ming looked up and saw a pair of tiny, crystal-clear feet. Instinctively, he pinched the two big toes, feeling their sticky texture. Propping himself up slightly, he noticed that Chu Shue was lying between his knees, arms raised, chin up. Her feet had clearly been on his face just moments ago. Lu Ming chuckled inwardly. She sleeps quietly in the first half of the night, but shows her true colors in the second half. This sleeping posture is a masterpiece. He couldn't help but wonder how many times Chu Shue must have turned to end up like this, and how she managed to precisely insert her toes into his nostrils. He brought Chu Shue's feet to his nose and sniffed. A fresh fragrance wafted over. The scent was exactly like the egg aroma from before, almost intoxicating. Lu Ming took a few more whiffs, feeling a bit addicted, but quickly stopped himself. Carefully, he moved Chu Shue back to his side and tucked her in again. The soft light from the special crystal lamp illuminated her delicate face, serene and beautiful, making her earlier sleeping posture seem like a mere illusion. Lu Ming brushed her bangs aside and couldn't help but smile. The dream was still vivid, but it no longer troubled him. Lu Ming realized it was the first time in 10 years that such memories had disturbed him. Perhaps it was the presence of Chu Shue waiting for his company that stirred up these old memories, or maybe the events of the past few days had been too overwhelming, leaving his thoughts jumbled. Thinking back to his past experiences, Lu Ming acknowledged that they were indeed shadows of his childhood. He had once harbored the "it's not me, it's the world that's wrong" kind of rebellious thoughts. But with his interactions with the old man's passing, and learning to fend for himself, he gradually realized those experiences were insignificant. Lu Ming understood that everyone was struggling to live. People wore masks labeled for parents, for family, for children, for dignity, which were actually just masks of life, hiding their true selves and swallowing their pride. Though these masks were worn on their faces, they submerged their real selves. Having seen through all this and experienced darkness, Lu Ming chose limited selfishness within the bounds of maintaining his moral compass, simply because it allowed him to be a little kinder to himself. With this thought, Lu Ming smiled wryly. The man awoke in the middle of the night, his mind suddenly racing with activity. Lu Ming opened his eyes and found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. Outside, the night was pitch black, with only a faint sliver of moonlight filtering through the curtains. His thoughts began to cascade, a profound life philosophy, a self-composed melody, an impressive maneuver, or even a perfect 10-card draw in a game of fate. At this moment, his mind leaned towards the first option, pondering life with a touch of melodrama. As time passed, his thoughts grew clearer, and any trace of drowsiness vanished. Lu Ming glanced at the digital clock on the bedside table. The glowing numbers read 4 a.m. There were still 3 hours until the dawn of the third day. He sat up, deciding not to waste this precious time. Recalling his previous battle, his pants and shoes were completely ruined. It was the perfect opportunity to prepare new gear. Lu Ming reached into the semi-transparent floating space pouch, retrieving a faintly glowing carapace. King Owl Carapace, Class E Royal, he murmured, calling up the information panel. The display read, Class E Quasiking Owl's Chest Carapace, possessing hardness and resistance equivalent to mithril, suitable as a material for specialized bioarmor. Usage requirement, intermediate tailoring mastery or above. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Tailoring mastery? That's a change. I thought everything fell under forging mastery. He was grateful he had already mastered tailoring skills. Quickly accessing his personal information panel, he found the option for intermediate tailoring mastery. Level 2 Ultimate Ascension. Lu Ming made the selection without hesitation. A prompt immediately popped up. Ascending intermediate tailoring mastery requires 50 specialized crystals. Confirm ascension to advanced tailoring mastery? Without a second thought, he clicked confirm, watching as the gray intermediate tailoring mastery text dissolved, replaced by the blue glow of advanced tailoring mastery. New information appeared. Advanced tailoring mastery. Class C, master the craft of making bioarmor and gain advanced certification. Tailoring skills are now fully mastered, allowing the creation of alloy-grade armor. Usage. Mentally activate tailoring function. Open the armor crafting interface and place biomaterials to automatically generate armor blueprints. The main material determines the type of armor, with success rates increasing with higher mastery levels. Attributes were listed. Advanced. Armor crafting success rate increased by 10. Advanced. Inherited biocharacteristics probability increased by 2. Advanced. Probability of inheriting more than 2 biocharacteristics increased by 0.2. Lu Ming read the attributes carefully, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He began contemplating the differences between bioweapons and bioarmor. The former inherited the creature's skills, while the latter inherited its traits. This professional distinction seemed quite logical to him. Recalling his fierce battle with the savage King Owl, the vivid image of the formidable creature remained clear in his mind. Lu Ming remembered its 3 traits distinctly. 1. A hunter's instinct to become stronger with each fight, growing more powerful through the thrill of the hunt. 2. An advanced regeneration ability, allowing it to recover rapidly even if torn apart, as long as it wasn't truly dead. 3. A final, vengeful strike released even in death. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming pondered. These traits obviously couldn't directly apply to a human body. You can't just put on armor and have 3 cores injected into you, allowing you to regenerate rapidly when torn apart. Can you? That's absurd, he muttered to himself. Through reasoning, Lu Ming boldly speculated that the traits were actually inherited by the armor itself. He began analyzing how each trait might manifest. The hunter's instinct to grow stronger might be reflected in the armor absorbing battle intent and enhancing the wearer's physical abilities. Essentially, bioarmor providing a buff to the user. The advanced regeneration ability might mean the armor could quickly repair itself if damaged, preventing it from becoming battle-worn. As for the vengeful strike, Lu Ming guessed it might be the armor's final attack upon being completely destroyed. And so, in the quiet of the night, Lu Ming pondered deeply, preparing thoroughly for the challenges that lay ahead. Lu Ming could hardly contain his excitement as he thought to himself. A familiar interface instantly appeared before his eyes. He eagerly activated the clothing creation function, but was taken aback the moment he saw the interface. Lu Ming, do you have any standards left? He couldn't help but grumble. You didn't even bother to replace the central mechanical forge? You could at least put a sewing machine there. Shaking his head, Lu Ming expressionlessly tossed the Owl King's shell into the interface. The system immediately started scanning, then prompted, clothing creation function scan complete. Main material identified as armor. Recipe matched successfully. Please choose a recipe. With the sound of pages flipping, a list of recipes unfolded vertically from the left side of the interface. Owl King Helmet, Owl King Armor, Owl King gauntlets, Owl King boots. Lu Ming quickly browsed through the options, thinking this time it was just a matter of choosing the part, not the type. Judging by this, the required materials shouldn't be as numerous as those for weapons. Let's go with the armor first, he mused. There's no separate mention of pants, so they're probably included with the armor. Lu Ming was a bit disappointed that he couldn't preview the style and shape of the actual item, but he decisively chose the Owl King armor. The system immediately displayed the crafting requirements. Crafting Owl King armor requires 5 Owl King shells as the main material, 1 Owl King blade as a supplementary material, and 300 specialized crystals. Having experienced the sky-high cost of the Owl King blade, Lu Ming felt relieved by these material requirements, thinking this was quite reasonable. Even better, he had exactly 4 Owl King blades left in his bag, just enough to craft a set of biological armor. He quickly placed the additional 4 Owl King shells and 1 Owl King blade into the primary and supplementary material slots. The central mechanical forge emitted a bright pulse, followed by a series of system prompts. Owl King armor's main and supplementary materials and specialized crystals are sufficient. Current crafting success rate is 80 base 70, advanced tailor bonus 10. Inheritance probability of characteristics is 7 base 5, advanced tailor bonus 2, which can be further enhanced by adding exotic blood. Inheritance probability of 2 or more characteristics is 0.7 base 0.5, advanced tailor bonus 0.2, which can also be enhanced by adding exotic blood. Enhancement materials not yet added. Proceed with crafting in the current state. Of course, I'll add enhancement materials, and I'll enhance them first. Lu Ming thought. He first placed 200 milliliters of E-Class Royal Exotic Blood from the Quasi-Owl Queen into the enhancement material slot. The system immediately updated the data, added 200 milliliters of E-Class Royal Exotic Blood. Success rate for crafting mithril-grade armor increased by an additional 60. Current success rate 140. Inheritance probability of characteristics increased by 20. Current probability 27. Inheritance probability of 2 or more characteristics increased by 10. Current probability 10.7. Lu Ming quickly calculated that if he added 4 of these blood samples, the success rate would be guaranteed at 100, and the inheritance probability of characteristics could reach 87, with a 40.7 chance for 2 or more characteristics. Although the probability seemed high, he knew his unlucky nature well. Even a 1 failure rate could spell disaster for him. But he was well prepared. His spatial bag contained 20 upgradable Owl King blades and shells produced by the Scythe Owl, 1 from Combo Factory 19 from the mall's 5th floor, along with 20 upgradable ordinary exotic blood samples. All of these were prepared for this moment. Lu Ming decisively retrieved the E-Class Royal Exotic Blood from the enhancement material slotted. Was a precious original embryo that could be enhanced to a higher level. Then he took out 2200 milliliters ordinary exotic blood samples and chose to upgrade them in bulk to the 2nd tier. The system prompted, bulk upgrading 20 samples of 200 milliliters ordinary exotic blood to E-Class requires consuming 2,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to upgrade 200 milliliters ordinary exotic blood to 200 milliliters E-Class Royal Exotic Blood. Confirmed. Lu Ming chose without hesitation. With a swish, the ordinary exotic blood samples disintegrated, and the E-Class Royal Exotic Blood was reconstituted. Lu Ming immediately placed 4 samples of E-Class Royal Exotic Blood and confirmed the crafting. Buzz! The forge began to operate. Light gradually intensified, and following a burst of dazzling purple light, a series of system prompts ensued. Advanced forging. Congratulations on crafting the dual characteristic Owl King armor. Dual characteristic? Lu Ming was stunned and hurriedly retrieved the forged item. To his surprise, he found not fabric, but a diamond-shaped crystal, 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. The crystal had a smooth base and a 3-dimensional tip, with a few cyan cracks etched into it, similar to the Owl King blade, and energy flowing within, radiating a rich vitality. This is the armor? Lu Ming curiously examined the information. Owl King armor mithril grade. Category: E-Class Monarch Biological Armor. Description: no measurements needed. Adheres to the skin and expands into clothing, perfectly fitting any body type. Crafted by an advanced tailor, integrating biological engineering from the Jalan star system. Designed for specialized warriors to harness exotic energy. Can be disguised as desired into regular clothing. Highly convenient. Inherited characteristics: slaughter harvest, advanced regeneration. Armor synergy, armor resonance, specialized biological energy, 500500. Exotic biological activity, 1200012000. Weight, armor resonance. Lu Ming noticed a new characteristic. Armor resonance. When wearing a full set of 4 pieces of the same biological armor, armor resonance can be activated, enhancing the biological armor. All pieces will share inherited characteristics, biological energy, and exotic biological activity. Holy, this might be really powerful, Lu Ming marveled. He quietly got out of bed, took off his pajamas, and placed the diamond-shaped crystal near his chest. A swirling sound ensued, and countless black fibers swept over his body like a black tide. In just 5 seconds, a perfectly fitting black suit of armor took shape. Lu Ming was amazed by the armor's snug, comfortable fit, almost as if it wasn't there. What astonished him the most was the clear temperature feedback from the suit. This is alive? Lu Ming muttered to himself, incredulously observing this miraculous armor. Lu Ming gazed at the Owl King's battle armor before him, his thoughts swirling. If one were to consider it a living organism, it certainly appeared rather peculiar, especially with the intricacies around the groin area that sparked his imagination. His contemplation was interrupted as the black tide-like fibers began to creep upwards. This eerie substance quickly enveloped his neck, climbed over his mouth and nose, and finally stopped at the bridge of his nose, completely covering his face. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at how the armor seemed to protect him right up to the back of his neck. He tentatively took a light breath, surprised to find no obstruction. Even more astonishing was that the air he inhaled felt fresher than usual. Could this armor have a filtration function? Just then, the sound of the creeping black tide abruptly ceased. Immediately, countless blue-green energy patterns emerged on the surface of the Owl King's armor. These orderly patterns complemented the diamond-shaped crystal at the chest, exuding a strong sense of futuristic technology. As for the armor's ability to transform and disguise itself as everyday clothing, Lu Ming decided to wait until all the armor components were crafted to give it a try. Returning to reality, he focused again on the crafting interface. Skillfully, he opened the recipe list and selected Owl King's gauntlets. A system prompt appeared. Crafting Owl King's gauntlets requires Owl King's carapace 3, Owl King's blade 1, specialized crystal 200. Compared to the armor, the gauntlets required far fewer materials. Lu Ming placed all the main and auxiliary materials in one go, along with 4 vials of Class E Royal Variant blood, and confirmed the crafting. Advanced crafting, congratulations on forging a dual-trait Owl King's gauntlet. Another successful dual-trait advanced crafting. With a 40.7 probability, it wasn't particularly good or bad. Lu Ming just hoped that one of the traits would include resentful slaughter. After all, wearing the complete Owl King armor set would activate the armor linkage, enhancing skills, specialized bioenergy, and variant bioactivity, all shared among the components. He retrieved the successfully crafted gauntlets, which featured 2 diamond-shaped crystals, each 2 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, matching the armor. Lu Ming immediately proceeded with the identification. Owl King's gauntlets mithril grade. Category: Class E King level bioarmor. Description: no measurement needed, fits perfectly to the skin and adapts to any hand shape. Crafted by a master tailor. Integrated with bioengineering from the Jalan galaxy. Designed for specialized warriors to harness variant energy. Can be disguised as everyday wear as needed, offering great convenience. Inherited traits: advanced regeneration, resentful slaughter. Armor linkage: armor resonance. Specialized bioenergy: 300-300. Variant bioactivity: 900-9000. Great! Got the resentful slaughter trait, Lu Ming thought with relief. For the helmet and boots, he decided to use only 1 vial of ordinary variant blood each to ensure a 100 success rate. However, he didn't rush to equip them and continued his crafting. The system prompt appeared again. Crafting Owl King's boots requires Owl King's carapace 3, Owl King's blade 1, specialized crystal 200. Crafting Owl King's helmet requires Owl King's carapace 3, Owl King's blade 1, specialized crystal 200. Soon, the system confirmed the successful crafting. Successfully crafted Owl King's boots. Successfully crafted Owl King's helmet. In the world of equipment crafting, one either uses blood to forcefully increase the success rate or relies on luck. Lu Ming stopped using the royal variant blood, and the crafting interface unceremoniously produced 2 plain items, as if saying, take it or leave it. These 2 pieces of armor didn't have much to delve into. Apart from slight differences in the descriptions, the data matched the gauntlets. Now holding 3 pieces of equipment with a total of 5 diamond-shaped crystals, Lu Ming noted that the gauntlet's crystals had been covered already. The boot's crystals were 3 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, while the helmet's crystal was the size of a pinky nail, exceptionally delicate. First, Lu Ming placed the 2 gauntlet crystals on the backs of his hands. Instantly, fully enclosed gloves of the same material as the armor spread and seamlessly integrated with it. Next, he affixed the boot's crystals to the sides of his ankles. Black boots quickly enveloped his feet, connecting tightly with his lower garment. Finally, it was time for the helmet. Lu Ming opened the self-mirror in his character info, pondered for a moment, and chose his forehead. Perhaps it was just to see the unfolding effect, but placing it on the forehead might also be a man's way of being sentimental. Unexpectedly, as soon as the crystal touched his skin, it vanished without a trace. There was no spreading black tide, no helmet manifestation. It simply disappeared as if it had evaporated. What's going on? Lu Ming wondered. Just then, a surge of information flooded his mind. He paused, then his face lit up with understanding. It turned out that for aesthetic reasons, the helmet was designed to remain hidden by default. As for its defensive capabilities, the autonomous sensory capabilities of the battle armor were astonishing. Lu Ming decided to first try the manual mode, silently thinking, activate armor defense. In an instant, the runes on his body flowed like water, and a cyan blue energy shield scanned from his head to his feet, then became invisible. Curious, he reached out to touch his chest, only to find the energy shield instantly manifested at his fingertips, forming an impenetrable barrier. No matter how hard he pressed or even punched, the shield remained unyielding, without the slightest ripple. Satisfied, Lu Ming nodded and then deactivated the defense, switching to the armor's autonomous sensing mode. The energy shield dissipated in reverse, and the runes returned to a calm state. Having mastered the defense mode, he was now eager to try the more exciting features: armed linkage and armor camouflage. Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose armed linkage. Armor resonance, he called out in his mind, immediately feeling a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. The runes once again surged wildly, and mechanical components rapidly constructed on his body's surface. Within just 10 seconds, a finely crafted dark blue mechanical armor fully equipped him, with a helmet design featuring elements reminiscent of the project skins from League of Legends. Feeling the boiling energy within him, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't wait to check the armor's information. Armed linkage, Silver Owl secret level. Category: E-Class, King-leveled biological armament. Description: Owl King's armor resonance. Entering combat armament mode, significantly enhances defensive capabilities. Inherited traits: resonance, slaughter harvest, advanced regeneration, grudge, carnage. Specialized biological energy: 1400-1400. Alien biological activity: 390-003-9000. These astonishing stats further convinced Lu Ming of the armor's power and its deep connection with shared biological activity. He couldn't wait to uncover all the secrets of this battle armor. There was nothing left to comment on. Lu Ming gazed at the Owl King's battle armor in front of him, filled with awe. The bioactivity value of 39,000 points gave him an unprecedented sense of security. What surprised him even more was that the armor came with hidden weapons. He recalled the details of using the Owl King blade during the production process and suddenly realized. With a thought, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the outer side of his arm. A particle light effect flashed, and a sharp arm blade instantly popped out, emitting a crisp metallic sound. Lu Ming carefully examined the weapon, noting its quality and sharpness that signified its mithril grade level. This concealed design was clearly not for honorable duels, but for delivering unexpected lethal strikes. He couldn't help but simulate a combat scenario in his mind. Just when the opponent was fully focused on the sword in front of them, the sudden arm blade would deliver a fatal blow. No wonder it's called a bio-armor. It's terrifying. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel. Then he disengaged the weaponry link. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical disassembly, the armor returned to its original form-fitting state. To be honest, this state was the most comfortable to wear, but Lu Ming preferred to maintain a more presentable appearance. Armor disguise, he whispered the command. The surface of the armor began to shift left and right, as if mimicking tides, awaiting further instructions from Lu Ming. After some consideration, he decided to create a formal gentleman's look. He chose a black tactical coat with a hood, paired with black tactical pants and punk-style combat boots. The Owl King armor transformed according to Lu Ming's wishes. However, when the final effect appeared, Lu Ming was surprised to find that the armor's understanding of style seemed to surpass his own. Compared to his initial concept, the armor's presentation was akin to upgrading from 1080p to 4K. The inner lining of the upper body retained the original look of the form-fitting armor, with diamond-shaped crystals emitting a steady glow and energy runes slowly moving. The black face covering fit snugly over the lower half of his face, making the overall appearance impeccable. Lu Ming examined himself through a holographic mirror. After several evolutions, his image was indeed refreshed, adding a touch of mystery. His only concern was that this stylish outfit might hinder his use of heavy blades, making it more suitable for pairing with a Tang sword or a greatsword. Thinking of the Tang sword, Lu Ming remembered the ancient emperor's blade. Better wait until the ancient emperor's blade is ready. Maybe it's the weapon I've been dreaming of, he pondered. Suddenly, A big yawn interrupted his thoughts. The satisfaction after the excitement brought a sense of drowsiness. Lu Ming glanced at the time display. 5 a.m. This time left him in a dilemma. Sleeping now would be too short and might cause puffy eyes. Staying awake, he wouldn't know how to pass the next 2 hours. He didn't dare to level up hastily, fearing that the commotion might trigger unforeseen consequences. The chat room was silent. Even the night owls were offline. Lu Ming looked back at Chu Shui and found her sleeping soundly, completely undisturbed by the earlier armor resonance. As a nascent deity, is she too confident in her safety? Lu Ming sighed softly. Finally, he decided to take a short nap. With a thought, the Owl King armor disguised itself as pajamas, and Lu Ming quietly slipped into bed. Half asleep, he entered a pleasant dream where he sat on a throne, receiving the worship of many. When he woke up again, the familiar alarm rang through the room. Lu Ming jolted awake, ready to curse, but stopped as he saw Chu Shui's flawless face and the snow-white strand of hair she was about to poke into his nostril. "Heh, using your toes last night and your hair this morning, are you doing a COVID test?" Lu Ming chuckled inwardly. At that moment, Chu Shui was straddling his chest, trying to play a prank. Realizing she was caught, she froze, her eyes darting around, avoiding Lu Ming's gaze as if not looking at him would make her invisible. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile, thinking, this is like the in-Doff-world version of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. He pursed his lips. Normally, he might indulge such cute antics, but today he decided to retaliate a little. He grabbed Chu Shui's waist and tickled her skillfully. Chu Shui couldn't hold back, laughing like a silver bell within half a second, clinging to Lu Ming's neck and wriggling incessantly. Lu Ming stopped before going too far. Unexpectedly, after laughing, Chu Shui suddenly sat up and pecked him on the cheek, her eyes smiling as she said, "Good morning." The sound of that single word was ethereal and magical, directly resonating with Lu Ming's consciousness, soft yet charming. Lu Ming sat up abruptly, steadying her, and asked in surprise, "You can talk now?" Chu Shui shook her head, still smiling. Lu Ming frowned, thinking back carefully, realizing that Chu Shui hadn't actually opened her mouth. Did I mishear? He wondered. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Ming massaged his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. He patted Chu Shui's head, deciding not to dwell on it. Chu Shui speaking is just a matter of time, he thought. Today's task is to take down the core area. The goal is clear, and now it's time to prepare. Lu Ming's eyes fell on Chu Shui, who was wearing cartoon pajamas, reminding him of the white dress from yesterday. It wasn't until he took it off that he noticed there were 6 holes in the back. Even if it weren't torn, considering Chu Shui's growth, it was time for new clothes. Lu Ming carefully observed Chu Shui and made a decision. He chose a meticulously crafted blue and white Lolita dress, paired with white knee-high socks, bloomers, and round-toed flat shoes. This outfit, with all its features, cost a total of 40 specialized crystals. Although pricey, Lu Ming was willing to pay even 10 times that amount to ensure Chu Shui's comfort. He handed the clothes to Chu Shui in the order they should be worn, then turned to face the wall, demonstrating his gentlemanly manners. However, there was a full-length mirror on the opposite side of the bed, reflecting the scene behind him. The one-way blackout curtains didn't prevent him from seeing Chu Shui taking off her pajamas and putting on the new outfit through the mirror. "Xiao Shui, I'm going to wash my face. I'll come back to help you with your hair," Lu Ming said softly, getting up and heading to the bathroom. He washed his face with purified water, looking at himself in the mirror, and suddenly remembered the old saying from Huaxia that a mirror shouldn't face the bed directly. His racing heart and flushed face were symptoms he had noticed just in time to leave. After calming himself, Lu Ming put away the multifunctional water heater and walked out of the bathroom with a serious expression. A cool breeze blew past him as he looked towards the living room window. There, a blue and white figure caught his eye. Chu Shui's long white hair cascaded down like a curtain, and her graceful silhouette stood bathed in the morning sunlight, creating a picturesque scene. "Xiao Shui," Lu Ming called softly, surprised that Chu Shui had opened the window on her own. But then he thought, what does a class deity have to fear in the outskirts of this young species activity area? Chu Shui turned her head at the sound and walked over, pointing to the blue ribbons at her elbows. Lu Ming smiled knowingly. Those were the decorative ribbons on the Lolita dress that needed to be tied into bows. He carefully tied all the ribbons on Chu Shui's outfit, including those on the chest, waist, skirt, collar, and back. Next, Lu Ming indulged in his favorite task, styling Chu Shui's hair. Her hair was of excellent quality, voluminous, and fluffy, cascading down to her waist like a cloud. To avoid making her look unbalanced, he retained the loose hairstyle while tying 2 long ponytails on either side with blue and white ribbons, maintaining the fluffy look without being too conspicuous. Just as Lu Ming was admiring his work, a notification sound from the chat box interrupted him. Usually, he ignored such messages while dealing with different species, but given the moment of leisure, he decided to check what was happening in the area. Opening the regional channel, Lu Ming saw a conversation between Zhu Rongli and Fang Peng. Zhu Rongli was asking when Uncle Chun and the others would arrive and mentioned that everyone in the western suburbs had already gathered. Fang Peng replied that they were on their way to the western suburbs, moving slowly but expected to arrive before nightfall. Zhu Rongli thanked him and specifically warned to be cautious of the mature larvae, also mentioning a video file he had just seen on the national channel. Curious, Lu Ming clicked on the video. The footage, shot from a building no taller than 4 stories, clearly showed the street below. Dozens of people from Huaxia were running desperately, armed, and trying to break through. The street was swarming with hundreds of larval ants milky white, their armor not yet fully hardened, about half a meter in length, similar in size to the young mantis larvae. The group of Chinese fighters, brandishing their weapons, managed to fend off the swarming ants, showcasing their impressive combat abilities. However, the densely packed streets, with layers of young ants near the roadside, made finding a refuge nearly impossible. They had no choice but to seek a quick escape from the area. Suddenly, a massive burst of fire erupted off camera. The person filming quickly turned the camera towards the source of the blaze. In the frame, a massive red ant, measuring about 3 to 4 meters in length and approximately 1 meter in height, was fiercely battling 2 Chinese men, their bodies enveloped in a blue energy aura. Lu Ming immediately recognized this as the power of awakening and, judging by the intensity of the fight, identified them as novice hunters. This was his first time witnessing a battle between novice hunters and in a level elite from an observer's perspective, and he couldn't help but hold his breath. One of the men wielded a steel katana, skillfully using the walls to bounce off and launch a fierce attack on the red ant's head. Sparks flew as the blade struck the ant's head, embedding half an inch into its exoskeleton. Though the damage was minimal, it enraged the giant ant. The ant reared up, smashing its forelimbs onto the ground with tremendous force. The man attacking its head was forced back by the impact, and he turned his head, shouting, "Now!" Seizing the moment, the other man launched a surprise attack from behind the ant. Gripping his long sword with both hands, he aimed for the ant's most vulnerable spot at its waist and struck down hard. At that moment, a look of triumphant relief crossed his face, as if certain this blow would end the red ant's life. But fate had other plans. Just as the blade was about to make contact, an even larger ant with a faint blue glow around its tail charged in from a distance. It accurately clamped down on the man's head, and with a sickening crunch, his head shattered. His headless body fell heavily to the ground and was immediately swarmed and devoured by the young ants. The surviving man, witnessing his companion's gruesome fate, was filled with terror and disbelief. Snapping out of his shock, he abandoned the fight and turned to climb a building to escape. However, the red ant raised its tail and spewed a torrent of fire, blocking his path. Reacting quickly, the man dropped down to avoid the fiery blast. Just as he thought he had narrowly escaped, a redambla blur appeared out of nowhere, slicing him in half at the waist. It turned out, the red ant never intended to hit him directly with the fire. It only aimed to cut off his escape route, creating an opportunity for the redamblu ant to deliver the fatal blow. The 2 ants worked in perfect harmony, executing a flawless trap. In his final moments, the man's eyes were filled with regret and despair. His body fell apart in midair, only to be caught by the red ant, which effortlessly devoured him, like a hippo crushing a watermelon. A surge of energy flooded into the red ant, causing it to swell in size. Simultaneously, a faint blue glow appeared around its tail. The camera panned back to the direction where the initial group of Chinese fighters had been. They were nowhere to be seen. The ground was littered with the crushed remains of countless young ants and several piles of feeding larvae. Not far away, the redamblu ant calmly cleaned its mandibles, watching the scene with cold indifference. The camera slowly pans back from the street, and the gap in the curtains closes once more. Despite the effort to suppress it, the sobbing of the person filming is clearly captured on the video. It is the desperate wail of a girl, devoid of any plea for help or hope, filled only with intense fear, pulling Lu Ming abruptly back to reality from the comfort brought by the first snow. This is the true apocalyptic scene, the real battlefield for ordinary people against these alien creatures. There's no quick kill, no severe damage. With limited weaponry, they can only slightly break through the armor. They can't stop the mature insect skills and attacks, which are even capable of launching coordinated assaults. Lu Ming believed that the 2 novice hunters had done their utmost and should have had a fair chance to kill the red giant ant. However, the unexpected overcame the script. Not only did they die miserably, but they also ended up as nutrients for the giant ant's evolution. The larvae are the greatest favor given to the transferred by this world, yet also the greatest deception. Mature forms, whether mutated or king grade, are never simple opponents. Lu Ming realized that his ability to hunt with ease was merely an accumulation of luck. Without ultimate evolution, how different would he be from others? Having gained this advantage, it must be eternally maintained. Above a grade is grade, and above grade is grade. Once complacency sets in, any change could lead to a catastrophic blow. Closing the chat window, Lu Ming's gaze fell on Chushua. The smile on her face had vanished, replaced by a look of concern. Lu Ming knew that his emotions had affected the atmosphere around them. Adjusting his mood and smiling again, Lu Ming explained, I saw something heavy. Don't worry, Xiaoxua. As he spoke, he patted Chuxua's head and continued, but now I need to break through my level. Wait for me a bit. Chuxua nodded obediently. Lu Ming grabbed her ponytail and playfully swung it twice, seeing her spirits lift a little before he opened his personal information panel and touched the specialization level. A prompt sounded. Detected sufficient specialization crystals in the spatial pouch. Do you wish to consume 25,000 specialization crystals to upgrade to Ultimate Hunter? Yes. With a whoosh, 25,000 specialization crystals decomposed and condensed in the spatial pouch, transforming into 25 drops of crystalline blue liquid that drilled into his back. A cool, comfortable sensation swept through his body, and his consciousness sank. From an internal God's eye view, Lu Ming saw the 25 drops of liquid seeping into his spine, then spreading outwards to all his bones, leaving crystalline blue mineral traces on each one. This process was extremely slow, as if carving a delicate piece of art. Lu Ming observed this mysterious change with full concentration, completely unaware of what was happening in the real world. Hundreds of elite scythe owls rushed towards the apartment like moths to a flame due to his advancement. However, the moment they crossed into the apartment's kilometer radius, they all froze in midair. Then their bodies began to split, dismember, and disintegrate, leaving not even a trace of ash. Time ticked by. When the crystalline blue traces reached his toe bones, and all his bones emitted a faint blue glow, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. The Ultimate Hunter successfully advanced. However, just as joy was about to peak, a hideous, alien-like steel-jawed mouth appeared right in front of him. Shit! Lu Ming exclaimed, his body involuntarily shuddering. No matter how calm or confident a person is, waking up to such a sight would inevitably startle them. But this is where the difference between the strong and the weak shows. The weak might panic, while the strong immediately counterattack. The Owl King's battle blade instantly unsheathed, and the armed linkage activated on the spot. Just as Lu Ming was about to slash that mouth, its owner suddenly retreated, or rather shrank back. Simultaneously, it raised two enormous blood scythes, flickering with particle light arcs in front of itself. Its extremely sharp, rhomboid blood-red eyes were filled with grievance and hurt, its whole body trembling. Only then did Lu Ming see its full appearance, and a name immediately surfaced in his mind: Khan Alien Kazik. Black-red metallic skin, blood size born for harvesting life. Exactly the same, only this Kazik looked much more cowardly. At this moment, Lu Ming also calmed down completely. Turning around, he saw Chushua elegantly standing behind him, laughing. Could it be? Identify. Slaughter Owl Emperor Tyrant. C grade. Category: Mutated Ancient Insect Emperor. Description: by devouring 9 bloodkin, it has acquired the Slaughter bloodline, surpassing the Ancient Owl Emperor clan. Possesses metallic skin that can withstand titanium-grade weapons, particle-cutting blades equivalent to titanium-grade weapons, and energy wings for high-speed flight. Its offensive capability, killing desire, and hunting skills are all exponentially amplified. Absolutely loyal to its master, never betraying, merciless to enemies, an absolute hunter that worships strength. Length: 3.1 m. Weight: 1 t. Skills: Particle Cut C, Quadruple Ion Cannon C, Slaughter Thrust C, Side Storm C. Traits: High-speed flight, Shadow Stealth, Death Harvest, Superior Regeneration, Brutal Slaughter. Status: Master recognized. Master Lu Ming. Current mutation level: C grade. Ordinary alien biological energy can be devoured to advance. Advancement progress: 100,001, 400,000. Definitely a tyrant. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his gaze wandering over the massive creature before him. The tyrant's evolution had brought about astounding changes. Standing at 3.1 meters tall and weighing a ton, its enormous size reminded Lu Ming of the overwhelming presence of a black hole. He glanced around, inwardly sympathizing with the ground beneath their feet, bearing such an incredible weight. Looking again at the tyrant's imposing frame, and recalling the description of its titanium-grade shell and blade-like appendages, Lu Ming couldn't help but estimate. If he didn't fully power up and stack his buffs, a swing of his blade would probably feel like a mere slap with a slipper. Lu Ming remembered the author's note. A reader had suggested changing golden grade to titanium grade or adamantine grade. The author liked the idea, and since steel had already been used, they chose titanium. The previous chapter had been updated accordingly, and this grade would be used going forward. Seeing the tyrant still cautiously pondering the source of his anger, Lu Ming sighed softly, sheathed his King Owl warblade, and disengaged his combat stance. He waved at the tyrant, who, feeling a great sense of relief, instantly relaxed. The tyrant's metallic head leaned in close. Though expressionless, Lu Ming could almost see a pair of starry eyes, yearning for a touch. With no other choice, Lu Ming patted its forehead, soothingly saying, "All right, it's my fault for scaring you. But you're a grown-up owl emperor now. You need to learn to read the room. Next time, don't get too close when I'm asleep or advancing in rank. I might not be able to control my hand then." The tyrant squinted in enjoyment at the touch, growling softly in response. Lu Ming thought with satisfaction, good, obedient creatures are always the most endearing. It seems its loyalty hasn't decreased after evolution, and thankfully, it hasn't developed the reckless traits of a husky, which knows no fear. After calming the tyrant, Lu Ming opened his information panel to check the time. Advancing from an advanced hunter to an ultimate hunter had taken a full hour. It was now 8:45. However, the results were astonishing. The power he felt was more than 3 times that of an advanced hunter, equivalent to 10 intermediate hunters or 30 beginner hunters. He clicked on the Ultimate Hunter specialization, and the description popped up. Ultimate Hunter enters the Drank category. With matching weapons and equipment and ample combat experience, can decisively slay Irank kings and contend with Drank elites, representing the pinnacle of hunters. Consuming specialization crystals, can advance to beginner Doomsday Warlord. Advancement progress 38,4976,0000. Lu Ming carefully analyzed the wording. Decisively slay implied a guaranteed kill, while contend only meant being able to fight against, not necessarily winning. As for killing Drank elites, without his numerous amplification methods and fully equipped armor, it would be very difficult. From this information, he could infer that Drank elite mutants surpassed Irank king mutants. Comparatively, a Crank elite mutant could overpower a Drank king mutant. Even in ordinary mature form, as a C rank mutant royal, should be able to hold its own against a Drank king, at least without fear. With this in mind, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the owl emperor tyrant, and a reassuring smile tugged at his lips. Now he had no more worries. Even if the core of Jintian was guarded by a Drank king, he had the means to investigate. If successful, it would be like conquering a regional dungeon ahead of time. Even if he failed, he could still retreat safely. Exhaling lightly, Lu Ming closed the panel. The number of specialization crystals was clear, and the requirement for Doomsday Warlord advancement was explicitly stated. Including the 100 crystals on the coffee table yet to be collected, he had a total of 38,597. There was still a way to go before the next level. Feeling it would be wasteful to just store them in his bag, Lu Ming pondered for a moment, focusing on his skill list. Aside from a few mastery skills he didn't need yet, most of his skills had already been upgraded. As he reviewed them, advanced archery mastery caught his eye. This skill had been sufficient so far, so he hadn't pursued further enhancement. Now that he thought about it, he remembered a cutting-edge firearm in his bag, a Type 54 pistol. I can work on this while heading to the core area, Lu Ming mused to himself. Xiao Xue. Lu Ming called out to Chu Xue, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. We'll need your silk threads again. Today, we're heading to the core region. Unexpectedly, Chu Xue didn't agree immediately. She shook her head gently and pointed behind Lu Ming with her slender finger. Following her direction, Lu Ming turned around and saw the massive tyrant. A look of realization dawned on Lu Ming's face. Right, we already have a ready-made flying mount here. He examined the tyrant's 3-meter frame and broad back, calculating in his mind. 3 meters tall and a wide back. It can definitely carry both of us. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and declared to the tyrant, all right, it's decided. You're coming with us? Hearing this, the tyrant seemed overjoyed, its excitement evident. It eagerly stood up, ready to showcase its abilities. However, as soon as it made a large movement, the entire floor emitted a piercing cracking sound, and then shattered. The tyrant's massive body disappeared into the living room, leaving behind a huge hole. Immediately following this, a series of deafening crashes echoed through the entire building, thundering 7 times before finally stopping. Coincidentally, Lu Ming's apartment was on the 7th floor. Lu Ming and Chu Xue exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Thought something unexpected might happen, but it's still the same old outcome. If it's going to collapse, it's going to collapse. Then, Lu Ming activated his battle armor disguise. Crystals flickered, fibers twisted, and a black tactical coat instantly covered his body. A black mask spread over his face like a tide, concealing his handsome and cold features below the nose. Leaving behind the remnants of last night's hot pot in the space bag, Lu Ming grabbed Chu Shui and leaped from the 7th floor. They landed smoothly and turned to see the tyrant breaking through the wall. The tyrant didn't use any special techniques, but instead tore through the wall with sheer brute force, like ripping through thin paper. Lu Ming couldn't help but think that if the tyrant wasn't his servant, its mere entrance would be terrifying enough. Coupled with its imposing presence when standing, it would undoubtedly evoke fear. However, this majestic image lasted only a few seconds. Soon, the tyrant reverted to being Lu Ming's loyal lapdog. It approached Lu Ming, lowered its body, and turned its head to invite him to ride on its back. Lu Ming, though slightly amused, didn't hesitate. He easily mounted the tyrant's back, carefully securing Chu Shui. The tyrant stood up effortlessly, and suddenly, dazzling red light burst from its back, with crimson wings unfolding instantly. With a slight tremor, it shot into the sky. The strong wind whipped against Lu Ming's face. He couldn't help but marvel at the speed, which far surpassed the silk threads. He estimated that it would take no more than 20 minutes to reach the core region. Steadying himself and locking his feet in place, Lu Ming directed the tyrant's flight path. Then, he opened his information panel again, focusing on the advanced archery mastery, and silently commanded, Ultimate Ascension. A system prompt appeared. Please select Ascension Tier 2. Ascending Advanced Archery Mastery requires consuming 500 specialization crystals. Confirm to consume 500 specialization crystals to ascend Advanced Archery Mastery to Master Archery. Sure. Here's the translation. Confirming. Master-level marksmanship proficiency reappears with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Ming carefully examined the newly acquired skill. Master-level marksmanship proficiency, Category A, proficiency skill. After learning it, Lu Ming not only mastered advanced techniques for all ranged weapons, but also gained the ability to handle remote biological weaponry. To his delight, this skill could also increase the range of ranged weapons by 60. Lu Ming pondered. The existence of remote biological weaponry suggested the potential encounter with specialized long-range attacking creatures. Interesting, he thought. If given the chance, I must get a couple to study. His thoughts quickly shifted as he took out the Type 54 pistol from his bag. Although this steel-grade weapon wasn't as renowned as the Colt, Beretta, or Desert Eagle, its value to Lu Ming lay in its potential as a prototype for advanced firearms. Ultimate Ascension. Tier 2. Lu Ming ordered decisively. A system prompt popped up. Upgrading the steel-grade Type 54 pistol requires 200 specialized crystals. Confirm. Confirm. Please choose the upgrade path. RPG rocket launcher, Gatling gun, M82A1 sniper rifle. Lu Ming quickly weighed the options. The rocket launcher, while powerful, was more than enough for dealing with the grade creatures. The Gatling gun consumed too much ammunition. In the end, he chose the M82A1 sniper rifle, also known as the Barrett. The titanium-grade Barrett had an effective range of 1,800 meters, extending up to 2,500 meters. This perfectly filled the gap in Lu Ming's long-range arsenal. Compared to the Eagle Eye composite bow and precision crossbow, the Barrett was undoubtedly a superior long-range killing tool. With a soft click, the Type 54 pistol disassembled and reformed in Lu Ming's hands into a nearly 15-kilogram Barrett sniper rifle. For someone with master-level marksmanship proficiency, this heavy weapon felt as light as a toy. He skillfully lifted the gun and aimed, his movements fluid and precise. To his delight, the gun also came with a silencer, albeit limited in effect, but better than nothing. After playing with it for a while, Lu Ming stored the Barrett in his spatial pouch. He then checked his other skills, discovering that apart from the power of awakening, no other skills could be upgraded. Power of awakening. Tier 5, 2 initial 3 extra upgrades. Progress 3809720000. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to upgrade the power of awakening just yet. He believed that upgrading now or when needed would have the same effect, but reserving the specialized crystals would provide more options for future upgrades like the Doomsday War King or the Overlord Warblade. Having made his decision, Lu Ming closed the information panel and focused on preparing to head to the most dangerous area. Time passed as Lu Ming, riding the Tyrant, flew at heights far exceeding the Scythe Owls, effortlessly entering the inner ring of Jintian District. However, the sight that greeted him from above was shocking. Apart from a circular fortress with a diameter of about 3 kilometers surrounded by steel walls, the entire area was filled with the ruins of collapsed buildings. Even more terrifying were the thousands of elite, mutated, and even quasi-level Scythe Owls scattered across the streets and midair. Lu Ming quickly estimated that within his line of sight alone, there were so many suggesting that the total number of scythe owls in Jintian district could be in the tens of thousands. This was the real threat posed by the world's level up. Fortunately, there was still a 1-month suppression buffer period. Otherwise, if these mature forms went out of control, humanity on Blue Planet would face annihilation. Lu Ming realized that in a month, intermediate hunters would become the minimum survival standard for transferees. Those who met the standard could safely survive the next world level, while those who didn't would face certain death without the protection of strong individuals. With this in mind, Lu Ming ordered in a deep voice, Xiao Xue, use the invisible threads. We need to bypass these scythe owls and head straight into the core fortress. Lu Ming was not afraid of the sheer number of scythe owls. He was simply being cautious. He knew that with the C-grade quality of his tyrant and his own strength, given enough time, he could use guerrilla tactics to take down even 100,000 scythe owls one by one. However, he did not want to waste time or take unnecessary risks. Having already faced scythe owl larvae, pupae, mutants, and protoqueens, Lu Ming understood the unity of the scythe owl species. The larvae would sacrifice themselves for the evolution of the pupae, and the scythe owls and mutants would defend the protoqueen to the death. A single scythe owl pupa could have up to 500 guardian larvae, while a protoqueen's entourage was even more formidable. 5,000 larvae, 15 scythe owls, and 4 mutant scythe owls. The true queen, being the mother of the entire clan, was half a grade higher than the protoqueen. Even if the number of her guardians were multiplied 20-fold, she could not possibly have tens of thousands of mature followers, let alone elites and protokings among them. How could such a formation be guarded only by a grade kings and queens? Lu Ming decided to investigate personally to ascertain the true strength of the core defenders. If they were grade, he would strike immediately. If they were grade, he would bide his time and wait for the right moment. Under Lu Ming's direction, the tyrant approached the steel fortress. Up close, the scale of the structure was astonishing. The walls alone were 200 meters high, far exceeding the flight limits of elite scythe owls. The top of the fortress was lined with dense high-voltage electric grids, clearly designed to fend off invasive species. Standing on the tyrant's back, Lu Ming locked his gaze on the central city. He activated his appraisal ability, and a blue outline enveloped the entire fortress. Instantly, the figures of thousands of elite scythe owls appeared before his eyes, their density enough to make anyone uncomfortable. However, the expected grade or grade kings were nowhere to be seen. Only a savage owl king and a savage owl queen, both a grade, were present. This result left Lu Ming puzzled. He meticulously searched every corner, but found nothing unusual. Unwilling to give up, he changed his strategy and appraised the entire structure itself. Information about Central City Ultimate Iron Fortress quickly surfaced. It was a level 1 shelter, built 5 years ago when the Otherworld Gate opened and invasive species began to attack. At that time, countless alien creatures suddenly descended upon this peaceful world, initiating a merciless slaughter of all living beings. When Dongwei, the district chief of Jintian district, learned that the threat of alien species was spreading to the outskirts, he promptly mobilized all available forces. While frontline soldiers bravely bought time, he ordered the disclosure of information about the alien species to raise public awareness. Within 3 months, a fortress made of reinforced steel, complete with an underground shelter, was erected to defend against the invasion. Residents from all over the district flocked to this steel fortress, seeking refuge. Initially, this defense structure, named Final Iron Fortress, successfully repelled the fierce attacks of the scythe owl aliens. However, fate took a cruel turn when a class-mutated individual, the Fear Owl King, appeared and changed the course of the battle. This terrifying creature broke through the Skynet defenses and breached the fortress. The steel walls crumbled like paper under its claws, and in an instant, the scythe owl aliens swarmed in, turning the fortress into their nest. Lu Ming, after reading this information about the central city, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Ah, now this makes sense, he muttered to himself, as if the mysteries that had plagued him for days were finally resolved. Class-mutated individual, Fear Owl King. Lu Ming pondered over this title. An individual, which means it still belongs to the same species as the Savage Owl King. It's like a character from a novel who gained some special opportunity that transformed its quality from E to D. It's not on the same level as the Ancient Owl Emperor, so it can be dealt with easily. Just then, Lu Ming's attention was caught by a familiar triangular symbol. It was a mark indicating hidden information, and he wasn't about to let it slip by. With a touch of his finger, a new page of information unfolded. It turned out that after the Fear Owl King broke through the Skynet, District Chief Dongwei realized that unless it was dealt with, the residents in the shelter would face certain doom. To fulfill his duty, he bravely used himself as bait, triggering the Fear Owl King's hunting instincts. Dong Wei cleverly lured it into the core drive room deep underground and successfully sealed it using titanium-grade protective measures and central energy. Before leaving, he issued a warning, forbidding any survivors from opening the core drive room. However, the Fear Owl King's final attack, Soul Hunting Cross, before being sealed, not only split the ground but also tore through the fortress walls. The Scythe Owl aliens took the opportunity to flood in, massacring all the survivors. Sealed? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was the only piece of information he cared about. Doesn't that mean I can freely clear out the Scythe Owl aliens in the central city? With that thought, a smile of anticipation crept across his face. This entire central city is mine to conquer. Tyrant, charge in, Lu Ming commanded. The tyrant spread its wings and launched itself at the steel barricade with full force. Just as Lu Ming drew his Owl King Warblade, ready to unleash havoc, a program prompt suddenly appeared. Notice, you have entered the central city area. Core mission activated. Liberate the shelter. Current liberation progress. 0. Lu Ming was just about to set off, his spirits high, when an unexpected program notification interrupted him. He glanced at the prompt and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. A core city mission? Liberate the shelter? This was far from his original plan. He just wanted to challenge a level king to test his true strength. The sudden mission felt like a distraction, but it seemed there was no room for refusal. Reluctantly, Lu Ming decided to ignore it and stick to his original plan. He casually tugged on Chu Xue's ponytail, gripped his knife tightly, and tried to regain his murderous intent. Suddenly, a tyrant crashed into the iron fortress with a loud bang, as if demanding a debt from the steel stronghold. As expected, a group of 6 mutated sickle owls, led by a scythe owl, was alarmed and charged at them. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, and he was about to unleash his cross-pulse initiation move when he heard the crisp sound of a blade being drawn. A red arc of light sliced through the 7 sickle owls like lightning, leaving a long trail of flowing light. By the time he realized what had happened, the Owl Emperor Tyrant was already standing behind the sickle owls, striking a perfect pose, one arm naturally hanging down, the other holding the blade horizontally, as if ready for a poster shoot. It was then that Lu Ming noticed the tyrant's particle light blade wasn't just half a meter long. In actual combat, it could extend to about a meter. The tyrant sheathed its blade, and the 7 sickle owl corpses fell to the ground. The tyrant turned its head to look at Lu Ming, seemingly seeking approval. Although Lu Ming secretly admired the move, he couldn't resist teaching the show-off a lesson. He walked up and patted the tyrant on the butt, warning, "Next time, I go first. Steal the spotlight again, and you'll be sleeping on the streets." The tyrant instantly looked dejected. Lu Ming tried to retrieve the corpses and found that even those killed by the tyrant belonged to him. This lifted his spirits, and he walked past the tyrant, giving a rare compliment. "That was a decent strike, though." With that, he stepped into the Iron Fortress, heading towards the corridor leading to the Owl King and Queen. The tyrant was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu Xue in delight, as if seeking confirmation that it hadn't misheard. Chu Xue just smiled gently and quickly followed Lu Ming. The tyrant, overjoyed, trotted happily behind. Entering the corridor, they found themselves in a space resembling a high-speed train station waiting hall. A steel bridge, spanning 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters long, ran through it, serving as both a platform and a road. Numerous circuits hung around, with many steel bridges branching out. The design resembled a human survivor base from the wasteland era, but now, apart from the dense mature sickle owls, there were no other historical traces. Suddenly, hundreds of elite sickle owls noticed Lu Ming's group and swarmed towards them. Faced with these pests, only slightly stronger than larvae, Lu Ming instructed Chu Xue to drop the invisibility veil. This played right into his hands. The more clustered the sickle owls, the easier to wipe them out in one go. Lu Ming raised his knife towards the densest cluster of owls, silently chanting, "Giant acid compression cannon." In an instant, the Owl King's battle blade glowed with a cyan light, and dark blue mucus gushed out, forming a giant half-body mutant in front of the blade. The Savage Owl King. It was twice the size of a regular sickle owl, its sharp blade piercing the steel bridge's surface, frantically absorbing bioenergy from the battle blade. The Savage Owl King's chest and abdomen opened wide, releasing a dazzling milky yellow energy beam like a waterfall. The 3-meter-high beam swept across the base's main road for 5 seconds, instantly obliterating nearly 70% of the elite sickle owls. The broken bodies of the sickle owls fell one after another, some missing their upper bodies, others their lower halves, and some reduced to mere fragments of flesh and skin. As the Savage Owl King transformed back into biological mucus and merged into the blade, Lu Ming snapped out of his shock. He murmured in disbelief, "A skill that costs 10 bioenergy points? That's just too awesome." The heat radiating from the knife handle made Lu Ming realize that the energy consumption of the compression cannon, a wide area damage skill on the vitality of aberrant creatures was far beyond imagination, even more terrifying than the cross pulse. He glanced at the vitality of his combat knife, and sure enough, it had decreased by 500 points. After a quick calculation, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. 500 points per use. 12 uses is the limit. 12 times? That's insanely powerful. However, his joy was tinged with regret. The fragile body of the scythe owl couldn't withstand the bombardment of the compression cannon, losing at least several hundred crystals with each use. Lu Ming silently decided that next time he used a biological skill, he would test each one individually to maximize the benefits. Suddenly, the death of a wave of scythe owls triggered the rage of more of them. Thousands of scythe owls swarmed towards him, and in this open space, Lu Ming was confined to a steel bridge, making it difficult to maneuver. Unless he could infinitely extend his blade light or had a massive area damage skill, dealing with them would be extremely tough. At this critical moment, Lu Ming thought of his loyal servant. "Tyrant," he called out in a low voice. Immediately, a dark red figure emerged from stealth. Lu Ming pointed at the group of elite scythe owls who seemed ready to die and commanded in a deep voice, "Leave none alive." The tyrant moved at his command, its particle blade ringing as it unsheathed. It darted like a shadow, and the sound of slicing filled the air as scythe owl corpses fell one after another. Some crashed onto the high bridge, splattering bodily fluids. Others fell to the lower levels of the base, scattering their innards. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, the scythe owls continued to charge like death squads. Though the tyrant was unstoppable, it was ultimately one against many. The other scythe owls, seeing this, bypassed its assault and headed straight for Lu Ming, clearly considering him the easier target. In this perilous moment, Lu Ming remembered another ally. Xiaoxue, he called softly, "Take care of those try to backstab us." With Xiaoxue having evolved to Drank, Lu Ming had no doubt she could handle these rank elites. Having given his instructions, Lu Ming charged forward with his knife. The cross pulse in his hand shimmered, and with each slash, he cleared the elite scythe owls on either side. However, he didn't see the astonishing scene unfolding behind him. Countless golden threads pierced through the hearts of all the scythe owls at the rear with precision. These scythe owls, nearly 1,000 in number, were strung together like beads by the golden threads. Once their life force faded, Xiaoxue neatly piled them on the high bridge, as if preparing trophies for Lu Ming to collect. After dealing with the threat behind, Xiaoxue did not intervene in the frontline battle. She merely tilted her delicate face, her red eyes filled with admiration and adoration, watching Lu Ming as he fought. At the same time, she didn't forget to help retrieve the scythe owl corpses that had fallen to the lower levels. Lu Ming was in high spirits, slashing through his enemies. Although not quite at the level of an unstoppable force, he was close. This was thanks to his specialized level as an extreme hunting warrior and the power of the Owl King's combat knife, which further amplified his strength. The tyrant, meanwhile, was like a war god, cutting down scythe owls wherever it went, each slash taking down one, several, or even a dozen scythe owls at once. 15 minutes later, over 1,000 elite and mutated scythe owls lay slaughtered. With his final slash, Lu Ming's combat knife was drenched in blood, steam rising from it. As the battle ended, the knife's biological activity was down to 1,000 points. He took out 100 bottles of ordinary aberrant blood from his pack in batches to recharge his trusty weapon. Once the knife was fully restored, Lu Ming returned to Xiaoxue's side. It was then that he noticed the heaps of scythe owl corpses around him. After a moment's thought, Lu Ming understood Xiaoxue's contribution. He didn't say thank you as it felt too formal. Instead, he gently patted Xiaoxue's head and smiled. "Good job." The tyrant, seeing this, immediately moved closer, its eyes fixed on Lu Ming, as if saying, "What about me? I want some too." Lu Ming felt a bit exasperated, thinking, "Here we go again, that irresistible look. Where did it learn this from? You're supposed to be a regal hunter. Where's your dignity?" In the end, he relented. "All right, come here." Lu Ming reached out to the tyrant, which closed its eyes and lowered its head. He first patted its armored forehead, then his expression softened as he gently stroked it. He thought, this guy is actually quite endearing once you get to know it. It's a pity that such genuinely loyal servants, who ask for so little in return, can only be found among contracted aberrants. Humans always want more. Finally, Lu Ming said to the tyrant, "Seeing how brave you were, I'll leave the task of taking down the Tyrant Owl King to you later." With such a powerful enforcer at his disposal, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking it was time for him to enjoy the perks of being the boss. He glanced at the tyrant and nodded slightly, signaling that the task was now its responsibility. After all, for such a formidable being, Crushing an ant or a beetle with 1,000 pounds of force made no difference. After assigning the enforcer its task, Lu Ming immediately began retrieving the scattered Reaper Owl corpses. Thanks to the presence of Chu Xue, this task became incredibly easy. The dense snow made the bodies clearly visible. Within just a few minutes, he completed the retrieval. As he tallied up the gains, Lu Ming couldn't help but gasp. There were 3,805 elite Reaper Owl corpses and 42 mutated ones. Even without refinement, this haul was worth over 75,000. If refined, the value would be astronomical. Lu Ming looked at the mountain of Reaper Owl corpses in his bag, his joy evident. Yet amidst his elation, a sense of unease crept in. Although he and the tyrant were very efficient in their kills, taking down nearly 4,000 Reaper Owls in 15 minutes seemed a bit exaggerated. Recalling the battle, he hadn't used his power infusion or awakening force to prepare for a potential level king. He had only used his super speed twice. Moreover, elite Reaper Owls were not as helpless as larvae. They resisted and created counterattack opportunities for their comrades. Although these efforts were ultimately futile, they did slow down the process a bit. Lu Ming frowned in thought. Was he in such good condition that he lost track of time due to his intense focus? He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these details. The priority was to deal with the Owl King and Owl Queen. Activating his Eye of Truth, Lu Ming locked onto a position deep within the base. There, his first target stood quietly, seemingly oblivious to everything happening above. "Let's go down," Lu Ming commanded. Chu Xue released her threads, lowering Lu Ming gently, with the tyrant following closely behind. As they descended, the surrounding light dimmed. By the time their feet touched the ground again, visibility was less than 10 meters. Fortunately, though the Eye of Truth didn't have night vision, it could use its identification mode to outline the surrounding objects, creating a unique kind of X-ray vision. Forward, Lu Ming directed, looking in the direction of the savage Owl King. Chu Xue and the tyrant exchanged a glance, one with a smile and the other with loyalty in their eyes. They silently followed Lu Ming, neither mentioning that they could actually see in the dark as if it were daylight. The 5-minute journey felt like a midnight stroll, and Lu Ming gradually adapted to the darkness. Suddenly, two figures came into view. One stood in front, its size comparable to the tyrant, but its body was dark blue, surrounded by red energy inscriptions. The other lay on the ground, measuring at least 13 meters in length. Its upper body was similar to a regular Reaper Owl, but its lower body was shockingly enormous, several times the size of its upper body. At this moment, the massive lower body contracted and squirmed, with a milky yellow energy or pulsating inside. Through the glow, Lu Ming could clearly see hundreds of scythe owl larvae eggs hatching within it. Some were already moving inside the eggs, while others were still in a fetal state, twitching randomly. This was the Owl Queen, the complete form of the regretful figure he had barely glimpsed before it was taken down in the shopping mall. Lu Ming felt a mix of emotions. Human nature is so contradictory. Curiosity fills us before we see something, but once we do, we wish we hadn't. If it weren't for the countless battles against these creatures, this sight might have been unbearable for him. Lu Ming forced himself to look away from the Owl Queen and turned his gaze to the savage Owl King. This creature was different. It showed no signs of aggression from the start. Its eyes were locked onto the tyrant, its face displaying a serene and calm expression, as if it had accepted its impending fate. A soft growl escaped the savage Owl King's mouth. The tyrant's antennae perked up at the sound, and it took a half step forward, casting an inquisitive look at Lu Ming. Though he didn't understand the meaning of the Owl King's growl, Lu Ming nodded slightly, signaling the tyrant to proceed freely. Dragging its sharp particle blade, the tyrant approached the savage Owl King. It slightly parted its steel teeth, responding with a respectful and confident growl. The Owl King's eyes flashed with a blue light, and as their blades clashed, a massive burst of energy erupted from its body, accompanied by 3 crisp cracking sounds. Lu Ming, shocked, activated his Eye of Truth and discovered that the Owl King's original 4 cores were now reduced to just 1 in its heart. It had destroyed 3 of them itself. As Lu Ming pondered this, the Owl King raised its blade towards the tyrant. The tyrant responded in kind, raising its right arm to clash with the Owl King's blade, producing a sharp sound that heralded the start of their battle. The Owl King instantly retreated at high speed, moving back 100 meters. The tyrant remained motionless, its blood-red eyes fixed on its opponent. The Owl King's eyes flashed blue again, its particle blades clanging as it charged towards the tyrant in a zigzag pattern, aiming a downward slash. The tyrant's figure blurred slightly as it effortlessly dodged the Owl King's full-force strike, its crimson blade slicing upwards through the Owl King's chest. With a resounding crash, their forms crossed, and the Owl King was split from shoulder to shoulder, sliding 100 meters before crashing into a steel wall, coming to a final halt with no further movement. In that moment, Lu Ming had a sudden realization. The Owl King's calm and serene demeanor stemmed from its understanding from the outset that defeat was inevitable. It had simply chosen a more dignified way to die. Lu Ming collected the Owl King's corpse, deciding to honor its pride by making use of it. When he turned back, the tyrant had already extended its blade and was leaping towards the savage Owl Queen. Lu Ming did not stop it, but habitually cast the eye of truth on the Owl Queen, ready to gather more information about this creature. The analysis showed savage Owl Queen, a grade king species, insect king lineage. A mature queen individual, 15 meters in length, massive in size, with extremely strong reproductive abilities. It is the core of the scythe owl race, surrounded and protected by its kin, extremely fond of eating and sleeping. It has forsaken powerful offensive capabilities to fulfill its duty of propagating the species, constantly guarded by the savage owl king. Once it completes its ultimate hatching quota, it will perish from exhaustion. Skills include releasing corrosive triple shots, unleashing a cross-pulse, and self-destructing upon death. Traits: Queen's Command, Advanced Regeneration, and Queen's Blessing, which enhances the potential of its kin when its life is threatened. Weaknesses: cannot move independently, and can be killed by shattering the cores in its head, chest, and abdomen. When Lu Ming saw remaining reproductive capacity, 80,000, a new idea suddenly struck him. He looked up to see the tyrant's crimson particle blade just 10 meters away from the Owl Queen's head, poised in a perfect slam dunk position. Lu Ming's face changed dramatically, and he reached out, shouting, "Tyrant, stop! It can still reproduce." Before he finished speaking, the tyrant abruptly turned and crashed into the iron wall behind the Owl Queen, then slowly slid down. Lu Ming felt a bit awkward, but was relieved to have saved the savage Owl Queen. An 80,000 remaining reproductive capacity meant 80,000 scythe owl larvae, which translated to at least 160,000 specialized crystals. If he utilized sublimation, it would amount to a fortune of 1,600,000. By leveraging the Queen's Blessing for forced evolution, he could get 80,000 unsublimated scythe owl corpses. Sublimating them again would be like striking gold. Lu Ming felt fortunate he had stopped the tyrant in time. Otherwise, that single strike might have led to a lifetime of regret. Lu Ming watched as the tyrant approached from a distance, shoulders slumped and looking dejected. A wave of sympathy washed over him. He stepped forward and patted the tyrant's broad chest, speaking gently, "Don't worry about it. Every man has had his run-ins with walls, I'm no exception. Think about it this way. Sure, it was a bit embarrassing, but you protected a gold mine of energy resources, and you did it for me. All in all, you did great, and I'm proud of you." The tyrant seemed indifferent to most of what Lu Ming said, but at the final words, its spirits lifted immediately. It looked not just revitalized, but as if it had gained an extra boost of strength, exuding an aura of excitement. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that the tyrant was indeed worth the effort and easy to cheer up. He then turned his attention to the violent Owl Queen. Deprived of its king and followers, it was unusually quiet, perhaps realizing that Lu Ming had saved its life, or maybe it had simply given up resisting. It showed no signs of aggression, its gaze occasionally falling on the tyrant, with a somewhat pale face. Lu Ming suddenly realized something was off-ordinary. Scythe owls had blue blood. So if its face was pale, could it be that the violent Owl Queen had taken a liking to the tyrant? Looking at the tyrant, who seemed almost clingy, Lu Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Maybe it was the allure of strength. If they did develop a special relationship, he would be quite intrigued. Activating his eye of truth, Lu Ming immediately saw that the violent Owl Queen was blocking the entrance to the core driving chamber underground. Its massive body completely obstructed the way, causing Lu Ming some frustration. He thought that if he were big enough, his extreme hunting warrior strength might be able to move the Owl Queen. Unfortunately, his current size was inadequate, with no leverage points. Lifting it from above would tear its body apart. It seemed the Owl Queen was a checkpoint that needed to be defeated and its body collected to gain access underground. This coincidence made Lu Ming feel like the whole world was a game. As a transferee and strategist, he was familiar with this, but his current weak state left him unqualified to delve deeper. The idea of thoroughly conquering the world and unmasking the mastermind could wait until he was strong enough to survive to the end. For now, he could only act according to his wishes. Lu Ming glanced at the tyrant, thinking it would be efficient for cutting, but not for moving the body. He turned to Chu Xue and asked, "Xiao Xue, can you wrap the violent Owl Queen in a web?" Understanding instantly, Chu Xue smiled and waved her hand, releasing golden threads that quickly wove into a large net, enveloping the Owl Queen. Without waiting for further instructions from Lu Ming, she effortlessly hoisted the Owl Queen and moved it to a corner. Her ease in handling the task made Lu Ming acutely aware of how much stronger she was than him. Overcome with affection, Lu Ming planted a kiss on Chu Xue's cheek, then felt a bit embarrassed, reminding himself to maintain composure. Just as he calmed down, a metallic head moved in close. Lu Ming pushed the face away and said sternly, "Not you. You're a man. Look over there." He pointed to the violent owl queen. "That's who you can kiss." With that, Lu Ming took Chu Xue's hand and walked towards the underground entrance, silently resolving to keep affectionate gestures private in the future. Sneaking around was one thing, but if his other actions were discovered, how would he explain himself when the tyrant came down on him later? How would he face it? Lu Ming felt uneasy, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the tyrant. The tyrant was staring at Lu Ming's back, then shifted his gaze to the violent queen owl Lu Ming had pointed out. The queen owl was currently making charming gestures with her forearms, seemingly expressing affection towards the tyrant. The tyrant stared blankly at her for 3 seconds, his eyes gradually lowering to her plump belly. Suddenly, he turned his head away, coldly, and did something unexpected. Spat. This alien creature could actually spit. The tyrant seemed startled by his own behavior, his expression suddenly freezing. He hurriedly raised his blade-like arms and ran towards the entrance of the underground core drive chamber, looking like a child who had lost his mother, chasing and crying with his hands raised. At that moment, Lu Ming was holding a few specialized crystals for illumination. The passage leading underground was not only gently sloped, but also unusually spacious, so much so that the light from his hand couldn't reach the sides. Suddenly, a dazzling red light erupted behind him, illuminating the space within a 5-meter radius. Lu Ming turned around to see the tyrant's imposing figure clearly emerging. The light came from the energy inscriptions on his body and the particle blades on his hands. Seeing the tyrant's solid build and silent approach, Lu Ming couldn't help but respect the title Natural-Born Predator. The two of them maintained a silent understanding, exploring step by step. 20 minutes later, an exit emitting a faint blue light appeared ahead. Lu Ming accelerated, and as he passed through the exit, the view opened up dramatically. A towering battery-shaped structure, tens of meters high and 50 meters in diameter, stood before them. The surface was covered with a sturdy metal shell and energy columns filled with high-energy plasma. These energy columns provided light to the entire underground space. Without a doubt, this was the core drive chamber, housing the mutated creature the fearsome Owl King. Surrounding the drive chamber were hundreds of bisected hemispherical structures, extending to every corner of the underground space. The Eye of Truth indicated temporary shelters for survivors. Suddenly, a notification popped up. "You have entered the survivor's base. Core area liberation progress." 40 Lu Ming glanced at it and quickly dismissed the message, knowing there was no room for distraction. Leading Chu Xue and the tyrant off the exit platform, Lu Ming stepped onto the rough cement road. The tire marks left on the ground seemed to tell the story of 4 years ago District Chief Dong Wei guiding the fearsome Owl King into the drive chamber, the scene playing out vividly in his mind. Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth, his gaze piercing through the thick walls of the underground core drive room. This was the heart of Central City, the final iron fortress, controlling the lifeblood of the entire city. For years ago, District Chief Dong Wei had used this place to imprison the class mutant, the fearful Owl King, with all the energy diverted to maintain this seal. Within the drive room, the shadowy figure of the fearful Owl King flickered. Its struggles never ceased, oscillating between violent thrashes for several days and periods of calm, in a relentless cycle. Lu Ming noticed that the energy core's reserves were nearly depleted, furrowing his brows in concern. At the current rate, the fearful Owl King would break free in a month and return to the surface. This timing sent a chill through Lu Ming. A month from now would be the 3rd day after the world's level upgrade. If this wasn't a coincidence for Jintian District, but a universal setting for all districts, his previous calculations were completely wrong. The survival standard for the next world level wouldn't be advanced hunting warriors, but doomsday warlords capable of combating class mutant kings. Lu Ming quickly did the math. Upgrading a novice soldier to a doomsday warlord required 106,410 specialized crystals. With the base drop rate halved, this meant killing 212,820 scythe owl larvae. Over 30 days, that averaged out to eliminating 7,094 larvae per day. The sheer scale of this task made Lu Ming dizzy. Such a massive kill count was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary person. As Lu Ming delved into this extreme line of thinking, he suddenly realized his judgment might be too narrow. Once a soldier reached intermediate hunting warrior status, they could solo mature scythe owls, with crystal yields increasing tenfold. Moreover, it wasn't clear whether the 50 drop rate affected the probability or the quantity. If the reduction applied to quantity rather than probability, the situation would improve significantly. Killing a mature scythe owl would originally yield 10 crystals. This would still provide 5. This hypothesis seemed more logical. Otherwise, killing higher-level mutants would result in no crystal output, which made no sense. With this thought, Lu Ming felt a slight relief and turned to leave. However, as he stepped towards the exit, a familiar pale yellow barrier suddenly appeared, blocking his way. A system prompt popped up, currently undertaking the core task of liberating the shelter. The liberator cannot leave the current scene until the task is completed. Current liberation progress. 40. Lu Ming's face darkened instantly, his brows knitted tightly. This unexpected restriction filled him with anger and frustration. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a thought flashed through his mind. Since gathering, spatial pouches, and the trading house could undergo sublimation, what other possibilities might exist? With this new line of thinking, Lu Ming began to reassess the situation before him, searching for a breakthrough. Could this broken program actually work? Lu Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration, a sly glint in his eyes. He secretly plotted that if he ever created a basic AI for simple interactions, he would definitely throw it into some logical loops just for fun. After closing the program prompt, Lu Ming, unwilling to give up, searched around for any signs of hope. However, the harsh reality was like a towering wall, completely blocking his way out. Chu Shui and Tyrant, curious, also gave it a try, but their efforts were equally futile and frustrating. Lu Ming's spirits plummeted, as if the world itself was mocking him. He glanced back at the core drive room, which looked like a giant battery, and realized that the only option left was to continue the mission. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Lu Ming steeled himself. If the world wants to push me forward, then I'll show it what I'm made of. Right then and there, he decided to break through and become the Apocalypse Battle King. Lu Ming opened his spatial bag and began placing the corpses of the scythe owls one by one. Due to the inability to operate in bulk, the process was particularly tedious. Fortunately, the space was large enough to lay out all the corpses at once. Chu Shui's threads were impressively long, allowing her to quickly spread the corpses into their designated positions. The two worked in perfect harmony, their actions seamless. Only Tyrant sat in the corner, looking particularly dejected. At that moment, it felt utterly useless, unable to contribute in any way. After 1 hour and 10 minutes of mechanical labor, Lu Ming finally finished arranging all the corpses. Although physically unexhausted, he felt as if he had endured a day's worth of grueling work. To make matters worse, it was all forced upon him, not by choice. It was like being sternly commanded to study, instantly killing any motivation. Looking at the mountainous pile of scythe owl corpses that nearly filled the core drive room, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Anyone familiar with the situation would know this was for a sublimation process. But to an outsider, it might look like a grand funeral for the Fear Owl King. Dragging his weary body, Lu Ming selected an elite scythe owl corpse in front of him and silently chanted, "Ultimate Sublimation." The system prompt immediately appeared. "Please select the sublimation grade." Tier 2, Lu Ming responded decisively. However, the next prompt hit him like a ton of bricks. Sublimating in a grade elite scythe owl corpse requires consuming 100 specialized crystals. Do you confirm the expenditure of 100 specialized crystals to sublimate the grade elite scythe owl corpse into a grade giant blade scythe owl larva corpse? Lu Ming was instantly petrified, his face full of disbelief. This damn thing, it's charging me again? Could it be due to the grade? Lu Ming stared thoughtfully at the elite sickle owl's corpse in front of him. This corpse had skipped the grade entirely. Did the ultimate ascension consider grade bodies valuable rather than trash? He glanced at the 38,097 specialized crystals in his bag, and after a moment of hesitation, decided to give it a try. Confirm. At his command, the elite sickle owl's corpse began to decompose, and a new creature started to take shape before his eyes. It was a giant larva, measuring about 1.5 meters long and 80 centimeters tall. Its body was dark red, partially armored with hard carapace, and its appearance was terrifying, exuding a chilling aura. Giant blade sickle owl larva. Lu Ming muttered to himself as he began to identify this newly formed monster. The identification results showed giant blade sickle owl larva, grade juvenile species, part of the insect tribe. It traded its long-range acidic spit ability for formidable close combat prowess. With tremendous strength, robust defense, and astonishing regenerative abilities, only weapons of mithril grade or higher could penetrate its armor. Upon reaching adulthood, it would evolve into a mid-tier species of the sickle owl family, the giant blade sickle owl. Lu Ming carefully read through the larva's skills. Swift charge, a brutal headbutt with its armored head, tail hammer which involved spinning in place to sweep targets with its tail, and rage stomp, where it reared up and unleashed a powerful shockwave through sheer weight and energy discharge. In terms of traits, it had high-speed regeneration. Its weakness lay in two nuclei located at the intersections of its energy veins, typically protected by armor. Destroying these nuclei would result in a kill. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of some familiar figures. Red, brute force, Ultraman, he mused. Then the ancient sickle owl must undoubtedly be a supreme or dark type. He seemed to gain a new understanding of these classifications. With a hint of curiosity, Lu Ming used his collection skill on the giant blade sickle owl larva. Successfully decomposed giant blade sickle owl larva corpse, obtained specialized crystals 100, high energy protein 2, giant blade armor 2. The system prompt sounded. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Spent 100 crystals, got 100 back. If it weren't for double collection, I'd be losing half. He pondered. It seems that for ultimate ascension, the grade of the corpse must be suppressed to a grade or below. Otherwise, the risk of loss is significant. Without hesitation, Lu Ming selected another elite sickle owl corpse and continued with the ultimate ascension process. However, the system prompt surprised him. Please select ascension grade 1. Ascending in a grade elite sickle owl corpse requires 30 specialized crystals. Confirm to consume 30 specialized crystals to ascend the grade elite sickle owl corpse to an grade savage owl king corpse. A grade also requires a fee. Lu Ming was a bit surprised but quickly understood. Is it because the ascension of corpses is too powerful, and the program had to fix it? Probably not. Otherwise, even more overpowered actions would be targeted. For instance, resource boxes. Multiple operations haven't been targeted. After thinking for a moment, he concluded, so it must be that even in a grade king-level corpse holds value. 30 specialized crystals are entirely acceptable. After all, the crystal output of a Quasial Queen is 50, and a Savage Owl King should have at least 60 to match. Confirm. Following Lu Ming's command, the elite Sickle Owl's corpse decomposed again, and a more formidable Savage Owl King corpse was reconstructed. He immediately used the greed skill, and the system prompt sounded. Successfully decomposed Savage Owl King corpse. Obtained specialized crystal 60, Owl King Blade 16, Owl King Armor 24, a grade Royal Variant Blood 200 milliliters. Excellent. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Spent 30, earned 60, a net gain of 30 crystals per corpse. This is the advantage of Ultimate Ascension, allowing free selection of 1 or 2 grades, flexibility. Next, Lu Ming began a series of highly skilled assembly line work. Initially, he planned to ascend all corpses at once and then collect them all together. But after ascending over 1,000, the 38,000 plus crystals in his bag were depleted. He had to conduct a collection, which slightly irritated his obsessive tendencies. No major changes occurred with the remaining regular sickle owls. However, one odd thing caught Lu Ming's attention. When mutated sickle owl corpses ascended to Savage Owl Kings, they did not retain the mutation tag. The result was still an ordinary Savage Owl King corpse. This puzzled Lu Ming, and he eventually speculated. Regular sickle owls might lack the powerful bloodline support needed. Upon evolving to the top tier, they would naturally eliminate mutation factors, unless they mutated again at the Savage Owl King level, like the Fear Owl King. Finally, after 1 hour and 20 minutes, all the corpses had been converted into crystals. Lu Ming tallied his final gains. Originally, he had 38,097 specialized crystals, and the total output from all the sickle owl corpses was 115,380. Amounting to 153,477. Looking at this number, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel. After surpassing 10,000 crystals, his wealth had once again achieved a qualitative leap. Lu Ming finally surpassed the 100,000 mark. In his spatial pouch, he had not only 61,552 Owl King blades and 92,328 Owl King armors, but also 3,847 vials of a level Royal Variant Blood, each containing 200 milliliters. The sheer quantity of these biological weapon crafting materials was staggering. On the 3rd day after the apocalypse began, while most people were still struggling to find food and water, Lu Ming faced a luxurious dilemma. The vast amount of materials he had accumulated was far beyond what he could personally use, let alone sell. He had no choice but to store these precious resources in his spatial pouch, treating them as stockpiled goods. After closing the spatial pouch, Lu Ming glanced at the time and realized it was already 1 p.m. He had spent the last 4 hours since leaving his apartment dealing with scythe owl corpses. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming opened his character panel and selected the specialization level option. The system immediately prompted, detected sufficient quantity of specialization crystals in spatial pouch. Do you wish to consume 60,000 specialization crystals to upgrade to primary Doomsday Warlord level? Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose yes. In an instant, 60,000 crystals decomposed and fused, transforming into 60 drops of crystal blue liquid that pierced through space and floated in front of him. Unexpectedly, these drops didn't seep into his spine as usual. Instead, they underwent a secondary transformation in midair, continuously compressing and refining until they condensed into a pure energy crystal that seemed to wither but never diminished. As Lu Ming stared at the crystal, he suddenly felt dizzy, as if his consciousness was being drawn into it. Just as he was in a daze, the pure energy crystal darted past his line of sight and pierced into the back of his neck like a sharp needle, embedding itself into his cervical vertebrae. Arc! Lu Ming cried out in pain, his entire body tensing up instantly. The pure energy crystal shattered into countless fragments after penetrating his bones, rapidly dispersing throughout the inner structure of every bone in his body. It ground his bone marrow to pieces and merged with it, completely replacing it. Lu Ming could clearly see his bone marrow changing from red and yellow to crystal blue. Strands of blue energy seeped from the marrow, traversed the crystal blue bones, and flowed into his blood vessels. His original red blood evaporated upon contact with the blue energy, like rain hitting molten lava. A searing burning sensation swept through his entire body, sparing no organ, muscle, or tissue. The pain was unprecedented. Beyond his initial scream, Lu Ming could no longer make any sound. Clenching his fists and supporting himself on the ground with his arms, his blood vessels pulsed violently under his skin, each beat radiating a crystal blue glow. Strange markings spread from his spine to every part of his body. His eyes turned from black to blue, with inscriptions appearing in them, only to vanish in a burst of light. His short hair grew wildly, turning from black to icy blue. When all the changes reached their peak, Lu Ming suddenly stood up and let out an earth-shattering roar. A massive energy pulse radiated from him, extending hundreds of meters in all directions. The system prompt then sounded. Congratulations on completing the Gene Leap, successfully evolving to primary Doomsday Warlord. Gene Leap will alter your physical characteristics, but each leaper's features are unique. As the first leaper to complete the Gene Leap, you receive a source-level characteristic change, with an additional 30 increase in leaper aura coverage range and 3 lottery draws. The pain had yet to subside as Lu Ming gasped for breath, his chest heaving. With each inhale, the energy inscriptions on his face flickered, telling the tale of the recent upheaval. The discomfort from the gene mutation hadn't fully dissipated, but a series of system notifications already demanded his attention. Eagerly, Lu Ming opened his character panel to inspect his new appearance. However, before he could see any changes, the augmented information data filled his view. Name, Lu Ming. Gender male. ID, 66,666. Age, 24. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Specialization level, Junior Doomsday Warlord. Origin mutant. Awakening power, Tier 5, level 23. Mutation aura, 130 meters base, 100 extra 30. General functions, greed, exclusive world channel, trading post, space pouch. Skills, exceptional swordsmanship, C level. Eye of Truth exclusive. Ultimate Ascension exclusive. Power bestowal S level. Godspeed S level. Proficiencies, Master Forging proficiency A level. Advanced Tailoring proficiency C level. Basic Cooking proficiency E level. Basic Gardening proficiency E level. Basic Driving proficiency E level. Basic Wood Gathering proficiency E level. Advanced Childcare proficiency C level. Master Archery proficiency A level. Advanced Iron Mining proficiency C level. Lu Ming quickly skimmed through the data, assessing it in his mind. This panel might not make him invincible, but it was certainly impressive. He could feel the tenfold increase in his physical strength, a power that made him eager to delve deeper into his new identity. Curious, Lu Ming clicked on the description for Junior Doomsday Warlord. Junior Doomsday Warlord, a peak tire powerhouse. With matching weaponry and rich combat experience, can defeat class king-level mutants. Dominates the initial area of Jalan, protecting its inhabitants. Completing gene mutation grants a root transformation of physical attributes, bestowing strength far beyond the ordinary, and the capacity to endure massive energy baptisms. Consuming specialized crystals or crystal fragments can promote to intermediate Doomsday Warlord. Promotion progress. 100,000 specialized crystals, 1,000 specialized crystal fragments. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Only by completing gene mutation and reaching the Doomsday Warlord level could one absorb and use specialized crystal fragments. This explained why all previous consumptions only listed specialized crystals. Recalling the crystal fragment information he had previously observed, Lu Ming pondered. Only king-level mutant creatures had a chance to produce specialized crystal fragments, and this chance meant either they did or did not produce. Clearly, only Tire Kings would carry them. Given this, even as development continued, the most common specialized crystals would remain the mainstream currency on Jalan Star. So, what was the advantage of these rare, low-yield, high-risk specialized crystal fragments? Was it their large denomination? But with a space pouch allowing unlimited stacking of identical items, denomination size seemed irrelevant. Was it their impressive energy content? Yet, being a 100-to-1 equivalent exchange, large energy content also lost its significance. On the other hand, an exclusive skill like Ultimate Ascension explicitly required specialized crystal fragments. Lu Ming doubted such a high-value currency was designed solely for his or a few individuals' use. He believed specialized crystal fragments must possess a unique power exclusive to them. Just then, Mutation Aura caught Lu Ming's eye. This new power concept intrigued him. He immediately clicked to expand the related information. Mutation Aura. Energy pressure acquired post-gene mutation. Any being of a lower level will be suppressed by this energy. The aura can be controlled at will, without time limits, but will slightly consume mental energy. Effects include a 20 overall power reduction within a 100-meter range. The first mutant gains an additional 30 range boost. This aura can be upgraded by consuming specialized crystal fragments, up to 10 tiers. Current upgrade progress. 0-100. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was the answer. Only specialized crystal fragments could enhance this function. Judging by the numbers, even with probabilistic drops, the quantity produced should be substantial. A Tire King should drop at least 10 fragments. Thinking this, Lu Ming felt relieved he hadn't chosen to ascend his awakening power. The cost for Ultimate Ascension was daunting, and each subsequent level would require an enormous number of specialized crystals. Curious, Lu Ming clicked on Ultimate Ascension. Notice, select Ascension Tier, Tier 2. Notice, ascending the Awakening skill, Awakening Power, requires 200,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 200,000 specialized crystals to elevate Awakening Power to a higher tier. Seeing the number, Lu Ming was taken aback. 200,000 specialized crystals were enough to promote 2 junior Doomsday Warlords to intermediate Doomsday Warlords. Glancing at the remaining 88,477 specialized crystals in his pouch, Lu Ming decisively canceled the Ascension operation. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Notice, you have 3 unused lottery chances. Would you like to draw now? Lu Ming remembered he still had the grand prize for being the first to break through to a major tier. Without hesitation, he chose yes. Notice, prizes will be randomly drawn from the categories of supplies, skills, weapons, special items, and others. Guaranteed at least one level reward. Please choose the draw method. Single draw, triple draw. Without thinking, Lu Ming selected triple draw. The system immediately displayed the results. Congratulations! You have obtained a special item. Mutant Protein Processor Blueprint. Congratulations! You have obtained a level skill book. Absorb Hand. Congratulations! You have obtained a special item. Universal Discount Coupon. Oh! Another Universal Deduction Voucher. Lu Ming was over the moon. He took out the vibrant, mysterious voucher from his spatial bag. This thing meant he could pull off all kinds of crazy moves, from upgrading his spatial bag to trading in the marketplace, world channel, or even the system itself. Anything was possible. Gripping the voucher tightly, Lu Ming silently chanted, Ultimate Ascension. The system immediately prompted, please choose Ascension Tier 2. Then another prompt appeared. Ascending the special item Universal Deduction Voucher requires consuming specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of specialized crystals to ascend the special item Universal Deduction Voucher to Universal Deduction Voucher 3 times. Confirm cancel? Infinite? What the heck? Lu Ming frowned. Because it could deduct any cost, it could also be of any value. So the system took the maximum amount? This clearly meant the system didn't want anyone to change the voucher's grade or effect. But limited by the Ultimate Ascension's priority tag, the system could only set such a restriction. Lu Ming smirked, thinking, too bad it doesn't work. The next time I draw a Universal Deduction Voucher, the infinite cost will reset to 0. He had thought he could perform an ultimate nesting operation, using the voucher to ascend itself. However, there was no option to use the voucher in the Ascension confirmation. Reluctantly, he had to give up. He recalled his first night's attempt, thinking someone might be interested in ascending themselves. The Ultimate Ascension judged the human body as a carbon-based life form, and neither Tier 1 nor Tier 2 ascensions would show any post-ascension information. While certainly stronger than an ordinary human, it was still as fragile as paper against terrifying weapons made of mithril, titanium alloy, or even higher-grade armors. As for dimensions and talents, The former needed a thorough understanding of dimensional concepts, and the latter was a nebulous concept. The ultimate ascension had two modules. One was for things perceived by the senses like sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. The other was for things completely understood in terms of ideology, existence, and structural composition, essentially locking onto them. If you couldn't observe those things in the realm of truth, you had to fully depict them in your consciousness. Lu Ming understood that if you only use a smartphone or computer for chatting and gaming, that's the extent of their utility to you, even though their actual functions are far more extensive. This was the closest analogy to his situation with the ultimate ascension. Therefore, he didn't choose those vague, unproven theories that countless scholars had yet to verify. The unknown results could make you an ultimate life form ruling the world, but they could also offer minimal enhancement, merely changing flesh to steel. Considering the homology definition, once he ascended a certain point in himself, he could no longer perform a secondary ascension on that point. Such regret would be unbearable. So, Lu Ming decided to bring the ascension point of himself back to the essence, the power system of this world, the specialized level. This was the most authoritative measure of strength in the current world, the core source of continuous human evolution and leaps. If the ultimate level of this world was a war god, then with ultimate ascension, he would be war god too. If the ultimate level was a deity, then he would be the ancestor of deities. He would always be 2 tiers above the world. Carefully storing the universal deduction voucher, Lu Ming turned to the second item. Upgrade purple skill, suction hand. The skill description read, grade category, active skill. Effect, can attract objects within 10 meters weighing no more than 100 kilograms to your hand, no cooldown. Lu Ming frowned. This thing is pretty useless. Being able to retrieve something immediately after throwing it should be a good thing. On a small scale, it's like telekinesis. On a large scale, it's a youthful version of sword control. But now, with a 10-meter range and a 100 kilograms limit, you might not even retrieve a thrown weapon. It's a typical case of food that's tasteless, but too good to discard. But this wouldn't stump Lu Ming. He chanted again, Ultimate Ascension. The system prompted. Please choose Ascension Tier 2. Then another prompt appeared. Ascending the grade skill suction hand requires consuming 2,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to ascend grade skill suction hand to grade skill universal manipulation. Wow, such a fancy name. Can it live up to it? Lu Ming exclaimed, but he didn't hesitate to confirm. The purple skill book disintegrated and reformed into a golden skill book. The system prompted, detected grade skill book universal manipulation. Learn now? Do you even need to ask? Yes. Lu Ming eagerly responded. Now was the time to stack his power, by any means necessary. The golden skill book dissolved into a ball of light and seeped into Lu Ming's forehead. He successfully learned the grade skill, universal manipulation. The skill description updated to grade category, active skill. Effect, can attract objects within 200 meters weighing no more than your maximum strength to your hand, no cooldown. Usage, activate by silent chant. Oh wow, this is much better. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Though it might not live up to its flashy name, it was leagues better than suction hand. A 200-meter range, no weight limit beyond personal strength used wisely. It could definitely be a sword control level technique. Excited, Lu Ming's hand itched. He drew his King Owl battle blade and flung it towards the nearby survivor dormitory. With a loud crash, the dormitory turned to rubble. Fixing his gaze on the blade amidst the wreckage, Lu Ming raised his hand and silently chanted, Universal Manipulation. With a loud clang, the blade shot up from the ground, flying back swiftly, and landed firmly in his hand with a satisfying smack. The feel of the knife handle in his hand was exquisite. Lu Ming was captivated by the graceful control of the King Owl battle knife, feeling its lightness as it spun deftly between his fingers. He knew this skill had immense potential. With a bit of creativity, the ways to utilize it were endless. Of course, real combat practice was the most effective way to hone it. Lu Ming sheathed the King Owl battle knife into the platform beneath his feet and turned to face the third ITEMA blueprint for an alien protein processor. This term had been frequent in his sight since the first day he transferred. It was a machine capable of converting high-purity alien protein into edible items, solving hunger problems once and for all. He opened the blueprint and scrutinized the information. The required materials were staggering. 100 units of steel, 2 kilograms of gold, 10 portions of grade or higher king-class alien materials, 2,000 milliliters of royal blood, 1,000 units of specialized crystals, and advanced or higher forging skills. The instructions at the bottom of the blueprint were clear. Once all conditions were met, the blueprint could be used to craft the machine. Lu Ming couldn't help but complain. This is ridiculously expensive, even more than a mithril-grade bioweapon. While he understood that this was a survival tool, he found it somewhat ironic. You show up now that I can resist the erosion toxins on my own. just like the gear you spend months collecting fragments for, only for it to become obsolete the moment you put it on. He tossed the blueprint into a spatial pouch and set it aside for now. Drawing the King Owl battle knife, he hesitated for a moment before decisively partitioning out 50,500 specialized crystals. He muttered, Mass Ultimate Ascension. The system prompt immediately followed. Please select the Ascension grade. Grade 1, Lu Ming responded. Mass Ascension of 500 specialized crystals will consume 50,000 specialized crystals. Confirm to consume 50,000 specialized crystals to ascend 500 specialized crystals into 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirmed. With a soft sound, 50,000 specialized crystals instantly evaporated, replaced by 500 crystal blocks, 3 times the original size. These blocks were structurally similar to the original crystals, akin to a Doug trio evolving from Diglett in Pokemon. Lu Ming picked up the warm crystal blocks and commanded again. Second grade Ultimate Ascension. This time his target was not the specialized crystals but the battle knife in his hand. The system prompt echoed once more. Ascending E-Class Mithril Grade Bioweapon King Owl Battle Knife requires 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirmed to consume 500 specialized crystal blocks to ascend the King Owl Battle Knife to Class Alloy Grade Ancient Emperor Blade. Confirmed. In an instant, a whirlwind swept through. The massive King Owl Battle Knife in Lu Ming's hand disintegrated and reformed into a Oni and a half meter long, 10 centimeter wide black mechanical box inscribed with dark red runes. The runes pulsed with light, as if a life force was within. Inside the box were 2 knife handles stored on 2 levels. The upper handle was pure black with a vertical red energy vein in the middle, while the lower handle was deep red with a vertical black energy vein. Each handle had a trigger at the end. Lu Ming lightly pressed the trigger, and 2 black-dirt gradient ancient straight swords sprang out with a clang. With a swift motion, he grasped both swords firmly. The straight swords appeared slender and sturdy, but had considerable heft. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a 5-centimeter difference in blade length between the two. The most surprising part was when Lu Ming slowly brought the 2 straight swords together. The blade seemed magnetized, merging with a crisp clang into a single entity. As the 2 swords combined into one, a flicker of emotion crossed Lu Ming's eyes. The newly formed great sword bore a striking resemblance to a weapon from a globally popular game on Earth, Wolf's Gravestone from Genshin Impact. Combined, it forms a great sword. Separated, it becomes dual blades. The Ancient Emperor's Blade in Lu Ming's hand showcases astonishing versatility. It can be used for stabbing, slashing, and even heavy smashing, with both long and short forms. This alloy-grade biological weapon is highly adaptive, suitable for various target types. Surprisingly, the anticipated challenge of wielding a biological weapon did not arise. The Ancient Emperor's Blade behaved quietly and obediently, much like an ordinary battle sword. Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps it was because he had already mastered this biological weapon before his ascension, and after the transformation, he retained his mastery. Alternatively, the weapon's biological consciousness might not have changed, only its grade had been elevated. He swung the great sword, and a gust of wind howled. An arc of air pressure surged forth, dissipating only after traveling dozens of meters. This simple strike yielded such tremendous power. Lu Ming felt the strength of a novice doomsday battle king truly beginning to soar. Activating the mirror projection, Lu Ming examined his new appearance. Blue hair and blue eyes felt a bit jarring at first, but he quickly grew accustomed to it. Removing his mask, he saw blue energy patterns coursing along his neck and cheeks, and sighed again. In just 3 days through several evolutions, he had transformed both inside and out, moving further away from his human form. Closing the mirror projection, Lu Ming reviewed his spatial inventory. Only 37,977 specialized crystals remained. He decided to enhance his awakening power. After some adjustments, his awakening power reached the 12th tier with a significant increase in amplification, boosting his confidence. With everything ready, Lu Ming grabbed the Ancient Emperor's Blade, activated his armor's resonance, and headed towards the core drive room with the first Snow Tyrant. He speculated that the Fear King might be a class entity, as the blade strength of a class king was comparable to alloy grade, matching the Ancient Emperor's Blade. As they approached the core drive room, the tyrant showed signs of unease for the first time, eyes sharp and filled with battle intent, the particle blades on its hands continuously extending and retracting. Lu Ming reassured, "Tyrant, stay calm." He himself grew even more composed, his mind already running through pre-battle simulations. Xiao Xue, stealth threads. As golden threads wrapped around them, the 3 vanished outside the drive room. Lu Ming gripped the Ancient Emperor's Blade tightly, his gaze probing the weapon's critical information, making final preparations for the imminent battle. Lu Ming focused his mind and energy, and his skill status showed perfection. Alloy Cutting Blade Storm, Microconvergence Cannon, Death Cross, Specialized Bioenergy 100, 001, 0000, Weapon Bioactivity 300, 003, 0000, all maxed out. He scanned his surroundings, calculating his tactics. The enemy is out in the open, while we remain hidden. We have to seize the initiative, Lu Ming muttered. Tyrant, find a concealed position to ambush. I'll set up a turret by the door and use the microconvergence cannon for a grand opening. Xiao Shui, stay flexible and adapt. Let's go for a 3-0 justice strike. With his orders given, Lu Ming's eyes darkened as he silently chanted, awakening power, power bestowal. Instantly, crystal blue energy filled his body, overlaid with deep red energy. A system prompt appeared before him. Enhancement activated, power bestowal in effect. Can be bestowed upon up to 3 other units. Bestow upon other targets. Bestow upon Xiao Shui and Tyrant. Lu Ming commanded decisively. Swish! Swish! 2 beams of red light enveloped Tyrant and Xiao Shui. They turned simultaneously, their eyes burning with intensity as they looked at Lu Ming. Stay sharp. Get ready! Lu Ming reminded them. Ignoring the glaring red prohibition sign on the door, he punched the lock with full force. An ear-piercing alarm echoed through the underground space as the door began to rise slowly with a hiss of compressed gas. Lu Ming raised the ancient Emperor Blade, activating his inherited skill. With a swoosh, a biomechanical entity emerged from the blade, rapidly intertwining into a solid form. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter ancient owl emperor appeared before Lu Ming, its dark red body exuding ferocity, lacking some of Tyrant's depth, but brimming with savagery. Suddenly, the ancient owl emperor's shoulders, chest, and abdomen opened simultaneously, with 5 intensely condensed blood-red energy beams beginning to accumulate. Boom, 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 the door to the drive room finally rose to its peak, and a pitch-black blade, crackling with electricity, slammed into the door frame. Just from this exposed corner, Lu Ming could infer the massive size of the enemy. Without hesitation, Lu Ming mentally commanded, Micro-convergence cannon. Boom! 5 cannons fired simultaneously, their energy converging into 5 10-centimeter-wide crimson beams that roared through the drive room entrance, piercing the rear wall and blasting a massive, pitch-black figure backward. Lu Ming didn't have time to marvel at the power of the micro-convergence cannon. As the residual energy lingered and the Fear Owl King was still being hurled back, he immediately activated the Eye of Truth. Identify! Lu Ming shouted, his gaze sharp and piercing. Information about the Fearsome Owl King Fusion D-Class King category flashed quickly through Lu Ming's mind. This is a variant form from the madness of the Tyrant Owl King after a second mutation, now turned into a killing machine that knows only slaughter and devouring. It is 5 meters long, weighs 3 tons, and possesses 4 terrifying abilities: Frenzy Butcher, Dismemberment, Swift Strike, and Fear Roar. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. His surprise attack had directly shattered 2 of the Fearsome Owl King's weak points, its waist and chest. The power of the ancient Emperor Blade left him in awe. Despite this being a D-Class King, Lu Ming believed that with the 12-fold physique enhancement and 3-fold strength amplification brought by his awakened power, he had the ability to take it on. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Lu Ming leaped towards the Fearsome Owl King, which had been blasted into the ruins. At close range, he finally saw the true form of this gigantic variant, entirely pitch black, resembling a shadowy scythe owl, with only its blades and eyes emitting a faint electric arc. Lu Ming quickly assessed the situation and chose to release the ancient Emperor Blade's biological skill Death Cross at a distance of 500 meters. This distance would ensure the skill's power while keeping him safe from the Fearsome Owl King's sonic fear roar. The intersecting blade lights hit the Fearsome Owl King's head precisely, stirring up billowing dust. However, when the dust settled, the target had vanished. Alarm bells rang in Lu Ming's mind as he was about to search around, when he suddenly felt a strong wind pressure from behind. In an instant, Lu Ming realized the stealth state had been breached, and the D-Class Fearsome Owl King was launching a swift strike. Despite lacking intelligence, its hunting instincts were nearly perfect. At this critical moment, Lu Ming remained calm. He had already planned his escape route and immediately activated universal manipulation to shift his position. However, just then, a clear metallic clash sounded from behind him. Turning towards the sound, he saw a tyrant's figure emerging from the shadows. Its 2 particle blades crossed, blocking the Fearsome Owl King's swift strike. Tyrant let out an enraged roar and swung its blades, deflecting the fearsome scythe owl's thrust. The blade of the particle knife extended by half a meter, slicing fiercely towards the Fear Owl King. The tyrant, with its C-level strength tripled, was evenly matched with the D-level Fear Owl King, but the latter's extensive combat experience made it fearless. In response to the tyrant's particle cutter, the Fear Owl King countered with its own particle blade. In a flash, the two forces collided, creating a dazzling particle storm. The Fear Owl King, leveraging its superior technique, gained the upper hand, forcing the tyrant back several steps. At that moment, Lu Ming descended from the sky, landing on the rooftop of a temporary shelter for survivors. He quickly assessed the battle and joined without hesitation. Locking eyes on the Fear Owl King, Lu Ming silently chanted, "Universal control." An invisible force grabbed the Fear Owl King, yanking it violently to the ground. The sudden loss of balance exposed a vulnerability. The tyrant seized the opportunity, raising its blade and delivering a precise strike that severed the Fear Owl King's neck, decapitating it. "5 weak points, 3 broken," the tyrant shouted. The head. The last 2 are inside the head and at the tail. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the tyrant had already turned to pursue the fallen head. Unexpectedly, the headless body of the Fear Owl King twisted free from Lu Ming's control. It swung its blade aggressively at the tyrant's exposed side. Although the tyrant instinctively raised an arm to block, most of its strength was focused on chasing the head, making the defense insufficient. The Fear Owl King's blade cut through, sending the tyrant flying hundreds of meters. Immediately afterward, countless tendrils sprouted from the Fear Owl King's neck, grabbing its airborne head. Dragging the not fully reattached head, it charged at Lu Ming with lightning speed. Lu Ming's expression grew serious as he swiftly split his ancient emperor blade into 2. Wielding a straight sword in each hand, both covered in red particle light, the blades doubled in length. "Skill alloy cutter," he muttered, crossing the light blades in his hands, ready to slice the charging Fear Owl King in half. However, the Fear Owl King's tactic was unexpected. Just 100 meters from Lu Ming, its reattached head suddenly opened its mouth wide. Realizing it was a sonic attack, Lu Ming instantly used his speed to evade. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed over both Lu Ming and the Fear Owl King. They both looked up to see a long, pure black, metallic spear hurtling through the air. Thud, the spear pierced the Fear Owl King's head with precision, traveling through its neck, chest, and finally embedding deep into the ground. The Fear Owl King's body froze instantly. Following that, countless golden threads shot out from within the Fear Owl King, slicing its body into pieces. The spear then retracted, and the shadow overhead dissipated, leaving the lifeless body of the Fear Owl King lying silently on the ground. In his daze, Lu Ming slowly lifted his head, only to see a blue and white figure descending from the sky. It was a girl in a Lolita dress with disheveled hair, who precisely landed on his shoulders, clinging to his back. "Was it your doing just now?" Lu Ming turned to look at Chushua, who had moved close to his ear, her face beaming with a smile. As soon as he asked, he realized it was a redundant question. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that her cheeks seemed even more youthful than before. Lu Ming sheathed his double blades, crouched down to let Chushua off his back, and then turned around to observe her carefully. Sure enough, Chushua had shrunk. Her Lolita dress hung loosely, her limbs were slender, and she appeared to be only about 130 centimeters tall. "Identify," he commanded, activating the Eye of Truth. Chushua's information panel unfolded before Lu Ming's eyes. He scanned the data from top to bottom and found that apart from her height and weight changing from 150 cm 36 kg to 130 cm 28 kg, other metrics remained the same. At that moment, a particular piece of information caught Lu Ming's attention. Current mutation level, D-Class Ordinary, can absorb energy from alien creatures to upgrade. He quickly switched back to the status information panel, which read, "Status. Recognize Master, Master Lu Ming. Currently out of initial larval stage, with slight improvements in all attributes. Most skills and attributes are sealed and can be unlocked with mutation level advancement. Current status: weak. Forced use of power beyond mutation level. Energy depleted. If not replenished with alien creature energy within 24 hours, will enter sleep state. Upon reawakening, required energy will double." Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. Forced use? Enter sleep state within 24 hours? Double the energy needed to wake up? Is this some kind of high-interest loan? Is this even possible? He quickly commanded, "Xiao Xue, open the storage space." Fortunately, his bag still contained 3,859 vials of E-Class Royal Alien Blood, each containing energy worth 500 units, more than enough. However, Lu Ming suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake earlier. Silently, with trembling pupils, he berated himself. Why hadn't he used this alien creature energy to help Chushua or the tyrant advance? How foolish of him. Reflecting on being blocked by the biofield and trapped in this space, the excruciating pain of advancing to a specialized level, and his inability to see through the Fear Owl King's information, All these emotions had led him to focus entirely on the simulated battle against the Fear Owl King. Despite having several allies, he had considered them in battle plans. But when the fight started, he instinctively focused on himself during both preparation and combat. Lu Ming realized this was a deeply ingrained habit, a stubborn ailment formed over 20 years of trusting only himself. Without this mindset, the battle wouldn't have had so many variables. The tyrant alone would have been enough to crush the opponent. He knew that reviewing the battle was pointless, as it was his worst performance in 3 days. Full of flaws and defects, he needed to change his entrenched mindset and place more importance on teamwork. Even if the strength came from seemingly insignificant sources, combined, they could become a towering force. Thankfully, this lesson hadn't come too late. Although the cost was high, he accepted it. Lu Ming immediately sprang into action, channeling the energy from 2,000 vials of E-class royal blood into Chu Xue. Her energy debt was instantly cleared, but her physical state remained that of a 130-centimeter figure. It seemed the aftereffects wouldn't be easily dispelled and would require some time to recover fully. Checking the remaining stock of E-class royal alien blood, there were 1,859 vials left, totaling over 900,000 units of energy. Considering the tyrant was currently at C ordinary, needing 1.4 million units of energy to advance, and Chu Xue only required 200,000 units, Lu Ming decisively allocated another 400 vials of royal blood. With the energy replenishment, Chu Xue's body surged with energy. Her absorption was as swift and efficient as ever, unlike Lu Ming's, which involved either intense pain or significant time. Rechecking Chu Xue's advancement information, the data had updated. Current mutation level, D-Class Elite, can absorb energy from alien creatures to upgrade. Advancement progress, 0500000. Good, it can go higher, Lu Ming muttered, then allocated another 1,000 vials of royal blood. Chu Xue's mutation level advanced again, and the data on her information panel changed accordingly. Chu Xue, Data level species god. Description: the primordial spider born from the world of truth, the most ancient divine beast. Lu Ming stared at the data panel of the tyrant, carefully studying each attribute. In human form, it stood at 130 centimeters, appearing somewhat frail, whereas its true form was an astounding 12 meters, with potential for further growth. The weight discrepancy was equally striking, with the human form weighing just 28 kilograms, while the true form tipped the scales at 10 tons. He continued to browse the general functions, noting the storage space and the ultimate identification skill. Among the special abilities, thread manipulation and poison were both rated D, while the bullet thread characteristic and shape transformation were particularly noteworthy. In the state of divine pressure, the tyrant had already recognized its master, who was none other than Lu Ming himself. The tyrant had moved past its initial stage, with slight improvements in various attributes and abilities. However, most of its skill attributes remained sealed, requiring gradual unlocking as its mutation level increased. Due to the previous forced use of power beyond its mutation level, the tyrant was currently in a weakened state. Lu Ming knew that with sufficient rest, it would recover to its normal form, though it might experience a minor emotional fluctuation. The current mutation level was at level king, with the ability to ascend by devouring the energy of other species. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the progression bar. 010000000. He sighed, consoling himself that it was just royal blood, and he could earn more when needed. As Lu Ming pondered what the so-called minor emotional fluctuation might entail, anger, frustration, anxiety, or unease, the tyrant slowly crawled out from the ruins and returned to his side. Its expression showed no signs of exhaustion or pain, only deep-seated resentment and silence. Lu Ming immediately realized that the tyrant was blaming itself, feeling remorseful for failing to win. However, Lu Ming knew deep down that among the three of them, he was the one most deserving of blame. He shook his head, deciding not to say much. Too many words would seem insincere. As a man, he believed in admitting his mistakes and ensuring they weren't repeated. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the tyrant, gently raising his hand. The tyrant naturally lowered its head, its eyes finally showing a hint of dejection. Lu Ming softly reassured it, "It's not your fault. You did your best. Next time, I'll make sure you're strong enough to overcome anything." After calming the tyrant, Lu Ming turned to the corpse of the Fear Owl King and initiated the ultimate ascension. A system prompt immediately appeared. Please select the second tier. Another reminder followed. Ascending D-level King Fear Owl King fusion form requires consuming 5,000 specialized crystal shards. Cancel? Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose the greed option. The system instantly responded, successfully disassembled the Fear Owl King's corpse, obtaining 1,000 specialized crystals, 20 specialized crystal shards, 200 milliliters of fusion royal blood, and 1 fusion core. Lu Ming was surprised to discover that not only did he receive specialized crystals, but also specialized crystal shards. This indicated that these items dropped separately rather than converting into one another. He finally understood why specialized crystals, specialized crystal shards, and specialized crystalline forms couldn't be directly converted. They were inherently different items. The fusion core was a novel item. Lu Ming took out the pure black inscribed sphere, ready to identify its information, when a golden program prompt suddenly appeared before him. Urban Core Mission, Liberate the Sanctuary, completed, progress, 150. As the notification sound rang out, Lu Ming heard the system's congratulations in his ear. He had successfully completed the Core City mission, liberating the shelter. The rewards appeared immediately: a level 1 heart of the fortress from the final iron fortress of the Central City shelter, and a bag of high-energy grain seeds. However, the good news came with a warning. The system alerted Lu Ming that in 3 days, a grade mutant army would attack. Fortunately, due to his outstanding performance, the attacking mutants had been downgraded to a grade, specifically a swarm of fire-breathing ants. Before he could react, a steel sphere in a cloth bag materialized in front of him. As he reached out to grab them, the sky echoed with an exhilarating chime. A massive projection of text appeared in midair. Global announcement. Congratulations to Lu X of Huaxia for exceeding the Core City mission requirements and earning a Survivor Shelter 1. As the first person to complete this task on the entire planet, he is awarded the title of Pioneer, and his shelter's level is increased by 1. This announcement played 3 times, layering over itself, reaching a height of 30 meters. At that moment, every transferee on Galan Star 618 was shocked. They all paused their activities to gaze at the announcement in the sky. Emotions rippled through the crowd: shock, confusion, elation, solemnity, and even envy. In Jintian District, Fong Peng shouted excitedly, "Uncle Chun, it's one of our country's top players. Amazing. A shelter. A pioneer." He praised enthusiastically while spearing the scythe mantis larva in front of him with his spear. Chun Hai chuckled lightly, cautioning him to avoid getting careless, but his smile faded as he turned away. He thought to himself that this pioneer must possess extraordinary strength. Completing the Core City mission required immense power, likely reaching high or even peak hunter levels. More intriguing was that the announcement mentioned only his name. Either he completed it alone, or his entire team perished. Either way, this person was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, at the central location of the planet, 8 small figures gathered around a massive round table. A hand-sized, tentacle-covered, eye-covered mutant rasped, "The 3rd day. So fast. What's the record for the fastest completion? 10 days? Another equally small, faceless mutant made of slime replied, "Yes, 10 days. Those transferees were individually very powerful, especially the warrior who set the record. Unfortunately, their species was too sparse, numbering less than 10,000. And that warrior, in the end, never reached us but became a trophy for those guys, giving rise to the 6th Dawnbringer." It continued, "The 6th one, plus the old one who forcibly transferred us here, makes 7 in total." A creature resembling a rolling ball, with fleshy wings on its ears and completely pitch black, spoke in a solemn tone. Its voice was deep and hoarse, as if emerging from an abyss. "Based on combat power, the 7 Dawnbringers can already match us in battle. If another one joins..." It paused, a hint of worry flashing in its eyes. "This balance will be completely disrupted. We will become their sustenance, facilitating their plans." At the highest position stood a young dragon hatchling. Despite its youth, it exuded an undeniable authority. It opened its mouth, uttering ancient, deep sounds. "I thought this opportunity would last for 70,000 cycles." Unexpectedly, the new double-edged sword arrived so swiftly. Its tail twitched uneasily. "Swift? Then we fight to the death." A twisted shadow abruptly brought the meeting back on topic, its voice as cold as a venomous snake's hiss. "We expended enormous energy to break through the barriers and gather here, not to discuss these matters, but to learn about this batch of transferees. The Queen, a dark purple spider with 8 eyes gleaming with intelligence, spoke calmly after a moment of silence. "Fragile yet wise, united but capable of killing their kind, greedy yet selfless, a paradoxical amalgam. This species is the largest of all batches, without exception. An alien creature, its body filled with hideous cracks and composed of countless unknown flesh chunks, spoke in a voice like metal grinding. Large, fragile, greedy, such a species surpassing that record?" The last alien, with 2 heads, a single eye, and fangs, spoke in an ear-piercing voice like nails on a chalkboard. "But that's the reality. The outer world suppression adjusts according to the transferee's overall constitution, releasing opponents that match their strength." The flesh chunk sighed. "The Queen's subjects may win by numbers, but those assigned to guard the core area must also possess significant individual strength. Dismantling such individuals involves no luck. They are strong. It paused before continuing. Strong is good. Hopefully this time they can break through the final barrier and face us, even if just one. The scene abruptly shifted back to the underground of the central city. Lu Ming stared speechlessly at the sky. The global announcement hadn't faded, but his feelings were complex. Pioneer? Don't insult the term pioneer, okay? He muttered to himself. He's at best a lucky cheat. In this so-called sanctuary, he doesn't even want it. Suppressing his habitual thoughts, Lu Ming took the mechanical core and silently chanted, "Identify." A stream of information appeared in his mind. Central City Fortress Core, Level 2. Category: Sanctuary Main Control Core. Description: Integrate with the body to gain absolute control over Central City Final Iron Fortress. Simultaneously, initiate Sanctuary Rule Establishment. Once the rules are set, the sanctuary can be reshaped. Usage: Touch the core to complete integration. Rule Establishment? This piqued Lu Ming's interest. After pondering for a moment, he thought, since I got the sanctuary through my own efforts, there's no need to be at odds with myself. He decisively pressed the button in the center of the fortress core. The mechanical core began to transform instantly, eventually becoming a mechanical bracelet on his wrist. A series of prompt messages appeared. Prompt: Central City Fortress Core integration complete. City Lord Lu Ming. Unless the City Lord dies and a successor is appointed, this authority cannot be transferred in any way, and Central City will self-destruct. Prompt: Final Iron Fortress City Lord established. Current land radiation range 4,000 meters. Can accommodate 4,000 citizens, with the following citizen levels and City Lord benefits. Each Junior Hunter Warrior, 5 specialized crystals daily. Intermediate Hunter Warrior, 10 crystals. Senior Hunter Warrior, 20 crystals. Extreme Hunter Warrior, 40 crystals. Junior Apocalypse King, 80 crystals. And so on. Prompt: Please establish Central City citizen rules, with the first being a permanent inherent rule. Lu Ming carefully read the last prompt, silently thinking, citizens cannot disobey the City Lord's rules. The City Lord has the right to decide the fate of any citizen at any time. The City Lord is in an absolute invincible state before the citizens. The allure of this rule was irresistible to Lu Ming. He pondered carefully over the pros and cons of accepting new citizens. The daily substantial gains from specialized crystals were indeed tempting, but the accompanying population surge and potential conflicts worried him. However, the steadfast inherent rule dispelled his concerns completely. The City Lord was absolutely invincible before the citizens, and the citizens could not defy the rules set by the City Lord. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized this granted him nearly absolute control. Although he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't create flawless rules, he decided to adopt a straightforward and somewhat blunt approach. Before drafting the rules, Lu Ming attempted an ascension. When he silently recited Ultimate Ascension, the system prompted him that he could upgrade the fortress core from level 2 to level 3, but it would cost a staggering 1 million specialized crystals. This exorbitant price made Lu Ming sigh inwardly. It seemed that housing prices were an insurmountable barrier in any world. After careful consideration, Lu Ming decided to reserve this ascension opportunity as a trump card for crises. He began drafting the rules and was surprised to find that the system allowed for the establishment of various outrageous regulations. Despite this, his conscience kept him rational, and he only experimented without saving any excessive provisions. A few minutes later, Lu Ming finished drafting the rules. The system informed him that he could modify the rules anytime before issuing them, but once issued, they could only be reduced, not expanded. This setup protected the City Lord's rights while ensuring that the basic rights of the citizens couldn't be arbitrarily stripped away. Lu Ming suddenly realized that this rule issuance mechanism actually gave other transferees the right to choose. They could decide whether to join the shelter based on the rules, just like joining an organization or guild. The system further explained that once transferees accepted the rules and joined the shelter, they couldn't leave voluntarily unless expelled by the City Lord. Those who refused to join would be considered illegal intruders and forcibly relocated to other safe areas. At that moment, Lu Ming realized that he wasn't just controlling the final Iron Fortress shelter, but the entire Jintian district. He couldn't help but marvel at the extent of his authority. When the system asked if he wanted to issue the shelter rules now, Lu Ming took a deep breath and chose to cancel. He decided to think it over carefully to ensure that the rules he set would protect his interests without being overly harsh. After all, these rules would be the cornerstone of his dominion over the entire region. Lu Ming decisively decided to delay releasing the news and prioritize the reconstruction of the shelter. He thought to himself that rejuvenating the dilapidated shelter would leave a better impression on people. At that moment, the system prompt sounded, "Rule establishment complete. Do you want to start the shelter reconstruction?" "Yes." Lu Ming answered without hesitation. The system prompted again, "Shelter reconstruction initiated. Level 2. Estimated completion time. 3 minutes. 3 minutes? That fast?" Lu Ming muttered in surprise. Before he could finish his sentence, a violent tremor engulfed the entire space. Amidst the rumbling, all the structures underground began to collapse and disintegrate, transforming into countless particles of light ascending into the sky. Lu Ming stared in awe as the space before him rapidly expanded. In just 2 seconds, the entire area had grown to 4 times its original size. Following that, the previously muddy ground began to undergo molecular-level changes. Exquisite and sturdy metal flooring appeared like pieces of a puzzle, and various complex circuits and energy lines quickly assembled in the air. In less than 20 seconds, the entire underground space was completely transformed. Ample light illuminated every corner, and the minimalist, orderly design was striking. Numerous specialized zones were neatly distributed around the lower level, resembling a futuristic space base that had suddenly descended. Turning around, Lu Ming saw a massive central pillar reaching up to the ceiling. Even more astonishing were the 10 capsule elevators surrounding this central pillar. 9 were silver and 1 was gold, each standing 5 meters tall with a diameter of about 20 meters, an impressive sight. Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth to identify the golden elevator. Information immediately appeared before him. Titanium Capsule Elevator City Lord Exclusive. Category: Transportation. Description: the exclusive elevator for Lu Ming, the final Iron Fortress City Lord. Only those authenticated by the City Lord or granted permission by the City Lord can use it. This elevator provides direct access to the underground farm, Central District, and Celestial Throne. Lu Ming nodded to himself. Although the gold color seemed a bit gaudy, the exclusivity felt quite appealing. However, the names of those 3 areas piqued his interest even more. The underground farm was likely a space combining agriculture and storage. The Central District was evidently the main living area for the citizens. As for the Celestial Throne, it must be closely related to his role as the City Lord, perhaps a City Lord exclusive area. Noticing that Celestial Throne was highlighted, Lu Ming immediately checked the detailed information. Celestial Throne. Category: Main City Control Room. Description: the exclusive activity area for the City Lord, located at the highest point of the final Iron Fortress. It offers a panoramic view of the Central District. The City Lord can control the operations of the final Iron Fortress and oversee its functioning from here. Lu Ming thoughtfully reviewed the information, already contemplating how to utilize these newly acquired powers and facilities. "I did it! Amazing!" Lu Ming exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He eagerly awaited the notification that the shelter's reconstruction was complete and decided to head to the Throne of the Sky to get acquainted with the new setup. "Xiao Xue, Tyrant, come with me." He patted the tyrant's leg, grabbed Chu Xue's hand, and strode toward his private lift. The golden capsule elevator hummed with energy, resonating with the fortress core in his hand, as if whispering some mysterious connection. "Lord of the City, identity confirmed. Welcome aboard your exclusive elevator." The AI's synthesized voice greeted him warmly as the elevator doors slid open. Lu Ming stepped in without hesitation, feeling the subtle vibrations as the elevator ascended. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, the elevator finally breached the surface. Through the transparent walls, Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings, his eyes wide with awe. The once dilapidated steel fortress had transformed into a magnificent steel kingdom. The city was circular, divided into inner and outer rings. The inner ring comprised grand, solemn, and splendid core buildings, each serving a specific function. The outer ring was a sturdy residential area made of mechanical steel structures. Beyond that, a towering 400-meter-high steel wall, inscribed with energy runes, stood guard over the entire city. A mix of pride, excitement, and emotion surged through Lu Ming. Just as he was soaking in the view, a living creature caught his eye. As the elevator continued to rise, his perspective broadened until he recognized the plump, fat-tailed figure. It was the ferocious queen owl he had captured earlier. In his excitement, he had completely forgotten about her. She had been relocated from the shelter's core to the exterior during the reconstruction. Now, she lounged against a core facility's outer wall, moving her body leisurely like a voluptuous noblewoman stepping out of her palace, both thrilled and enjoying this new world. Lu Ming decided to put this aside for now and focus on familiarizing himself with the fortress's operations before dealing with the Queen Owl situation. "Honored Lord of the City, you have arrived at your throne. We look forward to your next command," the AI announced as the elevator reached 600 meters. Lu Ming accepted the flattery with a smile, and mentally gave the voice program a thumbs up. Stepping out of the elevator, he found himself not exposed to the outside, but in a brightly decorated, punk-styled lobby. Directly ahead was a black cabin door with the words City Lord's Room inscribed on it. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the door, sensing his presence, opened automatically. Before even entering, Lu Ming could see the entire layout of the City Lord's room. There was only an oversized desk and a reasonably comfortable office chair. He glanced at the towering tyrant and then at the 2.5-meter doorframe, remarking, "Looks like you can't get in." The tyrant squinted, seemingly amused, and suddenly vanished into a shadowy blur, reappearing inside the room, bypassing the doorframe entirely. Lu Ming realized that the tyrant's shadow stealth ability allowed him to pass through solid objects effortlessly. He gave the tyrant a thumbs up in approval and then entered the room with Xiaoxue. The spacious City Lord's room was devoid of other furnishings. Lu Ming didn't mind. He found the simplicity liberating, easy to decorate, as he pleased if he ever found it too plain. Approaching the desk, he noticed a tablet-like device displaying a three-way map. When he picked it up, the screen lit up with the title Shelter Operation Manual. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the straightforward name. Intrigued, he began reading it carefully. The manual was simple, mostly consisting of operational commands. Yet, the more he read, the more excited he became, unable to hide his smile by the end. Putting the tablet down, he muttered, "Core, activate the transparent curtain." As soon as he spoke, the fortress core on his wrist emitted a soft hum. A beam of light emerged from the center of the City Lord's room, spreading outwards. The room became completely transparent, giving the illusion that Lu Ming, the tyrant, and Xiaoxue were floating in the sky. They could see the sky above, the surroundings, and the ground below, without any obstruction. This effect was only visible from the inside out. From the outside, the room remained opaque. Honestly, I kind of like this, Lu Ming thought. Opening the transparent curtain at night to gaze at the stars, or during the day to overlook the land, could really lift my spirits. But the feature that excited him the most was yet to come. Core, initiate mobile fortress mode, he commanded decisively. The AI responded immediately, initiating mobile fortress mode. Electromagnetic shield deploying. Electromagnetic shield deployed. High-energy magnetic levitation activating. High-energy magnetic levitation activated. Central city mechanical arms extending. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook, but the entire shelter remained steady. The high-energy magnetic levitation lifted the entire city into an electromagnetic shield, unaffected by the external tremors. As Lu Ming's viewpoint rose, he could see the ground receding below until the shaking ceased. At this moment, from a distance, one would see the entire iron fortress lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. Below it, 8 sturdy, majestic mechanical arms anchored it firmly to the earth. Indeed, the so-called shelter was not a fixed city, but a mobile kingdom. Honorable City Lord, the central city's mechanical arms are fully extended, and the fortress is ready to move at any time, the AI's calm voice reported. Countless data panels immediately unfolded before Lu Ming, one of which resembled a third-person perspective from a video game, allowing him to oversee the entirety of the final Iron Fortress. Following the operational guide, Lu Ming issued the command, "Final Iron Fortress, move forward." The core has received the command, "The fortress is advancing," the AI confirmed. A deafening clang echoed all around. The colossal steel mechanical arms took a step forward, each movement causing the ground to tremble and sending clouds of dust into the air. Initially, the movements were somewhat stiff, but they quickly found a rhythm. The clanging footsteps gradually became faster and more fluid, and the final Iron Fortress began to run, driven by inertia and kinetic energy. Though it did not appear agile from a distance, the 1,000-meter-tall steel behemoth's presence was awe-inspiring. It swayed from side to side, occasionally turning on the spot, crushing everything in its path. The surrounding buildings crumpled like paper beneath its feet. Meanwhile, in the western outskirts of Jintian District, Chunhai's team quickly gathered in an open area. Fangpeng looked alarmed. "What's that noise? An earthquake? Or is it the scythe leader going berserk?" Chunhai placed a steadying hand on his shoulder and calmly explained, "All possibilities are on the table, but the epicenter is far from us. We won't be affected for now. Scythe larvae are extremely sensitive to sound. They'll move towards the source. Staying here is safer. Don't take shelter in buildings. These abandoned structures might not withstand the tremors and could collapse, which would be disastrous." Fangpeng nodded in agreement, but a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. "You're right. I just envy those in the sheltered city. They don't have to live in constant fear like we do." Back at the final Iron Fortress, Lu Ming enthusiastically tested various commands. "Jump," he suddenly shouted, only to be met with the AI's calm response. "The command cannot be executed. Please issue a correct command, Honorable City Lord." Lu Ming sighed, slightly disappointed but still pleased with the progress. He continued, Core, display the fortress information panels. In an instant, several information panels unfurled before him. The most prominent one in the center displayed an overview. Central City Final Iron Fortress. Level 2 Shelter. Fortress Structure, Sky Throne, Central District, Underground Farming Warehouse. Land Radiation Range. 4,000 meters upgradable with shelter level. Capacity. 04000 upgradable with shelter level. Shelter upgrade requirements. Level 1 Fortress Core 2. Lu Ming scanned the other panels, which detailed various metrics of the city. Temperature, humidity, sunlight exposure, farming warehouse indicators, air quality, and various safety data. The citizen list caught his attention the most. It not only displayed each citizen's specialization level, but also their physical stats like height and weight, as well as their achievements in defeating aberrant creatures. Although Lu Ming prided himself on not wanting to be a diligent city lord, preferring instead to collect daily crystal earnings and enjoy some city lord privileges, he couldn't deny that this information would be invaluable for managing the city. Next, Lu Ming decided to arrange a new breeding chamber for the Scythe Queen to prevent it from frightening the Sunto-arrived citizens. He closed the panels and, along with Chu Shue and Tyrant, headed to the central district. As the elevator doors opened, a vast central hall came into view, at least 10 times larger than the city lord's hall. It featured not only various service counters, but even a reception desk. Lu Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself, wondering what use all this elaborate formalism had in a post-apocalyptic world. Is anyone actually working a desk job in the apocalypse? Lu Ming couldn't help but internally scoff, yet his steps quickened involuntarily. Leaving the central hall, he immediately spotted the Savage Queen sprawled against the massive building wall. To his surprise, dozens of plump, white-scythe queen larvae were wriggling and rolling around her, seemingly playing. Did she give birth? Lu Ming wondered as he activated the Eye of Truth to scan the Savage Queen's panel information. The data showed remaining reproductive power, 79,980. Indeed, the queen had reproduced 20 larvae. Confirming this, Lu Ming unhesitatingly drew the ancient emperor blade, preparing to extract the crystals. He knew it was cruel, but then he thought, if he were captured, would the mutants show him any mercy? Absolutely not. They would dismember and devour him, turning him into energy for their own advancement. Lu Ming decided that the greatest mercy he could offer was to spare the Savage Queen from witnessing the slaughter of her offspring. However, just as his killing intent surged, the Savage Queen let out a piercing screech. The screech was not filled with rage, but rather with pleading and earnestness. The tyrant, whose eyes were originally blood-red and who had already deployed his particle blades to decapitate the queen, hesitated upon hearing her cry. His expression turned thoughtful as he looked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was baffled. He could only understand the basic emotions and expressions of mutants. Comprehending their language was beyond him. At that moment, a program notification suddenly popped up. Notice: the Savage Queen expresses loyalty and wishes to be tamed by you. Do you accept her submission? Lu Ming looked at the Savage Queen in surprise, and indeed saw a pleading look in her eyes. Then, another notification appeared. Notice: accepting the Savage Queen's allegiance will allow her and her larvae to become city units in the shelter, occupying population slots and linking to the city lord's benefits. This information piqued Lu Ming's interest. The queen herself was an rank monarch, equivalent to a high-level hunting warrior, capable of providing him with 20 specialized crystals daily. While this yield was trivial to him, the situation changed entirely when considering the Scythe Queen larvae. Although the larvae were only equivalent to mid-level soldiers and did not generate income themselves, Lu Ming thought of the skill Ultimate Ascension, a game-changer. He had previously ascended live Scythe Queen larvae in the shopping mall, knowing that 100 specialized crystals could elevate one to an elite Scythe Queen, comparable to a junior hunting warrior. Each elite Scythe Queen could yield 5 specialized crystals daily. With 80,000 of them, the daily income would be a staggering 400,000 specialized crystals. Of course, the initial investment was enormous. Ascending all the larvae would require 8 million specialized crystals. But this 8 million investment would be recouped in just 20 days, leading to an endless stream of massive profits. What excited Lu Ming even more was a bolder idea that struck him directly: ascending the queen herself. Lu Ming gazed at the Savage Owl Queen and softly said, "Accept." As soon as he spoke, a notification instantly appeared on the shelter member panel. He opened the panel to check and found that information for 21 new residents had been added. Savage Owl Queen, a rank monarch, strength equivalent to an advanced hunting warrior. Lu Ming read through each piece of information carefully. Scythe Owl larvae, rank juveniles, non-combat state. Basic soldiers, combat state. Intermediate soldiers. Although these new members were not human, the panel now looked much more populated compared to before. A system prompt popped up. You have successfully tamed the savage owl queen, and she now regards you as her sovereign. Through this taming relationship, all offspring born from the savage owl queen will become your warriors, ready to follow your commands. Lu Ming nodded to himself, recognizing the secondary benefit of the scythe owl larvae. Besides contributing to the city's prosperity, they also provided considerable combat power. Raising exotic species to counter other exotic species, he thought. The idea alone is thrilling. However, he also realized that these larvae had a lifespan of only 1 month. After a month, with the world's level increasing, rank elites would become the lowest tier minions. Lu Ming decided to try and elevate their overall potential. He pointed at the savage owl queen and softly commanded, Ultimate Ascension. The system immediately responded. Select Ascension Tier, Tier 2. Ascending a rank Monarch Savage Owl Queen to D rank Monarch Mutant Giant Blade Owl Queen requires consuming 50 specialized crystal shards. Confirm to consume 50 specialized crystal shards to ascend the rank Monarch Savage Owl Queen to D rank Monarch Mutant Giant Blade Owl Queen. The ascension result surprised Lu Ming. He had initially thought that the Savage Owl Queen would enter a Drank Giant Blade Owl cocoon state. But after some consideration, he realized that live ascension should be linked to their strength. The rank Monarch's strength fell between a Drank Ordinary and a Drank Elite, fitting perfectly within the category. Lu Ming quickly reviewed the ascension rules in his mind and found that, although unexpected, this result was a pleasant surprise. The D-rank Mutant Giant Blade Owl Queen would be powerful, comparable to an intermediate Doomsday Battle King. Not only would the crystal yield significantly increase, but the upper limit of offspring would also be much higher. The only concern was the number of specialized crystal shards required for ascension. He glanced at the 20 crystal shards he had just collected from the Fear Owl King, and then at the 3,977 specialized crystals left in his inventory, feeling the pressure of Blue Star Games' inventory management. Lu Ming canceled the Savage Owl Queen's ascension and instead selected 30 specialized crystals for a first-tier ascension. After confirming, the 30 specialized crystals evolved within his backpack. He then faced the Savage Owl Queen again and decisively ordered Tier 2 Ultimate Ascension. With a whirlwind swirling around, the Savage Owl Queen's body began to disintegrate. In an instant, a massive figure replaced her presence. The newly born Giant Blade Owl Queen was deep red all over, with half of her body covered in armor-like metal. Unlike before, her upper and lower body proportions were more balanced, resembling a gourd, with her lower body appearing fuller due to pregnancy. The Giant Blade Owl Queen curiously examined her enormous size. Observing her expression change, Lu Ming finally confirmed one thing. Ascending a living or conscious entity doesn't alter its essence. It merely changes its body and abilities. The Giant Blade Owl Queen let out a low growl towards Lu Ming, then lowered her head and placed one blade against her chest, almost like a noble bowing gracefully. Lu Ming smirked and softly said, Interesting. He silently thought, a praise. The information panel of the mutated Giant Wasp Queen appeared before him, showcasing its impressive D-King class insectoid power. Standing at a staggering 7 meters tall and weighing 20 tons, it had completely sacrificed long-range attack capabilities for terrifying close combat prowess. 60% of its body was covered in titanium-grade armor, making it impervious to ordinary weapons. Even more frightening was its incredible regenerative ability, allowing it to rapidly heal even severed limbs. Lu Ming carefully examined the skill list of the Giant Wasp Queen: Mountain-Shattering Elbow, Giant Side Slash, Blade Dulling, and Earth-Shaking Hammer. The trait section prominently displayed Super Speed Regeneration, Blood Rage, and Death Pact. Its only weakness was its arrogant nature, never bothering to hide its vital points. Destroying its heart or head would be enough to kill it. However, when Lu Ming looked at the status section, he frowned slightly. Tamed, Owner, Lu Ming. Currently in reproduction phase. Reproduction power, 7880. This description made him somewhat uncomfortable. Enough! This panel is already overpowered, Lu Ming muttered to himself. But there's something weird about it. Can we separate the taming and reproduction phases? Having them together like this is ambiguous. Okay. Feeling slightly exasperated, Lu Ming closed the information panel of the Giant Wasp Queen. He wasn't disappointed that its reproduction power had dropped from 80,000 to 8,000, considering one was an upper limit E-class elite and the other id-class elite. The superiority was clear. At this moment, the Giant Wasp Queen was both a servant and a citizen, posing no threat to Lu Ming and providing him with significant assistance. It could be said that it was now truly one of his own. Lu Ming looked up at the grand domed building before him and opened the Central City information panel. He found the model of this building in the holographic map and touched it to view its detailed information. The words Central City Armory No. 1 appeared. This was a level 2 armory with a radiation range of 200 meters and a height of 40 meters. The authorization section showed that the city lord, Lu Ming, could add new authorized users. Armory number 1. This is it, Lu Ming thought to himself. This place was not only a source of crystal income, but also a hub for class alien combat power. Using the armory to store these resources was more than appropriate. A 200-meter radiation range should be enough to accommodate 8,000 giant-sized wasps, provided the shelter had a sufficient population limit. Given the current fort level, this was not feasible, but it wasn't a major issue. Upgrading the fort level simply required acquiring new cores, which meant attacking the central cities of other regions. Right now, 2 unclaimed territories lay before him, Xinhui District and Pinga District. With his current strength, taking them down would be no problem. He decided to head to Xinhui District first thing in the morning to capture the core area located at the center of the 3 regions. With this in mind, Lu Ming turned to Xiaoxua beside him and asked, "Xiaoxua, can you lift it?" Xiaoxua nodded gently, her slender fingers moving slightly. Countless spider threads wove into a net, securely lifting the massive mutated giant wasp queen. Lu Ming then opened the doors of Armory number 1 and led the giant wasp queen inside. The interior of the armory was spacious but empty. The hot weapons Lu Ming had speculated about were nowhere to be seen. He thought to himself that these weapons were either removed from the world or released as rewards. Jin Taixiang probably acquired them through looting or opening chests. It seemed the chances of finding original hot weapons here were slim. The best he could do was rely on forging, creating bioweapons more suited to the current world. After settling the mutated giant wasp queen, Lu Ming led Xiaoxua and Tyrant out of the armory. The city reconstruction was complete, the wasp queen was arranged, and he had experienced all the shelter's operations. Now it was time for the real work. Core. Lu Ming began to issue a command, but then changed his mind. Calling you Core all the time feels a bit awkward. Can I rename you? Yes, please proceed with the new naming, City Lord, the Core responded. After a moment of thought, Lu Ming said, Kirin naming successful. Please call the new name for activation confirmation, the Core prompted. Lu Ming chuckled and called out, Kirin, activation successful. Please issue your command, City Lord, the Kirin Core responded. Lu Ming immediately ordered, issue the shelter rules announcement to all city residents. Please confirm the shelter rules. Once confirmed, they will be issued immediately, the Kirin Core reminded him. The rules panel unfolded again. Lu Ming carefully reviewed it and, finding no errors, confirmed it with a voice command. Instantly, the rules panel shrank into a letter icon and disappeared. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs of the city, feeling the aftershocks subside, Chenhai and his group gathered in an empty warehouse to rest. They had planned to wait for half an hour, ensuring the aftershocks had completely stopped before going out to hunt more aliens, gather supplies, and rescue survivors. Just as everyone was still on edge, a notification sound suddenly rang out, waking them all. They quickly checked their messages, and upon seeing the content, Fang Peng, Bao Zhengcheng, Wang Yong, and the other Jintian district refugees all turned towards Chenhai. Fang Peng spoke in a daze. The shelter. The final Iron Fort rules? That Lu Ming who got the shelter. He's from our district? Chenhai's gaze was intense, and he spoke seriously. Let's look at the rules first. Fang Peng responded, lowering his head to read the onboarding panel carefully. He read aloud, once you choose to join the shelter, you agree to accept all its rules and regulations. After joining, you cannot leave unless the city lord changes or adds new rules. Wang Yong chimed in, frowning slightly. You can't leave, but when the city lord issues new rules, you get another chance to decide whether to stay or go. That's quite considerate. Fang Peng continued reading. Rule 1. The fundamental rule that applies to all shelters. Citizens cannot defy the rules set by the city lord. The city lord has the authority to decide the fate of any citizen at any time and is invincible in front of the citizens. At this point, Fang Peng looked up abruptly, bewildered. Hey, isn't this a bit? He hesitated for a moment before analyzing. The city lord being invincible makes sense. After all, they worked hard to establish the shelter. It would be frustrating if citizens could overthrow or attack them. Not being able to defy the rules is also fine, since you can review the rules before deciding to join. If they're unreasonable, you can simply opt out. But the city lord having the right to expel citizens at any time is too tyrannical. What if we join and the city lord goes crazy? We'd be at constant risk of being kicked out. Isn't that just ridiculous? Everyone's expressions turned complicated, but they all understood that this was a fundamental rule for any shelter. The only way to avoid it was to establish their own territory. Fang Peng sighed and continued reading. Final Iron Fortress Rule 1. Unless ordered by the city lord or in special circumstances determined by the city lord, all forms of violent attacks are prohibited within the shelter. This rule does not apply in the training grounds. Bao Zhengqing nodded in agreement. This rule is good. It prevents violence without affecting regular training. If there's a conflict, it can be settled in the training grounds. Very reasonable. Fong Peng then read the second rule, Final Iron Fortress Rule 2. Unless ordered by the city lord or in special circumstances determined by the city lord, everyone must go hunting outside the city for at least 6 days a week. Each day, you must hunt at least 10 different species, regardless of level, but you must personally deliver the final blow for it to count. Wang Yong sighed. This seems like a daily task. It's quite reasonable, probably to prevent people from slacking off. This way, the city lord likely won't kick us out easily. He probably wants to see us actively hunting. Bao Zhengqing agreed and gestured for Fong Peng to continue. Fong Peng took a deep breath and read the third rule. Final Iron Fortress Rule 3. Unless ordered by the city lord or in special circumstances determined by the city lord, before the first world level upgrade, all citizens, regardless of age or gender, must reach the level of advanced hunting warriors, or they will be expelled from the shelter. As soon as he finished, the room fell silent. Fong Peng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the rule, exclaiming, "Is this even humanly possible? I'm barely a beginner hunting warrior, and they're asking for advanced? And everyone, regardless of age or gender. Are they insane?" Wang Yong awkwardly scratched his nose. Maybe the city lord has high expectations for us. Fong Peng looked dejected. But these expectations are too high. It's impossible. Chun Hai calmly surveyed the group and spoke. What's so impossible? We have 27 days until the first world level upgrade. Reaching advanced hunting warrior level within that time is achievable. Besides, each rule has a flexible clause. Special circumstances, city lord's orders, city lord's judgment. All the rules are open to negotiation. Plus, there's the fourth rule. The fourth rule? Fong Peng, Wang Yong, and Bao Zhengqing asked in unison, turning to look at the onboarding panel. Someone in the crowd read out the final rule. Final Iron Fortress Rule 4. After killing different species, you can bring the corpses back for counting and level registration by designated personnel appointed by the city lord. The corpses will then be placed in a specified location, and you will receive specialized crystals equivalent to the value of the species. Materials will be confiscated. Upon reading this rule, everyone exchanged glances, a sense of tension and confusion filling the air. Fong Peng's gaze shifted between Wang Yong and Bao Zhengqing before he finally asked, "What does this mean?" Wang Yong remained silent for a moment, furrowing his brow slightly as he slowly explained. "It seems like this. If we hand over the mutant corpses to the city lord, he will return the exact number of crystals dropped by those mutants. For example, if we submit a scythe owl larva corpse, the city lord will give us one specialized crystal. 10 corpses would yield 10 crystals. No more worrying about drop rates, but the materials won't be ours anymore." Fong Peng swallowed hard upon hearing this. He turned to Chun Hai, his voice trembling slightly. "Uncle Chun, is this really what it means?" Chun Hai's expression grew more complex as he nodded slowly. "That's right, and the rule says you can recycle the corpse, meaning you can still collect it directly if you choose not to recycle." "Who would collect directly?" Fong Peng exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly. "Of course, we'll bring them back. Forget the materials, I'd even give up 30 of the crystals. These crystals just don't feel secure to hold on to." As soon as he finished speaking, the group fell into silence once more. Fong Peng's excitement gradually faded, replaced by a hint of doubt. But where do you ever get something for nothing? Mutant corpses are bound to the killer. Even if the Lord takes them, he can't harvest them. What's he going to do with them? Returning specialized crystals at 100 rate is too generous. Not even charities operate like this. Is he some kind of saint? This is the apocalypse, after all. Seeing this, Bao Zhengqing softly reassured. Lord Lu must have his reasons for setting this rule. We might not understand the deeper motives, but since it's written down, it's effective. Fong Peng's face took on a peculiar expression as he hesitated before speaking. If we're being cynical, I did wonder if Lord Lu plans to take and run. But considering his power, he probably wouldn't stoop to such tactics, right? The group continued reading, and there were only 2 rules left. Final Fortress Rule 5 stated, all citizens are free to date and marry, and can engage in all normal behaviors between lovers and spouses. However, protection measures must be taken. During the 3-year observation period, if pregnancy occurs, the couple will be immediately expelled from the fortress, with no room for negotiation. Final Fortress Rule 6 required. All citizens must address me as City Lord at all times in any place. Underneath these rules was a friendly reminder. Choosing to join the shelter means accepting all its rules and regulations. Once joined, you cannot leave unless the City Lord adds or modifies the rules. Please read each rule carefully and think deeply before deciding. If you choose to join, you will be immediately transported into the shelter. If you choose to refuse, you will be forcibly transported to an unclaimed area, but the environment will be safe. Finally, there were only two options: join or refuse. It's gone? Wang Yong repeated Fong Peng's words, feeling a strange emotion stirring within him. This awkward feeling, he could only chalk up to his own foolishness. Everything was too normal, so normal that it felt abnormal. In this new world, this lawless wasteland, the rigid rules were baffling. Wang Yong's thoughts raced, filling his mind with countless absurd regulations. The city lord's 3,000 concubines, everyone being enslaved, the city lord's word being law. Yet, the rules of Iron Fortress were surprisingly simple and reasonable. There were 6 rules. Except for the 4th one, which was a bit challenging, the rest were very reasonable. The citizens hardly needed to sacrifice anything to gain protection and immense benefits. If this had happened on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly be a scam. But here, what else did they have to lose besides themselves? What do you think? Fong Peng asked solemnly. Wang Yong remained silent, but Bao Zhengqing spoke up. I suggest we join. We were already planning to band together for survival and establish a human base. Now we have a more formal and secure place. Wouldn't it be a waste to refuse? He further analyzed the potential difficulties they might face if they refused, his words striking a chord with everyone. All eyes turned to their de facto leader, Chen Hai, who was pondering the entry rules. Wang Yong lit a cigarette, fiddling with the lighter he brought from Blue Star, and said softly, "The key issue is that we know nothing about the city lord. If we could learn more about this Lord Liu, or even just see what he looks like." Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly searched the chat log. Moments later, 2 holographic photos appeared before everyone. "Look at this!" Wang Yong excitedly pointed to one of the photos. It showed a muscular figure wearing ill-fitting shorts, bare-chested, with a mask made from a sports jacket, holding a straight sword, looking like a Middle Eastern bandit. "Is that him?" Wang Yong asked urgently. Someone in the crowd recognized the person in the photo. "Isn't it the guy who turned a phone repair shop into a slaughterhouse for larvae?" Everyone began to recall that powerful loner, agreeing that he might indeed be the one who took over the shelter. The other photo Wang Yong showed was a video screenshot, depicting Lu Ming hanging on a Chu Shui's petite frame, both of their side profiles clearly visible. "It's him," another voice in the crowd exclaimed, but this time with evident anger. Wang Yong turned his head at the sound of the voice, his gaze settling on the speaker. It was a newly joined survivor from the northern suburbs, his face still showing the exhaustion of fleeing. Wang Yong furrowed his brow and asked curiously, "What? Is there a problem with him?" The man immediately straightened up and replied righteously, "A problem? More like a disaster. We were forced by the Nanhans, used as human shields against the insect swarm. Over 300 people, either dead or injured, just like that." His voice trembled with anger. "This guy barged in halfway through. We thought he was our savior and begged him for revenge. But he said he didn't know us. Why should he avenge us? He even shot arrows at our people and told us to scram. He's nothing but a—" His words trailed off as he searched for the right term to describe the man's actions. A selfish jerk? A traitor to his country? A cold-hearted beast? Various phrases flashed through his mind. Wang Yong listened, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "So what? He saved you from the Nanhans, and now you hold a grudge against him." The man was taken aback by the retort, his mind struggling to keep up. He opened his mouth, but couldn't produce any sound. Wang Yong didn't give him a chance to recover. "On Blue Star, this is called moral coercion, you know? Too bad. Even on Blue Star you could barely pull it off. Here, who are you going to coerce? There are no moral standards here." His gaze sharpened. "No matter the method or attitude, if someone saves you, they're like a parent giving you a second life. Especially in a world where everyone struggles to survive. With that mindset, brother, I advise you to either change it quickly or leave the shelter. You're not welcome here. Otherwise, sooner or later, you might hold a grudge over something and stab us in the back." Wang Yong's words struck like a hammer. The man's face turned beet red, but he didn't dare utter another word. He looked around and found everyone staring at him with strange looks, making him even more anxious. At that moment, someone from Jinsue Street stepped forward. "I have something to say about this as well." His voice was not loud, but it caught everyone's attention. "This guy doesn't like to team up with others, but he has his own principles. He was the first from our street to venture out, armed and strong. When he went scavenging for supplies, we only dared to hide in our safe spots, watching him enter one wholesale food store after another." He paused before continuing. "By your logic, if he were selfish, he could have taken all the supplies from the street. But he left plenty of survival resources for us. Someone like that, I believe, just doesn't like socializing and isn't good with words. But his heart isn't bad. You guys are being a bit unfair." These words left the northern suburb survivor speechless once again. Not just him, but other escapees from the northern suburbs also looked ashamed. They recalled the scenes when they emerged from the shopping mall, each filled with frustration and grievance. These negative emotions had clustered together, resulting in extreme and one-sided anger. It overshadowed their gratitude for being saved and turned their savior into an object of hatred. Now that someone had pointed it out, they suddenly felt like fools. Thinking back, were they really angry because he lacked a sense of solidarity? It didn't seem so. What truly enraged them was that stinging remark. For you, don't be ridiculous. Over 300 people can't fight, can't hide. What reason do I have to save you? Get out with those useless people, or you'll end up as meat shields. The reason this comment hurt so much wasn't its harshness, but its brutal honesty, hitting everyone's weak spot. Not being able to fight was a matter of lacking strength, a fact. Not being able to hide, that was their own foolishness. Many were scared out by the Nanhan's shouts and threats, without even trying to hide properly. Sorry, the man said, lowering his head, his face flushed with shame. Wang Yong casually flicked a cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot. In an even tone, he said, you shouldn't be apologizing to us. Uncle Chun, let's join them. Fong Peng glanced at the people from the northern suburbs and then turned to Chen Hai. I support joining too, no matter who the city lord is. Voices of agreement began to rise from the crowd, and soon, everyone unanimously approved. Chen Hai put away the rulebook and nodded. All right, let's join. As for those from the northern suburbs, hearing Chen Hai call them out, the transferees from the northern suburbs looked up, their faces filled with worry. After a moment of silence, Chen Hai calmly said, you should join too. Right or wrong, your future actions will speak for themselves. After all, soon we'll all be part of the shelter. The city lord will decide your fate, not us. Besides, if the city lord hasn't restricted who can join, it means he doesn't mind who comes in. The people from the northern suburbs breathed a sigh of relief, but the awkwardness lingered. As ordinary folks, it was natural for them to feel intimidated by a leader like Chen Hai, who commanded respect without anger. In the end, everyone chose to join. The scene shifts to the city lord's office in Iron Fort. Lu Ming sat in his office chair, his eyes landing on a name on the list, showing a hint of surprise. Name, Hong Dai. Gender, female. ID, 1111. Age, 18. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Specialization level, advanced soldier. Hunting record, 338 grade juvenile hunts. She was the first person to join the shelter. Lu Ming had posted the shelter's rules just 2 minutes earlier, and she had already joined. Initially, Lu Ming was surprised by the name, but after assessing her, he understood a lot more and felt a sense of relief. This girl named Hong Dai was the same girl he had seen in a clothing store before, Yang Shui. Although he didn't know why her fixed name could be changed, Lu Ming guessed it must be due to some special circumstances. Whether the name Hong Dai was a typical choice for her age or had some deeper meaning, he couldn't tell. All he knew was that the frail, malnourished girl was no more. In her place stood a slightly dirty, self-made, mask-wearing, determined warrior. That was enough. Her future path would be hers to choose. Suddenly, the list of members joining the shelter began to grow rapidly. Within just 10 seconds, the total number of city residents surpassed 500, finally stopping at 517. Apart from the top-ranking mutated giant horned owl, the next name on the list was Chen Hai, whom Lu Ming had been keeping an eye on. Lu Ming quickly reviewed Chen Hai's information. Chen Hai, junior hunting warrior, daily yield, 5 specialized crystals. Junior. Lu Ming almost cursed but managed to hold back. That rank was way too low. He sighed after a moment of silence. Well, leading a team of hundreds, rescuing people, and running around the suburbs no matter how skilled, there was hardly any time to shine. He had clearly been held back. But that didn't matter. Now that they had crossed paths, he wouldn't let such talent go to waste. Besides, he had always intended to take a back seat and enjoy the benefits. Managing the shelter and leading the residents were tasks for professionals and capable hands. With this in mind, Lu Ming squinted and began to strategize. Meanwhile, in the central district, the newly transferred members of the shelter, who had just been transported to Iron Fort, gathered in the residential area's central square. They looked around, seeing rows of brand-new, steel-constructed residential buildings that resembled apartment complexes. Everyone was stunned. Turning back, they saw a towering steel wall, hundreds of meters high, resembling a city wall. Looking forward, they saw a white obelisk in the center of the city, even taller than the wall. At the top of the tower was a circular structure, resembling a private villa or a lighthouse for the entire city, emitting a soft glow. Following their gaze upward, they saw an energy-filled, honeycomb-like electromagnetic barrier. Is this the shelter? Fong Peng, leaning on his makeshift spear, was immersed in the grandeur of the steel fortress, unable to snap out of his awe. Wang Yong's face broke into an uncontrollable smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He couldn't help but chuckle, saying, You're wrong. You should say it's our sanctuary. Our sanctuary. This is so freaking cool. Mechanical engineering. Futuristic technology. I thought it was just a rundown base, a survivor camp or something. Who knew it would be this awesome? His excitement was contagious, but Fong Peng chose to respond with a teasing tone. Is it really that amazing? You're almost 30. Can you be a bit more composed? Wang Yong scoffed and retorted, what do you know, kid? All you think about is falling in love. Steel, mech, sci-fi. The future, those are the dreams and pursuits of real men. You'll understand when you get older. Heh. Just then, Bao Zhengcheng keenly noticed a detail and quickly alerted everyone. Check your personal panels, everyone. There's new information about the sanctuary and a map. Upon hearing this, all the transferees immediately checked their personal panels. The information section prominently displayed affiliation, sanctuary, ultimate iron fortress. Current sanctuary level 2. Occupied area radius 4,000 meters. Holy crap, 4,000 meters? How big is that? Someone exclaimed. There's also a 3D map of the sanctuary. Check it out. Bao Zhengcheng continued guiding everyone. The map highlighted various facilities, residential areas, training grounds, armories, commercial streets, etc. Someone asked in surprise, you can run businesses here? The map also showed core facilities like the Beacon Tower, Central Hall, and underground farms. Can we really grow crops here? Someone speculated. The Sky Throne, that must be the residence of the city lord. That's amazing. I want to live there too, a voice said longingly. Keep dreaming, someone immediately retorted, pouring cold water on the idea. As everyone excitedly discussed, a soft cough suddenly echoed through the city, interrupting their conversations. Newly arrived citizens, a solemn voice announced, I am pleased that you have chosen to join the ultimate iron fortress. I am the city lord. Here, as long as you abide by the rules of the ultimate iron fortress, I promise you will not be expelled without cause. The city lord continued, you are free to choose your dormitories, and you can move around the city without restrictions. After selecting your dormitories, feel free to explore in groups. All hunting missions will commence starting tomorrow. Finally, the city lord added, Comrade Chen Hai, after choosing your dormitory, please come to the Sky Throne. As soon as these words were spoken, the excited Fong Peng and Wang Yong were stunned. They, along with the other evacuees, turned to look at Chen Hai, who didn't choose a dormitory but instead walked straight toward the center of the shelter. Uncle Chun, Fong Peng called out with concern, but Wang Yong stopped him. What are you worried about? Wang Yong asked, puzzled. Fong Peng glanced at him from the corner of his eye and lowered his voice. Worried the city lord will, do something to Uncle Chun. Wang Yong frowned. Do what? Can you speak like a man? Fong Peng scowled. Take advantage of him. Whack! No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yong smacked the back of his head. Why the hell did you hit me? Fong Peng bristled. Wang Yong shook his head. Kid, you're young, but your imagination is wild. Take advantage of Uncle Chin? Really? As he spoke, an image of a music video named Hop popped into Wang Yong's mind, but with the Demon King replaced by Uncle Chun. Then, the city lord's imagined form appeared two burly men amidst a chorus of Oh Hai. Wang Yong's face turned beet red, and he smacked Fong Peng on the head again. You brat. Your imagination is too much. Fong Peng brushed off Wang Yong's hand, bewildered. Are you crazy? What do you mean by too much? At that moment, a transferee from the northern suburbs suddenly spoke up, but that voice earlier did sound like the person who saved us. Hearing this, the images in Wang Yong's mind dissipated instantly. Fong Peng's concern also turned to calm. They both said in unison, then there's no problem. Why the sudden relief? Because Uncle Chen wasn't a young girl. Turning around, Fong Peng sent a private message to Chen Hai. Chen Hai walked with a heavy expression. Upon receiving Fong Peng's message and confirming that the city lord was indeed that person, his face grew even more serious. If the city lord was really who he thought, it overturned his previous assumptions. This person had no team, yet single-handedly unsealed the shelter, and they didn't rely on killing to quickly accumulate crystals. Such a person was not only extraordinary, but also harbored deep, unfathomable secrets. Now, this mysterious individual had come forward, and even the battle-hardened Chun Hai couldn't help but feel a ripple of unease. Meanwhile, in the city lord's chamber, Lu Ming watched Chun Hai's figure through the global surveillance panel. He opened the information tab and searched for a video file from the first day, showing the proud scythe owl larva defeating 4 challengers. He paused the video as soon as the 4 entered and locked onto one figure, activating the Eye of Truth. When the blue outline framed the target, Lu Ming silently chanted, Identify. Name, Zhang Tao. Gender male. ID, 766,054. Age, 33. Personal information, former resident of Blue Star, 66,666 transferee to Jalan Apocalypse, survivor strategist, deceased on May 27, 2025, devoured by an grade scythe owl larva. Just as he thought, the identification of deceased individuals included their death details. Lu Ming turned back to the monitor showing Chen Hai and identified his information. He also found a photo of Jiang Ling for a second identification. Seeing Jiang Ling's information, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He was confident that the upcoming conversation would go smoothly. However, to his surprise, the wait lasted a full half hour. Chen Hai walked the entire way at a leisurely pace. This made Lu Ming realize that the Iron Fortress was too large to rely solely on walking. He decided that when the economic conditions allowed, he would introduce transportation within the city. Perhaps he could upgrade some high-tech equipment and let the citizens buy it with crystals. He wouldn't overcharge just double the cost. This way, he could solve the city's transportation issues and earn a little extra on the side. Why not? While Lu Ming was contemplating city planning, Chen Hai had already entered the central hall. City resident Chen Hai detected. Please take the city lord's exclusive elevator to the throne of the sky, the intelligent voice announced. Even someone as experienced as Chen Hai was awestruck by the scene before him. Following the instructions, he stepped onto the city lord's exclusive elevator and ascended to the upper level of the central tower. When he saw the panoramic view of the city, his sense of awe mirrored that of Lu Ming's. He pressed against the transparent elevator cabin, looking down at the city below. As the elevator ascended, Chen Hai's view gradually broadened, and a sense of insignificance washed over him. Suddenly, he was astonished to realize that the city was actually floating in midair. Beyond the steel walls, no other structure could compare to the final Iron Fortress. Citizen Chen Hai, you have arrived at the Sky Throne, a mechanical voice announced as the cabin door opened. Chen Hai stepped out and faced the Lord's chamber. The door was wide open, revealing a figure inside. A man with blue hair and blue eyes, wearing a black mask and a black trench coat, sitting behind a desk. His elbows rested on the desk, fingers intertwined, as his deep eyes calmly observed Chen Hai. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary person. However, to Chen Hai, the figure seemed like an untamed beast, impossible to look at directly. This feeling was something he had never experienced on Blue Star. Raising a question in his mind, was this guy really human? Suppressing his inner unease, Chen Hai slowly walked into the Lord's chamber. Before he could speak, the blue-haired figure spoke in an unhurried manner. Chen Hai, former leader of the Dragon Squad of Huaxia, retired. Before the Great Transfer, you served as an instructor for the Dragon Squad, codenamed Hill. Experienced in combat, skilled in hand-to-hand fighting, you once single-handedly took down an entire team of 11 mercenaries. Your name is known in the Middle East as the Immortal Phoenix of Huaxia. Hearing his own detailed resume, Chen Hai was taken aback but remained composed, cautiously asking, "Who are you?" Before he could finish, the figure spoke again. 20 years ago, you were betrothed to Jiang Shuyan, the daughter of the prominent Jiang family in the capital. The two of you were deeply in love and were preparing for your wedding. However, the Dragon Squad urgently dispatched you on an important mission. When you returned, Jiang Shuyan had died unexpectedly in a family power struggle. But she left behind the fruit of your love, a daughter named Jiang Ling. Chen Hai's pupils dilated and his expression changed dramatically. Just as he was about to burst out with questions, a sharp, searing blade with crimson particles appeared at his neck. Following that, a terrifying, three-metal creature, entirely covered in dark red metallic armor, slowly emerged from the void. Looking up at the creature, the first thing Chen Hai saw were its extremely ferocious, blood-red eyes. Just meeting its gaze sent an overwhelming sense of pressure straight to his soul. An aberrant, Chen Hai muttered in confusion. "Tyrant, stand down," Lu Ming ordered coldly. The tyrant paused, retracted its blade, and disappeared in a distortion of light and shadow. "Sorry, Comrade Chen Hai, there's no need to be afraid." Lu Ming's tone softened. "That was one of our own. It's still just a child, very gentle by nature, and won't harm the innocent. Please have a seat." With that, he retrieved a luxurious viewing seat from his spatial pouch and placed it in front of the desk. Chen Hai did not move, staring intently at Lu Ming. "Who exactly are you?" he asked. Lu Ming responded softly, "A Huaxia citizen. But really, who I am is not important. What matters is that I can alleviate your current greatest anxiety." Chen Hai snapped out of his daze and scrutinized Lu Ming with a complex gaze. The warrior in him tensed up, maintaining a guarded distance, as if facing a potential threat. Yet, as Chen Hai the person, he couldn't resist the allure of this mysterious figure who seemed to know his deepest secrets and possess boundless knowledge. The internal conflict threw Chen Hai into a brief struggle. After a few seconds of hesitation, a glimmer of hope overpowered his caution. He took a deep breath walked slowly to Lu Ming and sat down in the viewing seat as instructed. All right, what do you want from me? Chun Hai asked, his eyes locked on a Lu Ming's, a hint of wariness in his voice. You expose my weakness, so you must have an agenda. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lu Ming clapped his hands lightly, a smile spreading across his face. Impressive, Comrade Chun Hai. Straight to the point, I see. He leaned forward slightly. From today, you will be the deputy lord of this sanctuary. You'll manage all activities, training, duties, and personnel movements of the residents. Most importantly, you'll oversee the submission of mutant creature corpses and the distribution of specialized crystals. In short, I handle the overall operations of the sanctuary and your individual needs. You manage the residents. How does that sound? Chun Hai blinked and straightened up. Is that all? Lu Ming spread his hands and smiled. What else did you think I'd ask you to do? Chun Hai visibly relaxed. I thought it would be something that goes against my principles. Lu Ming's smile deepened. I'm not a devil, you know. And since I know your identity, why would I make things difficult for you? So, Comrade Chun Hai, what's your answer? Chun Hai smiled slightly. I see no reason to refuse. But I'm curious, Ari, the lord of the sanctuary. Yet you don't want to manage the residents yourself. Isn't that a bit contradictory? And given the hierarchical relationship between a lord and the residents, you could simply command me. Why bother negotiating? Lu Ming chuckled. Because of respect. I respect your profession and genuinely admire your character. Honestly, I don't enjoy interacting with people much. I even dislike it. But I understand that it's thanks to the country and soldiers like you who protect it that I have the luxury to feel this way. So I choose to negotiate. As for the contradiction, he shrugged. To be honest, if there weren't benefits to running the sanctuary, I wouldn't even want to be the lord. It's too much hassle. Lu Ming paused before continuing. But since you've agreed to my proposal, I won't let you work for nothing. Jiangling, as expected, hearing the name made Chun Hai sit up straight, his muscles tensing. Lu Ming observed Chun Hai's reaction and sighed inwardly. Even a warrior has vulnerabilities when they have emotional ties. She's alive, Lu Ming said slowly, and she's doing better than you. Currently, her specialization level is a mid-tier hunting warrior, placing her in the top tier of the transferred. However, I don't know her exact location, but you can try asking her yourself. Here, let me add you as a friend first. Lu Ming explained the two ways to add friends and chose the second method. He clicked the add symbol, entered the name and ID, and confirmed. This time, he didn't conceal his name, as it no longer mattered. Soon, Chun Hai received a notification. Lu Ming has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Staring at the unfamiliar name, Chun Hai's mind raced, trying to recall any high-ranking officials or renowned warriors associated with it. Unfortunately, he drew a blank. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Hai clicked accept. System notification. Chun Hai has accepted your friend request. Upon receiving the confirmation, Lu Ming, seemingly unaware of Chun Hai's scrutiny, quickly typed and sent a private message. This is Jiang Ling's personal ID. You can go back and rest now. I'll contact you if there's anything. Chun Hai left in silence. Even after exiting the Lord's chamber, he stood by the elevator, not pressing the button for a long time, as if digesting everything that had just happened. Sitting behind his desk, Lu Ming pursed his lips, a sly glint in his eyes. He called out in a deliberately teasing tone, Deputy Mayor Chun Hai, did you forget something? Chun Hai froze at the words, as if hit in a sore spot. He didn't turn around, but quickly walked into the elevator. Even as the elevator doors slowly closed, he never looked back. However, the transparent elevator cabin mercilessly exposed his embarrassment. Lu Ming's sharp eyes caught the unmistakable blush on Chun Hai's ears, standing out vividly against his bronze skin. He's embarrassed, Lu Ming muttered to himself, a small smile tugging at his lips. As the office door closed, he couldn't help but chuckle. Although he hadn't experienced it himself, he could understand Chun Hai's complicated feelings. Suddenly obtaining the contact information he'd long sought after, only to realize he wasn't mentally prepared to take the first step. Doubts flooded his mind. What if the friend request is rejected? What should he say after adding them? This mix of anticipatory joy and anxiety made him chuckle again. Suddenly, Lu Ming remembered something. Oh, almost forgot. Activate the forging function. With his command, the forging interface instantly appeared. He opened his storage bag and tossed in a regular side owl blade. A system prompt popped up. Forging function scan complete. Main material identified as weapon. Recipe matched. Please select a forging recipe. Side owl war blade, side owl war scythe. Lu Ming quickly browsed the options, thinking to himself, it seems the type of equipment doesn't vary much whether using king owl materials or regular side owl materials. I'm curious about the design though. He chose the side owl war blade. The system immediately displayed the material requirements. Forging side owl war blade requires 40 side owl blades, 10 side owl shells, and 50 specialized crystals. Lu Ming quickly assessed the material requirements. That's quite a bit of material. I guess regular side owls are easier to kill, and they yield a lot of materials. The crystals aren't too bad either. Bioweapons at the steel level are equivalent to regular mithril weapons, with the added possibility of inheriting skills. 50 crystals isn't too outrageous. He placed the corresponding materials into the main and auxiliary slots and clicked forge. This time he didn't add blood, thinking, a trash weapon doesn't deserve it. It's just for Chin-Hai to use temporarily, so there's no point in making it too good. Scythe Owl War Blade successfully forged. The system prompt appeared, and Lu Ming checked the attributes, chuckling. Wow, a plain weapon. I said it didn't need to be too good, but you really gave it no skills. Taking out the Scythe Owl Warblade, Lu Ming was a bit surprised. Not sure if it's the materials or the grade, but the bioweapon forged from regular Scythe Owl materials is a standard Tang sword. He carefully examined the weapon, weighing its strengths and weaknesses. In terms of power, it's not as strong as a giant blade and has a disadvantage against large mutants. But given the current situation, we won't be encountering large mutants. It's quite effective against Scythe Owl larvae or elite Scythe Owls. Initially planning to hand it over to Chin-Hai as is, Lu Ming reconsidered and decided to forge a set of regular armor as well. It won't take much effort, he muttered to himself. He placed the Scythe Owl shells into the forge, and the system immediately displayed 4 options. Scythe Owl helmet, Scythe Owl armor, Scythe Owl gloves, and Scythe Owl boots. Lu Ming quickly checked the material requirements. Helmet, gloves, and boots each required 20 shells, no blades, and 20 crystals. The armor was slightly more expensive, needing 30 shells and 30 crystals. All done, Lu Ming was satisfied with the newly forged equipment. Combined with the weapon, it's just the right amount of materials an average person would get from killing 20 elite Scythe Owls. However, when he checked the attributes, he frowned. The only downside is that all 4 pieces are plain. Lu Ming silently took out 6 light blue, rhombus-shaped crystals and opened Chin-Hai's contact, starting to type a private message. Just a heads up, as the deputy mayor, you need to stand out not just in leadership, but also in strength. I don't doubt your combat skills and experience, but your specialization level is too low. So, Deputy Mayor Chin-Hai, race a personal mission from the mayor. By tomorrow night, single-handedly kill 5,000 Scythe Owl larvae, or 500 elite Scythe Owls, or a mix of both 1 elite 10 larvae, and bring back all the bodies. As soon as the message was sent, Chin-Hai replied, Mayor, isn't that a bit too demanding? Killing 5,000 larvae isn't the issue. It's finding them that takes time. Lu Ming replied succinctly. Accept the trade. He opened the trade interface, placed the weapon and armor into it, and clicked confirm. A few seconds later, Chin-Hai confirmed the trade and replied, I'll give it a shot. He's given far too much, echoed in Lu Ming's mind as he gazed at Chin-Hai, who was inspecting the Grim Reaper's scythe in the central hall. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Ming's face. Good weapons should be in the hands of capable people, he thought, quickly calculating the return on investment. Even if Chin-Hai could only hunt 3,000 Grim Reaper larvae a day, it would yield 30,000 specialized crystals and a large amount of Grim Reaper set materials. This investment was highly profitable. Who could resist? Lu Ming surveyed the area, considering the equipment needs of other city residents. It wasn't that he didn't want to equip everyone, but resources were scarce, and crystal reserves were limited. A single Grim Reaper's scythe required 50 specialized crystals, and equipping nearly 500 people would require 25,000 crystals. For now, he had to prioritize the elites. Maybe when the crystals are more abundant, I can implement an equipment loan plan. Lu Ming pondered about a sustainable future strategy as he prepared to shut down the city's surveillance system. At that moment, Chin-Hai's actions on the monitor caught his attention. Chin-Hai cautiously looked around, ensuring no one was watching, then took out 6 diamond-shaped crystals and attached them to his body. Instantly, a blue-green tide enveloped him. Excitement flashed in Chin-Hai's eyes as he activated his armament linkage. He meticulously observed the changes in his body, his spirits soaring. He punched, kicked, ran, and jumped, then executed a set of sharp and intricate sword techniques. His movements were fluid and graceful, like water, flowing effortlessly. After finishing, Chin-Hai held the scythe, his face full of awe. When the resonance ended, Lu Ming could clearly see the pure joy on his face. Yes, just like when I was in his position, Lu Ming thought to himself. It's hard to imagine that a retired Dragon Squad member, a professional combat expert, could experience such simple happiness like any ordinary man. This unexpected scene gave Lu Ming a new perspective on Chin-Hai. He shut down the city's surveillance system and turned to find Tyrant emerging from the shadows, standing right beside him. Tyrant leaned in close, eyes filled with longing. Lu Ming understood immediately. Master, you haven't petted me for 3 hours. Sigh, I can't say no to you, Lu Ming said as he reached out to stroke Tyrant's warm, iron forehead, growing even fonder of his loyal companion. A glance at the time showed it was already 5:12 p.m., and nightfall was just over an hour away. Remembering the plan to capture the core of Xinhui district the next day, Lu Ming activated the city lord's voice system and began broadcasting to the entire city. Attention citizens, the final Iron Fortress will soon move to the shopping plaza in the northern suburbs of Jintian district. Please do not worry. The final Iron Fortress uses high-energy magnetic suspension technology, which will not cause any vibrations, but will produce significant noise. Please remain calm. Upon hearing this, all the residents, except for Qinhai who had seen the fortress in its entirety, were shocked. A movable fortress as their shelter? Was it like Howl's moving castle or a predatory city? Before they could ponder further, a series of loud booms erupted from outside. Boom, 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 boom. The rhythmic thunderous sounds were deafening. As Lu Ming mentioned, there was no shaking, but the clouds in the sky were rapidly retreating. The colossal steel city was moving as fast as a racing car. In just 5 minutes, the final Iron Fortress arrived at the northern suburbs shopping plaza. The Kirin Corps promptly reported, "Honorable City Lord, the final Iron Fortress has reached its destination." Lu Ming ordered in a deep voice, "Commence fortification." The Kirin Corps immediately responded, "Understood, fortification process initiated, mechanical arms deploying." With a metallic clang, 4 of the 8 mechanical arms supported the fortress while the other 4 extended outward. Once fully extended, the supporting arms began to rise, transferring the weight to the extended arms. The bent arms transformed into conical steel claws, aimed at the ground, and started rotating at high speed. Clang, 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 clang. The relentless sound of drills and breaking rocks echoed from below. In less than 10 seconds, a massive, round, hemispherical pit appeared beneath the final Iron Fortress. The Kirin Corps reported again, "Fortification site is complete, mechanical arms retracting." The 4 arms that had turned into drill bits folded inward and retracted beneath the fortress. The supporting arms continued to expand, gradually lowering the final Iron Fortress into the pit until its entrance was level with the ground outside. At this moment, looking down from above, the spherical final Iron Fortress presents a unique stance, half buried deep in a giant crater and half proudly standing on the ground. For mechanical arms, like massive ground anchors, are fixed in the east, south, west, and north directions, providing stable support for this colossal structure. Kirin Corps, the Lord said in a deep voice, "Final Iron Fortress has been successfully stationed. Current energy remaining is 50. Do you recommend shutting down the high-energy magnetic levitation and electromagnetic barriers to ensure sufficient energy supply for the sanctuary?" The Lord frowned in thought. The rapid energy consumption was expected, but he didn't anticipate that just a few minutes of operation and a single relocation would use up half the energy. After weighing the pros and cons, he made a decision. Shut down the high-energy magnetic levitation, but keep the electromagnetic barriers. The magnetic levitation system could be temporarily turned off, but the barriers must not be neglected. If high-level mutants were to invade during the night, it could not only cause casualties, but also severely damage the Lord's reputation. Even if he could quickly eliminate the intruders, the aftermath would be hard to measure. As a leader who values his image, he would never allow such a situation to occur. With a crisp clang, the high-energy magnetic force supporting the fortress gradually dissipated. The Iron Fortress slowly descended by a few meters, the entire process remarkably smooth, causing only a slight tremor on the ground. Kirin Corps, high-energy magnetic levitation has been shut down, reducing energy consumption by 40, the system promptly reported. Wow, it really does consume a lot, the Lord thought to himself, but then turned to the more pressing issue. But that's not the main point. Energy is meant to be used. The key is how to replenish it. Kirin, explain the energy replenishment methods in detail. Kirin Corps immediately responded, reporting to the Lord, there are 2 methods for energy replenishment. First, the specialized crystal charging method. For a level 2 sanctuary, fully recharging requires 100 specialized crystal shards or 1 specialized crystal core. The amount of crystals needed increases with the sanctuary's level. Second, the fortress core devouring method. Each devouring will restore the energy to full capacity, and this method is not restricted by the sanctuary's level. A specialized crystal is equivalent to 10,000 regular crystals. This figure once seemed unbelievable to Lu Ming, but now it feels insignificant. Nonetheless, specialized crystals remain his primary need at the moment. Lu Ming pondered that devouring fortress cores was undoubtedly the best way to replenish specialized crystals. This not only enhances the shelter's level, but also maximizes its efficiency at the critical point of energy recovery. The notion that higher-level cores are more cost-effective holds little meaning for the shelter. With the explosive growth in crystal yields, the energy consumption of the shelter becomes negligible. What truly matters is increasing the population capacity, which is fundamental to the shelter's development. Lu Ming glanced at the number of city dwellers. estimating that each area held about 1,000 people, totaling approximately 4.977 billion. The outer regions of Jalan Star 618 alone had at least 5 million city districts, an astonishing number exceeding Earth's by 360 times. This was merely the world's outskirts. The scale of the interior was unimaginable. Lu Ming knew that as long as he was strong enough, fortress cores would be inexhaustible. Time passed quietly. In the city dwellers area, Fong Peng excitedly knocked on Wang Yong's door next door. Yong, did you see that? The dorm has complete water, electricity, and bathroom facilities, plus a multifunctional water heater. Wang Yong, with a cigarette in his mouth, smiled and said, "Do you think I'm blind? Who could miss that huge notice on the bathroom walls?" He then added, "Unfortunately, the shelter's water purification equipment isn't up to standard, and the water for daily use still has toxins. Only junior hunting warriors can wash with a water helmet on." Fong Peng was unconcerned. "What's a junior hunting warrior? I'll just kill a few hundred larvae tomorrow. I haven't bathed in 3 days. It's unbearable." "The girls must be having a harder time," Wang Yong said. "We need to upgrade our specialization levels quickly." He suddenly noticed a figure in the distance. "Look, Uncle Chin is back, walking normally." It seems the city lord didn't choose him. Fong Peng followed Wang Yong's gaze and said with relief, "Really? That's good." He then called out loudly, "Uncle Chun, over here! Your dorm is here." Chunhai heard the call and waved. He stood before the interface, hesitating to click the application several times before finally canceling. He walked briskly to the third-floor dormitory. "Uncle Chin, what kind of person is the city lord? What did he say to you?" Fong Peng asked curiously. Wang Yong, though silent, had the same questions in his eyes. Chunhai recalled his meeting with Lu Ming, feeling conflicted. Blue hair, blue eyes, and a very young voice, he sighed. "I don't know how to describe him, but one thing is certain. He is incredibly powerful." Fong Peng and Wang Yong exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to interpret this assessment. Chunhai didn't elaborate further and simply asked for the dorm key. Before entering his room, he added, "But he's not a bad person. You guys should get some rest. Tomorrow, there's a hunting task organized. I won't be participating. The city lord gave me a separate task to hunt 5,000 larvae." With that, Chunhai closed the door, leaving Fong Peng and Wang Yong staring at each other in shock. Meanwhile, on the celestial throne, Lu Ming opened the translucent curtain and gazed at the sunset while holding a luxurious instant meal. Ever since Chu Xue appeared, she always accompanied him during meals. Although they never dined together, her concerned eyes always warmed his heart. Unfortunately, today, due to her unresolved weakness, Chu Xue had fallen into a deep sleep. To ensure she rested well, Lu Ming had placed her in a side room. Dining alone, Lu Ming suddenly felt a wave of irritation. He turned his head to see Tyrant cautiously scratching the titanium-grade floor nearby, occasionally casting worried yet silent glances his way. Lu Ming almost threw his meal box in frustration, cursing internally. "Damn it. Speak up if you have something to say. It's not like I'm eating crap. Even if I were, shouldn't you be fighting me for it? Why are you digging a hole? Is that what you're supposed to be doing?" His appetite vanished in an instant. Lu Ming looked down at the empty lunchbox in his hand, noting that he had finished every last bit, not even leaving a drop of the sauce. Strangely, despite a brief sense of fullness, he quickly noticed that the food seemed to disappear from his stomach, and the hunger pangs returned. He puzzled over this, touching his stomach and gazing at the few remaining grains of rice on his plate. He recalled the disdainful look on Chu Xue's face when she spat out her food, and the worried yet aggrieved expression of Ba Jun. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that these seemingly normal foods had lost their nutritional value for him? Perhaps even the food he had previously eaten no longer provided his body with energy. Lu Ming remembered the abundant energy he had after multiple upgrades, which might explain why he hadn't noticed the hunger before. To test this hypothesis, he took out a vial of ordinary variant blood from his spatial pouch. The liquid in the vial was clear and pure, swaying slightly with his movements like an enticing glass of red wine. Lu Ming was captivated by it and carefully removed the stopper. Immediately, a fragrance much stronger than his first encounter with variant blood wafted out, sweet and alluring, stirring a deep longing within him. Even the energy runes on his skin seemed to dance with excitement. This reaction appeared to confirm his suspicion. After advancing to a junior apocalypse warrior, his sensitivity to variant blood had indeed heightened. At the same time, his control over his own will had also strengthened, at least enough to prevent him from nearly succumbing as he had before. After a few seconds of internal struggle, Lu Ming brought the vial to his lips and was about to take a small sip when a metallic lump with glowing crimson eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. He glanced sideways and saw Ba Jun's face filled with joy and excitement, as if saying, "Master, you've finally come to your senses." Despite a slight frown, Lu Ming forced himself to take a sip. Instantly, his pupils contracted, and his expression changed dramatically. A sweet yet spicy taste hit his nerves, followed by a burning sensation that spread through his stomach. Fortunately, the burning didn't last long and was soon offset by energy surging from his limbs, leaving only pure energy filling his body. Lu Ming realized this was the sensation of the variant toxin's erosion. He felt the numbness in his mouth, especially on his tongue and throat, similar to the feeling after taking anesthetic before an endoscopy. Quickly resealing the vial, Lu Ming dared not drink anymore. But he had to admit, the energy boost from the variant blood was remarkable. Just a small sip had completely eradicated his hunger, more dramatically than any energy bar commercial. His mental state also improved, whether from the burning sensation or the blood's inherent effects. Lu Ming silently resolved that unless in a special situation, like being famished on the battlefield, or if his specialization level advanced enough to completely ignore the variant toxin's erosion, he wouldn't try it again. It was simply self-torture. Now that his hypothesis was confirmed, Lu Ming began pondering deeper issues. As one's specialization level increased, ordinary food would provide negligible nutrition. At the level of an apocalypse warrior, it might become impossible to derive any energy from regular food. No wonder Ba Jun and Chu Shue gave him such incredulous looks when he ate lunchboxes and hot pot. To them, it must have seemed like he was eating waste. With this thought, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Ba Jun's previous digging behavior seemed less wrong from another perspective. He patted Ba Jun's head and then stroked his chin in contemplation. If this trend continued, everyone would eventually have to endure variant toxin to sustain their bodies, a daunting prospect. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Ming. He opened his spatial pouch and pulled out the blueprint for the variant protein processor. Since he had just tried variant blood, he hadn't immediately thought of protein clusters or the processor. But holding the blueprint now, he realized he didn't need to worry. With this blueprint, the food problem was already solved. Moreover, he could further enhance the blueprint's performance. However, he understood that the blueprint and the processor manufactured from it were likely of the same origin. This meant he could only elevate one of them. Lu Ming stood before the forging platform, clutching the blueprint for the exotic protein processing machine, his mind racing. If this were a learnable forging recipe, the situation would be entirely different. He could have upgraded the recipe once, learned it, and then used the recipe to create a physical object before upgrading it again. Unfortunately, reality was not so kind, and he could only sigh in frustration. Despite this, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. He closed his eyes, gripped the blueprint tightly, and murmured, "Ultimate Ascension." The system responded immediately. Select Ascension Tier 2. Ascending the special item Exotic Protein Processing Machine Blueprint will consume 1,000 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm to consume 1,000 specialized crystal blocks to ascend it to Exotic Energy Production Line. 1,000 crystal blocks? Lu Ming exclaimed, but the word production line quickly caught his attention. Before canceling the ascension, he swiftly opened the information on the Exotic Energy Production Line. When he saw the required materials, he was instantly overwhelmed. The blueprint for the Exotic Energy Production Line required steel 10,000, gold 50 kg, C-Class King or above exotic materials 50, D-Class Royal Blood 50,000 ml, specialized crystal blocks 100, and master level or above forging proficiency. Note: once all conditions are met, the blueprint can be used to create the item. Lu Ming stared in disbelief at the list of requirements. C-Class King materials, D-Class Royal Blood, specialized crystal blocks, master level forging proficiency. Each item seemed insurmountable. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying impressive 3 times in a row, thinking, "You're incredible, you're so high and mighty. I'm gonna bed." Just as Lu Ming was about to give up, a flash of knowledge about exotic creature levels came to his mind. Exotic creatures were classified into E, D, C, B, A, and S levels, with each level divided into 4 stages: juvenile, common, elite, and king. Each stage could potentially mutate, and mutated exotics would have a sign next to their level, making them half a grade stronger than their non-mutated counterparts of the same quality and stage. He recalled some specific examples. A C-Class Common was roughly equivalent to a C-Class Common, weaker than a C-Class Elite. The hierarchy of exotic creatures followed the law of the jungle, where a lower-ranked king was typically stronger than a higher-ranked juvenile and newly matured common types. For instance, a D-Class Elite was roughly equivalent to an E-Class King, while a D-Class Common was equal to a D-Class Common and a D-Class Juvenile. Lu Ming's thoughts then turned to human levels. Currently, humans were classified into Soldier, Warrior, and War King stages, with each stage further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. He silently compared the strength of humans to that of exotics. A beginner Hunter-Warrior was roughly equivalent to an E-Class Elite, an intermediate Hunter-Warrior slightly stronger than an E-Class King, An advanced hunter warrior roughly equal to an E-class king to a D-class elite, and a peak hunter warrior approximately equivalent to a D-class elite, while a beginner apocalypse war king's strength was roughly equal to a D-class king. He noted that these comparisons often used roughly or less than or equal to because weaponry and combat experience also had to be considered. Without suitable weapons, humans found it difficult to penetrate the defenses of exotics. Even if weapon levels were sufficient, a lack of combat experience could lead to unexpected outcomes. Lu Ming remembered his past encounters, deeply understanding the importance of overall strength. Of course, he could first build the processing machine. Not only would this save materials, but it would also allow him to use it for a while. However, at this moment, Lu Ming just wanted to take a refreshing bath. The side room of the Lord's Chamber was actually a fully equipped rest area. Although it was only half the size of the main room, it had a shower, toilet, and various pieces of furniture. Chu Shui was peacefully lying on the bed, fast asleep. As Lu Ming was observing Chu Shui, the tyrant silently entered the room, using its shadow stealth ability. Its massive figure seemed out of place in the cozy room, but Lu Ming had no intention of sending it away. After all, it was his most trusted servant, one he had personally trained. Despite the fact that this training process only took a day, some things still needed to be considered early on. Entering the bathroom, a conspicuous sign immediately caught Lu Ming's attention. Written in red letters was a warning. Attention residents. Due to insufficient purification levels of the water treatment system, the current water supply cannot completely eliminate alien toxins. Residents below the level of junior hunter warriors should avoid contact with the water, as it may cause toxin exposure or water corrosion. Residents above the level of junior hunter warriors should wear isolation helmets for a proper rinse. There may be a slight burning sensation, but it will not cause serious harm and will subside within half an hour, so there is no need to panic. Residents at the level of Junior Doomsday King and above may use the water freely. Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy. Junior Doomsday King referred to him. This meant he no longer had to rely on purified water. Pulling back the shower curtain, he saw a standard bathtub against the wall, and his mood lifted even more. As he filled the tub and immersed himself, Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. This feels great. Lying in the bathtub and staring at the ceiling, his thoughts returned to the tyrant. Currently, the tyrant was only at sea normal level, but already stood at 3.1 meters tall. If it advanced to elite or king level, its size would undoubtedly increase further, possibly reaching up to 6 meters. At that height, it wouldn't even fit into his current residence and would have to stay outside. It wasn't about being worried that it would be lonely, but it seemed unfair that even dogs have kennels while such a powerful being had to stay out in the open. Could he find a suitable place for the tyrant other than cold places like the warehouse or armory? This thought sparked an idea in Lu Ming's mind. Remembered the special skills of his spatial pouch. Opening the spatial pouch, he navigated to the Special Skills tab. Spatial mark and mount storage were clearly visible. Lu Ming ignored the spatial mark and focused on mount storage. If there was a space for mounts, could there be a higher level space for servants or pets? Unfortunately, although Ultimate Ascension could be applied to 2 special skills, it wouldn't show new skill information after Ascension. This usually meant there were no preset higher-level skills, and that new skills could only be generated during Ascension, much like Ultimate Ascension, Greed, and the Eye of Truth. As for the number of crystals needed to ascend Mount Storage, the prompt indicated that upgrading the special skill Mount Storage required 50 specialized crystals. Yes, 50 specialized crystals, equivalent to 500,000 specialized crystals. It's something he could only consider for the future, but it was definitely a necessary upgrade. First, though, he needed to unlock this skill. Lu Ming glanced at the number of spatial crystals in his pouch, 660. He also had 10 unprocessed spatial pouches, including 2 with 80 slots and 8 with 40 slots. He hadn't dealt with these before, but now was the perfect time. Selecting the unprocessed pouches, he opted for batch decomposition. Success in decomposing 80-slot unprocessed spatial pouch 2, obtaining spatial crystals 20. Success in decomposing 40-slot unprocessed spatial pouch 8, obtaining spatial crystals 40. From the decomposition results, a 40-slot spatial pouch could be converted into 5 spatial crystals, and an 80-slot one doubled that. Now, he had 720 crystals, still 280 short of unlocking the special skill. 280. Randomly killing people wasn't Lu Ming's style, but perhaps he could try his luck in the Starshine District tomorrow. Maybe the missing piece of the spatial crystal could be completed in an instant. Lu Ming smiled slightly, putting his thoughts aside for the moment. He focused on enjoying his bath, the warm water enveloping his body and easing the day's fatigue. After a full 30 minutes, he finally got out of the tub and began his meticulous grooming routine. It's worth mentioning that when he rinsed his mouth with water, he felt a slight sting. However, compared to the irritation caused by the alien blood, this discomfort was negligible. Once he finished, Lu Ming donned his armor, cleverly disguised as pajamas, and lay down on the soft bed. Jalan, open the translucent curtain on the ceiling, Lu Ming commanded. Sleep hadn't yet taken hold of him, so he decided to enjoy the night view. Following his order, the ceiling gradually became transparent, as if undergoing a spatial transformation. By 6 o'clock on Jalan's star, the twilight had already faded from the sky. Under the shroud of night, the stars became increasingly clear and profound. Lu Ming recalled his days on Blue Star, where he had never seen such a vast sky. The twinkling stars seemed to have a hypnotic power, calming his mind. In this tranquil atmosphere, he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the city was brightly lit, with people crowding the dormitory corridors. The scene resembled a school after classes, with students disregarding the rules, gathering in the hallways, leaning over the railings and chatting about their dreams. Wang Yong lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing and gazing at the night sky. It's only been 3 days since I arrived, but it feels like I'm seeing the night sky for the first time, he remarked, flicking the ash. Fong Peng, leaning over the railing, sighed, I wonder how my grandparents are doing right now. Wang Yong chuckled, that's a surprise. Since I met you, it's the first time I've heard you mention your family. I thought you were Yasuo. Fong Peng was puzzled. Who's Yasuo? Then he realized and retorted angrily. You're the orphan. Wang Yong laughed heartily, taking a drag from his cigarette. Well, I'm an orphan. Fong Peng was taken aback and apologized. I didn't mean it. But isn't it a bit too common to be an orphan? In novels, it's standard. Are you the protagonist too? Wang Yong patted him on the back. Got a hero complex, huh? Protagonists are surrounded by beauties, and here I am with you. Are you the beauty? Fong Peng was speechless. Wang Yong continued. Just a midlife orphan, really. Natural disasters and man-made calamities, if you pay attention, they're everywhere. But we should be grateful to the city lord for giving us a safe haven to enjoy moments like this. Fong Peng agreed. Praise the city lord. Tomorrow, let's put in extra effort hunting the larvae. The city lord needs alien corpses, right? Let's bring more and report fewer. Show him our value and returns. Everyone should at least kill 50. If anyone slacks off, I'll beat them up. Wang Yong put an arm around his shoulder, laughing. With your mediocre skills, without the level suppression, you probably can't even beat a woman. Fong Peng retorted, bullshit. Then he paused. Actually, there might be one I can't beat. That girl looks tough. When I looked her in the eye, I felt a bit scared, and it seemed like she particularly hated me. Wang Yong realized, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, her gaze is intense, but she doesn't hate you specifically. She probably hates men in general. And she's not from Uncle Chin's rescue team. She's fighting alone, likely at least a senior soldier level, definitely skilled. Anyway, let's not gossip about others. Where's Uncle Bao? Fong Peng smiled. He's asleep. He pushed through the day with injuries. He's exhausted. Then let's rest too. Tomorrow, we need to achieve our goals. Don't forget the monthly target, Wang Yong said. Got it. I'll call everyone to rest, Fong Peng replied. He then started gathering the others, motivating them to hunt at least 50 scythe owl larvae the next day. The night grew deeper, and dreams slowly took over. In his sleep, Lu Ming's brow furrowed as nightmares struck again. This time it wasn't childhood shadows but new, terrifying visions. In his dream, he was in a pitch-black space, suspended high above. His hands and feet were tightly bound by ropes, fixing him in a spread-eagle position on a large net. He struggled desperately, but couldn't muster any strength. The intense pressure and immobilizing fear made it hard for him to breathe. Until his heart began to race. A massive shadow shattered the darkness, appearing before him. It was a crimson, monstrous spider, its 8 blood-red eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. The sudden shock jolted Lu Ming awake from his nightmare, and he found himself staring at a breathtaking starry sky. Realizing it was just a bad dream, he let out a slow sigh of relief. Lu Ming attempted to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, but was horrified to find himself unable to move. His hands and feet were tightly bound, just like in his dream. Struggling to turn his head, he saw golden threads woven into ropes, tightly wrapping around his limbs. This familiar sight immediately made him realize who the culprit was. Chu Shui. Just as Lu Ming was about to call out to Chu Shui, a sudden chill spread from his chest, causing his whole body to shiver. Summoning all his strength, he lifted his head, and the scene before him left him dumbfounded. A graceful figure was lying on his chest, with mature and slender curves faintly visible under the starlight. Sensing Lu Ming's awakening, the figure slowly straightened up. Under the dim light of the stars, Lu Ming finally saw her clearly. Waist-length white hair, a delicate and beautiful face, and a perfect figure and demeanor. This was no ordinary human. Proportionate was Chu Shui, magnified several times over into a mature version, standing at 1.7 meters tall. At that moment, Chu Shui was gently caressing her lips with one hand and supporting herself on Lu Ming's chest with the other. Her crimson eyes shone brightly, and the domineering and obsessive look in her gaze was a stark contrast to her usual docile demeanor. Lu Ming suddenly recalled the description in Chu Shui's status bar. With adequate rest, she will revert to her normal form, but will experience a brief emotional upheaval. Brief emotional upheaval? This was no minor disturbance. It was a complete transformation. Just then, Lu Ming sensed something amiss. He realized that Chu Shui's posture and position were extremely dangerous. Chu Shui, he called out loudly, but she ignored him, instead giving him a knowing smile. Wait! Chu Shui! Chu Shui! Wake up! Lu Ming shouted urgently, his voice filled with panic and helplessness. But it was too late. With a cry of "Tyrant!" Lu Ming's body trembled, and he completely lost the ability to resist. Meanwhile, outside the resting room, Tyrant gazed forlornly at the closed door, looking up at the starry sky with a sense of grievance. Inside, Chu Shui's playful laughter and Lu Ming's unwilling cries could be heard. For once, Tyrant's usually stern face showed a hint of melancholy and apology. He had heard his master's call, but the mistress's authority clearly held more sway. And so, on that star-studded night, Lu Ming, Chu Shui, and even Tyrant experienced an unforgettable moment of growth. This night would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on their memories, becoming a page of both embarrassment and sweetness in their future recollections. A sleepless night, the next morning, Lu Ming sat at his private desk in the lounge, fingers interlaced under his chin, eyes fixed on the mirror and a vial of basic hunter's energy serum on the table. His reflection showed hollow eyes and a haggard face, plunging him into silence. Throughout the night, Lu Ming had endured 10 intense encounters. Despite his formidable physique as a low-tier Doomsday War king, he was nearly exhausted. What troubled him more was his inability to take control, remaining passive throughout. Glancing back, he saw Chu Shui, fully dressed, sitting by the bed. The outfit was meticulously prepared by Lu Ming himself, showcasing a level of care akin to a devoted partner. Chu Shui's head was bowed, cheeks flushed, fingers nervously entwined like a child who had done something wrong. The room was strewn with golden spider silk, resembling a scene from the spider demon's lair. Seeing Chu Shui in such a state, Lu Ming's resentment dissipated. Though he had enjoyed it, as a man, he found it hard to accept being outmatched by Chu Shui. His legs still felt weak, while Chu Shui seemed unfazed. This stark contrast between their physiques made Lu Ming realize he had much to improve. After much hesitation, Lu Ming decided to drink the basic warrior's energy serum in front of him. To achieve his plan of breaching the core of Xinghui district today, he needed to be at his peak. As the serum entered his mouth, pure energy surged through his body, rejuvenating both his physical and mental state. One vial was enough to replenish his spent energy, without the need for further enhancement. Gazing at his now revitalized reflection, feeling the energy coursing through him, Lu Ming marveled at the serum's miraculous effects. He was grateful that only he knew about relying on it for recovery, fearing it would tarnish his reputation. Rising to his feet, Lu Ming walked steadily over to Chu Shui. Now standing at 170 centimeters, she exuded mature charm in both figure and appearance. As usual, Lu Ming stroked her long hair, gently reassuring her, "It's all right, it's not your fault. Blame it on the emotional turmoil." Chu Shui lifted her head, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Lu Ming's heart raced, forcing him to look away to avoid being captivated again. Clearing his throat, he added, "Let's just agree on one thing for next time. Don't be so selfish. Let me go first, and we can discuss the rest." Before he finished speaking, Chu Shui threw herself into his arms. Thanks to the serum, Lu Ming caught her effortlessly. Looking down at Chu Shui, he felt a mix of emotions, relief and gratitude, tinged with a slight sense of loss, as if some anticipation and thrill had faded. Patting her back, Lu Ming signaled for her to clean up the spider silk in the room. Chu Shui understood immediately, swiftly gathering all the silk. Seeing the now unpresentable bed, her face flushed again. She quickly stored the bed linens in her storage space and wove a new set of pure silk bedding. Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise, "You have this kind of skill?" Chu Shui turned around, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her mouth, and nodded gently. Suddenly, a single syllable, "Yes," echoed in Lu Ming's mind. The voice was elegant and soothing, like a chant, yet it carried an immense power that struck deep into his soul. Lu Ming opened his mouth, but was momentarily speechless. Realization dawned on him, and he blurted out, "So I wasn't hearing things yesterday morning. You really can talk." Hearing this, Chu Shui's red eyes flickered, and she glanced aside, pretending to be clueless. Seeing her reaction, Lu Ming sighed helplessly. All right, I get it. I must have been mistaken. You can't talk. Chu Shui squinted and chuckled softly, then turned and hugged Lu Ming's arm, her soft body leaning against him. She explained, I prefer listening to you talk, master. Besides, speaking consumes a lot of energy, especially since I haven't fully recovered my strength. Please don't make it hard for me. Lu Ming was about to question this seemingly flimsy excuse. How could talking consume more energy than physical activity? But before he could voice his doubts, Chu Shui's body suddenly emitted a radiant glow. Under Lu Ming's astonished gaze, her height shrank by 20 centimeters. What the heck? This is unbelievable, Lu Ming exclaimed, watching as Chu Shui's previously well-fitted clothes became loose. He hurriedly checked her status information and nearly choked in shock. The status read, bonded to Master Lu Ming, currently out of initial stage, with slight improvements in various attributes. Most skill attributes are sealed and can be unlocked as the mutation level increases. Due to the forced use of the divine speech ability at full strength, the body has suffered some energy backlash. Since the power released by the divine speech was negligible, the backlash is mild, causing only minor physical changes. The body will return to normal over time, but there will be a slight emotional fluctuation upon recovery. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Shui, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Emotional fluctuation? Again? He already had a psychological aversion to that term. Chu Shui blushed deeply, her thoughts reaching out to him. This time, it shouldn't be like last night, tying you up with a reduced height. Her tone became more childlike. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he realized this might be an opportunity to regain control. Moreover, the status now used slight instead of minor, indicating Chu Shui's condition might not be as extreme as before. I understand, leave it to me, Lu Ming said righteously. However, as Chu Shui spoke again, her height shrank another 10 centimeters, reducing her to 140 centimeters. Looking at the petite Chu Shui before him, Lu Ming thought to himself, all right, this is good. No more conflicting feelings of wanting it, but not wanting it. Little Shui is all-powerful. Because she wanted to, Chu Shui could change her height and size at will. At this moment, however, Lu Ming's attention was focused on another issue. Chu Shui, now petite, could no longer fit into her loose clothing. Lu Ming glanced at the few pieces of fabric left in his bag and thought he would need to visit a clothing store in Xinhui district to replenish his stock. The idea of bioarmor crossed his mind. It could mimic any everyday clothing. But the thought of living armor enveloping Chu Shui's body was something he couldn't accept. Just as Lu Ming was about to start crafting new clothes, Chu Shui gently tugged on his hand. She smiled slightly, slipped out of her white dress, and golden threads wove around her body like they had a life of their own, quickly forming a familiar and exquisite blue and white Lolita outfit, complete with perfectly tied bows. Seeing this, Lu Ming marveled at the convenience of the threads and felt a sense of relief would never have to worry about Chu Shui's clothing again. As he basked in this joy, Chu Shui handed him 2 sky blue ribbons, her intention clear. Lu Ming took them with a smile, skillfully moving behind Chu Shui to tie her hair into a ponytail. He ran his fingers through her silky hair, as if claiming a small reward for his efforts. Suddenly, a familiar hometown tune echoed in the lounge, gently awakened the sleeping soul. Slowly open your eyes. This song signaled the 4th day of the apocalypse for all the survivors. A system notification popped up, siege countdown initiated. In 3 days, a wave of alien creatures will besiege the city. Lu Ming remembered that having a shelter didn't mean they were safe. The shelter would face a wave of alien creatures, a test of survival. Passing the test meant they were safe for now, but he couldn't be sure if there would be more challenges later. To Lu Ming, this test was more like a treasure trove. A-grade alien creatures were walking repositories of specialized crystals. He had only one wish, that more A-grade creatures would come so he could gather as many crystals as possible. Suddenly, Lu Ming remembered something and muttered to himself. What were the siege creatures called again? Fire-spitting ants? If it really was fire-spitting ants, it would be quite the coincidence. There was already a video of them in the regional channel, so he could study their weaknesses in advance. This siege could be an easy opportunity. Lu Ming stopped worrying about the details and took Chu Shui's hand, leading her out of the lounge. A new day had begun, and they couldn't waste any time. It was time to fight. Just as they approached the lounge door, another system notification appeared. Due to your heroic protection, the city lord's earnings have been calculated. Congratulations on receiving 165 specialized crystals. Lu Ming smiled, surprised at how quickly the city lord's earnings came through. He had thought that only half a day's protection would count. He knew exactly where the 165 specialized crystals came from. 160 from the mutated giant hornet king, an intermediate doomsday warlord among the alien creatures, and 5 from Qinhai, an initial level hunting warrior among the human survivors. This result also highlighted a problem. The specialization level of the city's inhabitants was still too low. But Lu Ming wasn't worried. He knew that humans could grow quickly with the right motivation and incentives. With anticipation, Lu Ming opened the lounge door. Inside the city lord's chamber, he saw the tyrant sitting alone with a forlorn, guilty look. Lu Ming knew it hadn't rested well, caught between the pressure from the primordial god Chuxue and his own summons. Deciding not to dwell on last night's events, Lu Ming calmly said, "Tyrant, stop dawdling. It's time to be useful. We're heading to Xinhui district." Hearing Lu Ming's words, the tyrant's expression instantly brightened, more excited than if it had drunk alien blood. Lu Ming was pleased and looked up, saying, "Jalan, open the skylight. We're going out?" With the sound of gears turning and machinery whirring, the ceiling of the city lord's chamber slowly opened, revealing the morning sky. Jalan's voice echoed, "Honorable city lord, the fortress skylight is open. Wishing you a triumphant return." Lu Ming smiled, thinking the AI had quite a bit of emotional intelligence. Seeing this, the tyrant didn't wait for another order and spread its particle steel wings with a clang. It crouched down, ready for takeoff. Lu Ming strode over, patted its head, and with a swift move, he and Chu Shuem mounted its broad back. Whoosh! A wave of heat surged, the space distorted, and the beast shot into the sky, instantly passing through the electromagnetic net opened by the Qilin and disappearing from the shelter. In the corridor of the residential area, Fong Peng, fully armed, was waiting for the others. He rubbed his eyes, tilted his head, and frowned with a look of confusion. Wang Yong, who had just come out of the dormitory, noticed his odd expression and asked with a smile, "What's up?" Pondering philosophy, this early in the morning, Fong Peng replied irritably, "Cut it out, I think I just saw something weird." Feigning curiosity, Wang Yong asked, "What kind of weird? Come on, spill it." "Forget it, I must have been seeing things." Fong Peng was still annoyed when he suddenly shouted, "Oh, Uncle Chun." Chun Hai's door burst open with such force and momentum that Fong Peng and Wang Yong were both startled and impressed. They thought to themselves, "Truly, Uncle Chun lives up to his reputation. Even just waking up, he exudes an aura of dominance." They stood at attention, chests out and heads high, but were taken aback. Fong Peng asked bluntly, "Uncle Chun, what's with your face? Did you have trouble sleeping last night?" At this moment, Chun Hai's eyes were dark and his face gloomy, as if shrouded in a mystical aura. He glared at Fong Peng and said in a deep voice, "The task of leading the team is handed over to Zheng Cheng and the other senior soldiers. You too, if you don't kill 1,000 scythe-tailed larvae today, don't come back to the shelter." "What?" The two were stunned. "Did you hear me?" Chun Hai barked. "Yes, sir." Fong Peng and Wang Yong responded in unison. Chun Hai grunted, then leapt from the third floor, heading towards the shelter's gate. Watching Chun Hai leave, Fong Peng poked Wang Yong in the chest and whispered, "What's up with Uncle Chin? He seems in a bad mood." Wang Yong pondered for a moment and concluded, "Morning grumpiness? Or maybe early menopause?" Fong Peng turned back with a complicated expression. "Menopause? Do men even get that?" "Don't believe me?" Fong Peng shook his head. Wang Yong picked up the long knife leaning against the railing. "Forget it then. Let's just complete our task and head out. With 1,000 to kill, we better get moving or we'll be sleeping outside tonight." "Oh man, you're right. Let's go. I was hoping for a bath tonight." Meanwhile, Chun Hai walked along the path to the gate, his shoulders slumped, letting out a long sigh. He mused to himself, "Is this what it feels like to be a father?" As a distinguished instructor of the Huaxia Dragon Squad, he had never felt so defeated, whether facing foreign enemies, rebellious recruits, or even during the massive relocation or dealing with Lu Ming's beast. Yet, as a father, facing his own daughter, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and dread. Last night, after hours of internal struggle, he finally decided to send a friend request to Jiangling at 3 a.m. Whether it was due to his concern or his usually clear mind finally faltering, he wrote just 4 words in the request. "I am your dad." He expected a reply the next day, but to his surprise, he got a response within seconds. Jiangling had outright rejected the friend request and replied with, "I am your grandma." Then he was blocked. Reflecting on his actions, Chun Hai realized he had made a fatal mistake when trying to add Jiangling as a friend. At 3 in the morning, he sent a friend request with the message, "I am your father." Anyone would be infuriated by such a message, especially at that hour. Chun Hai rubbed his forehead in frustration, his dark eyes filled with regret. He began to replay the entire scenario in his mind. Jiangling had no idea who he was, and out of the blue, she received such a bizarre message at an ungodly hour. It was like lighting a fuse on a stick of dynamite. If Jiangling happened to be a light sleeper or someone who gets easily irritated upon waking, the consequences could be even worse. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Chun Hai felt like he had made the mistake of a lifetime. Now that he was blocked, he had no idea how to make amends. Should he ask the city lord for help? Or perhaps use Fong Peng or Wang Yong as intermediaries. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. With a heavy heart, Chen Hai walked towards the main gate. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the city gate. The heavy gate, resembling a massive iron beast, seemed to mock his stupidity in silence. To make matters worse, the gate was closed, and Chen Hai suddenly remembered that the city lord had probably forgotten to open it. Just as he was about to contact Lu Ming, an electronic voice chimed in. Identity verification. Verification successful. Vice City Lord Chen Hai, I am Qilin, the intelligent core of Final Iron Fortress. I have detected your proximity to the city gate. Do you wish to exit? Chen Hai paused for a moment, then regained his composure and replied calmly, yes. Commencing detection of external mutant presence. No traces of mutants detected. Preparing to open Gate 1. With a loud rumble, a 5-meter high, 3-meter wide gap appeared in the center of the gate. Qilin continued, Gate 1 has been opened for you. Please proceed with caution. We await your victorious return. Oh, thank you, Chen Hai said instinctively, then realized he was talking to a preset program. To his surprise, Qilin responded, no need to thank me, Vice City Lord. It's my duty. Please proceed. Amazed by the AI's human-like interaction, Chen Hai marveled at the advanced technology of the sanctuary as he stepped through the gate. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Jiang Ling finished gearing up and gripped her heavy sword as she emerged from the ruins. She glanced thoughtfully at the friend request she had blocked and the message panel. Recalling the events of the previous night, Jiang Ling felt a lingering anger. She had been sleeping fitfully due to mutant disturbances when she was abruptly awakened by the friend request alert. Thinking it was an important notification, she checked her device only to find a nonsensical message saying, I am your dad. Furious, Jiang Ling had immediately lashed out and blocked the sender, then turned off the friend request alerts. Venting her anger had made her feel much better, and she slept more soundly afterward. It wasn't until the morning that Jiang Ling calmed down and began to ponder the oddity of the situation. What troubled her most was how the sender had managed to find her so precisely. She had never left any accurate personal information anywhere. This meant the sender not only knew her, but also her unique identifier. Her eyes darkened at the thought. She instinctively felt she might be targeted by some special skill. Determined to uncover the truth, she removed Chen Hai from her blacklist and sent him a friend request in return. Just then, Chen Hai, who had just exited the city gate, received the friend request notification. Holding his battle scythe, he was about to search for mutant larvae when he saw the message. Jiang Ling wants to add you as a friend. He stopped in his tracks. Chen Hai cautiously scanned his surroundings and found a seemingly safe, abandoned shop to hide in. After carefully checking the environment to ensure there were no threats, he leaned against the wall, facing the entrance, and nervously clicked the accept button. Chen Hai took a deep breath, his fingers hovering over the keyboard for a moment before finally deciding to send a long message. Jiang Ling, this is Chen Hai. I'm the current instructor of the Huaxia Dragon Squad and the late Shui Yan's fiancé. More importantly, I am your biological father. I know these words may sound abrupt and rude, and might make you feel angry, resentful, skeptical, or even disgusted. But I am straightforward by nature and don't like to beat around the bush. I understand that having a stranger who hasn't been part of your life for 20 years suddenly appear is unsettling. However, I have so much to tell you. Regardless of the outcome, I beg you to give me a chance to explain. Tonight, if you're willing, I will tell you everything that has happened over the years. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you. If you feel resistant right now, then Chen Hai's fingers paused, waiting for Jiang Ling's response. Jiang Ling stared at the screen, her brows furrowed. She slowly typed back. To be honest, I don't fully believe you, but I am indeed very curious. I know, I didn't just appear out of nowhere. Although Grandpa and Grandma said my father was dead, I've long sensed the lie in their eyes. I'll give you a chance to explain, but even if what you say is true, I won't acknowledge you. After sending the message, Jiang Ling's side fell silent. Chen Hai's eyes darkened slightly, and he pressed his lips together, replying with a single word, okay. In an unknown area, Jiang Ling looked at the terse reply, a hint of imperceptible disappointment flashing in her eyes, quickly replaced by inexplicable anger. Just then, a mutant green insect appeared around the corner of the ruins. Jiang Ling gripped her heavy sword, her body shooting forward like an arrow, slashing down with a heavy blow. The world seemed to fall into silence at that moment. No matter how convincing you sound, I will never acknowledge you. Never, Jiang Ling repeated to herself. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Starshine District, Lu Ming activated the concealment system, using the Tyrant Particle Steel Wings engine to silently fly towards the center of Starshine District. On the way, he reviewed the information on the mutant creatures in the area. E-class juvenile phantom moth larvae are creatures with a single but wide-ranging attack method. They primarily rely on silk wrapping and paralyzing toxins for their attacks. Although their lethality is not very high, their silk can form a web with extreme stickiness. Once captured, even those armed with steel weapons would find it hard to escape. The larvae inject deadly paralyzing toxins into their prey through the silk. Without external help, those captured are almost certainly doomed. However, these creatures also have a weakness. Before spraying silk, they exhibit a noticeable rearing motion. The silk remains in a line for a second after spraying before expanding into a web. By staying alert and charging forward as they spray, one can easily dodge it. The method to kill them is relatively simple, just destroy their heads. Lu Ming memorized this information and continued his reconnaissance mission. Lu Ming gazed at the scene before him, silently marveling. For someone with the eye of truth like him, everything seemed straightforward, but for ordinary people, the trial and or cost was exorbitant. Unlike the scythe owl larvae, phantom moth larvae lacked a nanny mechanism and could launch deadly attacks as soon as they met. The methods to kill them were full of pitfalls. Instinctively retreating or dodging sideways would only make the web expand rapidly, trapping the prey. The only way to avoid danger was to charge forward, but that required significant strength. The eye of truth glimmered faintly, and detailed information about the phantom moth elites flooded into Lu Ming's mind. 11 social mutants, 2 meters in length, weighing 60 kilograms, with low defense and attack speed, but possessing perpetual hovering ability and strong lateral mobility. They primarily use toxins as their attack method, causing confusion, paralysis, and unconsciousness, with a wide attack range. Only when the target lost the ability to fight back would the phantom moths descend to feed. The most dangerous aspect was that, when near death, they would self-destruct, spreading toxins 3 times the normal distance. Lu Ming carefully analyzed this information. The phantom moth's weakness lay in its relatively fragile wings, limited hovering height, and toxin dispersal range. Utilizing terrain advantages and long-range weapons could effectively counter them. Well-sealed protective gear, such as isolation helmets, was also crucial to victory. However, such equipment was not easily obtainable at this stage. Looking around, the low sky was densely packed with an astonishing number of phantom moth elites, even more than the scythe owls in the Jintian district. Lu Ming realized that the emergence of each new mutant species often came at the cost of countless pioneers. This world had already swallowed up 66,665 batches of explorers, and despair surged like a tidal wave. But Lu Ming was not consumed by this despair. He thought of the day when the citizens of the final Iron Fortress would possess the isolation helmets, giving them an edge in hunting phantom moths. Although this advantage was known only to him, ordinary people would need a long and arduous struggle to reach this point. For Lu Ming himself, equipped with long-range weapons, a strong physique, and armor, these phantom moths were merely walking treasures. He secretly planned to reap a substantial reward after taking down the core of the district. Ignoring the colorful swarm of phantom moths around him, Lu Ming ordered the tyrant to approach the final building in the core of the Starshine district. Despite the Starshine district's prosperity far surpassing that of the Jintian district, he couldn't help but be awed when he saw the refuge built with the combined efforts of the entire city. What met his eyes was a luxurious, exquisitely beautiful, and magnificent white palace. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.